I clearly awakened as an SSS-level violence mage, yet my classmates mock me as a useless nobody with an empty title, just because my ranged attack damage is only 1 point, and my attribute panel has no mana bar. This also made me the worst student in class, causing the class beauty Lu Ruyan to break up with me in public. But what they don't know is that I also received the ancient god's blessing. Not only can my melee attacks critically hit every time, but I'm also immune to all magic attacks. At this moment, Lu Ling placed both hands on the awakening stone. Detected that the host has transformed into a mage, now activating the war god system for you. The war god system will serve you with all its might, forging you into an unparalleled battle god with a divine physical body. Error. Error. Host's profession is mage, unable to activate normally. War god system is restarting. Restart complete, war god system mage special edition, at your service. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait, I'm a mage, why would I awaken some war god system? Shouldn't I awaken a magic god system or something? Whatever, I guess I can't just tell the system to go away. Host successfully awakened. System rewards 1 lottery draw, now drawing a skill for you. Draw successful. Congratulations, host has obtained S-level skill, Magic Energy Conversion. Magic Energy Conversion, each point of your magic power will be converted into 2 points of physical attack power, commonly known as knowledge is power. After reading the skill description, Lu Ling was completely stunned. What the hell is this? Converting magic power into attack power, does it want me to go around hitting people with my staff? Lu Ling's face was filled with bitter smiles. But soon, he thought about the description in his body. Blessing from the ancient god, melee expert. This unit has an additional 56% mental resistance, immunity to magic attacks below its own level, 80% immunity to magic attacks exceeding its own level. Melee damage will gain 100% amplification, while ranged damage is reduced to 10%. It seems my melee damage is doubled, so when you think about it, it does seem that hitting people with my staff would deal more damage than casting spells. As Lu Ling thought about this, a bitter smile appeared on his face again. Name, Lu Ling. Profession, Mage. Rating, S level. Current level, 1. Talent skill, Mastery of all magic. Equipment skill, Magic Energy Conversion. Health, 100. Mana, 10. Physical attack, 11 plus 20. Spell power, 10. Physical defense, 10. Spell defense, 10. Looking at his attribute panel, Lu Ling rubbed his chin, his mind already picturing himself covered in muscles, grinning wickedly while swinging his staff, slaughtering everything in sight. On the Awakening Plaza of Wuji Middle School, a huge arcane magic array had appeared. The purpose of this array was to create a semi-virtual space for low-level professionals to train and level up. The principal responsible for opening the trial space stepped onto the platform. The trial is about to begin. Please get ready, everyone. Support-type professions can choose one teammate to enter together. The trial content is simple. Every monster you kill inside will be converted into points. The higher your points, the higher your ranking. You have 5 minutes to prepare. After speaking, he stood by the runestone and rested with his eyes closed. Just as Lu Ling was about to study the trial content more, a gentle voice came from behind. Classmate Lu Ling, would you team up with me? Lu Ling was startled and turned around to find it was actually the school beauty, Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was considered the dream goddess of Wuji Middle School's male students, gentle, beautiful, with eyes like deep pools that drove countless boys crazy. Of course, Lu Ling wasn't among them. The two weren't very familiar, having exchanged fewer than 20 sentences in 3 years. Seeing Lu Ling's surprise, Lin Wanwan thought he was unwilling, and her expression became somewhat unnatural. But she still bit her lip and continued, our team is just missing a mage, and I think you'd be perfect. Her words were overheard by Su Yuntian nearby, whose face showed a mocking smile. Lin Wanwan, what's the use of teaming up with him? Don't you know he's a waste? A mage who deals less damage than a tank, how do you expect him to help you pass the trial? That's right, such a useless person can barely save himself, let alone help others with the trial. It's really laughable. The class beauty Lu Ruyan also spoke with utter contempt. After hearing this, Lin Wanwan's expression changed. She looked coldly at Su Yuntian, who I team up with has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, the mockery on Su Yuntian's face grew even stronger. Fine, I want to see how you two, a priest with only healing abilities and a useless mage, will pass the trial. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Ling with a weird tone. Don't come crying when this genius Lu Ling hides behind your back shaking with fear. After saying this, he laughed loudly and walked away with his arm around Lu Ruyan. After he left, Lin Wanwan looked at Lu Ling again. Lu Ling, don't mind him. Join my team, we can definitely pass the trial. Actually, Lin Wanwan had her own motives. She had secretly loved Lu Ling for a long time but kept these feelings hidden in her heart. Because Lu Ruyan was always by Lu Ling's side, often loudly boasting to everyone about how close she and Lu Ling were, Lin Wanwan had always believed that Lu Ling liked Lu Ruyan. But right after the awakening, when Lu Ruyan immediately cut ties with Lu Ling, Lin Wanwan realized that Lu Ling had never actually agreed to be with Lu Ruyan. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ling still shook his head and declined her invitation. My abilities probably won't help you much. You should find someone else. Thank you for your kindness. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan looked disappointed. She was about to speak when the principal on the platform said, alright, time's up. Everyone get ready. He then activated the arcane teleportation array beside him. In an instant, ancient blue light swept across the entire awakening plaza. A rich wave of space magic transported all the students into the simulation space. Lu Ling felt dizzy for a moment, and when he woke up again, the surroundings were already dense with lush trees. The trees were tall, a strange gray-black color, arranged together to block out the sky and sun, creating an eerie atmosphere. As a top student, Lu Ling had long memorized the few maps of the trials, and immediately recognized this trial map.
The eerie bone forest? It's actually the most difficult one. Lu Ling muttered to himself, rummaging through his backpack to pull out his class-specific beginner equipment. A staff. Beginner's staff. Tier, inferior. Bonus, +2 spell power.
Description: a completely unremarkable staff, only useful for apprentice mages to cast spells.
Casting spells? What a joke. I'm a grand mage, casting a fireball doesn't even match the damage of a tank's shield bash. Lu Ling was fuming with frustration. But at least it added 2 points to spell power, which was equivalent to 4 points of physical attack. And the shape of the staff could barely be used as a club. My current stats already surpass that of a level 1 class, hunting monsters should be no problem. Lu Ling thought, equipping the staff, and without hesitation, started walking deeper into the forest. He had already memorized the map's strategy, so he quickly confirmed his direction based on where the monsters spawned. Chapter 3, Melee? Well, maybe melee isn't so bad. Lu Ling walked boldly into the eerie forest, holding his staff.
Before long, he encountered a few level 1 monsters.
Skeleton, normal. Level 1. Health, 60, attack, 12, physical damage bonus.
Their hollow eyes flickered with eerie green flames, and their jaws clacked open and shut, giving them a rather spooky look.
But Lu Ling wasn't afraid at all. He grinned.
I'll start with you guys. Lu Ling's eyes sharpened, and with one swift step, he charged forward, raising his staff high.
The examiner, who was paying attention to him, instantly spit out his tea. Which class is this from? Is this how mages fight? The examiner frowned and cursed softly, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed like the first fool to be eliminated was about to appear. But what happened next made him spill his tea in surprise. Lu Ling raised his staff high, then sprinted and jumped, delivering a powerful strike down on the skeleton monster. -62. Crack.
The skeleton was smashed into bone fragments by a single blow from the staff. The examiner was frozen in shock.
What is this? A mage smashing a monster to pieces with a staff? Is this really a mage? Even a high-damage assassin would need 3 strikes to kill a level 1 skeleton, right? Dazed, the examiner shivered, watching as Lu Ling ruthlessly shattered the rest of the skeletons into bone dust.
Unable to contain himself, he called for the principal. After dealing with the skeletons, Lu Ling felt like he had just warmed up. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used a melee attack to defeat 4 enemies. Reward, 4 martial god points. Lu Ling smiled slightly, looking at the staff in his hand.
It seemed not bad. It felt even better than expected. What's going on?
Before he could continue pondering, the sound of clattering bones came from behind him.
Lu Ling immediately sensed the danger, instinctively dodging to the side.
A fragment of a hand bone flew past his face, barely missing him. After avoiding the attack, Lu Ling quickly turned around, only to find a much larger, pitch-black skeleton had appeared behind him.
Skeleton, Elite. Level 3. Health, 150, attack, 22, physical damage bonus. An elite monster.
Lu Ling was momentarily stunned, but then grinned.
Elite monster? That's perfect. I fight elites. The experience from this one should be enough to level me up to 2, right?
Lu Ling thought, quickly flipping the staff around, taking steps towards the dark skeleton elite. Meanwhile, the principal, just called by the examiner, watched as a mage wielding a staff charged at the elite skeleton. He immediately furrowed his brows.
What is this?
The principal wanted to scold them for a moment, but suddenly, he was shocked by something in the scene that blocked the words in his throat. Lu Ling no longer felt there was anything wrong with swinging a staff at monsters. On the contrary, he even found it a bit exhilarating. He swung the deep brown wooden staff with a strong wind, hitting the elite skeleton monster hard.
The skeleton monster was completely stunned. This isn't right, buddy. Aren't you a mage? Where's your positioning? Where's your kiting? You just came up and hit me with a staff, don't you have any respect for me?
But when it felt the terrifying force coming from Lu Ling's staff, it went completely dumbfounded.
-60. Wait. Dude. You hit me with a staff and did more than half of my health? Are you the elite monster, or am I the elite monster? The small skull of the skeleton monster was filled with big doubts.
And Lu Ling didn't give it any time to continue thinking.
Amidst its confusion, the elite skeleton monster let out an unwilling hiss, and Lu Ling's second strike shattered it into bone fragments. Successfully killing an elite monster in 2 hits, Lu Ling leveled up to 2 and gained a free attribute point. At the same time, his spell power increased by another point. The only attributes a mage can grow with level are mana, spell power, and mental strength. Everything else needs to be improved with free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using a melee attack to kill a strong enemy. You earned 5 martial god points and a lottery chance. The principal was numb. What is this? Can a mage fight like this? Jump up and kill an elite monster with 2 hits from a staff? And even killed one above his level. The principal directly replicated the expression of the examiner just now perfectly. After successfully killing the skeleton elite monster, Lu Ling couldn't help but stretch his body. Damn! That felt great. That was the only thought in his mind. It seems like not using skills isn't so bad. Just relying on my basic attacks, I can dominate this trial. Ha! In that case, the first place in the test, I'll take it. Lu Ling smiled to himself. The next scene almost caused the principal and the examiner to dislocate their jaws. Lu Ling walked around like a demon lord, carrying a staff. He took down level 1 monsters one by one, and level 3 elite monsters in 2 hits. In just 10 minutes or so, Lu Ling was already level 4.5, close to level 5. His score was even more exaggerated, directly pulling ahead of the second place by more than 20 points. After a long time of busy work, Master Lu also felt a bit tired. After dealing with another 7 or 8 small monsters, he found a place to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yuntian was leading Yao Ningning to deal with more than 10 level 1 monsters. As a swordsman with balanced attributes, and with the support of a healer by his side, Su Yuntian easily cut the skeletons into pieces. Looking at Su Yuntian pretentiously sheathing his sword, Yao Ningning's eyes sparkled with little hearts. Brother Su! You're so handsome. At this rate, I'll be level 2 soon too. Su Yuntian smiled arrogantly, looking relaxed and said. These monsters are no challenge for me. If it weren't for having to help you, I would have already killed the trial boss. As he said that, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. I wonder where the genius Lu is now. Maybe he's so scared by the monsters that he peed his pants and quit the trial. Ha 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 ha. Su Yuntian laughed joyfully. The thought of Lu Ling turning into a useless person made his heart feel delighted. Little did he know, at this moment, Lu Ling was already close to level 5, starting to think about the trial boss. From what he knew, the boss of the Grim Bone Forest was a creature with dual attributes, making it a tricky monster to deal with. His damage was enough, but other attributes were still a bit lacking, so dealing with it might be a challenge. Wait, that's right. It seems I still have one more lottery chance, right? Lu Ling thought, suddenly remembering that the first time he killed a skeletal elite monster, the system had informed him he gained a lottery chance as well as several God of War points. He knew that God of War points could be used to exchange for items in the God store within the system. Currently, the God of War store was still at the first level, so he could only exchange for free attribute points, white equipment, and random D-class skills. Well, let's use this lottery chance first. Lu Ling thought and immediately opened the system panel, selecting the multiverse lottery. Drawing for you. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple grade collectible. A-class skill book, Dimension tier. Skill book, Dimension tier. Profession that can learn, Mage. Category, Arcane. Rating, A-class. Effect, when equipped with this skill, a single spell can ignore 10% of the target's defense, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. When actively released, this effect can be increased by 300%, but requires a deduction of 10 mana points per second, with no cooldown for active release. After reading the skill description, Lu Ling couldn't help but gasp. Mage Divine Skill. Ignoring defense is equivalent to true damage. This is a powerful skill against tough enemies. But it seems to be of no use to me at all. With such low basic stats. What does it matter even if it's 100% true damage? Chapter 4, Stepping in to Rescue, One Person Bringing 3 Sisters. Lu Ling helplessly smiled and learned the skill book, then equipped it in the skill bar. Suddenly, there was a feeling of pain, like being unable to perform on the wedding night. While Lu Ling was cursing this damned divine blessing, he suddenly heard a fierce battle happening not far away. Lu Ling immediately picked up his staff and walked in that direction. He saw a team of 3 girls surrounded by a large group of skeletal elite monsters. Standing in the center, constantly throwing healing orbs, was Lin Wanwan, the school beauty who had invited Lu Ling to team up before the trial started. It was actually her? Looks like she's run into big trouble. Watching the large group of level 4 or 5 skeletal elite monsters, Lu Ling thought for a moment and decided to lend a hand. At this moment, Lin Wanwan was filled with regret. She shouldn't have agreed to take risks and enter a high-danger area to grind monsters. She never expected to attract so many high-level elite monsters. With this, her trial score would probably barely pass. Just as she felt down, she suddenly saw a figure in a white robe leap out from the woods. Like a god descending, he instantly broke through the encirclement of the skeletal monsters. Lin Wanwan was slightly stunned and immediately recognized Lu Ling. But soon, the next scene left her with her mouth agape, frozen in place. Her two teammates, seeing someone appear, instinctively shouted, "Hey! Be careful! These are all high-level elite monsters. Don't rush in head-on." But Lu Ling was oblivious, grinning as he swung his staff with force, like a phantom. Bang! 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 The sound of blunt objects striking bones echoed, and several skeletal monsters close to Lu Ling were instantly smashed into bone fragments. At this point, Lin Wanwan's two teammates were also stunned. What profession is this person? How could such high HP elite skeletal monsters be defeated by him in just 2 hits? Lin Wanwan reacted and hurriedly threw a healing orb at Lu Ling while saying to her dazed teammates, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and help." Only then did the two come back to their senses and rush to help Lu Ling. But it seemed unnecessary. In just a short time, Lu Ling had already killed 7 or 8 skeletal elite monsters. The remaining skeletons were nearly scared to death and quickly changed their targets, attacking Lu Ling. But after dealing with those elite monsters, Lu Ling had successfully leveled up to level 5. At this moment, what was there to fear from these skeletons of equal level? With a sweeping blow, the last skeletal monster was smashed into bone fragments by Lu Ling. This group of elite monsters was wiped out by Lu Ling all by himself. This performance also left the 3 girls with dazed expressions. Especially when they saw Lu Ling's weapon and the robes of a mage on him, they began to question their lives. You are a mage," the heavy armored girl on the left said to Lu Ling with a face full of disbelief. Lu Ling chuckled and nodded, as if answering her question. Seeing this, the 2 girls turned into stone on the spot. Mages in the early stages are an output profession that heavily relies on teammates, characterized by long-range and large-area AoE damage, becoming strong crowd controllers in the later stages. However, the weaknesses of mages are also obvious. They are relatively weak in the early stages, with fragile bodies, usually standing at the back of the team. But this guy in front of them, a mage, fought harder than a warrior. And his damage was explosive. Perhaps even top assassins couldn't match his raw damage? What kind of monster is this? In comparison, were they not just pure weaklings? While the two were in chaos, Lin Wanwan thankfully extended her delicate little hand towards Lu Ling. "Thank you so much, Lu Ling. If it weren't for you, we would have been in danger." Lin Wanwan spoke gently, her tone particularly soft, and her eyes filled with a hint of joy. Her 2 companions also came to their senses, expressing their gratitude to Lu Ling. However, Lu Ling merely waved his hand lightly, intending to leave, but suddenly thought of something. Why not take them directly to farm the trial boss? Adding himself, a complete professional team would be formed, saving him time from leveling up elsewhere. After all, the first person to defeat the trial boss would receive a reward of 30 points. Moreover, the boss would also drop materials and equipment, which are all good treasures. If it were just him, it would probably take a while before he could safely defeat the boss. But if he brought along a team with healers and tanks, they could directly engage right now. He thought about it, turned to the 3 starry-eyed girls, and stroked his chin, saying, "What level are you all now?" On the other side, Su Yuntian had also successfully reached level 5. Powerful strength flowed through his body, making him feel incredibly joyful. Ha ha ha. I must be the first to reach level 5 in this trial. Su Yuntian laughed wildly and immediately issued instructions. Call everyone, and we will directly farm the trial boss. Beside him, Yan Ningning looked at Su Yuntian's imposing demeanor and immediately smiled seductively, moving closer. However, Su Yuntian's little brother hesitated for a moment before saying, "Boss, with our current level, farming the trial boss could be very dangerous." Before he finished speaking, Su Yuntian shot him a glare. "Shut up, if I tell you to go, you go. Do you want to go against me?" Hearing this, the little brother was so frightened that he didn't dare to say more and immediately ran off to notify everyone. Su Yuntian knew about this too, but he didn't care. As long as he could kill the trial boss and break the speed record for this map, that was enough. He didn't care about the life or death of those little brothers. Just wait. Lu Ling, I want you to know, I am the most dazzling one. Su Yuntian laughed maniacally, feeling incredibly thrilled inside. On the other side, Lu Ling had already brought Lin Wanwan and the other 3 to the area near the trial boss's lair, the most dangerous place on the entire map. Lu Ling, are we really going to farm monsters here? The tank girl, Su Xiaoxiao, said timidly, responsible for drawing the monsters. Just now, they had only strolled around the outer area when they were almost cut down by elite monsters. The intensity and density of monsters here are several times higher than where they were just now. Lu Ling smiled slightly and said, "Just go ahead, Lin Wanwan. Just treat them, and leave the rest to me," Lu Ling said as she twirled the staff in her hand. The three women nodded, recalling Lu Ling's impressive performance, and their previously anxious hearts were suddenly calmed. "Then I'll begin." Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and directly activated the Tankroll's initial skill, Taunt, instantly attracting many monsters. The roaring sounds made the three women slightly nervous, but Lu Ling remained calm and collected. After a round of real stick education, the three women successfully leveled up to level 4 by riding on Lu Ling's experience. As for Lu Ling, she directly leveled up to level 7. At the same time, she received a large wave of warrior points and a chance for a draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden collectible. S-Rank Skill Book Arcane Siphon. Skill Book, Arcane Siphon. Rank, S-Rank. Effect, 15% of the spell damage you deal to enemies will be converted into health, and a certain amount of mana will be siphoned. Overflowing health will convert into a temporary shield, not exceeding 20% of your total health. Lu Ling, who had simply drawn it, was stunned in an instant. Wow! A divine skill. A spell version of a blood-sucking knife? It can also steal blue mana? This is simply a tool for sustaining life. Chapter 5 Taunt. Stealing monsters. But soon she thought of her diminishing range damage and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Diminished to 1/10, this damage seems to be lower than my close-range attack damage. Wait, close range? Lu Ling suddenly realized. As long as she gets close enough for the spell to be considered melee damage, then the damage not only wouldn't diminish, but would also double. This is perfect. Lu Ling decided immediately and equipped the mage profession's initial skill, Fireball, in her skill bar. Mages naturally have one more skill slot than other professions, plus Lu Ling's S-rank talent skill, giving her a total of 5 skill slots. Once she equipped her skills, Lu Ling eagerly looked for a lone elite monster to experiment on. In an instant, she rushed up to the monster's face, shoving her staff into the elite monster's mouth and releasing a fireball. With a deafening bang, the unfortunate elite monster was blown to pieces by the fireball. -208. The high spell damage and additional true damage instantly killed it from full health. At the same time, Lu Ling also restored 30 health points and 10 mana points. Lu Ling felt delighted. Indeed effective. That fireball was classified as melee damage. And she could still enjoy the true damage bonus from dimensional tearing. Lu Ling couldn't help but break into a big smile, then turned her gaze toward the trial boss's lair. After simply assigning the tasks, Lu Ling led the three women into the lair. The sinister bone forest boss was a dual-form magical creature, named the Twisted Treant. When its health dropped to half, it would absorb all the surrounding life force, combining with the terrain to become a more powerful being. Even more annoyingly, the first form of the Twisted Treant had extremely high magic immunity, while the second form's Treant body had high physical defense. This meant that to defeat it, 2 types of damage output were required. But Lu Ling alone could meet this condition. Gazing at the massive creature sprawled in the lair, Lu Ling smiled. Soon, Lu Ling and the three women engaged in battle with the trial boss, the Twisted Treant. With a thunderous roar, the Twisted Treant awakened. Its colossal body was wrapped with countless magical vines, and its dark brown exterior looked quite oppressive. However, its speed was exceedingly slow, making its attacks not too hard to dodge. Lu Ling began swinging her staff vigorously. She swung her staff like a lumberjack, wildly hitting the roots of the Twisted Treant again and again. Although vines occasionally whipped at Lu Ling, he completely ignored them. Those few lashes only caused a drop of blood or so, a skill used on the nearby monsters would recover it quickly. The role of Lin Wanwan and the other two was to take hits. They aimed to distract the Twisted Treant as much as possible, allowing Lu Ling to deal damage more easily. With Lu Ling's careful calculations, the Twisted Treant's health was dropping fast, about to enter its second phase. But at that moment, a mocking voice came from behind Lin Wanwan and the others. "Oh. Lu University Genius really plans to swing his staff at monsters? Ha 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 ha. That's just hilarious." Lin Wanwan turned to look and instantly furrowed her brows. The newcomer was Su Yuntian. He was followed by a dozen little brothers. Yao Ningning was obediently clinging to Su Yuntian's arm, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Wanwan. Upon hearing this, the little brothers burst into laughter. Exactly. Look at that guy, he's really using his staff to hit monsters. That's just too funny. Come on. Our genius Lu isn't hiding behind Lin the school beauty crying, that already counts as being a real man. Their taunts reached Lu Ling's ears. Lu Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, and then he immediately swung his staff with force, bringing the Twisted Treant into its second stage. When the Twisted Treant transformed into its second stage, there was a 5-minute gap, just enough time for Lu Ling to chase these noisy flies away. Seeing Lu Ling approach them, the little brothers looked at him mockingly. What? Is the loser not going to let us speak? Look at him, is he getting angry? Ha ha ha, are you going to use your little staff to hit me? Su Yuntian also wore a mocking expression and stepped up to Lu Ling. Lu Ling, if you're smart, you should hand this boss over to me quietly, otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out now. Su Yuntian didn't check Lu Ling's level, his arrogance made him think Lu Ling was just a mage with damage and tanking skills, at most a tagalong who got a bit of experience. It would be great if he could even reach level 2. But he was a level 5 swordsman, easily able to slaughter a mage a few levels lower than him, that would be a piece of cake. So, he planned to shamelessly take the boss. In the trial, only the person who personally kills the boss receives full experience points and loot rewards. All other assisting players only get a small portion. Su Yuntian's idea was to find some excuse to eliminate Lu Ling, making sure he didn't receive any experience at all. Seeing these unreasonable bullies, Lin Wanwan's delicate brows furrowed in anger, and she stepped forward to stand in front of Lu Ling. Then she decisively said, Su Yuntian, don't think just because you're from the Su family you can act without care. This boss is something Lu Ling worked hard to drain so much health from, why should it be given to you? Lin Wanwan's brave defense surprised Lu Ling. But Su Yuntian laughed as if he heard something amusing, chuckling loudly. Lin Wanwan, have you lost your mind? A mage who can't even cast a skill, how much damage can he deal? You want to help him level up? I don't care, but this boss, Su Yuntian, must have. As he spoke, Su Yuntian's smile turned a bit colder. If you're smart, just stay aside and watch, maybe I'll be generous and let you have a bit of experience. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Su Yuntian's words made Lin Wanwan's two teammates furious, standing beside Lin Wanwan. I spit. Su Yuntian, do you even have a shred of shame? Are you bullying Wanwan because she's a priest? We're the ones who fought the boss first, why should it be given to you? If you dare to make a move against us, just wait to get a 0 in the trial. These two girls were indeed loyal. The crowd erupted in anger, denouncing Su Yuntian. Hearing this, Su Yuntian sneered coldly. Naive. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to act against you? With that, he pulled out his weapon directly. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, the presence of an S-class swordsman no longer hidden, and the sharp intensity caused Lin Wanwan and the others to feel an overwhelming pressure. Even if I kill you, there will naturally be no impact. So what if I get a score of 0 in the trial? With my talents and background, am I afraid of not getting into a university? Su Yuntian sneered again, shifting his gaze to Lu Ling. And that waste, well, it might be different for him. The three girls were all stunned upon hearing this. Chapter 6, Instant Kill. The mage counterattacks the warrior. Su Yuntian wasn't wrong, if he took the initiative against Lu Ling, the worst that would happen is a 0 score, which for a young master like him really wasn't a big deal. But if Lu Ling was affected by this, it would be disastrous. After all, Lu Ling's family was just normal, to acquire enough resources, he could only rely on himself. However, Lu Ling smiled slightly, not at all intimidated by Su Yuntian's threat. Oh? If you have the guts, then try to act against me. I guarantee you will regret it. Lu Ling said to him with a smile. His thoughts were simple, he wanted to provoke Su Yuntian into acting first, allowing Lu Ling to use self-defense as an excuse to get rid of these nuisances. As Lu Ling expected, Su Yuntian's face indeed changed, his expression becoming cold and harsh. He couldn't stand Lu Ling's attitude. Fine. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Su Yuntian laughed with rage, his figure flashing like a ghost as he charged towards Lu Ling. A-class skill, Shadow Flicker. This is a high-level displacement skill for swordsmen. It can instantly increase speed by 10 times while also allowing for a short distance shift. Only at level 5 did he learn this skill. The Su family was indeed wealthy. This skill book could sell for several million Chinese yuan. In just a blink, Su Yuntian appeared next to Lu Ling, then used the basic swordsman skill Quick Slash. In Su Yuntian's thoughts, with an attack power over 20 points, 2 or 3 slashes would be enough to directly kill Lu Ling. Quick Slash dealt 2 hits in one go, each causing 150% physical attack damage, making it a highly efficient output method. But the scene of Lu Ling being instantly killed as expected did not happen. Instead, facing the impending attack, Lu Ling smiled. You initiated this attack first. He said calmly, then directly raised his staff to block the strike. Blocking can be done by all classes, but the damage that can be blocked is calculated based on armor and attributes. The staff Lu Ling used naturally had little effect, and his own constitution and strength weren't high, so he still took over 50 points of damage. But he still had the shield provided by arcane absorption, meaning he only lost about 1/5 of his health. After all, Lu Ling was already level 7, even without auto-growing constitution and life as a mage, he wouldn't be killed by mere damage. Seeing that Lu Ling hadn't died, Su Yuntian was also taken aback. Then he saw Lu Ling's smile gradually turn icy. Bang!
Su Yuntian felt a massive force crash into him, his body lifting off the ground, head spinning, unable to think. In a daze, he saw Lu Ling coldly smiling as he jabbed his staff into him, followed by a wave of burning pain that made him lose consciousness. And the scene that his underlings witnessed was even more chilling. After Lu Ling blocked Su Yuntian's attack, a staff smashed directly towards Su Yuntian, sending him flying. But it wasn't over. Before Su Yuntian landed, Lu Ling caught him midair, pressing the end of the staff against Su Yuntian's body, then unleashed a fireball spell.
-61. -189.
With just 2 strikes, Lu Ling instantly killed the level 5 swordsman Su Yuntian. After being hit directly by a face-to-face fireball, Su Yuntian was left scattered, and was instantly declared dead and exited the trial. Such a brutal and ruthless scene left Su Yuntian's little brothers dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Lu Ling, who looked like a demon king.
A mage, facing a swordsman's close attack, not only didn't get cut down but instead took down the swordsman in one blow? What kind of fighting style, what kind of damage, what the hell kind of mage is this? Is this a joke?
This thought flashed through the minds of the little brothers in unison.
Yet, it was Yao Ningning who reacted first, immediately screaming. Lu Ling! You actually dared to attack Brother Su? You're dead meat. Brother Su won't let you go.
Lu Ling turned a deaf ear, revealing a wicked smile to the little brothers.
I advise you all, if you don't want to die, just get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me if you all stay here.
Hearing this, the little brothers instantly became furious.
Killing their master in front of them, and still daring to threaten? Did they really think they were nothing? Su Yuntian must have been careless. Otherwise, how could a mage kill him so easily?
The little brothers thought to themselves.
Why should we leave? Just because of you? Humph.
Let me tell you, even if you got lucky and attacked Brother Su successfully, this boss still isn't yours. A little brother quickly shouted out loud. At the same time, Yao Ningning had other thoughts.
Since Su Yuntian had exited the trial, does this mean this boss would be mine? With so many people around, if I just scare Lu Ling away, wouldn't the experience and points from this boss all be mine?
Yao Ningning calculated in her heart, revealing a greedy expression. Seeing they wouldn't listen, Lu Ling could only helplessly spread his hands.
Fine, since you all want it so much, I'll give it to you, go ahead and fight.
After saying that, he smiled meaningfully and retreated 100 meters with the 3 girls. The little brothers were stunned at first, then immediately thought Lu Ling was scared of them. Smug smiles appeared on their faces. Yao Ningning was even more delighted, her face blooming with a smile.
Classmates, since Brother Su isn't here, why don't you let me have the experience from this boss?
Once we get out, I'll definitely tell Brother Su about your brave performance just now. Thinking this, Yao Ningning immediately changed her face, smiling charmingly at the little brothers around. However, unexpectedly, Lu Ling watched with a cold smile already on his face.
A bunch of fools, still standing in front of it? Lu Ling mocked, then leisurely sat down, quietly waiting to see the show. Understand that the Twisted Trent stage transition would unleash a nearly instant kill large area attack.
After 5 minutes, all living beings within 100 meters would have their life force forcibly absorbed, causing thousands of points of real damage. Yet, Yao Ningning and her group were still playing around right in front of the Twisted Trent, completely unaware of the danger.
Indeed, 5 minutes quickly passed.
The Twisted Trent, which had transformed into a big tree, regained its movement. Suddenly, countless branches and vines appeared on the ground, twisting and dancing like snakes. And beneath the ground, countless thick roots were stirring, ready to move. Yao Ningning had just convinced all the little brothers, preparing to attack the Twisted Trent, when she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Looking down, she saw a dark green vine had already wrapped around her calf without her noticing. Then came a powerful force pulling at her. She could only let out a shrill scream. Yao Ningning was instantly turned into a dry corpse.
Chapter 7, Trial Ends, Complete Crushing.
The other little brothers were also taken in, and amidst the cries of surprise, these people instantly withered, collapsed to the ground, and transformed into dry corpses. Seeing this, Lu Ling could not help but coldly smile again. What a bunch of fools. They didn't even read the strategy and rushed in blindly. After saying this, he brought the 3 girls back to the Twisted Trent and seamlessly took over the fight.
The second form of the Twisted Trent was even more difficult.
Although it couldn't move at all, it could sprout many vine branches to harass Lu Ling. Moreover, it could launch surprise attacks from underground, making it quite tricky. But Lu Ling relied on his nimble positioning, staying very close to the Twisted Trent's main body, while thrusting his staff hard into its roots, casting fireball spells right to its face.
-201. -203.
Lu Ling's face-to-face fireball spells dealt incredibly high damage. Coupled with the burning effect that severely restricted the Twisted Trent, he nearly brought it down to 0 health in less than 5 minutes. Arcane Siphon was indeed a perfect match for Lu Ling. Not only could it provide a high life shield, but it also absorbed mana. Turning him into a perpetual motion machine, he cast a fireball every 2 seconds right in its face. As the last fireball exploded, the twisted Treyant let out a shrill wail, collapsing to the ground, completely silent. Student Lu Ling has successfully killed the boss Twisted Treyant. Earned points reward. Lu Ling heard a prompt sound. At the same time, the system directly awarded him 50 points of War God points, along with 2 lottery chances. This wasn't over. Lu Ling immediately spotted something glowing inside the body of the Twisted Treyant and happily went up to collect it. D-grade material, sinister magic wood. Description: loot dropped by the Twisted Treyant can be used to craft jewelry. This wasn't over yet. Below this material, a first-tier magic core exploded out. The drop rate of magic cores is extremely low. It's less than 1% chance. The fact that Lu Ling got one shows that his luck is quite good. Magic cores have many uses. They can be used for alchemy, potion crafting, equipment making, or gem embedding. This first-tier magic core alone could be sold for close to 300,000 Huaxia coins. This haul left Lu Ling very satisfied. He was about to ask Lin Wanwan and the others how to share when he heard Lin Wanwan say, "Lu Ling, this time defeating the boss is all your achievement, we didn't contribute much. So you can take all these spoils." Lin Wanwan said with a gentle smile. Her 2 teammates also nodded in agreement. Lu Ling raised his eyebrows, wanting to say something, but Lin Wanwan added, "Oh, we haven't even thanked you for taking us to level up, so just keep these things for yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Ling stopped hesitating and filled his pockets with the magic core and materials. With the trial boss killed, Lu Ling successfully leveled up to level 9. Checking the time, there were about 20 minutes left before the trial ended. He and the 3 girls continued to grind monsters until the trial ended, and Lu Ling ended this trial with an astonishing score of 239 points. This score put him 60 points ahead of the second place. And it broke the long-standing trial record at Wujie High School. The principal watched Lu Ling's perspective the whole time and was already convinced of one thing in his heart. Lu Ling is still a genius. Even if he is restricted by the stats, he remains an incredibly powerful existence. No, we cannot let such a good seed fall into the wrong hands. The Tianfeng Guild must not miss out on him. Looking at Lu Ling's smiling profile, the principal muttered to himself. With the end of the trial, all students who survived until the end were sent out. The awakening square instantly became noisy with chatter. It was so hard. This time the trial map was actually a sinister bone forest. If I hadn't swapped for an elite monster at the last moment, I would have failed. Yeah. The elite monsters here are too strong. The distribution is too dense, there's simply no way to avoid it completely. I just entered and stirred up a group of elite monsters, and was immediately surrounded and killed, such bad luck. The students complained about this trial one after another. Then, they began discussing who would be the champion of this trial. Who do you think will win first place in this trial? Most likely Su Yuntian. He awakened an S-level talent as a swordsman. His early combat ability is terrifying. Not necessarily, it could be Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran also awakened an S-level talent, and the assassin's early damage is even higher than a swordsman's. Everyone was talking, completely forgetting about Lu Ling, who also awakened an S-level talent. Everyone knew that Lu Ling had received a God-given attribute, and although he was also an S-level professional, he was almost useless. But when the trial leaderboard was revealed, everyone was shocked and looked at the name on the list. Lu Ling, profession, Mage, 239 points. A full 50 points higher than the second-place assassin, Xiao Ran. And Su Yuntian, the favorite to win, didn't even appear on the list. How is this possible? Doesn't Lu Ling have a God-given attribute with negative effects? How could he get such a high score? Could he have cheated? For a moment, the students discussed in disbelief. While everyone was shocked by the trial results, Su Yuntian's appearance drew all their attention. Su Yuntian walked directly toward Lu Ling, then angrily shouted. "Lu Ling, you have some nerve. How dare you make a move against me in the trial? Do you believe I can say just one word and make you unable to take the college entrance exam?" Su Yuntian spoke with a venomous tone, as if he could attack Lu Ling right on the spot. Hearing this, the students were all stunned. A mage like Lu Ling actually killed Su Yuntian, a warrior? Could it be that he ambushed Su Yuntian while he was hunting monsters? This could make sense, but it was so despicable. But Lu Ling only smiled faintly, completely ignoring him. "Get it straight, you attacked me first, I was just defending myself." "What? You can steal my monsters and hit me, but I can't fight back?" Lu Ling's words once again shocked the students. Su Yuntian stole Lu Ling's monsters, and was counter-killed by Lu Ling while hunting monsters? Can these words even form a sentence? How could a mage possibly counter-kill a swordsman while hunting monsters? And Lu Ling is a useless mage.
The conversation between the two left the students stunned, and various opinions began to form. But then, suddenly, a voice full of authority rang out. Su Yuntian. You are truly disappointing. How could you openly break the trial rules and do such despicable things? The principal, Shushanha, with a grim face, slowly descended from the air and sternly scolded Su Yuntian. According to the school's decision, your trial score is invalid. This statement was like a bombshell. The principal's words confirmed that what Lu Ling had said was true. Lu Ling had counter-killed Su Yuntian while hunting monsters. That was why Su Yuntian's score was only 9th. Lu Ling is so terrifying? Chapter 8, The Principal's Invitation. Top Guilds. After announcing this decision, the principal snorted coldly and said, Su Yuntian, I know your Su family has some influence, but Jiang City is not a place where your Su family can do whatever they want. Lu Ling, as an outstanding student of our school, has broken the trial record of Wujian High School for decades. Such a genius, even your father would not think of harming him, but rather of recruiting him. If you dare make a move against him, you are making an enemy of the entire Wujian High School. The principal said resolutely, his tone full of determination. Lu Ling was slightly surprised, then quickly understood the principal's intentions. It seemed the principal had already seen his actions in the trial. Having developed an affinity for talent, wanting to recruit him, he stood up for himself. At the same time, he vowed to protect himself. However, Lu Ling was also happy about this. After all, the development of professionals cannot avoid a large amount of resources, and Lu Ling was not born into a prominent family, so if he wanted to develop with resources, choosing to join a guild was necessary. Especially since Lu Ling had awakened as a mage, a profession that requires a lot of resources in the early stages. On the other side, Su Yuntian was shocked upon hearing this, then filled with endless hatred, wishing to kill Lu Ling on the spot. But impulsiveness aside, he did not lose his rationality. The principal himself was more than level 180, a third transfer powerhouse, and one of the vice presidents of the two major professional guilds in the area. If the Su family wanted to act against the person he protected, they had to think twice. Seeing that he could no longer trouble Lu Ling, Su Yuntian stopped lingering, snorted angrily, and waved his sleeve to leave. As he left, Su Yuntian glared fiercely at Lu Ling, silently swearing to make Lu Ling pay for this. After Su Yuntian left, the principal turned to Lu Ling, and his expression became much gentler. Lu Ling, you really didn't let me down. In this trial, your performance was perfect. Such outstanding results have not been seen in the entire Jiang City for a long time. The principal praised with a smile. Lu Ling nodded slightly, humbly saying a few words, making the principal's impression of him even better. Strong strength, yet not arrogant or rash, he truly is a good seed. He even helped that girl Wanwan during the trial, indicating his character is also good, indeed worth nurturing. The principal fought and then directly extended an olive branch to Lu Ling. Lu Ling, I wonder if you are interested in coming with me to the Tianfeng Guild. I saw your performance today. With your talent, I believe it will be a great place for your development in the future. The principal spoke very directly, with no intention of beating around the bush. After hearing this, Lu Ling thought for a moment before agreeing. Of course. Seeing Lu Ling agree, the principal was very satisfied, looking at him with a smile, but suddenly changed his tone. By the way, did you team up with that girl Wanwan in the trial? Lu Ling was taken aback and then nodded. Good. Good. Not bad. In so many years, this is the first time I have seen that girl care so much about a boy. The smile on the principal's face grew even stronger, but Lu Ling did not hear the last sentence clearly. After agreeing to go to the Tianfeng Guild headquarters together after the meeting, the principal returned to the stage and began to award prizes. As the first place, Lu Ling directly received a reward of 100,000 Huaxia coins, plus a golden level equipment exchange voucher, and a silver level accessory exchange voucher. After the rewards were distributed, the principal encouraged the students a few more words, telling everyone to prepare well for the college entrance examination this month, and then announced the dismissal. After the dismissal, the principal directly took Lu Ling to the headquarters of the Tianfeng Guild, located in the city center of Jiang City. It was Lu Ling's first time experiencing flying, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Although he was being taken flying by someone, the feeling of soaring was still quite wonderful. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The headquarters of the Tianfeng Guild was extremely dignified and atmospheric, with a spacious hall in the center displaying a magnificent phoenix emblem, which was the guild symbol. Bypassing the reception area, the principal directly took Lu Ling to a place similar to a trial ground. Based on your performance in the trial, joining directly wouldn't be a problem. However, I would like to see your occupation panel first, and then arrange a combat power test for you. Is that okay, Lu Ling? Looking at Lu Ling's slightly puzzled expression, the principal explained with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Ling understood in her heart. The principal's move was to help her out.
Only by demonstrating enough strength and then enjoying resources would she have no worries behind her.
If she could enjoy resources just because the principal recommended her, what would the other members of the guild think?
So, undergoing a strength test was indeed necessary. Thinking this, Lu Ling nodded, then released her job panel.
Lu Ling, job, Mage. Current level, 10.
Talent skill, mastery of all magic, S.
Equipped skills, energy conversion LV1, dimensional tear LV1, arcane drain LV1. Health, 560, mana, 1000. Physical attack, 15, plus 80, spell power, 40. Physical defense, 13, spell defense, 13.
Strength, 10, constitution, 10, spirit, 28, agility, 18, current crit rate, 0%. This unit has received the God-given blessing, close combat expert. Looking at Lu Ling's job panel, the principal was slightly surprised.
Since the skill section could not show specific skill effects, the principal was unaware of Lu Ling's attack bonuses. This panel was a standard mage panel, with low health and high mana, seemingly unremarkable.
But Lu Ling's displayed combat power was extremely exaggerated, so her skills and talents must have some incredible effects. This indicated that Lu Ling was very likely to have awakened some hidden class precondition. Of course, the principal would not directly ask, as this concerned the privacy of every practitioner.
After a brief assessment, the principal took Lu Ling to the entrance of a D-class simulation secret realm.
The simulation secret realm was a virtual space created from fragments of real secret realm cores, and as long as there was energy, monsters would continue to refresh inside. Meanwhile, practitioners below level 20 could gain experience in it, but could not obtain drops. Such secret realms required a large amount of materials and resources, but they allowed low-level practitioners to level up with zero casualties, making them accessible only to high-level guilds.
The Tianfeng Guild had as many as 10 of these simulation secret realms, showing that its strength was indeed extraordinary. Lu Ling, although this secret realm is rated as D, its difficulty is no less than that of a C-class secret realm. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be farming this secret realm at your current level, but I think with your strength, it should be no problem. As the principal said this, he took out an identity card from his pocket and personally opened the secret realm entrance for Lu Ling. Chapter 9, Strength Test, Stunning Performance.
Lu Ling nodded, naturally not feeling any fear in her heart.
Soon, after Lu Ling entered the secret realm, the guild members surrounding her couldn't help but take notice. Ha! Is that Vice President Chu Shanha? He's actually leading someone for a strength test? Did Jiancheng produce another monstrous genius? Before long, Lu Ling's secret realm journey attracted quite a few people's attention. Hey! That kid is still wearing a novice outfit? He's a mage, how can he enter a D-class secret realm alone? He's entering the second most difficult level, the Hell Town. A fragile class could be wiped out in an instant?
For a moment, everyone looked down on Lu Ling. But once inside the secret realm, Lu Ling felt no panic at all. Due to being completely unfamiliar with this secret realm, Lu Ling cautiously explored her surroundings. The main structure of this secret realm was a ruined town, and the air was filled with a burning heat, making it clear that its monsters had a fire attribute. After a quick circle, Lu Ling soon spotted the first monster.
Monster, Flame Demon, Normal. Level, 10.
Attack power, 48, mixed elemental damage, health, 800.
Lu Ling recognized this kind of monster in an instant, and couldn't help but grin. So it was them.
Flame demons were fire attribute monsters, and they were rare mixed physical and magical damage dealers.
Their attacks had a chance to inflict burn effects, deducting 1% of the maximum health per second.
It can be considered a rather tricky kind of monster.
But Lu Ling was completely unafraid.
He was immune to magic damage of the same level. Even a burn wouldn't take away any health, and it could even reduce the flame spirit's damage by half.
So dealing with it was utterly easy.
Thinking this, Lu Ling immediately took out his novice staff and then strode towards the 3 flame spirits at the entrance of the town. This action instantly left the watching guild members stunned.
What's going on? Isn't this kid a mage? Why isn't he casting spells to pull the monsters? Why is he actively running forward instead? Does he really want to fight the flame spirits up close? Who is this fool? Why did Chu Shanha bring such a guy for the combat test? Is he a relative?
In an instant, everyone looked at the principal, Chu Shanha, with doubt. But Chu Shanha remained unfazed, continuing to stare at the screen, not at all considering Lu Ling's actions as inappropriate. Seeing this, everyone was convinced in their hearts that this kid was probably Chu Shanha's relative, just brought along for show, and a feeling of disdain rose within them. However, before they could silently complain, they all widened their eyes in unison, as if they had seen something unbelievable. They saw Lu Ling on the screen, after getting close to a flame spirit, suddenly striking out, swinging his novice staff, and directly knocking a flame spirit into the air.
-181. -181.
Taking advantage of the moment the flame spirit was airborne, Lu Ling violently followed up with 2 more staff strikes, directly dealing half its health. But that's not all. As soon as the stunned flame spirit landed, Lu Ling took a step forward, forcefully smashed the staff against the flame spirit's head, and then up close detonated a fireball spell. Boom! -508. This time, it shattered the flame spirit's body as well. The violent explosion pushed Lu Ling back a few steps due to the recoil. A smile appeared on his face. Such a violent way of fighting nearly made the jaws of these guild members drop. What, is this a mage? Those 2 hits just now, even a berserker wouldn't dare to do that, right? Fighting up close with spells, this person is simply a madman. But his damage is too high, right? A level 10 professional, and he just took out a flame spirit with 3 normal attacks and 1 fireball? And he's using a novice weapon. Everyone was astonished and discussing among themselves. But Lu Ling's next battle left them speechless. The 3 flame spirits were all over level 10, if other professionals in novice gear fought them, they would need a good amount of skill and strategy. But Lu Ling had just brutally and simply killed them all. A fragile profession, directly taking on the damage of 3 monsters at the same level, and wiping them out up close. Such a scene left all guild members utterly speechless. The original contempt for nepotism vanished, replaced by astonishment. In this moment, Lu Ling was also feeling immensely satisfied. This was the way a mage should fight. This was much more exhilarating than sneaking around and throwing fireballs. Lu Ling grinned as he looked at the 3 piles of ashes that were once flame spirits, thinking to himself. Having defeated these 3 monsters allowed Lu Ling to break through level 11 and also earn a good amount of warrior god points. Oh yes, it seems like I still have several lottery chances left, let's use one casually. Looking at the system's prompt panel, Lu Ling suddenly thought. With that in mind, he casually clicked to draw. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a purple collectible. A-level talent Rune Protection. Rune Protection, when attacked, can consume mana to negate some damage, and can restore 1% of consumed mana every 10 seconds. This talent is pretty good. Although it's a low level, it has a great effect. Lu Ling was very pleased and immediately equipped it. Before the first turn. Every profession can equip 3 talent skills, and if you want to increase them, you must change jobs again to gain new talent slots. Except for the talents that come with the first job change, practitioners can only acquire talents through the Temple of Professions by consuming source energy stones to draw learning. After equipping the new talent, Lu Ling's defensive shortcomings were enhanced, making him more reckless in battle. He swept all the way to the boss room, and the battle filled with violent aesthetics nearly left the guild members outside in shock. They couldn't help but begin to ponder one question. Shouldn't mages fight like this? At the same time, they realized another problem. That is, Lu Ling was truly strong. Only at level 10, wearing beginner gear, and even being a mage. Yet he had forcibly fought his way to the boss room. This was already an exaggeration. At this point, no one dared to underestimate the black-haired boy in the secret realm. Everyone focused intently on him to see how he would deal with the boss in Purgatory Town. As Lu Ling fought his way to the entrance of the boss room, his level had risen to level 13. Looking at the church in front of him that radiated heat, Lu Ling understood that this must be the boss room of the secret realm. He pushed the door open and entered. Inside was empty, except for a crimson figure quietly murmuring something with solemnity. In his hand was a tattered Bible, already burnt beyond recognition by flames. BOSS Flame of Sin Priest. Level 15, Black Iron level monster boss. Attack 103, mixed physical and magical damage, health 1500. Trait Scorching Morning. This boss's attacks will inflict soul burning, causing 1% of maximum health as real damage per second, and healing effects on the burned are halved. It was actually a level 15 boss. Chapter 10 The President's Personal Invitation, Becoming a Senior Member. Lu Ling's expression became serious, and he twirled his staff before holding it upside down. Although this boss looked tough to deal with, it was not too difficult for Lu Ling to win. He only needed to pay a little attention and not get instant killed. Thinking this, Lu Ling was the first to initiate an attack. After a run-up, Lu Ling jumped high and executed a downward slash, striking the Flame of Sin Priest heavily on the head, causing him to lose over 100 health points. Then he unleashed a smooth combo, leaving the priest no chance to retaliate, and his health dropped by a third. When allocating free attribute points, Lu Ling specifically raised his agility a bit, making him much faster and reducing his casting animation significantly. Meanwhile, in the observation area outside, a middle-aged man with somewhat graying hair had appeared beside Principal Chu Shanha, watching the screen thoughtfully. Seeing Lu Ling use a fireball to push the Flame of Sin Priest back a few steps, the middle-aged man showed a look of surprise. This kid is a mage? How can he fight the boss in melee? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Ling flip his staff and unleash a sweeping move, causing the priest to leap into the air, his look of astonishment deepening. What kind of method is this?
Can a mage fight like this?
Beside him, Chu Shanha revealed a faint smile. Old Lin, this is the genius boy I just told you about, the first in this awakening trial at Wuji High School, scoring over 200 points. The middle-aged man, named Old Lin, was once again shocked and then gazed fervently at Lu Ling on the screen.
This kid, so strong?
While the two were exchanging a few words, Lu Ling had already successfully beaten the Flame of Sin priest to the brink of death, just a final blow away from securing the kill. Having guarded for his whole life, the Flame of Sin priest could not understand, even in death, why. Why can this mage be so freakish? He came up and directly smashed 2 fireballs to my face, even using his staff to hit me hard, leaving me dizzy and seeing stars. Moreover, this guy's damage output is already high, but his resistances are ridiculously high too. Magic damage doesn't drop my health, and physical attacks barely scratch me. Except for the searing true damage, other damage hitting him feels like just scratching an itch.
Is this a mage?
It's a level 13 mage. Filled with strong indignation, Father Sinflame was ended by Lu Ling with a single blow from his staff, awaiting his next rebirth. After successfully killing the priest, Lu Ling also leveled up to level 14, and once again, the system's upgrade sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, host.
You have killed a special enemy with a melee attack. Earned 80 martial god points.
With the appearance of the teleportation beam, Lu Ling nodded in satisfaction and then left this secret realm. User 09527 successfully completed the trial instance Purgatory Town.
Time used, 14 minutes and 34 seconds. As Lu Ling emerged, an announcement appeared on the electronic screen. Everyone gasped collectively upon seeing this. This time is already infinitely close to the record for the fastest completion of this instance. This was achieved during Lu Ling's first entry into the instance, completely without any strategy, showing just how powerful he truly is. Seeing the trial results, Chu Shanha also revealed a smile. This time, he really found a treasure. Lu Ling is sure to become an extremely powerful profession in the future. And the middle-aged man known as Old Lin was also greatly shocked, his gaze heating up when he looked at Lu Ling again. When Lu Ling walked up to Chu Shanha, Old Lin was already becoming impatient, completely shedding any semblance of the dignified weight of a guild president. Hello, you must be Lu Ling, young friend? My name is Lin Tianxiong, the president of the Tianfeng Guild.
Without waiting for Lu Ling to ask, Lin Tianxiong swiftly introduced himself. Then, he immediately reached out his hand toward Lu Ling and said solemnly, I formally invite you to become a part of our Tianfeng Guild. As long as you agree to join, I will grant you the treatment of a senior member, and the materials for your future class change will all be covered by the guild. Moreover, I will personally gift you a suitable set of equipment, how about that? Lin Tianxiong's words left everyone present in a daze. This treatment is simply too good. Senior member status comes with a significant amount of energy stones as a monthly subsidy, along with many privileges. Plus covering the class change materials and a set of equipment personally gifted by the president. As one of the 2 strongest guilds in Jiangcheng, how could Lin Tianxiong offer anything cheap? After hearing this, Lu Ling pondered for a moment before immediately agreeing to Lin Tianxiong's invitation. Firstly, he genuinely needed the support of a strong faction to ensure he would have sufficient resources for future development. Secondly, he needed a place where he could quickly level up to 20. And Tianfeng Guild could fully meet Lu Ling's needs. Moreover, the person who introduced him was his own principal, so Lu Ling had no reason to refuse. Seeing Lu Ling agree, Lin Tianxiong also smiled. What's most important these days? Talent. Their Tianfeng Guild certainly has the hard strength to be known in the provincial capital, but the new blood has been rather lacking in recent years. Great. You wait here for a moment, I will have someone make you an identity card right away. During this time, all the secret realms in the guild will be open to you, you can level up any time until you reach level 20. Also, come by our guild's trade department tomorrow. Lin Tianxiong said, immediately sending Lu Ling a membership invitation. Tianfeng Guild President, Lin Tianxiong invites you to join the guild. Lu Ling immediately chose to agree. Joined the guild successfully. Activating guild buffs. Physical attack plus 20%, magic power plus 20%, health recovery speed plus 50%, mana recovery speed plus 50%. A long list of prompts kept popping up. Lu Ling roughly counted, there were at least 10 kinds. When Chu Shanha saw Lu Ling agree to join, he also showed a smile. Were the conditions given by Lin Tianxiong too many? Not too many at all. In Chu Shanha's view, having a genius like Lu Ling join their Tianfeng Guild was already granting him a favor. To have such strength at level 13, who knows how many guilds outside would be scrambling for him. Fortunately, he discovered this gem first. Chu Shanha sighed in his heart. Thinking of this, he patted Lu Ling's shoulder and smiled, saying, Alright, now I can say I've made a significant contribution to the guild, I should enjoy 2 days off, right? He said this while looking at Lin Tianxiong with a cheerful face. Lin Tianxiong found it quite amusing and said,
Brother Chu, you are much more carefree than I am, I rarely see you wandering around the guild. The two joked, and Lin Tianxian's subordinate, who had just been called to assist Lu Ling with his membership card, had returned. Receiving the well-made identity card, Lu Ling couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to quickly head to the simulation realm to level up. Once he reached level 20, he could apply to enter the real realm to farm monsters. Chapter 11, Reward Exchange, Explosive Staff. At that time, his strength would grow rapidly. The college entrance examination would surely yield good results. Lin Tianxian could see his thoughts with one glance and chuckled, saying, "Alright, since we've completed the identity card, I won't keep you. Lu Ling can wander around the guild." As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something. "By the way, the equipment department downstairs just received a new batch of staffs. You don't have a weapon yet, right? Go there and pick a suitable one, I'll let the person in charge know." After saying that, he took out his phone and contacted someone. Lu Ling heard this and smiled slightly, knowing Lin Tianxian was trying to be friendly, so he didn't decline and thanked him before heading directly to the equipment department downstairs. Upon arriving at the department responsible for sorting and selling equipment, Lu Ling couldn't help but sigh. The Tianfeng Guild strength was indeed extraordinary. A wall was filled with dazzling weapons, all high-tier products, truly rich and powerful. Of course, Lu Ling couldn't use these weapons yet, so he just glanced at them and began to choose from the low-tier weapons. Silver-tier weapons were locked at levels 10 to 20, which became one of Lu Ling's current selection targets. First, he aimed to find a suitable weapon to transition, and when leveling up before the college entrance examination, he would use the reward from the awakening trial to exchange for a golden weapon. Lu Ling had already planned this out. Before long, a uniquely designed staff caught Lu Ling's eye. Explosive Staff. Tier, Silver, White. Level locked, Level 12. Bonus, plus 10 magic power, plus 5% critical hit rate. Feature explosive, fire attribute skills plus 30% damage. Every time a skill is released can cause an additional chain explosion, CD 10 seconds. Explosion damage is 50% magic power plus 50% physical attack. This staff matched him quite well, and the effects were good, increasing the damage of fireball spell and providing a bit of critical hit probability. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ling was very satisfied and immediately selected this staff. The staff member in charge here smiled warmly and briefly introduced Lu Ling, then registered it and let him take it away directly. With the new weapon, Lu Ling didn't head straight to the realm. Instead, he took some time to visit the profession temple and learned a new fire attribute skill, Flame Beam. Since his skill bar wasn't full, he might as well learn a new skill. After finishing his studies, Lu Ling finally came to the simulation realm area and began to select. Having looked around, Lu Ling directly chose a sea-level medium secret realm and was about to enter. Seeing this, the staff hurriedly blocked him. Hey! Young man! Wait a moment! This secret realm requires a minimum level of 16, specifically for members around level 18 to practice their skills. Your level is too low, it could be dangerous for you to go in. The staff kindly reminded him. Lu Ling smiled slightly and said, "I know, that's exactly why I chose this place. Don't worry, nothing will happen." After saying this, he directly dove into the teleportation light column. The staff sighed and shook his head, thinking to himself that it was just another reckless young fool who didn't know the limits. When he got killed inside and lost levels, he'd learn his lesson. That being said, he still pulled up the scene of the secret realm Lu Ling entered, planning to cut off the energy supply at any moment to save him. But he quickly exclaimed in surprise. Wait, a level 13 mage, how dare he solo a secret realm? Is this kid out of his mind? His voice quickly attracted a few bored staff members. They all gathered to watch for some fun. Unbeknownst to them, a sweet-looking girl had also quietly noticed the scene, casting a curious glance. When she saw that the person on the screen was Lu Ling, her mouth flew open in shock. Lu Ling, the Great One? How did he end up here? Could it be that he has already joined a guild? This girl was Su Xiao, the tank girl who had met Lu Ling during the awakening trials. She hurriedly called her best friend, Lin Wanwan, and then stood by to watch. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, after changing his weapon, felt his combat power soar. Now even a basic attack could deal 150 damage. If he got a critical hit, it could strike 200 or 300. And one fireball spell could directly blow away 700 health. This didn't even count the passive effect of the explosive staff. As Lu Ling walked, he soon encountered the first monster. Monster Devourer, Normal. Level, 15. Attack, 103, physical damage, health, 1500. This was a humanoid monster, but differently, its entire head had split open like a flower, with a large mouth in the center, looking quite menacing. Upon seeing an intruder, it immediately let out a roar and lunged to swallow Lu Ling whole. But Lu Ling was faster. With a cold smile, he shoved his staff directly into its mouth. This move stunned the onlookers who were watching the battle. Is this kid crazy? Is he trying to commit suicide?
Before they could ponder, the next scene instantly shocked them, leaving their jaws dropped for a moment. Various strange actions made a staff member involuntarily suspect that there was a problem with the secret realm.
How could a level 13 mage go up and stick to the boss's face, using his staff like a club, and even cast fireball spells embedded in the enemy's body? This damage, is it for real, brother? As Lu Ling continuously unleashed 3 fireballs, the entire secret realm area fell silent.
Everyone stared blankly at the large words on the screen. Advanced member Lu Ling has successfully cleared the sea-level secret realm, the Devouring Nest.
Time taken, 12 minutes and 8 seconds. Advanced member Lu Ling has successfully broken the record. Chapter 12, SS Level Talent. Magic Blade. In just 10 minutes, Lu Ling went from level 13 to nearly level 15. Such a person is beyond description, except to call him a monster. Su Xiao was also staring blankly at the screen, her lovely big eyes blinking, her face filled with disbelief. How much time has passed? The great Lu Ling is already reaching level 15? He even solo cleared the sea-level secret realm and broke the record. This is just too unbelievable.
But Lu Ling didn't think this was such an incredible thing. He felt that his recent operations weren't perfect enough and still had room for improvement. However, the speed of level advancement was still quite good. Let's reward myself.
Ahem, it's time for a lottery draw.
As the familiar sound of the system's spinning wheel played, Lu Ling again heard the familiar congratulatory voice. Congratulations, host.
You have drawn a hidden treasure. SS level hidden job talent skill Magic Blade. Magic Blade, each of your attacks will carry extra magical damage equal to 100% spell power, and this damage can critically hit. Extra attribute, Metamorphic Alchemy. By defeating enemies with special attacks, you can imprint their special attacks onto this talent. Current wearable slot, 0. It's actually a hidden job talent.
Lu Ling was momentarily stunned, filled with joy inside.
This talent effect is indeed powerful. And it is replaceable.
This means that the sources of his damage will be more diverse. Especially this extra attribute that can turn defeated enemy attributes into his own. The mechanism is just too disgusting. Just like the Burning Lament from the Sin Flame Priest, he only needs to defeat it once more to imprint this effect onto his talent. Moreover, besides this effect, just the additional magical damage that can critically hit is enough to increase Lu Ling's output by at least 1/3. Thinking of this, Lu Ling immediately equipped this skill into his talent bar. This is a hidden job related to mages, so mages can equip it too. After equipping this skill, Lu Ling couldn't wait to test it out. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces. Isn't that Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao? Why are they here too? Lu Ling immediately recognized the 2 girls he had fought alongside before. Thinking of this, he stepped forward to greet them. Unexpectedly, before he could get close, a few staff members noticed Lin Wanwan first and hurriedly bowed respectfully to her. Hello, young lady. Everyone spoke in unison. This suddenly stunned Lu Ling. Young lady? Wait. Tianfeng Guild. The president's name is Lin Tianxiong and also has the surname Lin. Lin Wanwan, could it be that she is the president's daughter? Lu Ling was dumbfounded for a few seconds. He originally thought that Lin Wanwan was just a kid from a rich family, not knowing that her father was actually one of the top 4-turn powerhouses in the entire Jiang city. The president of Tianfeng Guild. But Lin Wanwan didn't pay much attention to the staff. After politely responding, she took small steps to Lu Ling's side, beaming as she said. Lu Ling, I didn't expect you to join Tianfeng Guild too. That's great. How's the treatment my dad is giving you? Lu Ling scratched his head and instinctively answered her. However, unexpectedly, when Lin Wanwan heard this, she immediately puffed up her little cheeks. What? Dad is actually so stingy. Just wait, I'm going to find him. At this moment, Lin Wanwan truly had a bit of the young lady's demeanor, but Lu Ling found it surprisingly cute. However, he was not someone who lacked sense, and immediately stopped Lin Wanwan. I didn't expect that this was actually your family's guild. What a coincidence. By the way, you should still be under level 10, right? Do you want to go grind in the dungeon together? Lu Ling said with a smile, directly changing the topic. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately responded happily. Sure. You have to lead me. Her cheerful appearance completely stunned the staff around them. Is this still that gentle and quiet young lady? Why does she look like a little girl? Could it be that the strange mage guy in front of them is going to be her future son-in-law? Watching the 3 of them gradually walk away, the staff member who had previously stopped Lu Ling quietly swallowed and took out his phone to dial the guild leader's secretary. Meanwhile, Lu Ling took Lin Wanwan back into the underworld town dungeon again. It was secondary to level Lin Wanwan up. Lu Ling primarily wanted to acquire the special attribute Fiery Morning from the Father of Sin.
At level 14, Lu Ling returned here and it felt as easy as cutting through watermelon. He didn't even need a tank to pull the monsters, he single-handedly pushed through. What used to require a couple of skills plus a few basic attacks to defeat the flame ghost could now be taken down in 2 swings of the staff. With the blade of spell energy talent boosting him, Lu Ling's basic attack damage had nearly doubled. Additionally, this extra damage could also benefit from the passive effects of Dimensional Tear and Arcane Drain, making his damage output efficiency even higher. This time, it took Lu Ling only 7 to 8 minutes to defeat the father again. I must say, grinding monsters with a healer is indeed nice. Not only does it save movement time, but it also grants attribute boosts. All you need to do is enjoy the fight. Lu Ling took Lin Wanwan through 2 more runs of the Underworld Town dungeon, directly leveling her up to 10 while he successfully reached level 15. After coming out, Lu Ling saw that it was already quite late, so he declined Lin Wanwan's invitation to dinner and headed straight home. After handing over the reward of 100,000 huaxia coins to his mom, Lu Ling collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep quickly, entering dreamland. Today, he had been playing from morning to night, even an Iron Man would feel exhausted. Seeing her son's bank card being handed over, Lu Ling's mother, Ling Wanru, showed a hint of distress. Lu Ling was raised solely by her, his father had passed away when he was 3, so Ling Wanru was particularly fond of Lu Ling. Watching her son grow, Ling Wanru felt both happiness and worry in her heart. She feared that she could not provide Lu Ling with a good environment or enough resources. Her son was a genius, and this was a fact that Ling Wanru had discovered long ago. Recalling her husband's hearty laughter, Ling Wanru sat on the balcony with some sadness, gazing at the moon, slowly drifting off to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Ling woke up feeling refreshed. His goal today was to push straight to level 20. Then he would use that accessory exchange voucher and dive into the real dungeon. After a simple wash-up, he headed directly to the Tianfeng Guild. Lu Ling's extraordinary performance yesterday had left all the staff in the dungeon area deeply impressed by this extraordinary young man. Seeing him come back, the staff hurried over. "Little brother Lu, you're here so early?" Lu Ling smiled slightly, nodded in response, and then headed straight for the highest level here. The most difficult secret realm, the Ruined Sanctum. Chapter 13, Crisis. The Secret Realm Awakens. This was originally a simulated secret realm that could only be entered at level 40, but due to a damaged core, the simulated secret realm became incomplete. Thus, it was changed to a sea-level secret realm accessible at level 20. As a result, it became the hardest simulated secret realm in the Tianfeng Guild. Just as Lu Ling planned to enter alone, he suddenly heard Lin Wanwan's cheerful voice. "Lu Ling. Good morning." He saw Lin Wanwan smiling brightly behind him. "Good morning." Lu Ling responded with a smile to Lin Wanwan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Wanwan suddenly said, Can you take me to clear the secret realm again today?" Lin Wanwan's little face turned slightly red, her gaze evasive as she asked. She wasn't asking this just to level up, she simply wanted a reason to spend more time with Lu Ling. As the young lady of the Tianfeng Guild, would she really worry about not having someone to help level up? Lu Ling thought for a moment and agreed to her request. Taking a priest along would indeed make things easier, since priest classes have the experience aura feature, which means they wouldn't lose much experience. With Lin Wanwan's support, his leveling efficiency might even be slightly higher than grinding solo. Thinking this, Lu Ling immediately opened the teleportation portal to the Ruined Sanctum, stepping inside with Lin Wanwan. Just as they entered the portal, the staff responsible for maintaining the Ruined Sanctum suddenly let out a cry. "Damn! What's going on?" The stored source energy stones have suddenly been absorbed by the secret realm core. Could it be that something went wrong in the secret realm? As he said this, he immediately started checking. Upon checking, he was shocked into a daze. The secret realm has awakened? He stared blankly at the uncontrollable screen, his heart racing with panic. The awakening of the secret realm meant that the successfully crafted simulated secret realm core had suddenly been influenced by special factors, turning back into a real secret realm. The adventurers who enter would be forcibly locked in, unable to exit voluntarily, and death would be real, not like in simulated realms where one could be reborn. This was extremely dangerous. One must know that the intensity of a simulated realm is certainly not as strong as that of a real realm. And the Ruined Sanctum was locked at level 40. If it were to return to its original state, those inside would mostly be doomed. The staff instinctively flipped through the entry and exit list, only to find the names of the guild leader's daughter and son had also entered. This was serious. The staff quickly got up, stumbling toward Lin Tianxiong's office. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, already inside the secret realm, sensed that something was off. A sudden feeling of danger flashed through his mind, and he realized he seemed unable to exit the secret realm at will. Could something have gone wrong? Lu Ling was puzzled, but before he could think more, several monsters suddenly appeared before him. Ruined Warrior, normal. Level, 25. Attack power, 189, physical damage, health, 2000. Several skeletons clad in broken armor burst forth from the ground, their vacant eyes staring at Lu Ling. After a brief hesitation, these ruined warriors suddenly let out a howl, raising their weapons high and charging at Lu Ling. Lu Ling, be careful! Lin Wanwan shouted in alarm, quickly casting a holy healing protection. This skill could temporarily boost a teammate's defense, providing a percentage of damage immunity. With the buff active, Lu Ling no longer dodged, his eyes sharpened as he drew out his explosive staff and struck out. -312. -603. Lu Ling landed a basic attack and followed up with a fireball spell, instantly melting half of the ruined warrior's health. Just as he was about to move in for the kill against the skeleton, he suddenly heard a scream. Be careful! Then, a strong youth raised his shield high and forcefully sent a broken warrior flying in front of Lu Ling. Are you okay, brother? Don't be afraid. He immediately said to Lu Ling with concern, and then motioned for Lu Ling to hide behind him. Lu Ling was slightly dazed, but this look was mistaken by the young man as being frightened. I'm telling you, brother, you are too reckless. Why would a mage and a priest come to grind dungeons? At least bring a tank or a warrior. This guy was chatty, continuously talking non-stop. Lu Ling also regained his senses and couldn't help but chuckle inside. This guy thinks I was taken down? That's interesting, but he does have a kind heart. At this moment, the remaining monsters began to surround and attack the young man. But he just held up his shield to block while urging Lu Ling, saying, Come on, man, stop daydreaming. Quickly use your skills to attack. Lu Ling nodded, immediately gripping his staff and charging forward. This action startled the young man, who shouted, Hey, hey, hey! Brother, what are you doing? Don't rush in like that. Lu Ling did not explain but leaped high, smashing a broken warrior down with his staff, then added 2 more strikes, with a fireball to finish it off. With that series of 3 attacks, he scored a critical hit, instantly taking down the broken warrior. Such a bizarre scene left the young man dumbfounded. The words he originally wanted to say were swallowed back, leaving his mind buzzing. Lu Ling's actions made him forget for a moment that he was still being attacked, and he stammered. Wait, man. Aren't you a mage? Lu Ling didn't answer, only smiled at him, then swung his staff again to knock away a monster trying to ambush him from behind. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan was not idle, continuously applying various buffs to the two and occasionally throwing healing orbs to restore their health. With the cooperation of the 3, they quickly cleared this group of monsters. Man, you are too awesome. Are you really a mage? How are you more violent than a warrior? Did you notice? The monsters here seem to be much stronger, and just now, I saw 2 people die, but their bodies didn't teleport away. It's really strange. By the way, I'm Lin Bachin. What's your name, brother? After finishing off the monsters, the young man started chattering again. Lu Ling found this guy quite interesting and smiled as he said, Hello, my name is Lu Ling. Lin Bachin gasped in surprise as if he had heard Lu Ling's name before. But Lin Wanwan nearby wore a strangely shameful expression, clearly saying, I don't know this person. Lu Ling noticed this strange scene and recalled Lin Bachin's surname, quickly coming to a realization. Are you siblings? Lu Ling tentatively asked. No. They answered in unison, then exchanged glances, Lin Wanwan soon showing a look of total helplessness. Lin Bachin chuckled a few times and said, I'm her brother. But we weren't in the same high school. Lu Ling laughed and nodded, also stopping Lin Bachin's chatter, then looked towards the center area of the broken sanctuary. Let's chat later when we get out. If I'm not mistaken, this dungeon might be in trouble. Chapter 14, A Desperate Struggle. The Fallen King. After observing for a while, Lu Ling's expression became serious. According to the guide, the monsters in the dungeon should all be around level 20, but they had just encountered a large group of level 25 monsters, which clearly wasn't right. Moreover, the overall area of the dungeon had also expanded significantly, with many new areas appearing that were not in the guide. At this moment, the observation room outside the secret realm had turned chaotic. If anything happens to my daughter, Lao Lin, you better be prepared to accompany her in death. Beside Lin Tianxiong stood a striking middle-aged woman, who was wiping away tears while cursing, her bright red long hair extremely noticeable. As the president of the Tianfeng Guild, Lin Tianxiong didn't dare to raise his voice in front of her, only managing a bitter smile. How could he not be anxious? Both his son and daughter were inside, along with that talented newcomer who had also entered. These were all people he couldn't afford to lose. So, he immediately sought out Professor from Jiangcheng Research Institute, the one with the most thorough research on secret realms. The red-haired woman was Lin Tianxiong's wife, Xin Miaoyu, known as the #1 Valkyrie of Jiangcheng, and the mother of Lin Wanwan and Lin Bachin. At this moment, the monitoring room was packed with powerful figures, nearly all the higher-ups of the Tianfeng Guild had arrived.
But with the core of the secret realm in trouble, their role was quite limited. After all, no one could break through the heavenly restrictions and forcibly enter to bring people out. Everything depended on several professors from Jiangbei Research Institute, and these young professionals still inside. Inside the secret realm right now. Lu Ling confirmed after scouting around that an accident had undoubtedly occurred. Not only had the number of monsters inside increased, but their average level had also reached level 23. This was absolutely abnormal. Moreover, they couldn't exit voluntarily. It felt like a reality secret realm reset to an unfinished state. If they died, it would mean true death. Realizing this, Lu Ling immediately became cautious. But after staying at the edge for a while, Lu Ling sensed something was off. The entire space of the secret realm seemed to be slowly collapsing. This meant that if they couldn't escape before the secret realm completely collapsed, they would be trapped here forever. Recognizing the severity of the problem, Lu Ling furrowed his brows and began to think. According to the speed of the realm's collapse, they could stay inside for at most half an hour. If during that half hour, the people outside didn't notice anything unusual and came to their rescue, they would die here. Thus, the only way out now was to defeat the boss according to the normal flow of the secret realm and then escape. But with the anomalies in the secret realm, the boss inside was probably already above level 30, which made the fight very dangerous. Should they continue to hide and wait for rescue, or should they risk it all? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ling finally decided to fight. Dying at the hands of monsters was better than watching the world crumble here, falling into a space crack. With that determination, Lu Ling immediately explained their current situation to the two others. In this critical moment, the Lin siblings remained remarkably calm, simultaneously placing the choice in Lu Ling's hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling said nothing else, only nodded earnestly at the both of them. I will get you both out. After saying that, he organized everything useful he had and finally set off towards the boss spawning area. Among the three, Lu Ling was a level 15 mage, Lin Wanwan was an 11-level priest, and Lin Beichen was a 13-level pure tank class, a shield warrior. The three of them combined didn't even exceed level 40, yet they were going to fight a boss over level 30. It felt utterly absurd. But none of the three showed the slightest hint of fear. Outside, the powerful figures saw them heading towards the boss room and started to panic. Oh no! Why don't these kids stay hidden? They should wait for those professors to come up with a rescue plan. The boss of the broken sanctuary is level 40. Even if it was weakened at that moment, it wouldn't drop below level 30, aren't they just walking to their death? How reckless. It must be that Lu Kid trying to be a hero. Only Chu Shanhe thought differently. He understood Lu Ling and knew he was definitely not an impulsive person. Surely something new has happened, which led him to decide to take a risk. Soon, Lu Ling and the other two arrived outside the boss respawn area. The final boss of the ruined sanctuary is called the Fallen King, a humanoid-type boss, wielding a massive two-handed sword, and possesses an extremely disgusting effect, Touch of Liberation. Touch of Liberation can directly reduce both mana and life point limits, and it deducts 1% of current health every second while also preventing practitioners from using potions. Even the priest's purifying light requires 2 uses to dispel this effect. It's truly disgusting to the extreme. As the three entered the great hall of the ruined sanctuary, a huge shadow dressed in all black and with an invisible face slowly stood up from the high throne, reaching down to pull out a massive dark green sword from the ground. He slowly walked down from the throne, then slung the huge sword over his shoulder, and a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide, staring intently at Lu Ling and the other two. Monster Fallen King. Level, Golden Level Boss. Attack, 308, Physical and Magical Mixed Damage, Health, 8000. Skills, Fallen Domain, Eternal Curse Hands. The Forgotten King will eventually spread his hatred to the earth. Facing such a formidable enemy, Lu Ling dared not be careless, immediately having Lin Wanwan cast a buff on him, then he charged boldly toward the Fallen King. But this move left the powerful figures outside dumbfounded. Isn't this guy a mage? What is he doing? Is he crazy? How could someone like him become the first in the awakening trial of Jiangcheng? This is just absurd. He will get Wanwan and Beichen killed. Among the crowd, most people shouted angrily. Only a handful chose to remain silent, contemplating as they looked at Lu Ling's pair of star-like dazzling eyes on the screen. In the footage, Lu Ling faced the Fallen King head-on, both sides raising their weapons and fiercely swinging at each other. Just when all the senior members of the Tianfeng Guild thought Lu Ling's head would be split open like a watermelon, a shocking scene occurred. It was actually Lu Ling, as a mage, who struck first. Lu Ling's staff came down with tremendous force, smashing hard onto the Fallen King's head, causing it to let out a muffled grunt. This sight left the high-level members outside completely stunned. They were all at least level 80 or above, yet they had never seen a mage perform like Lu Ling did. But that's not all. After Lu Ling's successful close-up attack, he immediately followed up with a skill. He used Flame Beam to harshly slash at the Fallen King. With high instant damage paired with the scorching effect of Burning Morning, it instantly took nearly 2,000 health from the fallen king. However, this also drove the fallen king into a frenzy, as he plunged the massive sword into the ground.
Chapter 15, A Sudden Triumph. The Mage's Ultimate Intent.
At this moment outside, someone immediately realized this was the prelude to the boss about to unleash a domain skill. With the attributes of the three, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it all.
This domain could deal nearly 100 magical damage per second. Given Lu Ling's mere teenage level as a mage, he probably couldn't endure 6 seconds.
Now, that kid is in grave danger, many high-level members thought. In a critical moment, Lu Ling immediately shouted,
"Buff me up, you all stay back in the corners."
After he spoke, he charged forward with several mightily swung strikes, instantly bringing the fallen king's health down significantly. Lin Wanwan and Lin Beichen immediately followed his orders.
A beam of holy light fell first, then came Lin Beichen's inspiring battle roar. Both of these skills could provide Lu Ling with defense and damage reduction.
At this moment, the fallen king's skill range only had Lu Ling left standing.
This kid, is he intentionally positioning himself?
This way, the boss's skill won't cover the entire hall.
Is he planning to sacrifice himself to save his teammates? The high-ups held their breaths, immediately realizing Lu Ling's intentions. But if he dies, the damage output won't be enough.
What a pity, he is still too impulsive. Someone sighed, and everyone's faces looked grim. With a terrifying shockwave, the entire hall was enveloped in dark purple light, and Lu Ling's figure was instantly swallowed.
Is it over? Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but feel regret for Lu Ling.
But just then, a violent explosion suddenly came from the fallen realm.
Boom!
Lu Ling soared high like a god, actually blasted into the air by a fireball, quickly adjusting his posture in midair, then gripping the broken staff with both hands.
He unleashed a technique of falling from the sky with the staff. Bang!
A muffled sound echoed, and the massive damage directly interrupted the fallen king's spellcasting.
He didn't die.
Seeing Lu Ling's figure again, everyone was stunned.
How could a mage, known for being frail, withstand a level 30 boss skill and survive? Is this still a mage?
In fact, if it weren't for the high magic resistance from the melee experts, Lu Ling would have truly met his end. But with an 80% magic reduction plus 2 top-notch damage shields, Lu Ling barely took a scratch after enduring the domain for a few seconds. After landing a staff hit that staggered the fallen king, Lu Ling grinned.
Next, it's my turn. Lu Ling twirled the staff in his hand and then charged forward, ready to attack. At this moment, the corners of the high-ups' mouths couldn't help but twitch.
Their expressions changed from A to an O.
So violent. Is this really a mage? Whose mage swings their staff like this right in someone's face?
As Lu Ling finished his combo, the fallen king's health hit rock bottom, leaving just over 1,000 health.
But Lu Ling's mana was almost depleted.
He had been continuously using Dimension Tier, although he was attacking quickly, it wasn't enough to regain mana. Seeing Lu Ling stop his actions, the fallen king immediately understood that Lu Ling had run out of mana, and his pent-up anger surged up.
Damn human! Feel my wrath.
The fallen king was about to launch a fierce attack when he saw a light blue holy light surge around Lu Ling again. Then, Lu Ling's staff poked his face once more and slowly glowed with an orange light.
Boom!
A fireball spell exploded right in his face, turning the fallen king into a puddle of meat.
What a joke! Lu Ling had a versatile healer behind him, why would he worry about running out of mana?
And Lin Beichen stared in disbelief at the fallen king, who had his head and feet 20 meters apart, pinching himself slightly. Brother Lu Ling, now I finally know why you dared to bring just a priest into a dungeon.
At this moment, the high-ranking members watching outside were collectively silent. Lu Ling's performance had left them numb. How could a mage be so powerful? Who said mages are weak in the early stages? Who said that? Step forward. This is a true mage.
After a while, Lin Tianxiong slowly spoke up. This child will surely soar to great heights in the future. Everyone secretly nodded in agreement, and when they looked at Lu Ling again, their eyes were filled with utmost seriousness. And Xin Miaoyu was even more excited than ever.
Great. Wanwan is fine. What's this kid's name?
I need to thank him properly. Saying this, she couldn't wait to rush to the exit of the Secret Realm's teleportation portal. As a light lit up, Lu Ling and his 2 companions successfully returned to the guild.
As soon as they landed, Xin Miaoyu rushed over and hugged Lin Wanwan tightly. Wanwan, I'm so glad you're fine.
You scared your mom to death. Lin Tianxiong also walked over, slightly excited, and patted Lu Ling on the shoulder.
Young friend Lu.
This time, I really owe it all to you. If it weren't for you, both of my children would have perished here.
But Lu Ling only smiled faintly and said, This is what I should do. If it weren't for me, Lin Wanwan wouldn't have entered this secret realm.
His humble demeanor caused the many leaders behind him to nod continuously.
With an excellent character and extraordinary strength?
This Lu Ling is definitely a great talent. Lin Tianxiong naturally would not change his mind because of a few humble words from Lu Ling.
Young friend Lu, great kindness does not require thanks.
From now on, you are the benefactor of my Tianfeng guild.
If you need anything, just speak.
Lin Tianxiong had already made up his mind to thoroughly pull Lu Ling to his side, showing his sincerity directly.
Although this promise seemed polite, it was extremely precious. As the president of the guild, Lin Tianxiong's words were equivalent to declaring,
"From now on, Lu Ling's matters are my matters.
Whoever wants to touch you will be at war with me." In Jiang City, who doesn't know that Lin Tianxiong's promise is worth 1,000 gold?
Hearing this, Lu Ling was slightly surprised but did not express much. He wasn't particularly familiar with Lin Tianxiong, he only thought that Lin Tianxiong was a relatively upright and sensible strong man, a temporary ally.
Before he could respond, the excited Shen Miaoyu came over, grabbing Lu Ling's hand and saying, "Good kid. I saw your performance in the secret realm. Thanks to you, Wan was able to come out safely. Don't say anything. If anyone troubles you in Jiang City, just drop my name."
After saying this, she pulled Lu Ling to thank him repeatedly. Then, Shen Miaoyu directly took Lu Ling and ran to the treasure chamber of Tianfeng Guild. Shen Miaoyu's way of thanking was quite direct, pointing at a room filled with top equipment worth at least 1 million, and boldly patted her chest, saying,
"Pick whatever you like. Take 2 pieces that you want."
Lu Ling initially planned to refuse, but Shen Miaoyu was so enthusiastic that he could only reluctantly start choosing.
Chapter 16, Rewards. Epic Equipment. On to the new secret realm.
After looking around, Lu Ling couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement.
Otherwise, how can you say there is a vast difference between professionals with backgrounds and those without? Here, picking any equipment out would cause a scramble outside. Yet, Tianfeng Guild has a whole room. Various purple and golden equipment was everywhere.
After watching for a while, Lu Ling felt a bit helpless. The things here are great, but hardly anything is useful for him. Either the level requirement is too high, so even if he took it, he couldn't equip it, or it's simply not suitable for his fighting style. Just as Lu Ling was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a piece of equipment in the corner that caught his attention.
Accessory Lustrous Necklace. Grade, Epic, Purple. Level requirement, 30. Usable by classes, Mage. Bonus, plus 50 spell strength plus 15% crit rate.
Accessory effect Lustrous Lotus, your spell skills can deal critical hits, but the initial critical damage is 150%.
At the moment Lu Ling saw the effect of this accessory, he instantly gasped. "This is great. This fits me perfectly. It's simply a divine artifact. Spells can crit. With my face-to-face double damage, this skill would surely be devastating.
And I also have Dimension Tier, a true damage skill even high magic resistance enemies wouldn't be able to withstand such explosive output." With this in mind, Lu Ling immediately picked up the accessory.
Shen Miaoyu also saw Lu Ling's fondness at a glance and said cheerfully, "You like this one, right? Take it. Do you want to look at anything else?"
Lu Ling was not a greedy person, so he immediately stated that he didn't need to look further. Upon hearing this, Shen Miaoyu loved Lu Ling even more.
Haha, with a laugh, he pulled him outside.
Outside, Lin Tianxiong saw that Lu Ling had actually only brought out one piece of equipment, making his opinion of Lu Ling rise even further. Not bad, facing so many treasures and only taking one, it shows he is not a greedy person, indeed an extraordinary guy. After thanking Lin Tianxiong and his wife, Lu Ling immediately ran off to level up, feeling extremely refreshed inside.
With this accessory's boost, his output among players of the same level would probably be unmatched. Even an assassin known for high damage could not compare to him.
Additionally, the high damage reduction provided by close combat experts and protective symbols made his physique comparable to a tank.
Such a freakish mage, wouldn't he just sweep across the world? So, the top priority was to quickly grind to level 30 and equip this accessory before the big exam.
Over the next 2 days, Lu Ling immersed himself in the secret realm and soon reached level 20. In just those 2 days, Lu Ling single-handedly dominated the speedrun leaderboard for high-level secret realms in the Tianfeng Guild. This quickly spread his name, and everyone knew that a super powerful mage had appeared in the guild, completing the C-level secret realm in just 3 minutes. Looking at his level 20 status, Lu Ling let out a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face.
Finally level 20, he could now go to real dungeons to farm monsters, allowing his warrior points to stack up even faster.
Lu Ling thought to himself. During this time, he had completely figured out the warrior god system.
As long as he successfully defeated enemies in close combat, he would continuously earn warrior points.
Warrior points could be exchanged for rewards and also for lottery chances. Furthermore, once warrior points accumulated to a certain level, it could upgrade the system's shop and increase lottery pool probabilities.
In these 2 days, he had drawn all the lottery chances he had accumulated previously but did not get anything useful, only gaining some common materials and potions. Just when he planned to ask the guild for help to apply for entry into a sea-level secret realm, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The caller was Lin Tianxiong. Lu Ling answered the phone. Little friend Lu, a new secret realm has appeared on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, with the predicted opening time at noon today. Are you interested? Lin Tianxiong's words instantly ignited Lu Ling's interest. A newly appeared secret realm would surely contain many treasures. This was much more rewarding than completed dungeons. Not only were there various hidden treasure chests, but the drop rates were also several times higher. Most importantly, the first person to complete the dungeon would definitely receive a mysterious reward. This kind of reward was all-encompassing, and it was unknown how many incredible items had been obtained. Thinking about this, Lu Ling quickly inquired about the details of this secret realm. From Lin Tianxiong's words, he learned that the level of this dungeon was not high, with an entry limit capped at level 40, but the specific monster information was unknown. However, through analysis, the boss of this secret realm was very likely to be a magic type. That meant if Lu Ling successfully completed it first, he could definitely gain some treasures he could use. Then, Lin Tianxiong asked Lu Ling if he was interested in representing their Tianfeng guild to go. Lu Ling naturally agreed. Such occurrences of secret realms were quite random, counting as a great opportunity. Moreover, the level cap just happened to match Lu Ling's limits, making this incredibly lucky. After agreeing with Lin Tianxiong, Lu Ling no longer pursued any other applications and went straight to the Tianfeng Guild's equipment sales area. Using the silver-level accessory exchange voucher in his hand, he traded it for a blue recovery ring commonly used by mages. This ring could accelerate mana recovery while also providing 20 points of magical strength, making it a versatile accessory. After equipping this ring, Lu Ling's enhanced attack power was nearly 200, with a regular attack dealing 500 damage without a critical hit, and skills breaking 1,000. If he equipped the pearlescent necklace, the output might even rival that of some first-turn warriors. After buying some basic potions, Lu Ling set off straight to the location provided by Lin Tianxiong. The site of this secret realm appeared in a forest on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Upon arrival, many people had already gathered there. More importantly, the presence of the official Chinese professional organization was evident, indicating that this dungeon definitely had a secret core. Dungeons with a secret core can be repeatedly challenged after clearing. Moreover, dungeons with a secret core offer rewards about 1/3 higher than those without. This secret realm has a level cap of 40, and the energy intensity is sea level, meaning you must be at least level 20 to enter. Anyone below level 20 or above level 40, please leave. Do not attempt to enter the dungeon. This is for your safety. A middle-aged man, who looked quite authoritative, said. Lu Ling happened to be right at the edge of the acceptable level, and with his status as a senior member of the Tianfeng Guild, he naturally entered the dungeon successfully. Chapter 17, New Dungeon. Mysterious Forest. Besides him, the Tianfeng Guild also sent 4 members who were exactly level 40 to accompany him. At that moment, Lin Wanwan was only level 17 and hadn't reached the entrance standard, while Lin Beichen was stuck at level 19. So, Lu Ling became the lucky one to gain experience for the Tianfeng Guild this time. These 4 people had closed their experience acquisition, so all the experience from the monsters killed in this dungeon would entirely benefit Lu Ling. Soon, it was noon. Just as Lu Ling was about to enter the dungeon, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar faces. It was Su Yuntian and Yao Ningning, the pair of lovebirds. They were followed by several attendants, seemingly sent by the Su family to help Su Yuntian level up. Seeing their appearance, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ling's mouth, and some other thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. Previously, Su Yuntian had made a bold threat to make him die. Though Lu Ling wasn't a villain, he wouldn't tolerate someone arrogantly threatening his life, preaching mercy afterward. Maybe, this time in the dungeon, he could make it impossible for Su Yuntian to ever think that way again? Lu Ling thought, yet his face remained expressionless as he slowly followed behind and entered the dungeon. Entering a real dungeon for the first time, Lu Ling felt it was vastly different from the simulated secret realms. The most obvious feeling was that all the scenery, both distant and near, was much more realistic. It was noon, so the forest didn't seem eerie, but he could faintly see several strands of white mist surrounding the lush, towering trees. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, reflecting on the mist like a white-orange halo, resembling a melodious sunset, giving the entire scene an indescribable beauty. However, Lu Ling always felt an uncomfortable sensation, likely due to knowing many monsters were hiding in the surroundings, creating a psychological effect. As he pondered this, strange sounds echoed around. Be careful. There's suddenly a lot of demonic energy around, it could be a monster pack. One person suddenly shouted. He was a priest with a detection skill and high spiritual power, so he took the role of scout instead of the assassin. Hearing this, the 4 people drew out their weapons, and Lu Ling also lifted his staff.
Sure enough, behind the tree's shadows appeared a group of extremely bizarre goats. They all had human faces. The body was covered in twisted, terrifying flesh lumps, with many tentacles like those of an octopus, looking incredibly disgusting. Monster, Demon Black Goat, Common. Level, 28. Attack power, 198, health, 3500. There were at least 30 of these goats. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the Demon Black Goat took the lead in the attack. Lu Ling reacted quickly, immediately swinging her staff to confront a Demon Black Goat trying to sneak up from behind. Bang! With one swing of her staff, Lu Ling landed a critical hit, instantly dealing 1,000 points of mixed damage. The four of them had witnessed Lu Ling's outrageous abilities before, so they weren't particularly surprised. But watching a mage swing her staff fiercely at monsters up close was still incredibly impactful. Although this large group of Demon Black Goats looked fierce, they posed no challenge to Lu Ling and her companions. They dispatched them all in less than 10 minutes. With the last Black Goat defeated, Lu Ling's level surged directly to 24. This group of goats also dropped several materials, which Lu Ling handed directly to the people beside her. Since they gained experience, she certainly couldn't take everything for herself, otherwise, what was the point of having others? Just as Lu Ling was thinking, she suddenly felt something was off. The surrounding fog seemed to be growing thicker. The others nearby also sensed something strange and their faces turned serious. There's something wrong with the scene here, my mental perception can't penetrate this fog. Everyone, be careful. The previous priest spoke gravely. But just as his voice fell, a sudden change occurred. The entire ground suddenly appeared with many irregular cracks, and a twisted, dark sheen instantly separated Lu Ling and her companions. Whoosh! The priest who just spoke suddenly vanished without a trace. Immediately after, the remaining few disappeared one after another. Only Lu Ling was left. Lu Ling was alarmed, quickly stepping back a few paces, then crouched down to inspect the black cracks on the ground. After carefully feeling around, Lu Ling was shocked to discover that these black cracks actually contained strong spatial fluctuations. This meant that these black cracks were a kind of portal-like existence. Could it be a hidden secret realm? Or, is this instance divided into two parts? Lu Ling was incredibly surprised, but before she could draw any conclusions, hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind. Lu Ling turned around to see three panicked figures suddenly running out from the fog. All three had scars on their bodies, looking fearful, and upon seeing Lu Ling, they jumped in fright and immediately pulled out their weapons to attack her. Lu Ling frowned, dodging to the side, and shouted, "What do you want to do?" Her words calmed the three a bit. They looked back nervously and said, "Sorry, little brother, here, the monsters are too terrifying. They can turn into humans." Before they finished speaking, an extremely eerie roar came from the fog behind them. "They're coming! Run!" The three were so frightened by this voice that they immediately began to flee, completely ignoring Lu Ling. Lu Ling frowned again and drew her weapon. A strange sound of footsteps gradually approached. Then, a human with an extremely distorted running posture dashed out from the fog, mouth open to a terrifying angle, roaring as it pounced at Lu Ling. Lu Ling immediately dodged and then swung her staff heavily down on the monster. Bang! Minus 1009. The high damage caused the monster to emit a painful scream. The monster's head was directly blown open by a fireball, and the headless body spun twice on the spot before collapsing straight to the ground. After killing the monster, Lu Ling crouched down in front of its corpse and started to study it, suddenly discovering something terrifying. This is not a human at all. It's a monster wearing human skin. Looking at the disgusting pile of flesh and blood in front of him, Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. This demon didn't drop any materials, only providing Lu Ling with a wave of experience points. After exploring the surroundings, Lu Ling gradually felt that he had strayed from the right path. The thick fog grew stronger, nearly covering the entire forest, and even the sunny sky had begun to disappear, he couldn't tell when. Chapter 18, Hidden Treasure Chest. The Mysterious Fog Set. This fog was very unusual, not only blocking spiritual perception but also obscuring vision intensely, to the point where Lu Ling couldn't tell directions. Along the way, Lu Ling encountered many of those monsters wearing human skins, and he solved each one. By accident, he found a bare little hillside and decided to rest for a while. Just as he stepped onto it, he stopped. From below the hillside came a roar, like the sound of some wild beast. Lu Ling frowned, took out his staff, and jumped down. But soon, his eyes brightened. A hidden treasure chest. The source of the sound must be the monster guarding the treasure chest. His luck was quite good this time. But before he could take action, three figures suddenly rushed out from the other side of the fog, 2 men and 1 woman, right into the attack range of the treasure chest monster. Awah! The monster, resembling a werewolf, howled fiercely and lunged forward, biting one of the men. The man who was bitten was probably a warrior. Caught off guard, he could only swing his long sword around wildly but couldn't hurt the werewolf at all.
The werewolf then seized the opportunity, opening its mouth again, and with one bite, tore open the man's throat. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and soon, he fell silent. This brutal scene left the remaining man and woman stunned, causing them to sit down on the ground in fear. Lu Ling furrowed his brow as he took out his staff and quietly moved forward. It wasn't that he was particularly kind, but he also wanted to open the treasure chest, and he had no grudge against the man and woman, so there was no need to wait for the monster to finish them off before taking action. Seeing a figure suddenly appear in the fog, the man and woman immediately stood up in excitement. But when they saw the staff in Lu Ling's hand, their expressions dimmed once again. How could it be a mage? A fragile class coming to die? Their team's only warrior was instantly killed, so what could a mage do? Both of them felt some disappointment. The woman, unable to watch Lu Ling die, shouted out in a panic. Hey! Don't come any closer. Run! This monster is level 38. You, a mage, can't solo it. But Lu Ling turned a deaf ear and, with a running start, charged directly at the werewolf. The man and woman were instantly dumbfounded. It was the man who reacted first, patting the woman's shoulder and urging her. Quick, quick! While this fool holds the monster, we should run. Old Ding, a 30-level warrior, was killed in 2 bites. This mage will probably die with 1 bite. The woman, hearing this, bit her lip, her expression conflicted, but in the end, she shook her head. No! He's coming to save us. If we abandon him, that would be too much. After speaking, she immediately cast a few buffs on Lu Ling. The man also sighed, drawing a longbow from his back, and shot several arrows at the monster. The werewolf had also noticed Lu Ling, and throwing away the broken corpse in his hand, he opened his bloodthirsty mouth and let out a roar towards Lu Ling. No, why is he still getting closer? Is he trying to get himself killed? The archer man, who was shooting arrows and drawing aggro, frowned as he saw Lu Ling still approaching the werewolf. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. He saw a burst of orange-yellow light suddenly shoot out from the staff in Lu Ling's hand, which then swung heavily onto the werewolf's head. Then, a fireball exploded, directly blasting the werewolf away. What the hell? What kind of move is this? The mage can play like this? The man was stunned, staring at Lu Ling, who was acting recklessly. Not only was he not creating distance to kite the monster, but instead, he followed up with a fierce counterattack, charging forward and swinging his staff to beat the werewolf. The staff in Lu Ling's hand had blue, white, and orange light effects, shining brightly like a meteor in the mist. This was a weapon originally used for casting spells, but in his hands, it returned to its original form, becoming a highly lethal irregular blunt weapon. After leveling up, Lu Ling had added many points to agility, and now his speed was probably faster than most classes. Except for the assassin class, which relied heavily on agility, other classes probably wouldn't invest much in agility before level 100. It must be said that the results were impressive. Lu Ling could now land 3 attacks in 2 seconds, and his basic attack combo with normal attacks worked really well, combined with fireball skills, making his burst damage terrifying. With a series of actions from Lu Ling, the werewolf's health instantly dropped, leaving only about 1/5 of its health. The archer man also reacted quickly, instantly looking towards the hidden treasure chest at the bottom of the hill. But the greed in his eyes appeared for only a second before disappearing. Because he saw with his own eyes Lu Ling thrusting the staff into the werewolf's body, then lifting it with both hands. Then, the werewolf's body exploded like fireworks, sending a hot beam of fiery light shooting into the sky, directly dispersing the mist in the air. It was so violent. This is no mage. This is a god of magic. The man swallowed hard, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Ling carried a hint of admiration. After dealing with the werewolf, Lu Ling searched around on the ground and found a green-grade item drop, finally showing a smile on his face. He was lucky, the treasure chest monster dropped something. He thought to himself, then walked towards the hidden treasure chest at the bottom of the hill. Bronze level hidden treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Lu Ling chose yes. With a flash of golden light, the chest slowly opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the Eerie Mist Set Top Dusk Robe Crafting Book *1. Congratulations, you have obtained the Eerie Mist Set Bottom Cloud Scroll Pants Crafting Book *1. Congratulations, you have obtained the superior level item, Thousand-Faced Cloak *1. Lu Ling looked at the 3 items in front of him and smiled with satisfaction, then put them into his backpack. 2 golden-grade equipment crafting books, plus a blue functional item. This treasure chest was quite good, everything was something Lu Ling could use. After putting the items away, the archer man also came over, his face full of smiles as he said to Lu Ling. Hey, little brother. Thanks a lot for earlier. Lu Ling didn't pay much attention, just politely nodding. Although these two had originally intended to run away, in the end, they still came back to help him. Although they hadn't been much help, there was no reason to give them the cold shoulder. And the man, seeing Lu Ling's attitude, seemed a bit embarrassed and rubbed his hands together, saying, Buddy, are you a lone wolf? How about teaming up with us? It's better to have backup, right? By the way, my name is Chen Luo, what's your name? Chen Luo said with a big smile. He actually had his own selfish motives. Originally, when they entered, they were a 5-person team. But there were only 2 people left after the monsters attacked, both of them fragile backline classes. It would be quite difficult to rely on the 2 of them to survive until the end of the dungeon. So, Chen Luo thought about pulling Lu Ling into the team, hoping to gain some benefits. Chapter 19, Talent Upgrade, Elemental Awakening. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Lu Ling only smiled slightly and refused Chen Luo's request to team up. With Lu Ling's strength, there was really no need for the help of these 2, why should she divide the experience and loot for no reason? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo felt a little anxious. If it were any other dungeon, it would be fine not to team up. But the danger level of this dungeon was still very high, he had no confidence in surviving to the end. If he didn't find someone strong to cling to, it would be no small matter to run for nothing, losing his life would be the end. So, he decided to risk it, gritted his teeth, and spoke again. Little brother, how about this? I have some decent high-level materials and potions here, consider it hiring you. And on the way, we will disable experience pickup, and all the loot dropped from monsters will belong to you. How does that sound? This did pique Lu Ling's interest a bit, she rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. Is that so? Then I might consider it. Chen Luo was very understanding and directly took out the materials from his backpack. These materials were saved up for when the prices increased, regarded as his capital. But at this moment, in order to save his life, he could only part with them. When Lu Ling saw the few materials he took out, a smile appeared on her face. Tier 3 Cloud Threads. This was exactly what she needed to craft the robe that had been opened from the treasure chest. By just bringing 2 people, she could obtain materials worth over 100,000 Huaxia coins for free. This deal was really worthwhile. However, since the other party showed such sincerity, she couldn't squeeze them too hard. Thinking of this, Lu Ling only took 2 materials that could be used to craft the Twilight Robe and pushed the others back. Okay, seeing your sincerity, I will agree to team up. Experience pickup can be left on, but I have the priority right to loot, is that okay? Lu Ling said with a smirk. Chen Luo was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly nodded in agreement. No problem, little brother. After that, he called over the priest woman from earlier. By the way, this is also my teammate, her name is Zhou Tian, and she is a level 29 priest. What's your name, little brother? Lu Ling gave a brief self-introduction. But when Chen Luo heard that Lu Ling was just a level 26 mage, his eyes widened in shock. What's the matter? Lu Ling asked in confusion. Chen Luo quickly waved his hand and said, it's nothing, nothing. He never expected that the person who just looked like a battle god was only a mage in their 20s. But thinking back to Lu Ling's terrifying performance, he felt a bit more secure. He never expected that she was only in her 20s, he wondered which powerful force this genius belonged to. Chen Luo thought to himself. Zhou Tian was a bit socially anxious, so she didn't communicate too much with Lu Ling. The 3 of them formed an impromptu small team and continued exploring deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, after several battles, the 3 of them gradually became familiar with each other. Chen Luo and Zhou Tian were witnessing how someone could unleash such brutality as a mage for the first time, leaving an extremely deep impression on them. Furthermore, after learning that Lu Ling was just a recent high school graduate who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam, they fell silent directly. Is this right? The 2 of them, both in their 20s, needed an 18-year-old child, who was also a mage, to lead them. Before the first rebirth, the mage profession was considered lowly. And yet, Lu Ling could lead them to quickly farm monsters in the secret realm. Is this right? People can really drive you crazy. At this moment, in a corner of the dungeon, Su Yuntian felt the power from leveling up and revealed an evil smile. Finally level 20. Now, I don't believe that damn Lu Ling is still better than me. Su Yuntian laughed heartily, immediately equipping the weapon his father prepared for him, excitedly testing it. Humph. Once I get out, it will be the end for you, Lu Ling. Su Yuntian chuckled wickedly, and a bold idea arose in his mind. At this moment, Lu Ling was wholeheartedly searching for traces on the ground. He had lost contact with the members of the Tianfeng Guild for a long time, but strangely, he couldn't find the spatial rift that appeared on the ground before. Along the way, Lu Ling had defeated many terrifying monsters, gaining a rudimentary understanding of this secret realm. The monsters in this secret realm were quite disgusting, their stats were manageable, but the various mechanisms really made Lu Ling work hard. Plus, the limitations of the scenes meant that the actual difficulty of this secret realm should reach a B level. Moreover, Lu Ling had been searching for most of the day and still hadn't found any signs related to the boss. So he suspected that the boss room was likely in some hidden place, like the spatial rift that appeared at the beginning.
After searching for a while, Lu Ling began to feel a bit tired, so he found a relatively safe spot with Chen Luo and decided to take a break. Just as he sat down, Lu Ling, feeling bored, opened his system panel and drew a few times. Perhaps his beginner protection had worn off. In the first few draws, he didn't get a single thread. This almost made Lu Ling faint, so he immediately used up all his remaining draws. As the roulette spun again and again, finally in the last 2 draws, he got something. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple collectible talent upgrade card, beginner, *1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple collectible A-level skill, Void Migration. Winning 2 purple prizes in a row made Lu Ling finally breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't disgrace his title as a little European king from Jiangnan. But what is this talent skill upgrade card? Lu Ling opened the item description. Talent upgrade card, beginner. Can directly raise the level of one talent type skill, but limited to below level 3. One-time consumption item. Oh. This is nice. Directly raising a talent level can save a lot of source energy stones and ignores level restrictions. Lu Ling immediately became interested and used the talent upgrade card. Among his 3 talents, the most useful was likely the Cursed Blade talent, which not only increased damage but also had a special mechanism. Naturally, it was his first choice. Thinking this, Lu Ling upgraded this talent directly. Your talent skill Cursed Blade has successfully been upgraded to level 2. Cursed Blade LV2, each of your attacks will add extra magical damage, with a damage value of 120% spell strength. This damage can critical hit. Extra attribute Metamorphic Purification. By defeating enemies with special attacks, you can engrave their special attacks onto this talent. Current available slots, 2. New effect Elemental Awakening, consuming 20% of current mana can actively trigger, lasts for 3 minutes. The magical damage added by Cursed Blade carries random elemental attributes. This effect is powerful. No wonder it's an SS level talent. Chapter 20, Gaining Divine Skills. Heading to Region 2 of the dungeon. After reading the effects, Lu Ling was very satisfied. Although the mana consumption was a bit high, each attack would add elemental attributes, which was a crazy effect. Just think about it, an attack not only has high damage but also occasionally paralyzes or slows down with lightning or frost. How annoying would that be? Nice. This draw was worth it. Lu Ling smiled as he looked at the other prize. Skill book Void Migration. Learnable profession, any profession. Rank, A, type, Arcane. Effect, perform a short-term invulnerable space jump in a designated direction, disappearing instantly and reappearing at a specified target point, enhancing the next attack to deal 150% damage. The cooldown of this skill and jump distance are determined by spell power and physical attack power. Current cooldown, 10 seconds. Current jump limit distance, 3 meters. After reading the skill description, Lu Ling couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this just a blink? An active displacement skill. And it has a bit of invincibility? This skill is a godsend for any profession. Just in time, he gained an extra skill slot after reaching level 20. He thought to himself, directly equipping this skill. Now, his maneuverability in combat would greatly increase, and his operation limit also expanded a lot. Not bad, these dozen or so draws were not in vain, both rewards greatly improved himself. Lu Ling chuckled happily. Beside him, Chen Luo and Xiao Tian noticed him suddenly laughing and exchanged puzzled glances. What happened to you, brother Lu? Chen Luo asked in confusion. I don't know, maybe geniuses are all a bit strange? Xiao Tian whispered back. Just after he said that, Lu Ling suddenly jumped up and looked toward the back. Boom! A loud noise came, and a huge pit suddenly appeared in the center of the dungeon. Countless black patterns suddenly emerged on the ground, all converging in that direction. That must be the boss room. Lu Ling's heart raced, and he immediately called the 2 to head in that direction. He didn't forget what he came for. To grab the first kill of the dungeon. Soon, the huge commotion attracted almost everyone in the dungeon, with only a few weak adventurers, looking for some easy profit, still searching around the dungeon's edge. When Lu Ling arrived at the source of the noise, the scene before him made him gasp. There appeared a massive pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. In the center of the pit stood a gigantic black tree that 10 people could hug. This tree looked extremely bizarre, its branches riding like tentacles, and he could vaguely see many twisted human faces on the trunk. Moreover, hanging from the top of this tree were several humans who had become mummified remains. Lu Ling quickly found the 4 members of the Tianfeng Guild who had come in with him. Fortunately, they were still alive, but emaciated, looking as if they had been drained. No time to think, Lu Ling hurriedly went forward to try to rescue them. The rescued people looked as if they were about to die at any moment. Seeing this, the priest Xiao Tian hurriedly stepped forward and cast several life healing spells, which finally helped them recover a bit. Thank you so much, young friend Lu, cough cough cough, I didn't expect this damned monster to be so vicious. It even disguised itself as a treasure chest to ambush us. Not only that, but they also skin humans to disguise themselves. Young friend Lu should be careful. The previously pale priest spoke to Lu Ling, then briefly recounted their experience. It turned out that this secret realm was indeed as Lu Ling suspected. The boss was in a hidden area. And this hidden area was within a cave underground in the forest. In the underground cave, the number and quality of the monsters were both greater, and each one was bloodthirsty, bizarre beyond measure. These four had also stumbled and were dragged away by the boss, suffering a severe draining of their life force. If it weren't for Lu Ling's timely rescue, they might have ended up like the mummified remains hanging in the tree. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was also slightly startled and couldn't help but look at the giant tree in the pit. Surrounding the tree were indeed many bizarre-looking monsters. It seems that this copy's boss is indeed this strange giant tree in front of us. But the roots of this tree are at the bottom of the pit, while the trunk stretches up to the ground. If we want to defeat the boss, we probably need to go below. It seems that the priest has figured out Lu Ling's thoughts. He struggled to stand up, and then pointed to the dark marks on the ground not far away, saying, "To enter the underground cave, you must go through this strange rock crevice. Once you enter the crevice, you will randomly appear in a certain cavern. However, the monsters down there are very strong. Lu, are you sure you want to go down?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ling looked at the ground in the direction the priest pointed, then replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After saying this, he began to study the numerous black marks on the ground. These seemed to be the spatial crevices that had absorbed the four people when Lu Ling first entered the secret realm. But for some reason, these black marks showed no reaction at all at this moment. Could it be because they were too close? Lu Ling wondered. Just as he was about to step back and try again, Xiao Tian, who was standing behind him, suddenly let out a gasp. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ling hurriedly turned around, only to see Xiao Tian blushing and pointing at the twisting black marks on the ground, with a very awkward expression. "Oh? Has this activated? What are the activation conditions?" Just as Lu Ling was about to ask, he noticed a subtle red mark on Xiao Tian's pants. Could it be blood? Lu Ling's mouth twitched as he took out a dagger, cut his hand, and let some blood drop onto the black marks on the ground. Sure enough, he sensed a wave of spatial fluctuation. It really is. But does any blood work? Lu Ling thought, looking at Xiao Tian with a strange expression, then silently took off his jacket and handed it over. Seeing that Lu Ling noticed her embarrassment, Xiao Tian turned even redder, stuttering a thank you as she wrapped the jacket around her pants. She didn't expect that this would happen at this moment. Since it's happened, there's no reason not to go down. Lu Ling thought, then looked up at Chen Luo and the others. Are you guys coming with me? If not, stay up here and help me keep an eye on them. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo showed some hesitation. To be honest, he didn't really want to go down. The four level 40 experts beside him had almost lost their lives. Chen Luo had no confidence in being luckier than them. He was just thinking of surviving, hoping to scrape together some rewards. But before he could answer, Xiao Tian spoke first. How about I go down with you? Xiao Tian seemed a little shy. After speaking, she nervously looked at Lu Ling, afraid he wouldn't agree. Chapter 21, Encountering Su Yuntian. Despicable and shameless young master. The reason she said this was out of a woman's intuition. By Lu Ling's side, Xiao Tian felt very safe, plus, she really wanted to follow Lu Ling to level up by killing monsters. Lu Ling looked at her, thought for 2 seconds, and nodded. Alright then, Chen Luo, you take them to find a place to rest. With their strength, they shouldn't encounter any minor monsters that could threaten their lives. After saying this, he waved to Xiao Tian to follow him. The moment the two got close to the marks on the ground, they felt a powerful force pulling them in, and their bodies were instantly sucked into the black crevice below. When they opened their eyes again, the surroundings were completely dark. Lu Ling lit a torch, barely able to see. They were indeed teleported to an underground cave. This cave was spacious yet very confined, with some illogical aspects. Normally formed natural caves would have many small air vents. But right now, there was nothing here, only a path leading to other caves ahead, as if someone had dug it out from the inside. Lu Ling observed for a moment and then started walking forward with Xiao Tian. Before long, Lu Ling discovered a group of humanoid monsters huddled together, seemingly resting. These monsters had only a mouth for a head, with no other facial features, and their limbs were very thick, looking quite frightening. Monster Dark Hunter, Elite. Level, 36. Attack, 256, Health, 7500. It was a group of elite monsters. Lu Ling held his breath, intending to observe for a while, when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. On the other side of the cave entrance, a group of disheveled professionals came running towards him. They seemed to be fleeing for their lives, but didn't notice that something even more terrifying was about to confront them. The sound of these people's footsteps immediately startled the resting dark hunters, who all jumped up and let out a strange roar.
The sound echoed through the empty cave, instantly scaring the fleeing professionals. It's over. There are monsters here too. Panic quickly spread among the crowd. And the dark hunters, like wraiths, dashed into the group of people, killing several humans in an instant. Just as Lu Ling was about to take action, he suddenly saw a familiar face among the crowd. Wasn't it Su Yuntian? Lu Ling was taken aback, then immediately let out a cold laugh. Su Yuntian looked equally panicked, and beside him, Yao Ningning was so scared she was screaming, wishing she could cling to Su Yuntian. At this moment, Su Yuntian was secretly cursing himself. If it weren't for separating from the guards of the Su family, how could he have fallen into such a desperate situation? All because of this foolish woman beside him, who insisted on risking her life to look at the black marks on the ground. Su Yuntian thought, angrily glancing at the terrified Yao Ningning, who was nearly in tears. At this moment, a dark hunter roared and pounced on Su Yuntian, making him hurriedly dodge. But this dark hunter was relentless, adjusting its posture and lunging at Su Yuntian again. Now, he had nowhere to retreat, and was about to be tackled by the dark hunter. In a critical moment, Su Yuntian grabbed a girl beside him and pushed her towards the dark hunter. The girl grabbed by Su Yuntian turned pale, seemingly unable to believe that Su Yuntian, a young master of the Su family, would actually do something like this. Remembering Su Yuntian's earlier arrogant demeanor, the girl felt a deep resentment. But at that moment, it was too late to say anything, the dark hunter was already close. She closed her eyes in despair, but the expected pain did not come. When she opened her eyes again, she saw an extraordinarily handsome young man standing in front of her, calmly staring at the dark hunter. He held a staff in his hand, which he was using to firmly press against the dark hunter, preventing it from moving. The newcomer was Lu Ling. Su Yuntian, you really are scum, Lu Ling said with a cold laugh, then directly cast a fireball, blasting the dark hunter away. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Lu Ling wield the staff and confront a large group of dark hunters face to face. He is a mage? How could he fight the monsters up close? But the next scene left the girl so shocked that her mouth fell open. After Lu Ling joined the fight, the situation changed. The dark hunters, who were originally killing humans at will, were suddenly being ruthlessly trampled like chicks in front of him. The staff swung wildly, and its momentum suggested nothing of a mage but rather a furious war god. Basic attacks. Fireballs. Fiery beams. Lu Ling's fight was filled with violent aesthetics, quickly creating a safe zone for the humans. Everyone who finally caught their breath turned back and was instantly dumbfounded by Lu Ling. This is a magician? A magician can be so powerful? This damage is too explosive. Soon, the dark hunters, who had made this group of people flee in panic, were completely defeated by Lu Ling within 10 minutes, actually starting to contemplate retreat. Seeing that the crisis was finally over, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Su Yuntian tidied his messy hair and instantly regained the proud demeanor of the Su family's young master, walking up to Lu Ling. Not bad, you did great. After we get out, my Su family. It's you. Su Yuntian had planned to say some flattering words first, then reveal his identity to trick the other party into becoming his bodyguard. But unexpectedly, when he saw the person's face clearly, he almost exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ling smiled maliciously, looking at the shocked Su Yuntian, and chuckled. What about your Su family? Planning to silence me after we get out? But Su Yuntian reacted swiftly, huffing indignantly. So it's you. No wonder you didn't act right away. You were just waiting for the crucial moment to come out and fulfill your hero fantasy, right? To make yourself shine, you let these innocent people die for nothing. You are truly selfish. As he spoke, Su Yuntian's expression became fierce, stating with righteous indignation. This almost made Lu Ling laugh, and he leisurely said. Is that so? Young Master Su, you haven't forgotten what you just did, have you? And is this how you talk to your lifesaver? As Lu Ling spoke, his gaze turned to the girl who had just been pushed out to face death by Su Yuntian. The girl's face remained pale, but her eyes, looking at Su Yuntian, held a hint of resentment, clearly still troubled by what had just happened. Seeing Lu Ling's gaze, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gathered her courage and stepped forward. Chapter 22, Lu Ling's Plan. Everyone, don't believe this person's words. Just now, he personally pushed me toward the monster. He is the most selfish person. As the girl spoke, she immediately recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly changed. This is taboo in a team. To die at the hands of a monster can be excused as lack of skill. But to die at the hands of a comrade is a serious matter. This severely damages the trust within the entire team, making the overall atmosphere awkward. Su Yuntian did not expect that the girl had survived and that everything had been noticed by Lu Ling. A hint of panic flashed through his heart. But soon, he calmed down. He is a member of the Su family. So what if he did this? Can this group kill him? Anyway, they are safe now. Is he afraid of a market stall?
Once the Su family's bodyguards find this place, controlling this group of weaklings will be a piece of cake.
Thinking this, Su Yuntian's tone became tough again.
Humph.
So what if it happened? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you dare to oppose the Su family? As these words came out, they reminded everyone. Indeed, no matter what, Su Yuntian is a member of the Su family. Just these people alone can't afford to offend the Su family. However, Lu Ling let out a cold laugh.
He had anticipated this long ago and never planned to use this matter to make Su Yuntian suffer. Lu Ling's plan was to make Su Yuntian be despised, no longer clustering with others. Only then would he have the opportunity to act from the shadows.
Su Yuntian had previously said he would ruin Lu Ling's career as a practitioner, making him unable to take the college entrance examination.
If it wasn't for the principal's appearance, it is likely that after that trial ended, Lu Ling would have faced Su Yuntian's vicious attacks.
For people like this, Lu Ling naturally would not have any mercy.
While thinking, that girl suddenly pointed at Su Yuntian and said coldly,
"Since that's the case, there's nothing more for us to say. We are just a group of common people, and we dare not travel with the young master of the Su family, so please feel free, young Master Su." These words instantly angered Su Yuntian, who had a temper. Are they trying to drive me away? Then I will really leave. They are just a bunch of lowly folks, do they really take themselves seriously? I, an S-class swordsman, need the help of a bunch of commoners?
Su Yuntian fought furiously, completely forgetting how he had been chased all the way here just moments before. After scanning the area, Su Yuntian shot a deep glance at Lu Ling and the girl, then angrily turned away, heading towards the cave exit. At this moment, his hatred for Lu Ling peaked, while he also felt a trace of fear at Lu Ling's displayed strength. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuntian decided that once he went out, he would find someone to kill Lu Ling, to avoid long nights and lengthy dreams, even if it would offend the principal. Seeing Su Yuntian leave, Yao Ningning struggled for a moment, but still chose to stay here.
The monster they had just encountered had almost not given Su Yuntian any chance to fight back.
But Lu Ling could single-handedly kill them all, the difference in strength was crystal clear. For her own life, Yao Ningning could only swallow her pride, forcing a smile as she walked up to Lu Ling to greet her. Unexpectedly, Lu Ling couldn't even be bothered to pay her any attention, treating her like air. Although Yao Ningning was furious in her heart, she felt helpless. At this moment, Lu Ling was calculating how to kill Su Yuntian without being discovered. While thinking, Lu Ling suddenly remembered that when she opened the treasure chest earlier, it seemed she had obtained a quality item that could come in handy now.
Lu Ling thought this and immediately opened her backpack to take out that item. Item, Cloak of 1,000 Faces. Quality, quality.
Effect, after wearing it, one can completely change their appearance and aura, and can mimic the aura of designated creatures, but this effect will be disrupted if attacked.
Oh. Now there's a way.
Lu Ling coldly smiled as she stored it back in her backpack. She would not attack Su Yuntian directly. If she got caught with any evidence, it would lead to even bigger trouble. Therefore, she must use some other external force, like some of the powerful monsters here. With this thought, Lu Ling already had a bold plan in her heart. She whispered a few words to Chu Tian, then quietly set off from there. After leaving the cave where that group of people had stayed, Lu Ling immediately donned the Cloak of 1,000 Faces, completely redefining her appearance. The weapon in her hand also became a long sword, making it impossible to see any similarities to before. Then, she began to pursue the direction Su Yuntian had left. As for Su Yuntian, alone and leaving, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious in his heart. If it were a normal level 40 dungeon, with his strength, he wouldn't worry about self-preservation even if he walked through it easily. But the monsters in this dungeon were indeed perverse, with all sorts of bizarre abilities, and their tracking capabilities were terrifying. Even a level 40 professional would find it somewhat challenging to handle alone, let's not mention him, someone only in their 20s. So, Su Yuntian immediately planned to find a safe place to hide for a while, waiting for the Su family's bodyguards to find him before considering taking on the boss. Having made up his mind, Su Yuntian followed the route he remembered and soon found a seemingly extremely hidden cave entrance. Surrounded by pathways, there wasn't even a trace of a monster in sight, it looked very safe. Just right here. Su Yuntian was very satisfied with his discovery. He immediately crawled into this tiny cave. Humph. Lu Ling. And that damned group of lowlifes, just wait for me. On the other side, Lu Ling followed the trail left by Su Yuntian and quickly found the place where he was hiding. Looking around, Lu Ling immediately sneered. Su Yuntian's intelligence is indeed touching, this place in front of him is very hidden. But it has one fatal flaw. That is, if danger comes, there is nowhere to run. The entrance is so small, if a monster finds it, you can only fight to the death inside, there's no way to escape. Originally, Lu Ling was worried about attracting monsters, what if Su Yuntian ran away? But now that worry is gone.
Thinking this, Lu Ling immediately remembered the location, then used the simulation function of the Cloak of 10 Faces to mimic Su Yuntian's aura. After doing all this, Lu Ling began walking around, planning to bring some new friends to play with the young master of the Su family. After a while, Lu Ling quickly found a Dark Hunter camp. This camp was larger than the previous one, with nearly 20 Dark Hunters inside. Now, Su Yuntian would have enough to drink. Lu Ling sneered and immediately threw a fireball at the Dark Hunters. Chapter 23, Boss Battle. Battle against the Twisted Abnormal Eating Vine. His ranged damage would be reduced, only 1/10 of the effect, so this fireball was almost like scratching an itch. But after being attacked, all the Dark Hunters immediately woke up. They roared and rushed towards Lu Ling. This was exactly the effect Lu Ling wanted, and he immediately led this group of Dark Hunters towards the cave where Su Yuntian was hiding. Along the way, Lu Ling occasionally turned back to throw fireballs, making sure the hatred of the monsters stayed on him. The aura on him was mimicking Su Yuntian's. Once the Dark Hunters reached the spot, Lu Ling would remove the transformation. Then these monsters would directly target Su Yuntian. After all, in their eyes, it was Su Yuntian who attacked them. Thinking this, Lu Ling couldn't help but smile wickedly. Soon, the group of monsters reached the cave where Su Yuntian was. Unaware, Su Yuntian was still sulking by himself. I didn't expect that damned woman to betray me too. Humph. How could I have been so good to her? Forget it, since it's all over, someone like her is only fit to be a plaything. By the way, that girl from the Lin family, her taste was pretty good. Just as Su Yuntian was thinking this, a strange noise suddenly came from outside the cave. What's that sound? Su Yuntian froze, a feeling of ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Before he could even peek out to see what was going on, a hideous face appeared at the entrance. Then, angry roars followed. Su Yuntian's expression immediately turned to fear, and before he could even shout for help, he was knocked to the ground by the Dark Hunters. Poor Su Yuntian, the young master of the Su family, met with a tragic end, not even a whole corpse left. Listening to Su Yuntian's screams slowly fade, Lu Ling smiled faintly, put away the Cloak of 10 Faces into his backpack, and casually walked towards the cave where the others had been. When Lu Ling returned, Zhou Tian blushed slightly as she looked at him and whispered. "Why did you take so long in the bathroom? I was about to go look for you." Lu Ling just chuckled, casually brushed it off, and continued exploring forward as if nothing had happened. On the rest of the journey, there were no more large-scale monsters, just some ordinary creatures around level 35, and not even any elite monsters. However, Lu Ling did find another hidden treasure chest, but this time, his luck wasn't as good. Only a crafting book for a boot and some not very precious materials were dropped. It seems that the set provided by this dungeon is exactly the one in my backpack. The top and bottom garments, along with the boots, are all complete, only the headgear is missing. The golden level set only has 4 pieces, while it is said that diamond level and above sets have 6 pieces, with more diverse effects. Soon, Lu Ling reached the bottom of the deep pit he had been to before. From above, the bottom of the pit seemed small, but when he got down, he realized that this boss battle area was quite large. It was as big as 2 football fields. Typically, boss battles in such large areas tend to have big boss monsters. By this point, quite a few professionals had gathered below, most of the small monsters had been cleared, and everyone was preparing to start the boss battle. The rules for the dungeon boss battle that had not been cleared would differ, determined by the amount of damage dealt in the final kill, which was relatively fair. After waiting a while, the giant tree in the center of the pit suddenly stirred. Countless green spores split from the massive trunk, and the corpses hanging from it fell to the ground. Those robes instantly attached to the corpses, causing them to convulse violently as if undergoing some kind of mutation. The possessed corpses gradually got up from the ground, their bodies explosively transforming into monsters similar to giant man-eating flowers. After shedding their slimy covering, these derived monsters rushed straight towards the professionals. They're coming. This should be the small monster phase before the boss battle. All the professionals tensed up, immediately gripping their weapons and gearing up to face these monsters. There weren't many high-level professionals present, with almost everyone around level 30, making it somewhat difficult to deal with. The melee professionals smartly pushed forward to allow the ranged professionals in the back to attack. The priests began their work, healing those in bad condition and adding buffs. Seeing this, Lu Ling lifted his staff, intending to jump in and make a big splash, when a middle-aged man, looking to be around 40, stopped him. Hey! Young brother, you are a mage, right? Why are you going forward? Go back and throw your skills from behind. This uncle was a knight, a tank-type professional. His words quickly drew the attention of many, and someone immediately frowned in dissatisfaction, saying, "What are you doing charging in as a fragile mage? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Just stay back and throw your skills. What kind of mage are you? My 5-year-old son knows that mages should stay back." You look like a high school graduate, right? People around quickly started to ridicule him. Seeing this, Lu Ling felt too lazy to argue back. Just as he planned to rush in and take down two monsters to make them shut up, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a vine sprouted beneath the feet of the uncle who had just tried to dissuade Lu Ling, and a man-eating flower monster burst forth. Thick vines wrapped tightly around the uncle, and it looked as if he was about to be swallowed whole. In a moment of crisis, Lu Ling directly performed a void leap into the air, raising his staff to deliver a heavy blow directly onto the monster's jaws. The high damage immediately made the monster let out a loud roar, switching its target to Lu Ling, as dozens of vines shot out in an instant. It looked like they were going to pierce right through Lu Ling. It's over. This young man is done for. Everyone gasped, all believing Lu Ling was about to be turned into a pincushion. But Lu Ling merely smiled coldly, making a smooth sidestep that allowed him to dodge most of the vines. The remaining vines struck Lu Ling but only took a sliver of his health. Lu Ling completely ignored the wounds on his body. With a loud shout, he directly cast a fireball spell in advance, then suddenly thrust his staff into the creature's maw. Boom! Boom! Minus 2098. Minus 865. The fireball spell combined with the explosive staff's passive effect unleashed nearly 3,000 points of explosive damage in an instant. With the added damage from Void Leap, this dried corpse man-eating flower was instantly killed. This move left the nearby warriors stunned. How can this mage be so violent? Isn't he supposed to be squishy? How could he take the monster's damage and kill it? The Night Uncle, who had just been rescued, also reacted and immediately came to Lu Ling's side, helping him fend off the surge of monsters. Little brother, thank you so much just now. But as a mage, is it really okay for you to fight like this? Chapter 24, A Mage's Face-to-Face Output? Hearing this, Lu Ling simply smiled and said, "Who said mages must stay in the back row to cast skills? I think what I'm doing is great, I can tank and deal damage, isn't this much more convenient?" His words left the uncle speechless. Upon reflection, it really did make some sense. Lu Ling's performance not only maintained high output but also had mobility. His body looked quite sturdy, much stronger than a traditional mage. If an ordinary mage had been in that situation, they probably wouldn't have fared so well. And Lu Ling no longer held back, directly activating his talent skill Spellblade, Elemental Awakening, launching into a series of 5 lightning strikes. The explosive staff instantly sparkled with several elemental fluctuations, each attack carrying a different elemental effect. Burning. Freezing. Chain lightning. With Elemental Awakening activated, Lu Ling instantly transformed into a ruthless output machine, directly facing 7 or 8 man-eating flower corpses. With high-frequency basic attacks, he quickly stacked several elemental effects on those corpses. Meanwhile, Lu Ling's mana was filling up, and he even had a shield that absorbed 20% of his maximum health. The Arcane Siphon skill is indeed powerful, especially during monster clearing, allowing Lu Ling to remain unscathed. Combined with Void Leap, Lu Ling's survivability was frightening. Soon, the 7 man-eating flower corpses before Lu Ling began to wail and die. Such a spectacular scene left all the adventurers dumbfounded. Did I see that right? That's a mage? A mage soloing a group of monsters? No way. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Can a backline profession like a mage be that fierce? His momentum might surpass that of top warriors. So brutal. His damage is shockingly high. No, I have to add him as a friend later, so he can take me monster hunting. Who said a mage can't be a big shot? In a moment, everyone was filled with admiration. But Lu Ling appeared as if he had just done something trivial, wearing a calm and composed expression. Soon, the surrounding man-eating flower corpses were almost cleared by the adventurers, and everyone turned their gaze to the strange giant tree in the abyss. At this moment, this terrifying plant that had consumed countless flesh and blood finally revived. The boss's information gradually became visible. Monster Twisted Alien Cypresses. Level 40, Golden Boss. Attack 503, Mixed Damage, Health 30,000. Skills: Devour Flesh, Spawn Vines. Twisted creature contaminated by a mysterious substance. Is it a beast? Or a plant? Accompanied by a sharp long cry, the entire giant tree suddenly began to swell, its roots growing like tentacles in the opposite direction, ultimately breaking through the ground and thrashing wildly in the air. In the center of the trunk, a crack suddenly appeared, gradually tearing apart, and slowly transforming into a massive mouth. Its color shifted from black to dark red, a terrifying hue and texture resembling a mass of twisted flesh. Twisted human faces began to wail incessantly, showcasing the horror of its awakening. Like a pair of terrifying eyes. Here they come. Everyone was startled, immediately getting ready to fight. A 40-level boss with 30,000 drops of blood, this is extremely rare. Even an ordinary level 40 professional would find it difficult to defeat this boss alone. With a roar, everyone's hearts quaked, raising their weapons to begin the battle.
The first to attack the monster were the ranged mages and archers, but their damage felt like a tickle to the boss. Its body was surrounded by many roots and vines, blocking more than half of the spells. The warriors at the front shouted, "Cut off those roots around the boss first. Otherwise, we can't output damage at all." Before his words fell, he was instantly pierced by several vines, hanging harshly in the air. Everyone gasped. Such strong attack power. Even a warrior can be killed in an instant. This damage is too high. It wasn't over. The pierced warrior twitched a few times before gradually turning into a dry corpse. At the same time, the boss, originally down some health, was slowly healing. It can absorb life force. Pay attention to positioning. The attack range of those roots is about 3 meters. Clear out a safe zone first. Lu Ling quickly assessed the situation and calmly commanded. No choice, first encounters with a boss generally come with powerful boosts, making them particularly hard to deal with. Lu Ling didn't dare to be careless and took the situation very seriously. Hearing his words, everyone suddenly realized and immediately started following his instructions. With high mobility from his speed and the ability to leap through the void, Lu Ling successfully approached the boss's main body and drew out his staff. Bang! With a muffled sound, the boss was marked with blazing lament, instantly writhing in pain, letting out a shriek. Fire damage seemed to restrain it, and the burning effect was 1.5 times the original. Lu Ling immediately noticed this, grinning widely. The output skill he frequently used was fire-based spells. And with the dimension-tearing skill meant for heavy damage, how terrifying was that output? He thought, quickly circling the boss to begin his performance. The boss's trunk was covered in many twisted human faces, seemingly its eyes, which became Lu Ling's primary targets. Lu Ling ran a couple of steps, jumped, and launched fireballs, stuffing his staff into those faces before triggering explosions, instantly knocking off nearly 7,000 to 8,000 health from the boss. This sent the boss into a berserk state. This left the warriors, still busy chopping roots, dumbfounded. Is this still a mage? What kind of all-powerful being is this? We can't even touch the boss, and you're about to push it into the second stage? Seeing the boss going berserk, Lu Ling not only wasn't afraid but became even braver, directly activating Elemental Awakening, his staff sparkling with lightning, making him appear godlike. At this moment, the roots blocking the attack were nearly cut down. Various professionals rushed forward to attack alongside Lu Ling. Instantly, the scene became lively, with all sorts of skills landing on the boss, swords flashing, and diverse skills combining with various effects. The highest level professionals in this instance were only level 40, lacking flashy skills, hence relying more on numbers. This made the fight seem rather plain and unadorned. But Lu Ling's presence felt completely out of place. While other mages waited to regain mana after casting a couple of spells, Lu Ling, like a perpetual motion machine, didn't stop attacking at all. Chapter 25, Lu Ling won the MVP. The staff in his hands moved faster than the warrior's long blades, each attack carrying 3 types of damage and an elemental effect. From time to time, he smashed 2 fireballs. When he got excited, he unleashed a fiery beam, roasting the strange eater birch right in its face. Such an exaggerated battle style left all the professionals increasingly shocked. Lu Ling's attacks not only added various limiting effects but also dealt incredibly high damage. He didn't even bother dodging the boss's regular attacks, recovering from blood loss with just 1 skill. He didn't even need healing. The boss's skills couldn't even touch the corners of Lu Ling's clothes. He dodged everything with less than a second of invincibility using Void Shift. How confident could he be? He was simply Superman. All the professionals felt numb in their hearts. Is the strong one the mage? No. The strong one is Lu Ling. He defined what a mage should be like in this way. In combat, Lu Ling was extremely excited, fully in the zone. This boss's stats and mechanics were indeed disgusting. But unfortunately, my stats and mechanics are above yours. Who said melee mages are useless? Melee mages are supermodels. The more Lu Ling fought, the more energetic he became. His staff was almost swinging out shadows, and soon he brought the boss's health down below half. At this moment, Lu Ling's output ratio alone reached a terrifying 70%. And he was just a level 26 professional. It must be said, Lu Ling's presence greatly boosted morale. Seeing such a powerful mage on their side made all professionals lift their spirits fully. And those priests were quite understanding. Lu Ling had at least a dozen buffs on him, non-stop. Usually, such a treatment is enjoyed by warriors or assassins, because only these classes can withstand pressure and output at the front. But Lu Ling directly proved with his strength that mages could do the same. Finally, with everyone's effort, the twisted strange eater birch let out a deafening roar, and the vines and branches on it twisted wildly before it unwillingly fell. Lu Ling secured the first kill with a fireball, and the reward for defeating a higher-level monster instantly made him level up twice. At the same time, a haunting, resonant bell sound echoed in his ears. Dungeon, Mysterious Forest, first completion achieved. Best contributor in boss battle, level 28 mage, Lu Ling. As the announcement sounded, the professionals were shocked once again. What? Such a powerful mage, and you're telling me he's just in his 20s? If you told me he was level 50, I would believe it too. Whose genius is this? For a moment, Lu Ling's identity became the topic of everyone's discussion. And the rewards for clearing the dungeon became secondary. Meanwhile, the moment the announcement popped up, Lu Ling was teleported to a mysterious space. Surrounded by mist like an ethereal garden, a resplendent golden treasure chest sat before him. This should be the mysterious reward for the first completion of the dungeon. Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he stepped forward to open the treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained Fragmented Scroll *1, Mysterious Token *1, Legendary Accessory, Philosopher's Stone, Crafting Book *1. Legendary Accessory. This is a great treasure. It sounds like it's meant for mages. Lu Ling picked up the crafting book for a closer look but was stunned. Current accessory locked to hidden class, you cannot view. Locked to hidden class? What the heck? Am I lucky or unlucky? Lu Ling couldn't help but laugh and cry, having to put it into the backpack for future study. Next, Lu Ling picked up the remaining 2 items. Based on the text description, these 2 items should be used to unlock hidden dungeons, but his level wasn't high enough to activate them. This wasn't too troublesome, he just needed to find a higher level prophet professional to help break them. Generally, the tokens for hidden dungeons could sell for at least 1,000,000 huaxia coins, which was acceptable for Lu Ling. After putting everything away, Lu Ling also took the initiative to exit the reward space. When he got outside, a group of professionals looked at Lu Ling with a hint of respect in their eyes. Wherever people are, they always respect the strong. And Lu Ling had conquered them with his strength. At this moment, the instance had been cleared, and the teleportation light column appeared before them. As the professional with the highest damage output in the boss battle, Lu Ling could choose 1 boss drop item for himself and received a title as a bonus. This title would increase Lu Ling's drop rate by 20% when he entered the instance again. Looking at the self-selected treasure chest before him, Lu Ling did not hesitate and exchanged it for the headpiece from the mist set, the Grey Fog Mage hat. He already had the crafting books for the other pieces of the set, and now he only needed this one headpiece to activate the set's effects. This was a gold-tier magic set, perfect for Lu Ling to use. After redeeming the reward, Lu Ling also accepted some materials that the professionals had specially left for him, planning to leave this secret realm. As he just stepped out, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man with a pale face standing at the entrance, accompanied by a number of high-level professionals with terrifying auras. Beside the man was a white cloth draped over something, which vaguely seemed to be a human figure beneath it. Lu Ling recognized it with a glance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this kid Su Yuntian has really bad luck. Yes, that lump covered by the white cloth on the ground was indeed Su Yuntian's body. Originally, Lu Ling thought that after dying in such a place, the Su family wouldn't be able to find him. But unexpectedly, the bodyguards of the Su family had brought Su Yuntian out. They were indeed quite responsible. In fact, this incident was purely accidental. The Su family's bodyguards panicked after Su Yuntian accidentally entered the underground cavern. After a frantic search, they finally learned how to enter the underground cavern area. When they came down, Lu Ling and others were just starting the boss battle. Before this group of bodyguards arrived, one of them suddenly felt the need to use the restroom. Since there weren't any suitable places nearby, he walked a bit further and just happened to find a small hole that was about the same size as a bathroom. After going in and relieving himself, this person immediately discovered an incomplete corpse on the ground. Upon a closer look, he was shocked to find that the corpse had his young master's belongings on it. This terrified the Su family bodyguard so much that he didn't care about what he just did and took the body out immediately. After identification, they confirmed it was indeed Su Yuntian's body. Their young master was dead. And died in such a tragic way. Everything was over now. Naturally, he couldn't help but feel happy. After laughing for a while, he forced himself to come in front of Lu Ling. Young friend Lu, you really haven't let me down. This time's harvest is quite abundant. Lin Tianxiong said with a smile. What he meant was not the personal rewards that Lu Ling received, but rather the great achievement of being the representative of the Tianfeng Guild, securing the first clear of the dungeon. After the first clear of a dungeon, if there are any core remnants, they belong to the person who got the first clear, which is the one who defeated the final boss or contributed the most in the boss fight. And the value of this core is extraordinarily high. This means that in the future, adventurers wanting to clear this dungeon will have to pay a ticket fee to the core holder. But to make it a sustainable dungeon that can be refreshed, this cannot be done by individuals, it must rely on organizations like guilds to operate, to maximize the core's value. Although a portion of the ticket fees must be paid to the Huaxia Adventurers organization, the profits it can bring are still quite considerable. Lu Ling naturally understood this principle but just smiled slightly and said, I just got lucky.
Hearing this, Lin Tianxiong admired the young man even more. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how great it would be if he had a son as outstanding as Lu Ling. Thinking this, he couldn't help but glare at Lin Beichen with displeasure, his eyes filled with disdain. Poor Lin Beichen looked confused and could only weakly glance at Lu Ling. After hearing his four subordinates report on Lu Ling's performance in the dungeon, Lin Tianxiong was even more astonished. He had originally thought that Lu Ling had brought along these 4 level 40 adventurers to secure the first clear amid a crowd. But he never expected that Lu Ling had single-handedly conquered this level 40 secret realm. Such a person is not an overachiever, it's quite an understatement. No way. Rewards. Must reward him well. Lin Tianxiong thought and was just about to speak, but then realized that Lu Ling had started chatting with his daughter. Moreover, his daughter Lin Wanwan had a blush on her face, that kind of youthful shyness, and as an old fox, Lin Tianxiong obviously understood what that meant. In an instant, Lin Tianxiong felt like the sky had fallen. But when he thought about how the one courting his cabbage was a golden pig, his mood improved a bit. Forget it, let the young ones handle their own matters. Lin Tianxiong thought helplessly, rubbing his head, and no longer brought up the topic of rewards but rather needed time to sort out his feelings. After chatting for a while, Lu Ling began to feel a bit hungry, so he naturally accompanied Lin Wanwan to have dinner. After dinner, Lin Wanwan suddenly had to go home, and Lu Ling originally planned to go back as well, but was stopped by Lin Beichen. "Brother Lu, you say, are we good buddies?" Lin Beichen suddenly looked at Lu Ling with shining eyes. To be objective, we probably aren't," Lu Ling said quite seriously. "No way, brother Lu. After all, we have been through life and death together, how can you say that?" Lin Beichen immediately put on a mournful face. Lu Ling couldn't help but find it funny and said, all right, just tell me if there's something you need." Upon hearing this, Lin Beichen immediately smiled, changing his expression at lightning speed. What a pity he didn't perform Sichuan opera. "Good brother. From now on, I recognize you as my bro. So, here's the thing." After listening to Lin Beichen whine for a solid 20 minutes, Lu Ling's expression became more and more interesting, and by the end, he even had the impulse to kick Lin Beichen away. It turned out that this guy had signed a contract for an underground deathmatch because he wanted to stand up for a girl in his class. But since he is a tank class, he couldn't 1v1 at all, which is why he set his sights on Lu Ling, hoping to have him join in for a 2v2 match. That's how it is. I can't even dare to tell my old man about this. If he finds out, I'm finished, Lin Beichen said anxiously. Indeed, as a young master of the Lin family, if Lin Tianxiong finds out that he is participating in such a competition, wouldn't he be furious? It would be a blessing if he didn't break his legs. After internally complaining for a while, Lu Ling began to think seriously. First of all, it's not easy to run away from this competition, because behind the underground deathmatch, there are many powerful forces that would never allow anyone to sign up and then not show up. There are too many things involved in this, even Lin Tianxiong would find it a headache. It would be fine if he hadn't signed a contract, but since he has, it would be unreasonable to back out. You can't really say this kind of competition is illegal, because if reporting it actually worked, they wouldn't have a history spanning hundreds of years. So, it seems that this competition is unavoidable. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ling ultimately decided to agree to Lin Beichen. First, with his current strength, even facing opponents above level 40 would be easily manageable. Second, Lin Beichen isn't a bad person, and since he is Lin Wanwan's brother, it doesn't hurt to help him out. Seeing Lu Ling agree, Lin Beichen was overjoyed and immediately hugged Lu Ling excitedly. Good brother. From now on, I'll call you bro. The competition is tomorrow. I'll come pick you up then. Don't worry. After we finish the fight, I'll definitely thank you properly. After saying this, he cheerfully bid farewell to Lu Ling and happily left. Looking at his departing figure, Lu Ling couldn't help but smile helplessly. Lin Beichen truly doesn't look like a young master at all. If he didn't say it, who would know he is the young master of the Tianfeng Guild? Early the next morning, Lin Beichen arrived as promised, riding a stylish little motorcycle. Since flying is still not an option, it was necessary to have a means of transportation. After picking up Lu Ling, the two quickly arrived at the most popular underground deathmatch arena in the area. This kind of competition is similar to underground boxing, but it's not as bloody and cruel. Chapter 27, Blood Brothers. The deathmatch for professionals is divided into two types. The first type usually stops when one side concedes, with only a few exceptions occurring. The second type, which is more akin to underground boxing, is called a life and death stage. There are no rules, no restrictions, the one who survives is the victor. This gray industry is always popular with the common people, who doesn't enjoy watching two high-ranking professionals engage in bloody combat in the arena. As Lu Ling and Lin Beichen walked into the arena, they were immediately escorted to the backstage, to a magnificent office. Inside sat a middle-aged man who looked extremely ruthless, with a long scar stretching from his forehead down to his jaw, looking terrifying. Young Master Lin has arrived? Please have a seat. Seeing that his identity was exposed, Lin Beichen was somewhat startled, while Lu Ling quickly realized something, his expression growing serious. If he was not mistaken, this person was likely here to extort them. He wanted to use Lin Beichen's contract as leverage to gain benefits from the Tianfeng Guild. Sure enough, just as Lu Ling expected, after a few polite remarks, the scarred man immediately said, "Young Master Lin participating in this competition might not be appropriate, right? Why don't you inform President Tianxiong to come talk to me? If something happens to young Master Lin here, I won't be able to explain myself. Don't you think?" After saying this, he laughed sinisterly. Lu Ling was just about to give a warning when he heard Lin Beichen directly refuse. "No need, just treat me as an ordinary person, we will complete the contract and leave," Lin Beichen stated with determination. The scarred man didn't expect Lin Beichen to be so decisive. After a moment of pause, he sneered and said, "Good. Mr. Lin truly has guts. Someone take Mr. Lin and his friend to prepare for the match." As soon as his voice fell, several masked individuals appeared and respectfully escorted Lu Ling and Lin Beichen away. After they left the office, the scarred man revealed a sinister smile. Asterisk is quite smart, but now that they've fallen into my hands, do they think they can escape without spilling something? Ha ha. Arrange for them to face the Blood Butcher duo. I'm curious to see how Lin Tianxiong will beg me after these two little brats lose. Lu Ling, who had just walked out of the office, was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Beichen, who appeared somewhat disorganized on the surface, to actually be so decisive when it came to major issues. This must be what they call great wisdom disguised as foolishness, right? What he didn't know was that Lin Beichen's thoughts were actually very simple. That is, he could never let his father find out. Otherwise, he'd get beaten to death. After registering with the staff, the two went straight to the waiting room. Meanwhile, in a dim room, there were corpses scattered on the floor and two men, as wild as beasts. "Brother, as expected, I can only sleep peacefully among the pile of corpses. By the way, we haven't gone out for some exercise in a long time. I'm getting a little itchy." One of them stretched and yawned. The other one chuckled and responded, "In the small city of Zhang, how could there be anyone capable of matching us, the Blood Butcher brothers? Even if the inhibitor suppresses our level, it still doesn't give us much thrill." As they were talking, a faint knocking sound suddenly came from outside the door. "Gentlemen, the boss has arranged a new match." On the other side, after chatting for nearly half an hour in the waiting room, the two finally received the match notification. "Our opponents are a duo called Blood Butcher? This duo doesn't seem to have any notable achievements," Lin Beichen said with some confusion. "Isn't that even better? If they arrange a stronger opponent and you lose, it would be a big trouble. At that time, the person in charge here will definitely try to extort a huge sum from President Lin using this incident," Lu Ling casually said while sitting on the sofa. Lin Beichen scratched his head, hesitated, and didn't speak. Soon, the two were escorted to the preparation area. Next up is a 2v2 match. The rookie team, Lu Chen, will face Blood Butcher. With the host's passionate voice, the audience on the stage responded with a round of cheers. This Lu Chen team is a newly registered team composed of two energetic young men. They are Mr. Lu and Beichen. Let's welcome these two brave young men with applause. As the audience cheered, Lu Ling and Lin Beichen slowly stood on the competition stage. Lu Ling didn't particularly enjoy being watched like a circus animal during such battles, but Lin Beichen seemed to rather enjoy the attention, waving and smiling at the crowd. The two of them were quite good-looking. One was warm and sunny, the other cold and aloof. This combination caught many eyes, and the audience started discussing them. And their opponents are the Blood Butcher duo, composed of two brothers. The elder brother, Xiao Xia, and the younger brother, Xiao Mo. When the opponents appeared, the once enthusiastic audience suddenly quieted down. These are the two who killed their opponent in cold blood last time? Aren't they the deathmatch fighters? What are they doing here? Damn! These two are monsters. Those two young guys are in danger now. The appearance of the two brothers sparked much discussion among the audience, and it seemed they had heard of the Blood Butcher duo before. Of course, Lu Ling and Lin Beichen didn't know what was being said. But Lu Ling could sense the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from their opponents. For a moment, he furrowed his brows. These two people absolutely carry many lives on their backs. I'm afraid these two are not simple characters. Lu Ling thought to himself and quietly reminded Lin Beichen. Before they could continue their discussion, the referee had already appeared in the center of the competition stage. The match duration is 10 minutes, if one side surrenders, it ends immediately. Both sides, prepare. Upon hearing this, both sides took out their weapons.
On Lu Ling's side, there was a standard lineup of tank and mage, while the Blood Butchers had a double warrior lineup. Objectively speaking, Lu Ling's side had a much greater chance of winning. For the warriors to bypass the tank and attack the mage was extremely difficult. Moreover, most warriors could hardly withstand the mage's output, and since they had no ranged attackers, the mage could easily hide at the back and attack freely. With a loud shout from the referee, the match began. What everyone on the scene didn't expect was that both sides positioned themselves in exactly the same way. Lu Ling, a mage, surprisingly stood right next to Lin Beichen. This unusual scene instantly made everyone frown. Could it be that this young and handsome mage is a total rookie? His position was practically inviting the other side to attack. Chapter 28, Berserker? 2 fireballs for the kill. Seeing this, the Blood Butchers also revealed cruel smiles. Wow! Brother, that mage on the other side must be an idiot. Ha ha ha. Not trying to escape, but instead, getting close to us? I can't wait to see him bloodied and battered. Xiao Mo looked at Lu Ling with a sickly excitement. After speaking, he instantly activated his speed-up skill, Blood Charge, and rushed towards Lu Ling. At this moment, everyone in the audience began to chatter. This mage is so stupid, how can he stand next to a tank? Exactly, when they come to attack him, that tank teammate won't be able to block them. The Blood Butchers are all Berserker classes. Looks like this match has no suspense. Everyone's gaze towards Lu Ling was filled with disdain. Yet, Lu Ling merely smiled coldly, casually watching the frenzied Xiao Mo charge towards him. A Berserker? Just my toy. Let me show you what it means to be a melee mage. Lu Ling directly activated Elemental Awakening, and with a Void Leap, he began to move. But his direction was towards Xiao Mo. The crowd gasped in shock. This mage didn't run when he saw the warrior coming to attack him, instead he took the initiative to move towards him? Is he insane? Is he trying to commit suicide? But before the audience could utter a word of scorn, Lu Ling acted in a way that silenced them all. He flashed forward, jumped into the fray, and swung his staff for a crushing blow. The staff effect with Elemental Awakening was dazzling, crackling with electric light as it struck Xiao Mo's face. Xiao Mo did not expect that the mage would dare to be so reckless. Jumping in to attack. Caught off guard, he was hit squarely by Lu Ling's staff. Bang! A terrifying sound echoed, and Lu Ling directly dealt 1,000 points of high damage. This was without critical damage. If it weren't for the Berserker's base stats having decent resistance, combined with Xiao Mo wearing a damage-absorbent piece of equipment, this basic attack from Lu Ling could have outright killed him. But even so, Lu Ling's strike had already taken away most of his health. Moreover, the staff was imbued with elemental effects electricity that instantly caused Xiao Mo to become stiff. His body could hardly dodge. In a panic, Xiao Mo immediately activated the Berserker's ultimate skill, Fatal Strike. This skill would deduct 20% of his current maximum health while greatly enhancing his attack power. And with a high amount of lifesteal. Moreover, the moment it activated, it could remove all negative statuses from itself and gain a certain level of resilience. Paired with Xiao Mo's innate skill, Rage of the Berserker, the lower the health, the higher the agility and strength, allowing Xiao Mo to instantly elevate his status. This state is the strongest for a Berserker, even those of much higher levels must now avoid his sharpness. With a series of enhancements activated, Xiao Mo was filled with immense anger. How could he be forced into this position by a mage so close? It was truly a great humiliation. And from a distance, Xiao Xia was equally shocked. He knew his brother's strength very well. Even with a level limiter on, he could hold his ground against enemies 10 levels above him. Yet now, he was being beaten like this by a kid? And the opponent was just a fragile mage? Just as Xiao Mo's axe was about to strike at Lu Ling, Lin Beichen accurately released a taunt and simultaneously activated an inspiring battle roar, granting Lu Ling and himself damage immunity. Xiao Mo, unable to dodge in time as his axe was about to strike Lu Ling, was taunted by Lin Beichen, causing his body to freeze and uncontrollably run toward Lin Beichen. And how could Lu Ling miss this great opportunity? He took the chance to deal 2 heavy blows and then directly pressed his staff against Xiao Mo's waist, instantly casting Fireball. With a loud bang, Xiao Mo was blown away. His health dropped to single digits. He was on the verge of being burned to death by the fireball's lingering flames when the rescue priest by the referee's bench immediately intervened, using a skill to restore Xiao Mo's health. This meant Xiao Mo was out of the match. The audience was astonished. What the heck? This mage actually took out the Berserker in close range? That Berserker couldn't even attack once before being taken away by the mage? Is this really a mage? It's outrageous. Even more shocked was Xiao Xia, who understood his brother's strength best. Once, they had stirred up bloodshed in other cities, how could they now be defeated by 2 mere teenagers? What kind of monster is that guy? In his shock, Xiao Xia was also filled with unparalleled rage. They usually were the ones to leave others in ruins, today, they almost got taken out themselves?
And it was a mage kid. How can this be tolerated? Xiao Xia roared and activated 2 enhancement skills, then directly threw a flying axe at Lu Ling. This was one of the few long-range attacks that a berserker could perform. While the damage wasn't high, it could inflict a crippling effect, making it quite suitable for sticking to enemies. But nobody expected that Lu Ling would not dodge, instead charging up a fireball right where he stood. Why isn't this kid dodging? Although this skill isn't top-tier damage, hitting it solidly could still take a good chunk of health from a fragile target. And if he gets slowed down and stuck, wouldn't the berserker just slice that mage to pieces? Just as the axe was about to land on Lu Ling, his figure vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the charging Xiao Xia. Why is Void Jump considered a divine skill? It's because of that invincibility frame lasting less than a second. It can create infinite possibilities. Xiao Xia, running wildly, never expected this mage kid would dare to jump in front of him, increasing his internal rage as he raised his axe to strike at Lu Ling's head. If this axe struck a typical fragile class, they'd have nothing to do but wait for death. But Lu Ling remained fearless, directly smashing the charged fireball onto Xiao Xia. Both sides exchanged blows, but it was the melee maniac berserker, Xiao Xia, who ended up at a disadvantage. The axe first struck Lu Ling, leaving just a wound on his shoulder, cutting off nearly 1/5 of his health. But Lu Ling's one close-range charged fireball exploded and took away half of Xiao Xia's health. The terrifying damage shocked Xiao Xia, and he immediately activated his defense enhancement skill. At this moment, Lin Beichen also charged in fearlessly, but Xiao Xia simply turned and dodged, simultaneously dispelling Lin Beichen's taunt. Such precise maneuvering surprised Lu Ling slightly. A level 30 berserker with such skilled operations must be more than just this level, right? Chapter 29, Blood Slaughter Brothers in Light Veil. Crafting the Misty Fog Set. Moreover, the opponent's skills seemed a bit too many, almost matching the number of skills a mage had, which was indeed very strange. But despite the doubts, Lu Ling's hands kept moving, delivering a heavy normal attack with 2 traits that smashed into Xiao Xia's waist, instantly making him feel a stiff sensation in his body. This element attack was frost, combined with searing lament, causing Xiao Xia to feel his status drop significantly. It wasn't over yet, as Lu Ling crushed another normal attack into his back, adding a layer of water-soaked effect. Finally, Lu Ling directly activated Dimensional Tear, pressing his staff against Xiao Xia and unleashing a blazing beam up close. The powerful impact caused Xiao Xia to feel intense pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The priest at the judging table was already prepared. Seeing Xiao Xia in a near-death state, he immediately cast a set of healing spells. This was what saved him from dying under Lu Ling's blazing beam. The judge also stared blankly for 10 seconds before coming back to his senses and declaring the winner. The winner of this match is Lu Chen team. As the host's voice rang out, the audience on stage was still in shock for a long time. After a while, everyone gradually started to clap. So exciting! I never expected a mage could fight like this. Truly an eye-opener. Indeed. Who said mages could only hide at the back and deal damage? This guy plays mage so well, it's truly impressive. Exactly. I see those 2 berserkers only bully the weak, but when they meet someone strong, they're useless. Lu Ling's exaggerated operations instantly captivated many in the audience, and everyone began to inquire about this handsome mage's information. But the winning Lu Ling had long since taken Lin Beichen and left, causing many audience members hoping to recruit him to sigh inwardly. Now that I've finished fighting, can that contract be voided? In the office of the underground deathmatch supervisor, Lin Beichen said to the scar-faced man sitting opposite him with irritation. The scar-faced man paid him no mind and gazed at Lu Ling with astonishment. This match was more about Lu Ling coming to bully the weak. He was very clear about the strength of the Blood Slaughter Brothers, although their surface level was 30. These 2 were genuinely first transition powerhouses. They had put on level limiters for special reasons to come here for the underground deathmatch. Not to mention level 50, even a level 40 professional would gain no advantage against these 2. And this kid before him could actually take on 2. Such terrifying strength. For such a monstrous genius, the scar-faced man was afraid to offend him and immediately put on a smiling face. Although Lu Ling didn't appear strong in his eyes, he feared that Lu Ling might be a young master from a top-tier family out to play and didn't dare to be too reckless. I never expected both of you to be so powerful, it seems I was short-sighted. He. Young Master Lin, rest assured. Since you have already fought a match for me, that contract is naturally void. The scar-faced man said with a grin. After giving the 2 a sum of money as a bonus, the scar-faced man urged them to leave quickly. If the Blood Butcher brothers took their time recovering and came looking for trouble, things could get messy. And Lu Ling also thought of this, so he took Lin Beichen and left right away. Once outside, Lin Beichen hugged Lu Ling and expressed his gratitude profusely, then patted his chest and declared. Brother Lu. From now on, your business is my business. I can't promise anything else, but if there's a beating to take, definitely call me.
Such a funny statement made Lu Ling chuckle, shaking his head but saying nothing else. However, Lin Beichen deeply ingrained this matter in his heart. At the same time, Lu Ling's position in his mind rose sharply, soon reaching a level similar to that of an elder brother. After that, there wasn't much left to do, and Lu Ling said his goodbyes, heading alone to the Jiangqing Adventurers Alliance, planning to level up in dungeons. Just after taking a few steps, Lu Ling remembered that the golden grade set he had seemingly obtained in the strange forest hadn't been forged yet and changed his destination on the fly. Previously, Lin Tianxiong had promised him a complete set of gear, and it wasn't that Lin Tianxiong forgot at this moment, but that Lu Ling had actively proposed to wait until he had his first class change to fulfill this promise. Because the early stage gear was mostly quite easy to obtain, he could get some just by casually running through dungeons. Lin Tianxiong naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Soon after, Lu Ling arrived at the headquarters of the Tianfeng Guild. At this time, Lu Ling had become a well-known figure in the guild, and after hearing Lu Ling's request, the reception officer didn't dare be slow and immediately reported to the guild leader. He wants to forge a complete set of gear? It seems this kid harvested pretty well in the strange forest dungeon. Lin Tianxiong chuckled and said. Alright, let him go find Master Zhao at the Blacksmith Association, I'll give him a call. The reception officer quickly relayed this news to Lu Ling. Lu Ling hadn't expected that just for forging a set of transitional level 30 golden gear, the guild leader would directly use his connections to have the president of the Blacksmith Association take action. That president, Zhao Wuxi, was a third-class adventurer, a 6th-tier master blacksmith. This lifestyle profession is different from combat professions. Every adventurer can gain an additional lifestyle profession upon their first-class change. The choice of this lifestyle profession is largely determined by the attributes at the time of the first-class change. For example, a profession with a high spirit and low strength cannot choose a profession like blacksmith, which relies on physical strength. And a profession lacking enough spirit cannot select enchanter or prophet as their lifestyle professions either. Although lifestyle professions do not directly provide combat abilities, once leveled up, they are still quite desirable. I wonder what kind of lifestyle profession I can unlock when I change classes. Lu Ling thought, as he set off directly for the Blacksmith Association, which was not far from the Tianfeng Guild. Upon arriving, he was immediately hit by a strong scent of metal mixed with molten iron. After explaining his purpose, the front desk hurriedly summoned the president of the Blacksmith Association, Zhao Wuxi. Kid, are you the genius Lin Tianxiong mentioned? Zhao Wuxi had a ruddy complexion, a booming voice, and looked like a bomb ready to explode. But his attitude towards Lu Ling was quite decent, and he didn't show any sign of difficulty. Only his eagle-like sharp eyes kept evaluating him with a hint of scrutiny. After a while, Zhao Wuxi suddenly nodded to himself, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Lu Ling chuckled humbly and said a few words, smoothly complimenting Zhao Wuxi a bit. This earned a hearty laugh from Zhao Wuxi. Alright, let's chat more when I have some time. It seems that Lin Tianxiong has found a good son-in-law. Not bad. Not bad. The last sentence from Zhao Wuji left Lu Ling stunned, unable to react for a long time. A good son-in-law? President Lin? While Lu Ling was thinking, Zhao Wuji's loud voice urged him on. Okay. Stop dawdling. Kid. Give me what you want to forge. I'll personally start the furnace for you. After saying this, he stretched out his big hand towards Lu Ling. Interrupted in his thoughts, Lu Ling was too lazy to think anymore and took out his set of crafting books along with the materials and handed them to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji took them, not looking back as he walked into the blacksmithing workshop, and soon the sound of hammering began to ring out. Half an hour later, Zhao Wuji emerged, a cigarette in his mouth, holding a complete set of equipment in one hand. Here you go, kid. Don't forget to tell old Lin when you go back, this labor costs a few bottles of good wine. With that, he waved his hand at Lu Ling, signaling him to leave. Lu Ling thanked him again, put the equipment into his backpack, and left directly. This set of equipment was also of golden grade, with a level restriction of above 30, so he couldn't wear it for now. But it wouldn't be long before he could. After defeating the dungeon boss, Lu Ling's level had already risen to over level 28, very close to level 30. Thinking about this, he went directly to the local station of the Huaxia Practitioners Alliance and used his status as a senior member of the Tianfeng Guild to apply for a level 40 dungeon entry permit. After grinding for 2 days, Lu Ling successfully broke through the level 30 barrier. Lu Ling, profession, Mage. Current level, 30. Talent skills, Mastery of All Magic LV1, S, Blade of Spell Energy LV2, SS, Guardian of Magic Energy LV1, Equipped skills, Magic Energy Conversion LV1, Dimensional Tear LV1, Arcane Drain LV1, Void Leap LV1. Profession exclusive basic skills, Fireball LV3, Blazing Beam LV2. Health, 1350, Mana, 3000. Physical attack, 27, plus 585, Spell power, 195. Physical defense, 20, Spell defense, 24. Strength, 15 Constitution, 15, Spirit, 40, Agility, 25, current critical rate, 10%.
This unit has received a Divine Blessing melee expert.
Looking at his terrifying data panel, Lu Ling nodded and put on the equipment he had prepared in advance.
First was the Misty Fog set.
This set, with 2 pieces equipped, adds 70 points of spell power, plus 10 points of physical and magical defense each.
Once 4 pieces are gathered, the boost reaches a qualitative leap.
First, the bonus increases to 100 points of spell power, and then an additional 50 points of dual resistance. Most importantly, it grants a special effect. Set feature Mysterious Fog. When attacked, there is a 20% chance to trigger the Mysterious Fog, reducing this attack's damage by 70%, and the fog will persist for a period of time. When the fog is activated, damage is reduced by 50%, and any attack will carry a special effect, weakening the opponent's overall defense and ignoring half of damage reduction. This equipment feature is very comprehensive, providing defense while boosting output, making it a great transitional set. Lu Ling was very satisfied and also equipped the pearl necklace he obtained earlier. This equipment allowed spell skills to deliver critical hits, plus it provided a significant increase in critical rate, raising Lu Ling's output to a terrifying level. At level 30, the mage profession began to gradually exert its power, while Lu Ling's path directly enhanced the mage's formidable output ability to the extreme. It effectively compensates for the mage's weakness of being fragile and easily damaged. One could say that Lu Ling at this stage was truly invincible at the same tier.
Even an SSS level profession would probably struggle against a mage that could deal high damage up close and couldn't be easily killed.
After updating his equipment, Lu Ling went straight to the Practitioner's Alliance, intending to challenge a higher difficulty dungeon.
His current goal is simple: to complete a first turn before the college entrance exam.
The staff member in charge of reception saw Lu Ling come again and greeted him with a smile.
"Lu bro, are you here again to challenge the level 40 dungeon? You refreshed the solo speed leaderboard a few days ago."
But Lu Ling shook his head and browsed the dungeon information for a while, finally selecting a dungeon marked with A-level difficulty.
"I want to challenge this dungeon."
The staff was stunned upon hearing this.
"Lu bro, this is a level 60 dungeon.
To solo it, you at least need to be above level 45. Normally, this is where 50-level first-turn professionals level up. You're under 30, and soloing this dungeon could be life-threatening." But Lu Ling smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I know my strength.
Just give me the permit. Are you sure you want to do this?
This dungeon is really dangerous. Even among level 60 dungeons, it ranks among the top in difficulty.
Why don't you consider switching to another dungeon or find someone to team up with?"
The staff still tried to persuade Lu Ling. But Lu Ling just smiled faintly, determined to choose this dungeon. Seeing this, the staff had no choice but to process Lu Ling's entry permit. After signing the agreement, Lu Ling headed directly to the dungeon portal.
This scene was also witnessed by many professionals in the hall.
That kid, a level 30 professional, dares to challenge the Wailing Canyon? He must be crazy. I wonder where this fool came from, rushing in without thinking.
He probably cleared a few low-level dungeons and thinks he's great, haha.
Everyone looked at Lu Ling with disdain. Who would believe that a level 30 professional could solo a level 60 dungeon? Just a short while after Lu Ling left, a familiar figure appeared in the hall.
It was Su Yuntian.
Behind him were several level 60 professionals, all carrying double experience halos, walking grimly toward the reception desk. "Get me a team permit, dungeon choice, Wailing Canyon." The staff was still thinking about Lu Ling's situation and was taken aback at the words. But seeing the level 60 professionals following Su Yuntian, he instantly understood that this was a young master brought by some big family for leveling. After quickly processing the paperwork, Su Yuntian walked away with the crowd toward the Wailing Canyon portal without looking back. So how did he come back to life? This has to start from the day after the dungeon ended. After dying in the dungeon, Su Yuntian was brought home by his father, who personally went to invite a 7th-turn priest. With all of Su family's earnings over the past 5 years, they exchanged for a single act from that priest.
Chapter 31, Conflict. Su Yuntian's change. The priest profession has a very unique branch called the Soul Summoner. This branch has only one special skill, resurrection. As long as the body is intact enough and the death does not exceed 3 days, one can resurrect the deceased at the cost of consuming some life force. And Su Yuntian was lucky. The remaining parts of his corpse were just enough for the 7th-turn priest to utilize this ability. Only then could Su Yuntian snatch back his life. But a professional can only be resurrected once in their life, which means if Su Yuntian died again, it would truly be impossible for even a god to save him. Even Su family suffered greatly from this incident. With their family empire significantly shrinking, it would take at least 10 years to recover. And all of this was initiated by Lu Ling, who spent less than 10 minutes on it. Reborn Su Yuntian also vaguely sensed that something was off. He firmly believed that those monsters absolutely did not seek him out. It must be someone who set him up.
But suffering from a lack of clues and evidence, Su Yuntian could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, forced to endure this frustration.
And this incident also made Su Yuntian completely realize one thing. Strength is the absolute power of speech.
So, as soon as he recovered from his injuries, he immediately headed down the path of leveling up. With the help of countless bottles of double experience potions and over a dozen high-level professionals from the Su family, Su Yuntian actually leveled up to level 30 in a short time. On the other side, Lu Ling had just entered the dungeon when he heard a sharp and long howling sound. Then came countless responses, the sounds echoing in the vast canyon, creating an especially eerie atmosphere.
This instance is a very unique one.
Its difficulty lies in one place, that is, the entire instance has only one scene. In other words, all the monsters and boss in this instance are within this canyon of only a few kilometers. This means that once you start battling monsters, you must fight all the way to the end until you defeat the boss. The space inside the canyon is also very narrow, leaving no room for ranged professions to kite their enemies at all. Moreover, the special nature of the monsters here makes this map a nightmare for solo players. But for Lu Ling, this was truly not a difficult task. His combat style doesn't require much space to maneuver, and with his own sustainability, the restrictions on ranged professions do not exist for him.
Let me try how much improvement this new equipment brings me.
Lu Ling grinned and immediately entered the canyon, starting to slaughter from the entrance. The monsters here are wraiths, inherently immune to 50% of physical damage, only spell damage hits for full damage.
Ordinary warrior or assassin professions would probably find them helpless. But Lu Ling is different. He is a mage, does he lack spell damage?
Looking at the piles of white vengeful spirits before him, Lu Ling instantly raised his staff and then charged towards the countless monsters. I must say, the pearl necklace really boosts the mage's output by more than a little. Lu Ling's fireball spell now reaches a terrifying limit damage of over 4,000. This damage is nearly half of the health of most level 1 warriors.
If he didn't have high damage reduction skills or equipment, then Lu Ling could easily kill a full health warrior with just one basic attack and 2 fireballs if he scored a critical hit.
The monsters here are generally around level 45, with health likely just about 10 to 20,000, so Lu Ling kills quickly. Additionally, the arcane drain continuously provides health and mana recovery, allowing Lu Ling to battle for over 10 minutes while almost maintaining full health.
Most importantly, these monsters deal purely magical damage.
Their attacks hardly drain his health at all.
The high magic resistance provided by the melee expert blessing is indeed terrifying.
Just as Lu Ling was enjoying the slaughter, a dark voice suddenly came from behind him.
Lu Ling?
After incinerating the monster in front of him with a blazing beam, Lu Ling turned to look at the speaker, unable to hide a hint of surprise.
Su Yuntian? Did he really set things in motion so quickly? It seems the Su family does have some capability.
And this guy's level has actually also reached 30, I must have underestimated him. Lu Ling thought this in his heart, but his face remained expressionless.
It's you? What do you want?
Lu Ling said lightly.
Su Yuntian sneered and said, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way, I'm busy farming monsters today and don't have time for you. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude.
Lu Ling heard this and smiled instead of getting angry, crossing her arms and curling her lips into a mocking arc.
Shouldn't that be my line? I'm here grinding happily, why should I let you take the blame? I want to see how you're going to be rude.
As soon as this was said, the few bodyguards behind Su Yuntian immediately became displeased.
Do you know what kind of identity our young master has? How dare you speak like this?
But before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Su Yuntian's hand. After experiencing a real death, Su Yuntian had changed somewhat. Lu Ling, I'm too lazy to say much to you, just say, are you stepping aside or not? Su Yuntian's face grew increasingly cold, and his eyes held a beast-like ferocity. Lu Ling chuckled, shaking her head contemptuously.
If you were grinding monsters and suddenly a group of people told you to get lost, would you step aside?
Su Yuntian, I advise you not to take yourself too seriously.
As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Su Yuntian suddenly erupt, drawing his sword and aiming directly at Lu Ling's neck. He intended to put Lu Ling to death. But how could Lu Ling be afraid of him? She was just waiting for Su Yuntian to act first. In the secret realm, attacking other professionals was a violation of the Chinese professional code.
Such behavior would be recorded in the files, leading to being blacklisted by the Chinese Professional Alliance.
They could never enter the secret realm again.
Just as Su Yuntian's weapon was about to strike down, it was stopped by someone from the Su family standing nearby.
Young master, think twice.
The speaker was an older middle-aged man, who grabbed Su Yuntian's hand holding the sword.
Young master, there's no need to offend the Professional Alliance for this kid. The man advised Su Yuntian in a low voice.
If it were before, Su Yuntian would have chopped without care, after all, the Su family had ways to handle it. But in these days, the Su family had exhausted all their wealth to resurrect Su Yuntian.
In such a critical time, offending the professional alliance could leave the Su family in a mess. Surprisingly, after hearing this, Su Yuntian did not shout as before that he would kill Lu Ling on the spot. Instead, he seriously thought for a moment and finally slowly put his weapon away. Chapter 32, Life and Death Duel. Lu Ling under suspicion. Humph. Lu Ling, don't think that I'm not moving against you because I'm afraid of you now. If it weren't for being in the secret realm right now, you would already be a corpse. Su Yuntian said coldly with a sneer. But Lu Ling only scoffed upon hearing this. Su Yuntian had grown his brain but not by much. He also didn't consider the huge gap in strength between the two in the Misty Forest instance. If Su Yuntian had really chopped at that moment, Lu Ling would have had just cause for self-defense. At that time, who would be the corpse was naturally not necessary to say. Seeing Lu Ling's mocking expression, Su Yuntian's face darkened further. The long-repressed resentment and frustration suddenly exploded at this moment. Lu Ling, don't be complacent. Your life will soon be mine. If you have the guts, take it. As Su Yuntian spoke, he directly opened the professional panel and sent a life and death duel invitation to Lu Ling. You have received a duel invitation from Su Yuntian, do you wish to accept? Seeing the prompt pop up, Lu Ling couldn't help but smile even wider. She had been worried about how to eliminate Su Yuntian. This kid actually came looking. He did not know that Lu Ling had previously cleared the Misty Fog dungeon first, and had achieved the first kill of the boss. He thought Lu Ling was just a somewhat special mage. Although powerful, he could not transcend his class and enjoy a large amount of resources like himself. 3 days were enough for Su Yuntian to reach level 40. A level 40 swordsman, equipped with top-tier gear, would be afraid of a mage? So, 3 days later would be Lu Ling's death day. Upon realizing this, Su Yuntian no longer cared to waste words with Lu Ling. After giving Lu Ling a vicious glance, he took his group from the Su family and left the place. But Lu Ling merely smiled faintly, completely indifferent to the duel with Su Yuntian. The current Lu Ling's actual combat power had probably already surpassed the vast majority of first-tier professionals. Would he really fear a 30-level swordsman? In 3 days, even if Su Yuntian did not sleep at all, he could only reach around level 40. He would still not be Lu Ling's opponent. Thus, the outcome of this duel was already predetermined as a massacre. After Su Yuntian and others left, Lu Ling continued to grind monsters. With the support of new equipment, Lu Ling fought even more recklessly. The weaknesses of mages were nowhere to be seen on Lu Ling, while their strengths were fully realized by him. Other mages might have to consider dodging skills and their own accuracy in battle. But Lu Ling did not have this trouble at all. His body itself was not fragile, and with a bunch of outrageous talents, Lu Ling was definitely more suited for melee combat than a warrior. As for the issue of skill accuracy, there was really nothing more to say. Lu Ling even directly slammed his staff in the enemy's face while casting skills. What dodging space was there? Cutting through the obstacles, Lu Ling quickly arrived in front of the boss of this dungeon. It was a massive, pitch-black evil spirit, its thick resentment almost tangible, and its grotesque face emitted howls of misery that made one shudder involuntarily. Lu Ling had already looked over the strategy guide before coming, starting by attacking while pulling the boss and clearing all the nearby small monsters. If he did not do this, then when the boss's health fell to half, it would absorb these small monsters, restoring its health while entering a second phase, unleashing its evil spirit. At that time, its power would nearly double, even first-tier professionals would feel a headache. Lu Ling first quickly cleaned up the surrounding monsters and then killed the boss before they respawned, which was the perfect method outlined in the strategy. But for a single professional, this was almost an impossible task, hence very few succeeded. As expected from the strategy guide, a boss that could not enter its second form was indeed much easier to fight. Under Lu Ling's terrifying burst damage, this evil spirit turned into a thick black smoke, dissipating in the valley. Professional Lu Ling successfully cleared the platinum-level dungeon Crying Canyon. Time taken, 13 minutes and 8 seconds. With the appearance of beams of light, a shocking broadcast message appeared in the hall. Everyone looked up, all startled. Which big shot is challenging the speed-running board again? 13 minutes. This is already very close to the record. Yeah, and this person is soloing. He is on the solo leaderboard. Look at the second on the leaderboard, this guy's name is Lu Ling? A level 30 mage? Seeing Lu Ling's profession mark and that big 31, everyone was dumbfounded. What, he is a level 30 mage soloing, and made it to second place. This person must be cheating, right? Everyone spoke in disbelief. Actually, if it weren't for Su Yuntian delaying Lu Ling for a while, he probably would have cleared the dungeon even faster. After a moment of silence, everyone immediately requested to see Lu Ling's dungeon replay. I want to see how a level 30 mage completed the dungeon in 13 minutes. Exactly, this is nonsense. Maybe he found some shortcut for fast clearing? Let's check it out. The professionals present all spoke at once. The noise quickly attracted the attention of the leader of the professional alliance. Upon hearing the crowd's description, the leader frowned. He looked up at the fast-clearing leaderboard, and the second place was indeed an unfamiliar name. Is the timing system malfunctioning? Leader Wang Yan looked at the staff members. No, Minister Wang, the entire system is perfectly fine, and no anomalies were detected when this person entered the dungeon. The staff member responsible for this stammered, clearly also incredulous about a level 30 mage soloing a level 60 dungeon. This is truly bizarre. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said solemnly. Everyone, please don't get anxious, I will pull up this person's battle replay for review. If he truly used improper means to achieve this result, I will hold him accountable to the end. Wang Yan's words quieted the professionals present, and curiosity began to rise about this unbelievable event. Soon, Lu Ling's battle replay was brought up on the big screen. Chapter 33, Startling All, Transforming into a Fast-Clearing Demon. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Lu Ling charged forward with his weapon without any intention of observing the terrain at all. This reckless behavior quickly caused many other mages to shake their heads in disbelief. This guy is pretty bad, a mage soloing without even looking at the terrain, how is he going to kite? If he gets surrounded, he's doomed. He must be using some kind of trick. But before he finished speaking, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. They saw Lu Ling charging straight towards the monster with his staff raised. He even used a movement skill along the way. Is this guy an idiot? Has any mage ever farmed monsters like this? Everyone present thought the same thing. Before they could critique him, an unbelievable scene appeared. Lu Ling raised his staff and swung it at the monster. That strong and powerful strike did not resemble a mage one bit. This is even more ferocious than a warrior. Then, even more shocking scenes unfolded. Everyone was silent, all staring in disbelief at the screen, watching Lu Ling's arrogant figure swinging his staff. 2 basic attacks followed by a skill, and a level 40 monster was thus instantaneously killed? Stuffing his staff into the monster's mouth to cast a spell, what kind of operation is this? A physical exorcist, huh? Wow. Long range can't help the blue star people. Doubt, astonishment, gradual understanding, enjoyment. Lu Ling's operation was like a visual feast, giving everyone present a new understanding of what a mage could be. So mages can play like this? Can mages also rush forward and slay enemies in style? Could it be that our mages have been playing it wrong again? Everyone stared thoughtfully at Lu Ling's frenzied strikes on the screen. For a moment no one raised any doubts. When they saw Lu Ling's perfectly executed challenge against the boss, their eyes burned with excitement. This is truly a great god. I didn't expect him to replicate the perfect operations from the guides. Yeah. Having such a great god in the team must be amazing. One person can directly take on 3 different roles. If we could run dungeons with him, we'd practically fly. This person's words immediately awakened everyone, and they quickly began searching for Lu Ling's presence. At this moment, Lu Ling had already left the Practitioner Alliance Hall and was on his way home. Before leaving, he also stopped by to redeem his ranking rewards, 50,000 Huaxia coins and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Since Lu Ling could no longer use it, he simply exchanged it all for Huaxia coins. Unexpectedly, the rewards from the leaderboard seemed good. If he could top the solo leaderboard for each dungeon, that could add up to quite a sum. Lu Ling thought, and a smile appeared on his face. Why not use this money to buy a new house? That way, my mom would live more comfortably and wouldn't have to walk so far to work every day. Lu Ling contemplated. What he didn't know was that his recent performance had set the Practitioner Alliance ablaze, with countless people searching for him. After returning home, Lu Ling gave the rewards of the day to his mother while sharing his thoughts. Hearing that her son was so understanding, Mu Wanru couldn't help but shed tears of joy. After resting at home for a night, Lu Ling hurried to the Practitioner Alliance Hall early the next day. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the hall, the previously calm crowd of practitioners all turned to look at him. Isn't that the new solo leaderboard master mage from yesterday? Seems like him. I remember he is called Lu Ling. I was there when he registered for the dungeon yesterday. Everyone suddenly became excited, and countless low-tier practitioners rushed to Lu Ling, sending him friend requests. Master. Can you take me through the enchanted manor today? I'm just 1 boot short for my enchanted set. I'll give you all the other materials. Get lost. Master, look at me. Take me through the misty forest. I'll introduce you to my cousin. She's beautiful and sings sweetly. Lu Ling was momentarily stunned by this unexpected scene, with the prompts from the practitioners panel ringing in his head. You have received a friend request. You have received a friend request. You have received a billion friend requests.
Scared, he hurriedly closed the friend request permissions and then used a void leap to escape from the crowd, running to the dungeon processing window.
Nightmare Mountain's entry permit, thank you. Lu Ling, sweating profusely, handed his practitioner ID card to the staff, then looked back. Countless eager and fervent eyes were staring at him. Fortunately, the staff was quite diligent and quickly completed Lu Ling's registration.
Only then was he able to escape and directly enter the secret realm. Once teleported into the secret realm, Lu Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Since childhood, he had feared facing such scenes. He really didn't know what had gotten into that crowd of practitioners. It was just a solo clear of a level 60 dungeon. Did it require such a reaction? Lu Ling had no idea that the video of his solo clear at Howling Canyon had already been uploaded by many practitioners to forums. Filled with a violent yet beautiful fighting style and delicate micro-operations, combined with his handsome appearance, he had become a hot topic on the forums. Adjusting his state, Lu Ling directly pulled out his weapon and began his solo journey. This dungeon's difficulty was much lower than yesterday's, as Lu Ling was only here to obtain the solo leaderboard rewards, not to level up or farm materials. So, 7 minutes later, he effortlessly took down the boss with 3 scepters and was teleported back to the practitioner hall. This time, he was smarter. Before going out, he put on the thousand-faced cloak to disguise his image.
Sure enough, the crowd waiting outside did not recognize the disguised Lu Ling.
After quickly walking to the handling office, the leaderboard behind him refreshed, and Lu Ling's name topped the list once more.
Nightmare Mountain Dungeon, record for solo clear has been reset.
First place, Lu Ling, profession, mage, time, 7 minutes 35 seconds. By the time everyone realized, Lu Ling had already entered the next dungeon. For an entire day, Lu Ling crazily challenged dungeons that were not very large, achieving one unbelievable fast clear after another. By the evening, Lu Ling had successfully completed more than 2/3 of the lower-tier dungeons and had broken all records. The staff responsible for this area were stunned. All afternoon, the leaderboard kept jumping, broadcasting, and there was no way to hide Lu Ling's identity. Speaking of which, who on earth is this kid? How could a mage in his 30s easily clear a level 50 dungeon like slicing through vegetables? Why is he crazily challenging these dungeons? Meanwhile, Lu Ling was contentedly looking at the bank card in his hand. Over 1 million Chinese yuan, plus the rewards he had previously earned and the subsidies from the Tianfeng Guild, were more than enough to buy a nice apartment in the center of Jiang City. Chapter 34, The Duel Begins. Crushing Su Yuntian. With this, his mom wouldn't have to wake up so early every day to squeeze onto the bus for work, and it would be much more convenient for him to go to the guild headquarters and the Profession Alliance. Just as he was planning, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Hello, Lu Ling, are you busy?" It was Lin Wanwan calling, and there was a hint of worry in her tone. "I heard you were going to have a life and death duel with Su Yuntian? What's going on?" Lu Ling was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and then explained everything in detail. After Lin Wanwan finished listening, she became very angry. Su Yuntian is going too far. Clearly, he was unreasonable first. Why should you compromise? Then, Lin Wanwan spoke worriedly again. "You must be careful, Su Yuntian's level has been rising pretty fast these days. If it doesn't work out, just cancel the duel directly. As for the breach of contract curse, I will help you deal with it." Lin Wanwan's words warmed Lu Ling's heart slightly. From her words, Lu Ling felt a long-lost sense of being cared for. "It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Thank you for your concern." Thinking of this, Lu Ling smiled slightly, and his tone unconsciously softened a bit. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan didn't have much else to say and could only urge Lu Ling to be extra careful and to find her if he needed anything. After chatting for a few more moments, Lu Ling hung up the phone. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ling looked at the duel countdown on the interface getting closer and closer, a faint cold smile playing on his lips. Upon learning that Lu Ling had signed a life and death duel with someone, Lin Tianxiang was extremely anxious. Early in the morning he sent someone to bring Lu Ling over. "Lu Xiaoyu, are you sure there's no problem? You should know, once the duel starts, if there is no clear winner, it is impossible to return to reality. Even if you admit defeat in the duel, you will bear the curse and will never be able to level up again." Lin Tianxiang said with a frown, his tone carrying a bit of concern. Lu Ling merely smiled lightly and replied, "It's fine, I won't lose, President." Seeing Lu Ling say this, Lin Tianxiang had no other choice but to pray that Su Yuntian really couldn't defeat Lu Ling. Otherwise, he would truly lose such a son-in-law with extraordinary potential. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan and others were also worried, since if they lost this duel, then his entire professional career would be ruined. On the other side, Su Yuntian was also filled with confidence. After 2 days of frantically leveling up, he had directly broken through the level 40 barrier. Furthermore, he had top-tier equipment all over him. Moreover, the Su family had lavishly helped Su Yuntian acquire 2 top-tier talent skills. Several S-level skills. At this moment, Su Yuntian's combat power has reached its peak.
Humph. Lu Ling. Your worthless life will be taken by me. Su Yuntian laughed coldly, determined to win this duel. Soon, the time arrived. Both sides were simultaneously pulled into an alternate dimension. They would decide the winner here before being able to return to the real world. Once the life and death duel began, only a death from one side would declare the winner. Of course, you could also choose to surrender. But if you surrendered, your level would be permanently locked at level 1, becoming utterly useless. Moreover, surrendering would deduct 30 years from your lifespan, along with a very shameful title, Coward. As both sides drew their weapons, the duel officially began. Humph. Lu Ling, I will let you know that I, Su Yuntian, am the true genius. Scum like you, akin to a wild dog, are only fit to be trampled beneath my feet. Su Yuntian shouted ferociously, drawing his long knife and aiming it sharply at Lu Ling. As he struck, he activated the warrior class enhancement skill, Battle Stream. At the same time, he performed a quick slash, instantly aiming for Lu Ling's neck. The speed of this strike was incredibly fast. If it hit solidly, Lu Ling would be seriously wounded. Attacking such a fatal area has damage bonuses, coupled with the high attack power of Su Yuntian's weapon. This strike could deal 3,000 to 4,000 damage. But Lu Ling merely smiled. Just as the knife was about to touch him, he executed a leap and dodged to the side of Su Yuntian. He had added quite a bit of agility precisely to counter these assault warriors at such moments. After dodging, Lu Ling immediately began to charge up. His staff was going to smash into Su Yuntian. However, Su Yuntian's reaction exceeded Lu Ling's expectations. Su Yuntian suddenly sidestepped, evading Lu Ling's staff, while activating a teleport skill, Shadow Slip, narrowly avoiding the blow. You think you're the only one with movement skills? Humph. Die. Su Yuntian, having dodged Lu Ling's attack, was unusually proud and shouted as the long knife struck again. S-level skill, 1000 hits. This skill has high damage and is a locking skill. But Lu Ling had just used his movement, making it impossible to dodge now. Just when Su Yuntian was excited, thinking he had the fight in the bag, he was shocked to see a strange mist suddenly emerge around Lu Ling. The 20% chance triggering strange mist actually activated on the first try. It seems my luck is really good. Lu Ling smiled at Su Yuntian, his staff already pressed against him. Boom! The fireball exploded. The charged fireball spell dealt explosive damage. Even without a critical hit, it caused nearly 3,000 damage. With Su Yuntian in platinum level gear and 8,000 health points, he was not instantly killed. But such high damage left Su Yuntian in shock. Even more terrifying for him was that his recent 1,000 hits had only nicked Lu Ling. And after Lu Ling cast that spell, his health instantly returned to full, plus a shield appeared. How is this supposed to be fought? Why can this useless mage be so strong? Why? Su Yuntian's heart roared, his face showing a trace of ferocity. Ignoring the pain, he immediately adjusted his stance and attacked Lu Ling once more. However, Lu Ling had now activated the set effect. Su Yuntian's attacks could barely harm Lu Ling at all. It was already hard to hit, and after hitting, the damage was so low, how could he continue fighting? Lu Ling's attacks felt like being hit by a ton of bricks on him, making it 3 types of injuries mixed together, and in just 2 skills, Su Yuntian's health dropped to 1/3. After several rounds of fighting, Su Yuntian had transformed from initial confidence, to anger, and finally to fear. It was too terrifying. Not only could he not strike back, but their damage output was higher than his. Even in speed, he found himself evenly matched. Chapter 35, Total Defeat. The Su family's revenge. This mage is too frightening. Su Yuntian was struggling to hold on, as fear rapidly spread in his heart, soon causing him to lose his mind. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. No! I cannot die. I am the eldest young master of the Su family. How can I die at the hands of a waste? In his panic, Su Yuntian had completely lost his composure. Just when he was about to be struck dead by Lu Ling's staff, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and shouted. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. With his shout, a bright light suddenly filled the entire space. Immediately after, Su Yuntian suddenly vanished before Lu Ling's eyes. The professional Lu Ling wins this duel, rewarded with the title Beginner Duelist. But it wasn't over yet. A system prompt echoed in Lu Ling's mind once again. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden achievement. In a narrow road, the brave wins. Won a duel against a warrior class professional. System rewards, Beginner Talent Upgrade Card *1, Beginner Skill Upgrade Card *1. Then, Lu Ling's figure also disappeared into this otherworldly space. The onlookers outside saw Lu Ling return safely and all breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Su Yuntian was teleported out, all his equipment automatically unbound due to level drop. The many servants of the Su family thought Su Yuntian had won the duel as he appeared unharmed, and they began to congratulate him.
But the astute ones quickly noticed Su Yang's pale face and immediately shut their mouths. Yun Tian, you. Su Yang was a powerful figure close to the fourth transition. He saw the situation immediately and understood what had happened. This was a surrender in a life-and-death duel, stripped of levels by the will of the heavens, rendered a waste. For a moment, Su Yang felt a rush of blood flow backwards, a surge of furious anger rising in his heart. Seeing him like a raging lion, everyone present fell silent, too frightened to speak. After a long while, Su Yang gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Tell me, who exactly is that person? On Lu Ling's side, the atmosphere was 1,000 times better. Everyone congratulated Lu Ling on his victory and tactfully didn't ask who he fought against. When the higher-ups left, only Lin Tianxiang and his daughter remained at the scene. Hee, young friend Lu, your opponent this time is that kid from the Su family? Lin Tianxiang asked with a hearty laugh, seemingly very pleased. Seeing Lu Ling looking a bit confused, Lin Tianxiang took the initiative to explain. Young friend Lu may not know, my Lin family has a long-standing feud with the Su family. Moreover, the current head of the Su family has an irreconcilable vendetta with me that has caused deep hatred. As Lin Tianxiang spoke, his expression darkened a bit, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. Originally, Wanwan had a younger brother, but due to Su Yang's schemes, Miaoyu was left with child while still fighting, leading to a miscarriage. Miaoyu lost her ability to bear children because of this. If it weren't for the Su family maintaining such a clean break and using such dirty tactics. This grudge, I have always remembered. As Lin Tianxiang spoke, a glint of hatred sparkled in his eyes. But soon, he regained his smile. Now, young friend Lu, you have truly helped me vent my frustrations. Rest assured, if the Su family dares to trouble you, just call me. Lin Tianxiang said, patting Lu Ling's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Ling was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a history between the two families. No wonder Su Yuntian died before, only President Lin dared to laugh at the scene. As Lu Ling was thinking, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar from outside the guild. Where is the little thief Lu Ling? Come out and die. Everyone from the Tianfeng Guild was startled and rushed outside to see what was happening. They saw Su Yang, with a fierce expression, slowly floating in the air, his eyes full of killing intent. He came this time to take revenge for his son. The second reason was that Lu Ling's talent was too terrifying, and they could not allow an enemy of the Su family to grow freely. They must crush him before he could develop. So, he had long prepared to act the moment Lu Ling stepped out, without a single word of nonsense. Lu Ling paused upon hearing this, instinctively looking at Lin Tianxiang. As soon as you mention Cao Cao, he arrives. Lin Tianxiang also did not expect the Su family to come so quickly. He frowned and immediately said to Lu Ling. Stay in the guild, I will go meet him. After saying that, he soared up and flew outside. Seeing Lin Tianxiang come out, Su Yang snorted angrily and said. This matter has nothing to do with you. I just want Lu Ling's life. You can get lost. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Tianfeng Guild were displeased. But before they could retaliate, Lin Tianxiang directly took action. Lin Tianxiang was a level 194 third transformation warrior, and one strike carrying immense power immediately caused Su Yang, caught off guard, to suffer greatly. Are you going to wage war against the Su family? Su Yang was shocked, his face dark as a venomous snake, speaking each word with malice. Lin Tianxiang let out a cold laugh and said. You are going to kill my son-in-law, am I supposed to apologize nicely to you? Stop talking nonsense, if you want to fight, then come at me. I want to see if your Su family can really dominate Zhang City. These words shocked everyone. Son-in-law? When did Lu Ling become the Lin family's son-in-law? As soon as Lin Wanwan heard this, her face instantly turned as red as an apple. She subconsciously peeked at Lu Ling, only to find him looking at her as well. Of course, Lu Ling very rationally thought this was just an excuse. After all, he needed a reason for the Su family to give up their notion of attacking him. As for whether it was true, Lu Ling hadn't thought about that. Meanwhile, outside, upon hearing these words, Su Yanyi was also astonished. This dog Lin Tianxiang was quite willing to spend money. He even sacrificed his daughter to win that kid over. If it were some other matter, it would be fine, but if it involved his precious daughter, this bastard would truly go mad. Given the current strength of the Su family, they might not be able to compete. The frustration in Su Yanyi's heart reached its peak at this moment. But as the head of a family, he could not only consider his own feelings. For the survival of the family, Su Yanyi knew that this time his son was probably wasted. Staring at Lin Tianxiang fiercely for a long time, Su Yanyi unwillingly snorted in anger, raising his hand to signal all the Su family members to follow him back. This crisis thus ended without resolution, but the words spoken by President Lin were heard by everyone. As a result, when the Tianfeng Guild members looked at Lu Ling, their gazes were strange. And Lu Ling innocently expressed, "This has nothing to do with me." Chapter 36, Reaching Level 50. First transformation quest begins. With this turmoil calming down, Lu Ling's life returned to normal once again. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Only a few days remained before the college entrance examination began. During this time, Lu Ling had successfully leveled up to 49. Only one level away from the first transformation. And the remaining time was enough for Lu Ling to complete the job change mission. To reach the first transformation before the college entrance examination was a feat many wealthy heirs could not achieve. Moreover, Lu Ling's actual combat power had probably surpassed his own level by about 20 levels. Not long after, the system released a task just as Lu Ling was about to reach level 50. Progression task. 1. Kill 1,000 enemies in close combat. 2. Defeat any type of level 60 enemy. Task reward, upgrade the martial god shop to level 2, with new types of prizes added to the pool. It seems that the system's rewards increase with one's level, which is quite reasonable. Before long, Lu Ling successfully reached level 50 in the dungeon and started his job transfer task. Job seeker Lu Ling has successfully reached level 50. Please proceed to the job shrine of mages for the transfer. A message popped up on the job panel, causing Lu Ling to smile. Finally, level 50. Time for a transfer. Each job transfer has a chance to unlock hidden advanced jobs, but most job seekers find it very hard to encounter, being forced to transfer to similar types as their original job. After picking up the dropped items, Lu Ling directly left the secret realm and headed straight for the job shrine. Arriving at the Mage Tower, symbolizing the mage profession, Lu Ling also successfully received his job transfer task. With a dazzling light, a line of small text slowly appeared on the giant crystal before Lu Ling. Job transfer task started. Current progress, first stage, 0%. First stage task, clear an S difficulty level 60 dungeon once. The second stage task will unlock after completion. Staring at the divine oracle before him, Lu Ling was instantly stunned, and then a wave of wild joy surged in his heart. Such a difficult transfer task surely had to be the precursor for unlocking a hidden job. Normal transfer tasks usually require clearing 40 or 50 level dungeons. But his transfer task required clearing the highest difficulty 60 level dungeon. According to the theory that the higher the difficulty, the rarer the hidden job, he had definitely unlocked a very powerful job. He thought to himself, no longer hesitating, and immediately returned to the dungeon registration office of the Job Seekers Alliance. In Jiang City, there are only 2 S-grade level 60 dungeons, one of which can only be accessed at night due to its special opening time. The other has no restrictions, but the Alliance requires that must enter in a team. This is because this dungeon is one of the rare illusion-type dungeons, with monsters that are skilled in illusion, and the fewer people there are, the easier it is to be caught off guard, leading to many single runners falling. The Alliance had no choice but to enforce this rule. However, there are very few people who can single-handedly clear an S-grade dungeon, and advanced job seekers wouldn't think about farming low-level dungeons. After asking around, Lu Ling found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He truly didn't know who to team up with. Lin Wanwan and Lin Beichen were a bit underleveled, taking them in could be dangerous. Besides them, Lu Ling seemed to have no other friends to farm dungeons with. Should he ask President Lin to send 2 people to join him? Just as Lu Ling was tangled in thoughts, a staff member at the front desk couldn't help but speak up. Brother Lu, it's not that I think you lack strength, but this dungeon is indeed sinister. Many level 60 to 70 players who went in solo didn't come out alive. Why don't you go over to the team hall and find a few people to go in with? During this time, Lu Ling's record in single runs surpassed several times that of the previous half-year, leading almost all the Alliance front desks to remember the name of this solo madman. But because of that, they absolutely did not dare let Lu Ling solo the current S-grade dungeon. If a genius like Lu Ling were to fall, they might get scolded to death by higher-ups. Just as Lu Ling was worrying about whether to call Lin Tianxiong for help, he suddenly heard this suggestion, and his eyes lit up. Right. Almost forgot, there seems to be a team hall here. With my strength, just casually finding a few people to join me shouldn't be a problem as long as they don't drag me down. Lu Ling thought, and immediately ran towards the other side of the registration area. The team formation hall was a system that the professionals had set up on their own, similar to a talent market. You could find teammates of similar levels to enter the secret realm together. But most of the people who came here weren't very strong, so those with a little strength wouldn't choose to find teammates here. However, Lu Ling didn't need very strong teammates, he just needed them to be obedient and not annoying. It wasn't too difficult for him to clear dungeons alone. He thought, and immediately posted a recruitment message. Originally thinking he would have to wait a while, he didn't expect that as soon as he posted it, someone started to message him privately. Brother, your name, are you that Lu Ling god who solo clears the leaderboard? Brother, look at me. I have plenty of healing power. The must-have priest for home. Take me, brother. I can do a lot besides healing. Lu Ling had previously stirred up a wave on the local forum, and everyone was curious about this young man who topped the charts in countless secret realms. But Lu Ling would use a thousand-faced cloak to simulate different faces each time, so he had never been caught. This mystery made Lu Ling's name suddenly much more well-known. Seeing that there was suddenly someone in the team formation hall also called Lu Ling, and his profession was a mage, it instantly caught the attention of many. Lu Ling also didn't expect this to happen, unable to help but rub his forehead and chuckle. Casually selecting a few who spoke normally and had reasonable levels, Lu Ling directly asked them to gather in the professional hall. Once a few replied, Lu Ling immediately cancelled the recruitment, otherwise, his private messages would really explode. About 10 minutes later, the few people all arrived here. Lu Ling had recruited a total of 4 teammates, 2 men and 2 women. They were a priest, a warrior, a tank, and an assassin. The 5 basic jobs gathered together made the best small team configuration. But actually, with Lu Ling's output, having 2 healers was more than enough. Among them, the 2 men were a tank profession, the iron-armored swordsman, and a warrior profession, the great axe warrior. The 2 women were a holy domain priest and a shadow assassin. All 4 were already first transition professionals, and their overall strength was quite acceptable. When these people saw the legendary Lu Ling, they were all very surprised to find that he was just a teenager. Lu God, so young? Great axe warrior Chen Feng exclaimed. Yeah, I thought Lu God would be an older man, but I didn't expect him to be a little brother. Priest Chu Yao laughed. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. The heavily armored swordsman Luo Zhong, the oldest, sighed. Only that assassin cast a somewhat surprised glance at Lu Ling, with a hint of arrogance hidden in her eyes. Lu Ling didn't say much, he just asked about their skills before heading straight to the registration area. After obtaining the team entry qualification, Lu Ling immediately led the group into the S-rated level 60 dungeon. As soon as he entered, Lu Ling realized he was hit with a debuff. Kiss of Nightmare, the unit's mental resistance will weaken over time, -20 every half hour. This effect can only be removed by purification skills when there is only 1 layer. This was a unique debuff of the dungeon, and the reason why it was nearly impossible to solo clear it. The dungeon was called the City of Dreaming Shadows. It was a large dungeon, just running from the entrance to the boss room took about 10 to 20 minutes. Let alone the monsters that had to be fought in between. What was awful about this dungeon was that when the Kiss of Nightmare stacked fully, battling the boss would result in being instantly killed by the boss's illusion skills. So it was necessary to bring a priest to continuously provide purification for everyone. Lu Ling had long memorized the strategy for this dungeon and did not spend much time looking it over, directly leading everyone inside. The place they first entered was a barren valley path, and moving forward, they could see the main building of this dungeon, the City of Illusion Shatter. Just as they were about to step into the mountain path, Luo Zhong suddenly stopped Lu Ling and said, Lu Ling, how about I go in front? We are about to reach the first monster spawn area. Chen Feng also walked to the front of Lu Ling, expressing the same intention. The usual monster spawn formation has mages and priests positioned 1 in front and 1 behind, standing behind the tank warrior, with assassins in free positions ready to support the front line or protect the back line. But Lu Ling shook his head and said, You don't need to worry about me, you two just protect the priest, and the assassin can help me deal damage. After saying that, he directly continued moving forward. The 3 looked at each other, feeling a bit confused. They had only heard of Lu Ling's name, but they did not know his specific fighting style. The video that had been released earlier was completely banned from being circulated by the Professional Alliance, so few knew about it. There was no way around it. After all, Lu Ling was the main force, and the others had to obediently follow, though the assassin frowned slightly. Soon, the 5 encountered the first wave of monsters. XW Enchanted Sword Burst A. Level 53. Attack 620, magical damage, health 9800. Special attack illusion. This unit's attack has a chance to stack 1 layer of illusion, and after accumulating 5 layers, it will be directly controlled for 10 seconds, during which all received damage will be considered real damage. This was a creature similar to an illusion, its body twitching and flickering, with just a large black mouth on its face. They wandered aimlessly like zombies, occasionally letting out a sharp scream. It was indeed an S-level dungeon, even the small monsters were so troublesome. As they thought this, before Luo Zhong could use a skill to draw the monsters, Lu Ling dashed forward with his staff toward the group of monsters. Lu Ling! Danger! Come back quickly! The 2 frontline members instantly became anxious and hurriedly shouted a warning. Chu Yao reacted even faster, immediately casting 2 buffs on Lu Ling while activating her area skill. Just as she planned to cast a skill to save Lu Ling, her hands casting motion suddenly stopped. The 2 frontliners were also momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Lu Ling, a mage, jumped up, swinging his staff at the monsters. And the damage was extraordinarily high. Not only did he smash 1 small monster with 2 staff hits, but he also gained an extra layer of shield. At that moment, the 2 frontliners also realized what was happening and rushed forward to shield Lu Ling while helping to clear nearby monsters. Then, something bigger came.
Lu Ling, like a war god, charged solo into the monster crowd, attacking with his staff as if it were a fierce spear. Every strike was a thunderous blow, unleashing different elemental effects with each hit. And the fireballs up close were like death summons. Wherever they landed, the monsters would explode on the spot. This terrifying and efficient output rate left the three behind them dumbfounded. Wait, what kind of mage fights like this? Is this even right? This is too fierce, almost like a beast. Soon, under Lu Ling's overwhelming output, all the monsters were cleared. Now I finally understand why Lu Ling the Great is a mage but can solo dungeons. So this is what kind of mage he is. Holding a giant axe, Qin Feng helplessly smiled, looking at Lu Ling with admiration in his eyes. In the battle just now. As a warrior, he had only killed 4 or 5 monsters, while the rest were almost all defeated by Lu Ling alone. Even Lu Ling hadn't changed classes yet, using only the most basic 2 skills of a mage, Fireball and Flame Beam. Yet he charged in alone and finished off that group of monsters. If it weren't for the characteristics of this dungeon, perhaps Lu Ling could have soloed it without much difficulty? After witnessing Lu Ling's ferocity, everyone obeyed his words without question, and the priest's main healing was also left to him. Qin Feng even directly put on a set of shields, transforming into a second meat shield to escort the priest. In his words, the great Lu Ling didn't need his little bit of damage, it was better to provide some functionality. Lu Ling couldn't help but chuckle to himself. These teammates were quite smart, the atmosphere in the team was pretty good, which made Lu Ling very satisfied. He had already used the talent upgrade card from before, and it still upgraded the Spellblade. The Spellblade at level 3 not only increased its damage again, but its attached skill, Elemental Awakening, also evolved. Now, the awakened attributes could be chosen by Lu Ling himself, and the effects of each attribute could stack. Once fully stacked, it would trigger an elemental burst, with effects varying based on the attributes. For example, ice or water properties focus on control, while fire properties deal damage. This way, while stabilizing the output further, functionality was maximized, truly deserving of an SS level talent. After a short rest and collecting the loot, the group continued onward. Qin Feng and the others waited patiently for Lu Ling to pick first before dividing the spoils, half for Lu Ling and half for themselves. Luo Zhong and Xu Yao naturally had no objections. But the assassin, Lu Han, wasn't too happy about it. However, she only muttered a few words under her breath, not directly voicing her thoughts. Chapter 38, Snatching Loot? Lu Han from Downside. Soon, the group walked out of the valley and arrived at the city gate of Illusion Shattered City. From here, all sorts of elite magical creatures would start to appear inside, and the battlefield would mostly be narrow and complex, testing the team's cooperation ability. Illusion Shattered City was massive, almost the size of 1 or 2 counties in the real world, divided into 4 areas. 3 monster spawning zones and 1 boss zone. The bosses in this dungeon were quite special, in fact, there should be 2 bosses. However, their health was shared, meaning when one took damage, the other would too. Upon entering the city gate, everyone immediately felt as if they were being watched by something, a chilling sensation rising from within. Nightmare Twins gaze, you have been targeted by an evil and terrifying presence. A new buff appeared on the status bars of everyone. Only Lu Ling took it completely casually. This buff actually had no real effect unless one's mental defense was very low, causing illusions of the Nightmare Twins to constantly arise around them. However, due to the presence of the priest, the number of illusions on them remained at 1 layer, so they could completely ignore it. As they walked along the path, the city's appearance gradually started to reveal itself. Illusion Shattered City resembled an English city from around the 18th century, yet its bizarre architectural style made it feel like being in a futuristic parallel universe. This confusion of classical and ultra-modern elements gave Illusion Shattered City an extraordinary aura of mystery. However, as a city, it seemed too quiet, which made the surrounding atmosphere quite bizarre. By the way, have you all seen the strategy guide for here? Walking down the road, Qin Feng finally couldn't help but speak up. He was a chatterbox. It was very difficult to calm down. Of course I've seen it, haven't you? Xu Yao said with a big smile. I usually find it hard to remember the strategies. Qin Feng was saying, when Lu Ling suddenly made a gesture for him to be quiet. He immediately obediently shut his mouth. This was the Thai, and Thai's words must be listened to. However, Lu Ling was not quieting him because she thought he was noisy, but because right in front was the first monster spawn point of the Shattered Illusion City, the mysterious army camp. Countless faceless soldiers in strange armor stood like statues in front of a building. And a giant figure, at least 3 meters tall, was sitting among them, looking drowsy. Lu Ling had seen the strategy and knew that this was the elite monster in this area, similar to a mini-boss, the mysterious general. The elite monster's values were not too bad, and it was not difficult to deal with one-on-one. But this guy had a group buff-type skill, which could enhance all surrounding small monsters nearly twice, and also increase their vitality, which was very disgusting.
Later, you three are responsible for pulling the small monsters, just drag them over, I'll go kill that elite monster first, and then come back to clear the small monsters with you. As long as that guy is alive, he can provide a lot of boosts to this group of soldiers, and is immune to the first death. Be careful when you go over, these guys are very sensitive to sound, but their eyesight isn't very good, so make good use of this. Lu Ling briefly explained and arranged the tactics. The three nodded, only Lu Han frowned, looking quite impatient. Lu Ling naturally noticed this and her gaze became slightly cold. However, she would not explode on the spot, they were now less than 10 meters away from the group of monsters. If the elite monster was not dealt with first, such a dense and troublesome group of monsters would indeed be quite difficult. After calculating the distance slightly, Lu Ling directly began to gather strength on the spot, while signaling Chu Yao to give a buff. Once Chu Yao blessed him, Lu Ling directly performed a void leap and jumped right onto the elite monster's face, then unleashed a charged fireball. With the increase of Lu Ling's magic strength, the maximum distance of the void leap was now 7 or 8 meters, and the cooldown was just a little over 8 seconds. The added damage had also become 180%, allowing Lu Ling's first skill damage after displacement to be almost doubled. Combined with the active effect of Dimension Tier, this fireball's damage soared to nearly 8,000. In an instant, the elite monster was severely injured and let out a roar, immediately activating the group enhancement. But under Lu Ling's instructions, Luo Zhong preemptively activated Group Taunt, directly hard controlling the small monsters for 3 seconds. This 3 seconds were enough for Lu Ling to take down the elite monster. After throwing the fireball, Lu Ling immediately activated Elemental Awakening, switching to Fire Element. The Fire Element effect would directly explode after stacking enough layers, dealing a percentage of damage based on the target's lost health. This functioned like a finishing move. With Lu Ling's agility already very high, plus the attack speed increase from Chu Yao's buff, he wildly swung 5 times in just 2 seconds, instantly stacking the elemental effect. Minus 3098. Minus 3655. Dash. Along with another fireball smash hitting the mysterious general's face, its enormous body exploded in an instant, turning into piles of black fragments. In less than 5 seconds, an elite monster of level 58 was directly killed, showcasing Lu Ling's terrifying strength. After defeating this elite monster, the mysterious army's group bonuses instantly disappeared, greatly reducing their combat power, and soon they were wiped out by Lu Ling and his companions. This time luck was good, the elite monster dropped one of the lowest drop rate materials, the mysterious badge, which could be used to synthesize one of the diamond-level gear materials. Chen Feng and the other two understood and handed this item to Lu Ling. Since this item was one of the materials for magic spells, Lu Ling thought it might be useful in the future and was about to accept it when she was interrupted by Lu Han. Wait! I want this thing! As she spoke, she unreasonable walked over to Lu Ling and snatched the mystical badge away. Lu Ling was slightly stunned, then frowned. If you want it, wouldn't you ask first? What does it mean to just grab it? Before Lu Ling could speak, Chen Feng expressed his dissatisfaction angrily. But Lu Han completely ignored him and instead walked over to Chu Yao, who was distributing the spoils, and directly took a share. This action made Chen Feng even more annoyed. It's not. Didn't you already take the mystical badge? Why are you coming over to take these basic materials? Luo Zhong and Chu Yao both looked at her in astonishment. Lu Ling was also a bit displeased in her heart. In the last few battles, the other people performed well, but Lu Han was completely useless. Not only did she completely ignore the backline, even her damage contribution was poor. Aside from taking a few headshots for experience from Lu Ling, she had zero effect. If she wanted the materials, she could just say it nicely, Lu Ling might even give her some. But this person acted so entitled, wanting everything and anything, not knowing her place. Chapter 39, Entering the Boss Area. Nightmare Twins. It was as if she was the main leader of the team. What if I take a little more? It's like you three did more than me in killing. The distribution you just did wasn't fair, I just didn't bother to argue. Lu Han, upon hearing this, spoke out angrily. This outrageous statement made Lu Ling scoff coldly. You're a rogue, comparing your kills with a tank, a heavy warrior, and a priest? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing Lu Ling's words, Lu Han snorted dismissively. Is there something wrong with dividing by kills? As if they helped me at all. If it weren't for your high damage, who would even want to team up with you? Lu Han was somewhat afraid of Lu Ling's earlier performance and could only mutter in a low voice at this moment. Lu Ling was directly amused by her anger. Chen Feng and the other two were indeed a bit inexperienced, but at least they listened to orders and understood teamwork. But Lu Han was truly clueless about her own incompetence, playing without a brain. This remark made Chen Feng extremely angry, pointing at Lu Han's nose and cursing. How can you have the nerve to say that? A rogue falling asleep in the fight, did you even look at the backline? You think having more kills makes you impressive? How much damage did you really deal?
All of it was softened by Lu Dishan, and you just rushed over to steal useless damage? And you dare to act all cocky? Have you even looked at your own level?
The scolding made Lu Han furious, and she immediately drew out her dagger. Chen Feng laughed angrily and looked at her, saying,
"What? Do you still want to fight? Am I lying? Aside from stealing monsters for experience, what else did you do? If it weren't for Lu Dishan being nice, I would have kicked you out long ago."
His words infuriated Lu Han, and she immediately took a fighting stance, cursing non-stop.
"So what if I steal your monsters? Who cares? Do you know how many people outside want to take me and can't?
You're just a piece of trash, and you dare challenge me. If it weren't for the law protecting you, I would have killed you already." Lu Ling had also had enough of this foolishness, and she stepped forward decisively, snatching the mystical badge back, then coldly said,
"Get lost. Put everything down and get out of this secret realm. You better not force me to take action."
Such a selfish and stupid person, Lu Ling obviously wouldn't let her continue to follow them.
"All right. You think you're amazing, huh? Just wait for me. Isn't it just a pile of garbage? I don't even care. Just wait for me."
After saying this, she angrily threw down the things she just picked up, then shot a fierce look at Lu Ling and the others before leaving the secret realm. She really got a good deal, getting the materials from that first batch for free. Chen Feng snorted coldly and then picked up the items from the ground, handing them to Lu Ling. "Lu God, it's fine, you're so strong, even without her we can still make it through the secret realm." But Lu Ling didn't take it, instead waving his hand.
"You all take these and split them."
Chen Feng's earlier insults were quite satisfying, and throughout this journey, the three of them had cooperated well and were quite sensible. Mainly, in comparison to that idiot Lu Han, Lu Ling's view of the three improved quite a lot.
After experiencing this incident, the atmosphere in the small team became a bit gloomy.
But fortunately, with Chen Feng, the lively one around, it didn't take long before everyone was filled with laughter and joy again. Without Lu Han, the speed at which Lu Ling and the others defeated monsters hardly changed. Thanks to Lu Ling's monstrous damage and superb command skills, they quickly overcame obstacle after obstacle, soon arriving at the boss of the dungeon. The boss of this dungeon was a pair of beings known as the Nightmare Twins. They looked like two massive eyeballs, connected by a blood-colored tissue as thick as a rope, which looked quite terrifying. After briefly arranging the strategy, Lu Ling directly led the others into battle. The strategy still revolved around Lu Ling as the absolute core, with the three others just needing to follow and help draw aggro and deal damage, allowing Lu Ling to output more efficiently. With a piercing scream, the central part of the massive eyeball of the Nightmare Twins started to glow dark purple.
This was a sign that they were about to unleash their skill. If the dispel effect stacked completely, then all of the Nightmare Twins' skills would completely ignore defense and deal 10 times the damage. However, Lu Ling and the others had only managed to maintain one layer of the dispel effect, so they could directly endure this skill thanks to the healer's domain. Taking advantage of the skill's preparation time, Lu Ling activated Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tier, beginning to charge a fireball. With a series of sharp sounds, a dark purple distorted wave radiated from the Nightmare Twins, spreading outwards. This was an area control skill. Anyone hit by this wave would suffer a slowing effect, making all actions, including casting spells, slow down by 30% for 30 seconds. Lu Ling used Void Leap to dodge, and as he approached the Nightmare Twins, he struck one of the eyeballs with his staff, unleashing the fully charged fireball. Boom! Minus 8,072.
A basic attack plus a fireball did a whopping 8,000 points of damage to the Nightmare Twins. Although the Nightmare Twins were not known for their defense, being a level 60 platinum boss, it was incredible that Lu Ling could deal this damage while facing their high defenses. This hit was tremendously effective, making the Nightmare Twins fly upward, thrashing about like a mad python in pain. Seeing they couldn't hit them for a while, Lu Ling switched to lightning elements while drinking 2 mana potions to briefly speed up his mana recovery and increase his spell power a bit. This boss had another challenge: they could fly. And after losing half of their health, they would directly separate. This significantly increased the difficulty of defeating them. Moreover, they had a unique property that required both eyeballs to be killed together, otherwise, it would count as a failure.
If only one eyeball was killed.
If another one is not killed within the specified time, they will recover a little health and also revive. However, Lu Ling had a plan ready.
Since I need to kill them together, why not just use lightning form to zap them one by one? Once their health is low, I can just throw a fireball at each one, and won't that be an instant victory?
Seeing them still fluttering aimlessly in the sky, Lu Ling grew impatient and had Luo Zhong use a group taunt to control them.
The cooldown for the group taunt skill is quite long, a full half hour, but it is indeed useful. The Nightmare Twins immediately tumbled towards Luo Zhong on the ground.
Lu Ling naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, swinging his staff and struck down.
Chapter 40: Clear the Secret Realm. Platinum Staff Eternal Dream.
The bursting staff crackled with arcs of electricity. Each heavy blow was accompanied by electric bursts and had a paralyzing effect.
With just a few basic attacks, the Nightmare Twins struggled to stay airborne, their health rapidly declining. Once they were down around 5,000 health, they would enter the second phase. Seeing this, Lu Ling jumped up and cast a fireball, knocking the Nightmare Twins down to half health. Recovering from the group taunt, the Nightmare Twins were instantly enraged, realizing that the human before them was nothing but a weakling without even first-turn strength. After all, they were platinum-level monster bosses, how could they tolerate being beaten down by such a weakling? With a burst of eerie green flame, the Nightmare Twins entered the second phase. Two massive eyeballs were encircled by flames, their bloodshot whites and gradually reddening pupils making them appear as terrifying as demons from hell. The Nightmare Twins let out a simultaneous roar and charged straight at Lu Ling. In this phase, the Nightmare Twins weren't just dealing psychological magic damage, their physical damage was also frighteningly high. Seeing both eyeballs flying towards him, Lu Ling smiled. This is exactly what he wanted. As long as the eyeballs didn't separate too far, Lu Ling could unleash an explosive wave and take them down in one go. As for damage, Lu Ling was no weaker than an average tank. With several damage reduction skills and the continuous healing from Arcane Siphon, Lu Ling was difficult to take down while maintaining high endurance. Not to mention, there was a healer behind him boosting his health. Then, Lu Ling began to showcase his skills. Dodging rambunctious charges with various movements and executing powerful combos when there were openings, he was anything but a mage. He was simply a god of war. Soon, the Nightmare Twins were overloaded with lightning elements, and Lu Ling executed a soaring leap followed by a high-difficulty aerial spin. His staff, encircled with a brilliant purple aura, traced a beautiful arc in the air, striking both massive eyeballs in succession. Nearly simultaneously, the lightning marks on the Nightmare Twins detonated. With a crack of thunder, the Nightmare Twins suffered a heavy burst of damage and fell into temporary paralysis. Chen Feng and Luo Zhong also didn't let this opportunity slip by. Although their output was relatively limited, when combined, it was impressive. This bout of paralysis knocked down a lot of the Nightmare Twins' health. In the second phase, the Nightmare Twins' resistance increased significantly. If another mage were to output, it could really take a while. But Lu Ling's damage was simply explosive. Plus, he had control. All he needed was to seize one chance for stable output, and his functionality was off the charts. After chasing the Nightmare Twins a few times, they let out a shrill scream, turning into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Congratulations, host. You have completed Ascension Task 2. You've gained 50% progress towards your next ascension. Reward, Random Divine Item Effect *1. The professional Lu Ling has completed the first stage of the job transfer task. A series of two uplifting sounds echoed in Lu Ling's mind, making him involuntarily grin. The three people beside him were even more excited, as the experience gained from defeating the Nightmare Twins was enough for them to farm low-level dungeons for a long time. Next came the even more delightful treasure chest opening session. In dungeons above level 50, no items drop directly upon clearing, instead, a treasure chest appears. The chest could contain all the drops from the boss or just a pile of worthless junk. It all depended on luck. As the lucky one from Jiangchang, Lu Ling naturally stepped forward to open this treasure chest himself. His luck was quite good, he directly obtained 3 crafting books, several materials, and a memento from the Nightmare Twins. This item wasn't particularly useful, but some collectors would pay for it, and the price was typically not low, as the drop rate was rather impressive. This haul was still good. Just from this dungeon, Lu Ling had at least gained over 1 million huaxia coins worth of materials. This did not even count the crafting books and those special items that dropped from the boss chest. After picking up the 3 crafting books, Lu Ling discovered that one of them was a platinum-level staff. Staff Eternal Dream Crafting Book. Grade, Platinum. Description: a crafting book used to create the platinum-level weapon, Eternal Dream. It requires 100 source energy stones, 5 nightmare fragments, and 5 illusion cores to craft. All the materials were dropped by previous monsters, and the nightmare fragments were dropped by the Nightmare Twins, perfectly aligning at 5. Just when I was thinking about replacing my staff with a better one, this is quite good. It should last me through my second and even third job transfers. Lu Ling thought with satisfaction as he stored this crafting book away, then handed the remaining 2 crafting books to Chen Feng and the others. This. Lu God. Aren't you going to keep these? Chen Feng was taken aback. He directly took out 2 crafting books for platinum-level equipment and divided them. This must be a dream. Being the big shot who guided them through the secret realm, it would have been great if he just left them some scraps. However, Lu Ling nonchalantly said, "These 2 are for warrior gear and priest gear, they are of no use to me, you can take them. You have worked hard along the way." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng suddenly felt an impulse and almost knelt down to thank Lu Ling. This was simply a sage. Not only had he taken them through the secret realm, but he was also sharing valuable things without any heirs. How could they ever find such a helping hand? Xu Yao and Luo Zhong were also moved. Hard work? Not at all. If just taking hits and drawing monsters counted as hard work,
then they hadn't lived like humans before. The three looked at each other and suddenly bowed deeply to Lu Ling. Lu God, thank you so much. Not only brought us through the secret realm for free, but also shared such valuable items with us. No need to say anything. If you ever need my help, just ask. Although I may not be as strong as Lu God, I can still help get hit and fill in the numbers. Chen Feng and Chu Yao said earnestly. Meanwhile, Luo Zhong's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Lu Ling didn't expect that such a simple gesture would move the three so much, and he couldn't help but smile in his heart. He finally understood why the talent market had a bad reputation. However, having one more friend was better than having one more enemy. Although the three were not top tier, they were still decent, and maybe he would need help in the future. Lu Ling always believed in returning a favor. For the gratitude of the three, he just chuckled and didn't say much. However, under the strong insistence of the three, Lu Ling took a lot of spoils before leaving the secret realm. Chapter 41, Second Stage Job Transfer Quest. Weapons God Mall Upgrade. After returning to the Adventurers Hall, Lu Ling and the three of them added each other as friends and went directly to the Job Sanctuary to accept the second stage transfer quest. Upon arriving at the Job Sanctuary, Lu Ling quickly reached the Mage statue, intending to take on the second stage quest. Adventurer Lu Ling has completed the first stage job transfer quest, generating the second stage quest for you. Second stage quest, find the item Philosopher's Stone, current progress, 0/1. Seeing the second stage quest, Lu Ling was momentarily stunned. Philosopher's Stone? Isn't that the thing that came out of the God-given treasure chest in the Misty Forest? Lu Ling thought, immediately taking out the crafting book. A dazzling red light flashed, and the previously sealed crafting book could now be seen. Philosopher's Stone Crafting Book. Rarity, Legendary. Description, exclusive item for hidden classes, can be crafted using Holy Salt *1, Fallen Mercury *1, and Chaotic Sulfur *1. Lu Ling was instantly confused. He did have Chaotic Sulfur, which he dropped from the boss in the Misty Forest. But where could he find Holy Salt and Fallen Mercury? It seemed like he hadn't even heard of these two things before. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ling immediately thought of someone Lin Tianxiong. As a third job class adventurer and president of an A-grade guild, his knowledge and experience were very extensive, and he might know about these two items. With this in mind, Lu Ling quickly called Lin Tianxiong. Then, he heard one good news and one bad news. Holy Salt? I remember we have some in the guild. I forgot where we got it from and never sold it. If you want it, just go and take it. I'll let the person in charge know. As for Fallen Mercury, I've really never heard of that. Let me ask around for you later. After thanking Lin Tianxiong, Lu Ling hung up the phone. Since Lin Tianxiong agreed to help him find it, he might as well finish the system's quest first. He only needed to defeat 300 to 500 small monsters. With that thought, Lu Ling immediately returned to the Adventurers Hall and re-entered the secret realm. Otherwise, why is it said that a genius is not scary, but a hard-working genius is scary? In this month, Lu Ling hardly had a few days of rest, and he spent nearly all his time in dungeons, frantically grinding monsters while quickly accumulating wealth and rapidly leveling up. Soon, after a whole afternoon of intense leveling, Lu Ling successfully completed the system's advancement task. Congratulations, host. Advancement task completed. The Weapons God system is upgrading. System upgrade complete. Achievement completed, move forward. Successfully upgraded the Weapons God Mall to Stage 2. Reward, Lottery Chances *3, Weapons God Points 500 points. Oh? This can actually complete an achievement? Lu Ling couldn't help but feel amused. During this time, he had gradually learned a lot about the system's functions. This achievement system is similar to hidden quests. As long as you achieve it, you can get rewards and unlock a piece of the achievement page on the system panel. It seems that once the pieces reach a certain level, some hidden functions can be unlocked, but Lu Ling currently had only unlocked 4 achievements and couldn't explore further. After opening the Stage 2 Weapons God Mall, Lu Ling found that there were many more items for sale. Various strange items and rare materials that would cost millions of Chinese coins outside were only a few hundred Weapons God points here. Moreover, the Stage 2 Weapons God Mall had put up a very abstract item. 10,000 Realms Lucky Bag. Selling for 999 Weapons God points each, very expensive in the mall. 10,000 Realms Lucky Bag, randomly obtain a mysterious item from another world. Perhaps it could destroy the world, or maybe it could only bring fleeting pleasure, everything depends on your luck. Through this lucky bag, the items will be permanently available in the Warrior God Mall, but there will be a limit on how many you can purchase. This description amused Lu Ling. Isn't this just like a blind box? Just right, Lu Ling had saved up quite a few Warrior God points, so buying 2 lucky bags to have some fun wouldn't hurt. He thought to himself and immediately exchanged for 2 lucky bags. Purchase successful. Would you like to open it immediately? Lu Ling chose yes. With a comical sound effect, 2 golden light spots jumped out from the 2 lucky bags.
Congratulations! You obtained a magical dice *1. Congratulations! You obtained a strange piece of women's underwear *1. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Ling almost burst out laughing. Wait, what on earth is this women's underwear? Why would there even be such an abstract prize?
Holding back his laughter, Lu Ling took a look at the item, and his face instantly flushed red. He quickly stuffed it into his backpack.
Ahem, not suitable for children, not suitable for children.
Lu Ling drove away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and looked at the other item.
Magical dice. Description: shake it, and perhaps something magical will happen? Single-use consumable item. What is this for? The description is a bit too vague, isn't it?
Lu Ling pondered in confusion, casually picked it up, and shook it a few times in his hand.
Shaking it.
A strange sound echoed, and the dice spun wildly in his hand for a moment, finally stopping on 3. Just as Lu Ling was wondering what would happen, he saw the dice suddenly transform into a beam of golden light and dive into his body.
Immediately after, a new buff appeared on his status bar. Lucky gift from magical dice, plus 20% luck, all attributes plus 30%, lasts for 30 minutes. Dice comment, 3 points, just average. Oh?
Lu Ling was very curious, and his heart was full of joy.
The boost is actually that significant? Plus, it increases luck attributes? This is just a 3-point boost. If it were a 6-point roll, wouldn't the boost be off the charts? Not bad, this is quite an interesting item.
Lu Ling thought to himself with a smile. This luck attribute actually increases the drop rate. It's said to also affect critical attributes, but this has not been confirmed. After playing with it for a while, Lu Ling bought 3 more magical dice, planning to find an opportunity to test and see what effects other numbers would have.
This item isn't expensive, 250 warrior god points each.
But there is a purchase limit, you can only buy 3 within 7 days. Lu Ling had intended to toss in another one to play with, but after considering it, he decided against it and figured he would just wait to use it in the next dungeon. Placing the 3 magical dice into his backpack, Lu Ling then casually used the 3 chances he received for the lottery.
He wondered what good item the upgraded prize pool would offer him.
Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard the prompt sound from the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a B-level collectible, Fallen Mercury *3. The freshly upgraded prize pool didn't bring Lu Ling anything particularly good, but it did just collect the last material he needed.
Chapter 42, Talent Advancement. Rare Hidden Subclass. Is this considered good luck or bad luck?
1 material from 3 pulls, while the other 2 pulls yielded nothing at all.
But just this 1 material is what he currently needs. It's hard to assess.
Lu Ling smiled wryly as he placed the Fallen Mercury into his backpack and headed directly to the Phoenix Guild, planning to gather the materials and turn them in early. Since Lin Tianxiong had made arrangements, Lu Ling quickly received the sacred salt and took them to the Blacksmith Association. During this time, Lu Ling had helped the Blacksmith Association's president gather materials several times, and their relationship had gradually grown closer. However, this time Lu Ling didn't go to ask Zhao Wuji to forge the Philosopher's Stone but rather to help him forge that platinum-level weapon, Eternal Dream. The Philosopher's Stone must be forged by himself. No one can decipher this crafting book. After explaining the purpose, Zhao Wuji readily agreed. With a crafting book, weapons can actually be made as long as enough materials are gathered. However, the blacksmith profession can enhance a weapon's attributes and special effects through forging. It is said that a legendary blacksmith who reaches the 12th rank can forge top-level metal from scrap with bare hands and multiply the attributes of all types of weapons. This profession is quite commonly seen when tank-type characters change jobs. After handing the materials and crafting book to Zhao Wujia, Lu Ling began to study the Philosopher's Stone. After nearly an hour of fusion, Lu Ling finally succeeded in making the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone, low tier. Grade, legendary. This item needs to be worn to unlock its functions, and can be upgraded by adding materials. Current upgrade progress, 0%. Looking at the description, Lu Ling couldn't help but laugh and cry. It can only be activated when worn? Then right now it's just an ordinary stone? This thing really messes with people's minds. He thought to himself, and could only helplessly put the strange stone, which was changing colors continuously, into his backpack. At that moment, Lu Ling's new weapon was also ready. Zhao Wujia walked in holding a dazzlingly colorful staff. Take it, kid. This time I won't charge you, but remember to bring me 2 bottles of good wine next time. Zhao Wujia's voice was still loud, but his face was full of smiles. Lu Ling took the staff and immediately checked its attributes. Eternal Dream. Grade, Platinum. Equipable class, Mage. Bonus, plus 200 spell power plus 20 points /second mana recovery plus 20 points spirit attribute.
Special Effect Phantasmal Corridor. When equipped, each spell cast will have an echo effect and stack a layer of phantasmal mark on the target. Echo effect. Repeat 10% of the spell's damage and inherit its attached special effects. Each layer of phantasmal mark reduces the target's 5% magic resistance and spirit resistance, and when fully stacked, forcibly drags the target into an illusion for 3 seconds. If the target's magic resistance drops below 50 points and spirit below 30 points, they cannot actively cast any skills during this time. After reading it, Lu Ling was very satisfied. Having control and defense reduction, these two attributes were already strong, and it even had a damage increase effect, truly a wonderful staff. Lu Ling thanked Zhao Wujie and then headed to the job sanctuary. He placed the Philosopher's Stone in front of the mage statue, and an ancient light instantly lit up. Job Seeker Lu Ling, Stage 2 job transfer task has been completed. Transferring job. Job transfer success. Unlocking secondary profession, Alchemist. Drawing new talent. The voice in Lu Ling's head made him gasp in surprise. He actually awakened an extremely rare hidden profession. Alchemist. This profession is different from blacksmith or apothecary types of secondary professions. It is the only secondary profession that can directly affect combat. The starting talents of this profession are all A grade. It is considered one of the extremely powerful hidden professions. Drawing successful. Your current talent is S grade Master of all arts and is merging for you. Merge successful. Your current talent skill is SSS grade Return of all things to dust. Return of all things to dust. Talent effect can be compatible with any type of spell skill without changing the source of mana, and your skill slots increase by 3. Active effect reverse casting. After activation, all units within the marked range will have the reversal effect applied, reversing the outcome of their next action. The skill cannot be negated. After reading the description of his talent, Lu Ling was directly shocked. Reversing the outcome of actions. This is simply unbelievable. This effect can turn a priest's healing into damage, and convert damage into healing, transforming control directly into an invincible state. This is simply a divine skill. Moreover, my original talent effect has fused into it, resulting in an additional mechanism that can be considered a terrifying talent skill. If used properly, it could absolutely reverse the situation in dire straits. Before Lu Ling could regain his senses, the mage statue in front of him suddenly erupted with a pure blue energy. Acquired class-exclusive skill, Alchemy LV1. Class-exclusive item Philosopher's Stone has been placed in the backpack. Hearing this, Lu Ling immediately checked the effects of this alchemy. The effect of alchemy is quite simple. Its principle is to understand and analyze an object, ultimately transforming its state through the Philosopher's Stone. In other words, as long as materials are provided, alchemy can convert them into various items or even more precious materials. Moreover, the scope of alchemy is very wide. It can not only transform objects but can even convert life force. Through alchemy, health and mana can be mutually transformed. And this is only the effect at level 1. If it were to be leveled up to the max, how terrifying would that be? Lu Ling could hardly imagine. He had long anticipated that this job change would definitely bring a significant upgrade. But he never expected that this upgrade would be so exaggerated. Even until leaving the job sacred hall, Lu Ling was still constantly pondering how to use his new profession in various scenarios. The next day, when Lin Tianxiong learned that Lu Ling had actually changed to the hidden class of alchemist, he showed an expression of utter shock. Little friend Lu Ling, have you really changed to alchemist? This sub-profession is even stronger than most people's main profession. When you reach the third transition and merge your main and sub-professions, just revealing your profession might attract many top-tier powerhouses to follow you. Chapter 43, Encountering Lu Han again. Standing up for Lin Wanwan. At this point, Lin Tianxiong's gaze towards Lu Ling had changed from simple admiration to a kind, very affectionate look. This feeling was like an elder looking at their outstanding junior. Lu Ling felt a chill all over, a strange feeling creeping in. Just as he was about to say something to break the awkward atmosphere, he suddenly heard Lin Tianxiong chuckling, saying, "By the way, did you see that girl Wanwan on your way here? She has been thinking about you a lot lately. If you have time, please take care of her for me. Once she gets to university, I won't be able to accompany her every day." Lin Tianxiong said this while feigning a sigh. Lu Ling didn't grasp the meaning behind his words and scratched his head in confusion. Lin Wanwan isn't the kind of fragile vase, right? You are worrying too much. With her abilities, I believe she won't suffer anywhere she goes. After this remark, Lin Tianxiong sighed inwardly about the foolish child and didn't say anything more, instead starting a conversation about the college entrance examination with Lu Ling. When discussing this topic, Lu Ling suddenly remembered something. It seemed that those who reached level 50 before the exam could get direct admission without testing? But with only a few days left until the exam, why hadn't he seen any universities trying to recruit him? Hearing Lu Ling's question, Lin Tianxiong chuckled and said,
This issue has long been governed by policy in Huaxia. All universities are strictly prohibited from privately accepting students before the exam. All professionals must be tested based on their levels before choosing whether or not to get direct admission. With your excellent performance in the Awakening trial, there must be many good schools waiting to recruit you. So, how about it? Is there anything you desire? Lu Ling thought for a moment and seemed to realize she had never considered this before. But there's no rush, anyway. During the college entrance examination, everything will become clear, and then she can decide which school to attend. As they were talking, Lu Ling suddenly received a call from an unknown number. When she answered, a somewhat familiar voice came through. Hello? Is this Lu Ling? Are you able to come over right now? Wan and I have run into some trouble. The person on the other end sounded a bit anxious and appeared very flustered. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ling immediately recognized the person. This voice is Su Xiao, Lin Wanwan's best friend. The tank girl who had teamed up with her during the Awakening trial. After confirming the location, Lu Ling reassured the other person and then hung up, telling Lin Tianxiong about the situation. When Lin Tianxiong heard that his precious daughter was in trouble, he immediately wanted to go there himself. But just as he reached the door, his secretary suddenly came forward and whispered for a moment. After hearing this, Lin Tianxiong frowned and showed an expression of helplessness. Lu, young friend, I'm afraid I won't be able to rush to the scene for now. There's a big problem at a secret realm operated by the guild, and as president, I must go handle it. Please go ahead and check the situation first. If you need anything, just call Chu Shanha. You should have his number, right? Chu Shanhai is Lu Ling's high school principal, and as his proud student, she naturally has his contact information. Lu Ling immediately nodded, and Lin Tianxiong apologetically patted her shoulder before rushing out. It seems this matter is really serious, otherwise, the president wouldn't show such an expression. Lu Ling thought to herself. Then, she directly called a car and headed to the address Su Xiao gave her. 10 minutes later, Lu Ling arrived at a lower-level secret realm entrance. From a distance, she saw a crowd gathered together, with a somewhat familiar figure standing in the center, shouting curses, while Lin Wanwan was blushing, explaining something. Upon closer inspection, the person shouting was actually a familiar face. It was Lu Han, the assassin who only knew how to steal kills. When Lin Wanwan saw Lu Ling appear, she immediately ran to her side like she had found a savior. Her big doe-like eyes were glistening with tears, looking as if she would cry at any moment, making people feel an immense sense of pity. Before Lu Ling could ask what was happening, Lu Han recognized Lu Ling and sneered as she stepped forward. I was wondering who it was, turns out it's you. Humph. You're just in time, we will settle the score from before today. Looks like you and this asterisk are together, huh? No one gets to leave today. Lu Ling's expression turned cold, and she immediately unleashed a terrifying aura, positioning herself in front of Lin Wanwan. Watch your words, with such a dirty mouth, does your boyfriend have uremia? Upon hearing this, Lu Han's face changed drastically, as if stabbed at a sore spot, anger vibrating through her. Fine. I can see that you really want to die. She cursed and immediately dialed a number, then in an instant, her expression changed to one of crying, sobbing into the phone. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ling asked about the situation. Lin Wanwan quietly recounted the events, then pouted with a wronged expression. It turned out that Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao had formed a small party and went to the secret realm to level up with several classmates from high school. After everyone had gone through a lot of hardship and finally managed to defeat the boss, Lu Han suddenly jumped out from the shadows and directly snatched the kill. When a non-party member steals a kill, no experience points at all are shared. Realizing what happened, Su Xiao immediately approached Lu Han to question her. Yet, she was scolded instead. You guys are useless, unable to get the kill, and come to complain to me? If you have the skill, go and grab it while I am farming. Lu Han said proudly. This made Su Xiao and the others extremely angry. But Lu Han grew even more excited, spouting a bunch of nonsense, nearly bringing tears to the innocent girl's eyes. After they went outside, Lin Wanwan originally wanted to reason with Lu Han. Unexpectedly, seeing that Lin Wanwan was so beautiful, Lu Han was immediately filled with a surge of inexplicable jealousy. She directly accused Lin Wanwan and the others of wanting to take down her boss because they were many in numbers, and since they failed, they were angry and wanted to attack her. She even spread rumors that Lin Wanwan relied on selling her body to find someone to carry her, looking pure on the surface, but was actually a bad woman behind the scenes, which explained why her level was so high. Her words were so vivid it seemed plausible. Lin Wanwan, having a gentle personality, couldn't say anything aggressive to refute her, and was about to cry. After hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Lu Ling was also enraged. Stealing monsters is truly a disgusting act, and Lu Han actually spread rumors. Especially those that tarnished someone's reputation. This made Lu Ling instantly furious. Lin Wanwan was genuinely kind, with her gentle, watery eyes always inexplicably triggering Lu Ling's protective instincts. Plus, during this time spent together, Lin Wanwan treated Lu Ling very well, making Lu Ling already see her as a close friend. And now she was being humiliated like this, Lu Ling naturally would not stand by. Chapter 44, Young Master Nya. Lu Ling vs. 2. At this moment, Lu Han had just finished her desperate call for help, and as she turned around, she saw a pair of eyes filled with deadly intent. Lu Ling exploded with a powerful aura, overwhelming pressure making Lu Han feel suffocated instantly. Listen well, apologize to my friend, or I will keep fighting until you are willing to apologize. Lu Ling said coldly, directly throwing out a duel invitation. As Lu Ling revealed her class badge, the onlookers were extremely surprised, then all showed scornful looks. He's a mage? Daring to challenge an assassin to a duel? Is this kid crazy? Trying to be a hero in such a way? Sigh, another fool dazzled by beauty, isn't this courting death? But Lu Ling paid no attention to their words, instead coldly staring at Lu Han, then revealing a provocative smile. What's wrong, weren't you very brave when spreading rumors earlier? Now you're a coward? I want to see how you will make me look good. Lu Ling said, letting out a cold snort. Of course, Lu Han did not dare to accept this duel. She had previously gone into a dungeon with Lu Ling, and although she didn't want to admit it, she really couldn't be Lu Ling's opponent. But hearing this, Lu Han still felt somewhat displeased, and just as she was about to refute, she saw Lu Ling walking directly toward the registration desk of the secret realm. Lu Ling took out her professional identity card, handed it to the receptionist, and slowly said, because it involves the reputation of my friend, I request to check the record crystal of the boss room just now for investigation. The receptionist showed a troubled expression, about to find an excuse to refuse, when suddenly she saw the guild section on Lu Ling's identity card clearly marked with Tianfeng Guild and high-ranking member status. The receptionist was stunned, and after scanning Lu Ling's identity card, the results shocked her greatly. Within Jiang City, this person in front of her was the record holder for 30 complete dungeon runs. The Huaxia Professionals Alliance has marked him as a key focus object. What does this label mean? It means that this person is seen by the Alliance as someone who has a great chance to become a powerful force. Such a person's identity would surely not be simple? The receptionist quickly retrieved the recordings from that time and displayed them on the screen. Lu Han did not expect that the staff here would directly compromise. Now, what just happened couldn't be hidden anymore. In a panic, she immediately tried to stop the staff member, but was blocked by Lu Ling. Her posture made everyone suspicious. Soon, the recording of the boss room was pulled up. In the footage, Lin Wanwan and her group were furiously battling the boss, and Lu Han only appeared nearby when they were about halfway through. This woman did not join the fight immediately. Instead, she waited until Lin Wanwan and the others had the boss at a sliver of health before jumping in with 2 skills to steal the kill. At this point, there was no need to continue playing the video. The people around quickly realized what was going on. It was clear that this woman, Lu Han, had stolen the kill first. How could she even have the face to retaliate? Her skin was thicker than a city wall. When Lu Han saw that things were exposed, she simply stopped pretending. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Lu Ling with disdain and sneered. So what if I stole the kill? Are you going to kill me? Let me tell you. Being able to steal from me is an honor for you useless lot. Such outrageous words immediately ignited anger in many bystanders. This kind of despicable behavior is already looked down upon, even though it is not against the rules, it is certainly immoral. Just imagine, after working hard to defeat a monster all day, having someone take it away with one hit, not even getting a shred of experience, how terrible must that feel? Everyone began to turn their criticism towards Lu Han. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. Who dares to insult my woman? Everyone followed the voice to see an arrogant young man swaggering in, flanked by 2 middle-aged men around level 50. Upon seeing this man, Lu Han immediately put on a pitiful look and rushed to his side, feigning tears as she cried. Young Master Nya, you must help me. The man called Young Master Nya did not respond to her right away but instead looked at Lin Wanwan with lustful eyes, swallowing hard twice. After a moment, he finally remembered what he was there for, coughed a few times, and then turned to Lu Han. Lu Han embellished the story as she recounted it, emphasizing when Lu Ling wanted to duel him, her voice heavy with malice as she shot a resentful glance at Lu Ling. Upon hearing this, Young Master Nya snorted coldly and boldly walked up to Lu Ling, looking up at her with disdain. Since young Master Nya was only about 170 centimeters tall, standing before the 185 centimeter tall Lu Ling made him look like a child. So it's Lu Ling, huh? I am the vice president of the Outyan Guild and the young master of the Nya family, Nya Ma. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, give me 3 kowtows, and hand over that little beauty behind you. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you. Nya Ma said, sneering as he raised his head arrogantly. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. His provocative words made Lu Ling laugh in anger. Where did this nouveau riche come from? If you didn't know, you'd think he belonged to some elite family.
Out Yen Guild? Lu Ling seemed to have never even heard of them. As long as it was a guild with any power in Jiang City, Lu Ling would at least have some impression of them. I want to see how the young master of the Nia family intends to break my legs. Thinking this, Lu Ling sneered. Upon hearing this, Nyama proudly revealed his profession panel. A turn of the A-level warrior. From the look of his equipment, Nyama's strength should be considered pretty good among warriors of the same level. Accompanied by the sound of the blade being unsheathed, Nyama arrogantly pointed at Lu Ling and said, "Humph. Since you seek death, I will fulfill your wish." After saying that, he directly issued a challenge to Lu Ling. But Lu Ling did not accept. Seeing this, Nyama laughed with delight, mocking. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of me and don't dare to accept?" Lu Ling slowly shook his head, looking at him as if he were a fool. "Since we're going to fight, let's settle it all at once. You all can come at me together." As Lu Ling spoke, he slowly pointed at Lu Han behind Nyama. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were all shocked. Is this guy crazy? A mage actually wants to duel a warrior and an assassin? Does he not know that assassins are the bane of mages? With an additional warrior, how is it possible to win? The three of them are of similar levels, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Lu Ling's show-off attitude instantly ignited a wave of anger in Nyama. Lu Han behind him also took the opportunity to mock him with a show of power. Oh wow, you want to pretend to take on two? Losing this way will give you an excuse, right? Truly clever. Knowing you'll lose, you've prepared an excuse in advance, haven't you? While speaking, she looked Lu Ling up and down with disgust, sneering dismissively. Chapter 45, Gambling Fight. Only the victor deserves to be a man. To show off in front of that little vixen, you really are trying hard. Lu Ling chuckled coldly, a gaze filled with killing intent that instantly made Lu Han tremble, silencing her. He couldn't be bothered to continue exchanging words with this foolish woman. As the saying goes, a dying person speaks kind words. As long as you beat someone to half-death, their words will sound nice. To deal with a fool like Lu Han, this was the way. Nyama also chuckled coldly and said, "Alright, since you're so afraid of losing, I'll give you a chance." As he spoke, his eyes turned, as if thinking of a great idea, and he smiled lewdly. "How about this, let's have a gambling fight. If you lose, you hand over that little beauty behind you to enjoy with me. How about it?" Lu Ling laughed coldly and shook his head. "Since we're going to gamble, why not make it a bigger stake for some excitement? Didn't you say you wanted to break my legs earlier? How about this, whoever loses will break all three of their legs, what do you think?" Lu Ling's tone was icy, and his words made all the men present shudder. This wager seems a bit too much. Nyama's goal was to win Lin Wanwan, how could he agree? Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Han behind him excitedly agreed. "It's a deal. Don't go back on your word." Lu Han maliciously laughed, as if she could already see Lu Ling's tragic appearance after having his 3 legs broken. Having laughed twice, she was slapped in the face by Nyama. "Foolish woman! Who told you to agree?" Nyama was extremely angry and cursed loudly. Lu Han covered her face in disbelief, looking at Nyama in fear. He actually hit me. Last night, he even said I was his woman." Before she could say anything else, an impatient Lu Ling spoke up. "Alright, it's settled then. You all can come at me together." After saying that, he directly walked to the reception area and rented a venue for the competition. Nyama had no choice but to glare fiercely at Lu Han, snorting angrily. In front of so many people, he couldn't lose face and break the agreement, otherwise, it would look like he was afraid. Soon, the group arrived at a competition arena. This type of arena is generally used for testing new skills and practicing team combat simulations. Compared to underground death matches, it is naturally much less impressive. Not only are the facilities not as complete, but the venue is also much smaller. Extremely unfriendly for ranged professions like mages and archers. Just before going on stage, Lin Wanwan still felt a bit worried and quietly handed Lu Ling something. "I've already notified the guild members, and they are on their way. You must be careful later. This thing can help you in a critical moment," Lin Wanwan whispered. Lu Ling took it and saw that it was a very top-level item, a second-tier substitute puppet. This thing is valuable enough to sell for tens of millions. Its function is simple: after use, it can resist a fatal attack. It can save a life in a critical moment. The second-tier substitute puppet corresponds to a professional level of 100, anyone not exceeding level 100 can use it. If it weren't for Lin Tianxiong knowing a capable person who could craft such an item, it would have been impossible to get it. Lu Ling was stunned for a long time, warmth surged in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he still decided to put it away. Although he absolutely couldn't use this thing against those two guys, Lu Ling subconsciously didn't want Lin Wanwan to worry.
Seeing Lu Ling accept it, the worry and guilt in Lin Wanwan's heart dissipated a bit, and she clenched her little fist with determination, softly cheering for Lu Ling. Lu Ling smiled slightly and suddenly reached out to touch her head. I won't let them bully you. After Lu Ling said this, he left behind a shy and stunned Lin Wanwan, watching his grand figure gradually walk onto the competition stage. This duel attracted quite a few spectators, but hardly anyone had faith in Lu Ling. Warriors and assassins have a huge advantage in such one-on-one duels. Moreover, Lu Ling planned to fight two opponents, which was almost impossible to achieve. When Lu Ling stepped on stage, Nyama revealed a cruel smile. Wait until I beat you into a eunuch in front of that little beauty, let's see if you can still smile. As he spoke, he drew out a big knife, looking coldly at Lu Ling. Beside him, Lu Han also had a face full of hatred, glaring fiercely at Lu Ling. If it weren't for him, how could Nye Xiao have beat me? It's all that damn kid's fault. And that. Lu Han's hatred was surging, wishing to tear Lu Ling into pieces on the spot. With a loud shout from the referee, both sides almost simultaneously erupted. Surprisingly, Lu Ling chose not to retreat to cast spells but actively moved forward, confronting Nyama and Lu Han. Has he gone mad? A mage rushing up to die? She still owed Lu Ling half a tube of blood. This scene exploded in the audience's eyes. Lu Ling suddenly appeared behind Lu Han like a ghost, then casually smashed Lu Han away as if brushing off a minor enemy. With a calm demeanor and a disdainful look, it seemed like she simply took out a small soldier without any effort. A thief was actually kicked to death by a mage like a stray dog on the roadside. All the audience was shocked, even the priest responsible for rescue was stunned for several seconds before reacting, hurriedly tossing a few skills to the motionless Lu Han on the ground. And Nyama was also taken aback. His agility was not as high as Lu Han's, so he was a little slower, clearly seeing the entire process. Is this a mage? Is that woman so weak? Chapter 46, Lu Ling's critical hit. The college entrance examination begins. Nyama was horrified and did not dare to be careless, directly launching a 3-hit combo towards Lu Ling. Enhancing with charge, and finally finishing with a jump slash. This combo could at least cut off more than half of a squishy mage's health. Just need to connect 2 more skills, and he could swiftly kill a little squishy. But Lu Ling didn't even try to dodge, directly taking the 2 skills head-on. These 2 skills directly revealed the strange mist effect on Lu Ling, and with the protection from magical defense, Lu Ling lost hardly a sliver of health. Nyama was completely dumbfounded. This mage is not right. She didn't even dodge the skills and charged at me? What was she trying to do? Before he could react, Lu Ling grinned and raised her staff, turning to strike hard between Nyama's legs. This hit, though a normal attack, was empowered by elemental awakening. The staff, engulfed in fierce flames, struck solidly at Nyama's vital area. A muffled sound echoed, all the men present instinctively clamped their legs together, feeling a wave of faintly visible pain. The searing pain made Nyama's vision black out instantly, unable to scream, clutching his groin in agony, and he fainted. This damage was likely more than a critical hit. A burnt smell gradually wafted out. This really turned into roasted chicken. Nyama would likely never call himself young master again. After doing all this, Lu Ling effortlessly twirled her staff and put it back into her backpack. Just 2 wild dogs on the roadside, and I thought they would be tough. Trash. Lu Ling contemptuously spat out a sentence, then elegantly turned to leave. No one spoke, everyone was still in shock, unable to recover. At this moment, the 2 of Nyama's followers finally reacted and rushed forward to block Lu Ling. You dare to beat up my young master like this? Don't leave. You must pay for this today. They angrily shouted, attacking Lu Ling from both sides. But Lu Ling merely let out a cold, disdainful laugh, looking at them without care. Before Lu Ling could strike back, a thunderous voice suddenly boomed from the sky. Whoever dares to touch my daughter? The voice was as loud as thunder, instantly intimidating these 2, who instinctively looked up. A red-haired woman floated in the air, glaring downwards with an angry expression, her terrifying aura erupting like a terrifying Ashura. As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired woman transformed in an instant, like a red lightning bolt, racing down to instantly knock the 2 followers who were about to attack Lu Ling away. The visitor was Shen Miaoyu, the president's wife of the Tianfeng Guild, who had met Lu Ling once before. The terrifying pressure from a 3rd-tier expert left everyone present in silence. After sending off the 2 followers, Shen Miaoyu hurriedly flew to Lin Wanwan's side. What's wrong, girl, are you hurt? How did they bully you? Lin Wanwan explained everything that happened. After hearing this, Shen Miaoyu was furious and was about to take action against Nyama, but found him already lying on the ground, clutching his groin like a dead dog. Shen Miaoyu looked at Lu Ling and suddenly found this son-in-law more pleasing to the eye. The rest of the story wasn't worth mentioning. When Nyama woke up and learned that who he had tried to mess with was actually the young lady of the Tianfeng Guild, he nearly wet himself in fear. He kept insisting that it was all Lu Han's fault and had nothing to do with him, claiming he was just tricked. Since Lu Ling had already beaten him down, Shin Miaoyu didn't bother with more words. After kicking him away, she began to find trouble with Lu Han. When Lu Han learned about Lin Wanwan's background, she was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly and she cried while kneeling on the ground, apologizing for half an hour. Only then did Shin Miaoyu let her go. Little Lu, this time, it's really thanks to your timely arrival, otherwise Wanwan would have really been bullied by those two. Come to our house to play sometime, Auntie will cook for you. Shin Miaoyu said with a smile, her kind demeanor starkly different from before. However, when Lin Wanwan heard her mother say she would cook for Lu Ling, she suddenly showed an expression of hesitation, which puzzled Lu Ling. But he didn't pay much attention, simply responding politely that it was the least he could do. Meanwhile, inside the Jiang City Education Department, at a conference table. What do you think about the first place in this awakening trial? At the head of the table, the education minister pondered while taking out a list and addressing everyone. In my opinion, this kid probably just got lucky. Just based on that divine blessing he has, it's destined he won't become a powerful practitioner. This blessing is completely contrary to his profession. It might have some amazing effects initially, but once he levels up, his weaknesses will show, and it will be hard for him to achieve greatness. In contrast, I think the second place kid has more potential and would be worth considering keeping. Soon, someone picked up the conversation and spoke. Most others agreed wholeheartedly, supporting this viewpoint, but a young woman sitting at the end displayed a contemplative expression. The education minister, upon hearing this, thought for a few seconds, then said, "So, the reserved spots for this provincial recommendation will be tentatively decided like this?" After he finished speaking, he handed the list over. This list had about a dozen names, but Lu Ling's name was not included. After everyone reviewed it, they began to discuss. Days quickly passed, and soon it was the day before the college entrance exam. Today was the day of the level test for all graduating high school seniors. After the level test, various colleges would come to recruit those outstanding students who were strong enough to be directly admitted. Early in the morning, Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan headed to the Jiang City Level Testing Center together. After completing the level test here, if a student wasn't directly admitted, they would be assigned to exam rooms based on their strength to take the entrance exam tomorrow. Those who were pre-admitted by the colleges could skip the entrance exam and just wait to enroll. As the first place in the awakening trial of Jiang City and even the entire Jiangnan province, Lu Ling's chance of being directly admitted was almost certain. Even Lin Tianxiong believed that with Lu Ling's strength, he would definitely be fought over by various colleges. Upon arriving at the level testing center, it was already crowded with students. Everyone's face was filled with nervousness. After all, this was one of those turning points that could decide their fate in life. If they could get into a good university, in the opportunities and resources that can be gained here, naturally, being alone can't compare. So, whether one can enter a good university has become an important factor in determining the upper limit of most common professionals' future for the next few years. On the scene, there are many high-level professionals, examining these students with various scrutinizing gazes. These people are professors from various universities in Jiangnan province, and they are here to recruit those outstanding students who possess exceptional strength or astonishing potential. Except for the already confirmed list, the remaining admission quotas will be decided by these professors on site. Chapter 47, Does anyone care? After queuing for about half an hour, it finally became Lu Ling's turn. Name and level? The teacher in charge of registration asked without even lifting his head. But when he heard Lu Ling's level and profession, he immediately looked up in shock. Level 53, a first-turn mage? This is definitely a top student who should be given early admission. He thought to himself and glanced at the group of admissions teachers sitting beside the registration area. However, to his surprise, those admissions teachers merely cast a casual glance at the roster and showed no intention of coming over. This left the registration teacher completely bewildered. According to reason, such a talented candidate should at least provoke some interest, if not enthusiastic responses, from the admissions teachers, right? Why did they have no reaction at all? The registration teacher scratched his head and had no choice but to continue processing according to the procedure. After confirming Lu Ling's level was genuine, the registration teacher directed Lu Ling to the side to wait for the exam room distribution. Of course, he had no idea that almost all universities in Jiangnan province had already researched Lu Ling's detailed information. After all, as the top scorer of this awakening trial, many colleges naturally wanted to recruit him. But when they saw the divine blessing attached to Lu Ling, they all dismissed the idea. A mage who can only fight at close range? What's the difference from a gun with a range of just 1 centimeter? Isn't this just pure waste? In the early stages, he might still rely on this blessing to boost damage for scoring. But as things progressed, when warriors and assassins started dealing damage, how would he, a mage, fight? If he doesn't get close, he can't deal damage, and if he does get close, wouldn't assassins and warriors kill the mage in seconds? You must know that mages have the weakest bodies among all professions. And they hardly have any survival skills. Among the ranged professions, archers at least have some means of repositioning and self-defense, but mages are nothing but pure artillery. On the battlefield, one has to be cautious all the time, otherwise, they can die in an instant. And the blessing on Lu Ling means that his future accomplishments will be extremely limited. He might likely show signs of fatigue shortly after the first turn. One can only say that Lu Ling wasted his decent talent and such a divine blessing. No college is willing to take the risk of offering early admission to a genius who is very likely to become useless. Therefore, these colleges did not pay any further attention to Lu Ling's subsequent movements. Seeing that no colleges came to actively recruit him, Lu Ling was somewhat taken aback. But he did not care too much. Instead, he followed the registration teacher's instructions and went to the side area to wait for the exam room distribution. Lin Wanwan had finished registering a bit earlier than him. As a level 41 priest, several second-tier universities came to invite her for early admission, but she rejected them all. She only wanted to attend the same university as Lu Ling, so she was waiting for his choice. Even if in the end Lin Wanwan couldn't get into the same university as Lu Ling, at least they had to be in the same city. That was her thought. Unexpectedly, no admission officer from any university came over. Soon, Lu Ling's name also appeared in the list of exam locations. Coincidentally, Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan were placed in the same exam room. It's okay, Lu Ling. Since those colleges aren't looking for you, I believe with your ability, you will surely get a good score in the college entrance exam. Seeing that the entire level test was about to end, and no college came to recruit Lu Ling, Lin Wanwan comforted him. Hearing this, Lu Ling only smiled faintly and did not say much more. With his intelligence, he had already roughly guessed the reason for this. It was because he bore a divine blessing that was completely contrary to his profession, causing those college representatives to remove him from their list of interests early on. This was completely understandable. In that case, he had no need to feel any psychological burden. He just needed to show his strength in the college entrance exam, and all doubts would vanish. After noting down his exam location, Lu Ling went straight back to his new home. The house had been purchased, located in a high-end community near the Tianfeng Guild, arranged personally by Lin Tianxiong, with no complaints about the position or floor. Since it was a ready-to-move-in house that had already been decorated, Lu Ling didn't need to spend time waiting. He could move in directly with just a few additions. The next day, Lu Ling arrived early at the exam room to wait. The college entrance exam for professionals is divided into 3 parts: culture, dungeon, and practical combat. Culture is easy to understand. It mainly tests students' knowledge of professionals and whether they can allocate tactics correctly in battle. The score for this subject is not very high. The main goal of studying is to better cooperate in teams and understand the types of monsters and their origins. The dungeon subject, as the name suggests, requires students to clear specific dungeons and scores them based on their performance. The purpose of this subject is to train professionals in responding to monster invasions without information and utilizing their own abilities. The practical combat subject, on the other hand, is more direct. It consists of battles between professionals. Among the 3 subjects, the one with the highest score proportion is the dungeon subject, which includes many contents. This includes ways to deal with various monsters, handling sudden situations, and some cooperation between professionals. There's no need to say much about the culture exam. As a top student, Lu Ling finished his paper in less than half an hour and left the exam room. This exam was not difficult for Lu Ling. A perfect score was a given. Soon, it was afternoon, the time for the most feared dungeon trial for all examinees. Countless students who usually had decent levels and excellent written scores fell here. Entering a completely unknown dungeon without any strategy tested a professional's abilities heavily. Why is the death rate so high in newly emerged dungeons? It is precisely because of their unpredictability. Every shortcut written in a guide was discovered at the cost of countless lives. Even high-level professionals often fail, not to mention students like them who are just starting out. However, Lu Ling felt no tension whatsoever. What a joke! He had already achieved first clear in real dungeons. How could something simulated be difficult for him? Unlike the Awakening trials, this time, students were allowed to form teams before entering the college entrance exam dungeon. Each team could have no more than 5 members. The more people in a team, the lower the proportion of scores they would receive, except for the priest profession. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ling found Lin Wanwan. Since Su Xiao, Lin Beichen. So Lu Ling only brought Lin Wanwan and formed a 2-person team. Although the scoring efficiency might decrease a bit, it didn't matter to Lu Ling. He had absolute confidence that he could stand out in this exam. Just as he was about to register the team, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "This beautiful lady, are you looking for someone to team up with? I am a level 48 assassin. I guarantee you can soar with me. Would you like to consider teaming up with me?" Both of them were stunned. Turning to look at the source of the voice, they saw a man dressed in luxurious clothing staring at Lin Wanwan with a seemingly profound gaze. Chapter 48, A Strange Starting Point, The Dead Zone. "We don't need it, find someone else," Lu Ling said casually. But the man was taken aback, then his brow furrowed instantly.
I'm asking this beautiful lady, what is it to you? Where did this poor loser come from? Can you even compare levels with me? How dare you meddle?
The man seemed quite displeased with Lu Ling's words and immediately spoke up angrily. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Lin Wanwan frowned and spoke coldly, his words are also my meaning, we do not need other teammates, please leave. The man's displeasure grew even more, he glared at Lu Ling viciously for several seconds and said harshly, alright. Just don't let me encounter you during the assessment. After saying that, he snorted angrily and swept away his sleeve. His loud voice attracted the attention of many students. Among them, a few girls who knew the man kindly reminded Lin Wanwan, this classmate, you need to be careful. He is the young master of the Xie family from Jinling, be cautious of him targeting you in the dungeon.
Jinling Xie family?
Upon hearing this, Lu Ling was momentarily stunned.
Jinling City is a bordering city to Jiang City, so it's not surprising to be grouped together for the exam. If he is from a wealthy family, why wasn't he pre-admitted?
Normally, even with resources, he could reach level 50. But he didn't dwell much on it, after politely expressing his thanks, he took Lin Wanwan to register. The two students who team up will appear at the same starting point when they enter the secret realm. Furthermore, the points the small team earns will be distributed among teammates in a certain proportion. Once registered, there was nothing else to do but wait for the simulation dungeon to start. A few minutes later, an old man with white hair stood in front and cleared his throat, then said in a deep voice, students, quiet. The dungeon assessment is about to begin, I am the chief examiner, Xiao Dongshan.
Once you enter the dungeon, remember the following points. Do not use illegal items, and candidates cannot actively initiate combat.
After stating some examination rules, Xiao Dongshan motioned for the teachers below to open the dungeon entrance.
With a flash of light, a huge teleportation portal appeared before the students.
The students nervously walked one by one into the teleportation portal, anxious and unsettled. When Lu Ling opened his eyes again, he immediately looked around. What came into view was an endless expanse of golden yellow, with rolling sand dunes stretching to the horizon, resembling a sea of sand.
A desert?
Lu Ling continued to observe and did not discover any buildings in sight.
It seems the simulation dungeon is unexpectedly vast.
Lu Ling thought to himself.
But then again, since this is the college entrance exam dungeon, it wouldn't be that simple. At least a few thousand candidates have entered this dungeon, if it were too small, wouldn't passing it be just a breeze?
Just as he was about to choose a direction to walk and explore, Lin Wanwan suddenly let out a gasp behind him. Lu Ling turned back to look and found that the sand pile behind him was suddenly surging with strange movements.
Monsters? Lu Ling promptly drew out his weapon.
Moments later, the previously disturbed area suddenly became calm. Then, suddenly, the sand surface to Lu Ling's left erupted in a flurry of flying sand.
A thick monster emerged from the ground.
The monster resembled a gigantic earthworm, with a huge circular mouth on top, constantly dripping foul saliva. After burrowing out of the ground, it let out a furious roar and twisted its body like a raging python as it charged towards Lu Ling.
If it were an ordinary mage, they would certainly not react in time and would absolutely be swallowed whole.
But Lu Ling was not an ordinary mage. His agility was enhanced, and his reactions were incredibly quick. He sidestepped the attack with a swift move. At the same time, following the force beneath his feet, he glanced back at the moon, and his staff came crashing down on the creature with a heavy thud.
Monster Death Worm.
Level 35. Attack power 259, physical damage bonus, health 5000. The monster's level was not high, only a bit over 30. Although it looked terrifying, it only had 5000 health, and with a basic attack followed by a fireball from Lu Ling, it was instantly killed.
With a loud bang, the body of the deathworm was blown apart by the fireball.
If it weren't for its disgusting mouth, Lu Ling wouldn't want to dirty his staff, stuffing a fireball into that mouth to explode might have shattered its head.
After killing it, Lu Ling gained 3 points.
It seemed that monsters of this level were merely small fries in the dungeon.
Lu Ling couldn't help but click his tongue.
Although this level was just an easy kill for him, it was not an easy opponent for those students whose average level was around 30 or 40. Before Lu Ling could ponder further, he suddenly felt a rustling sound all around him. This sound was something he had just heard, it was the noise of the deathworms moving. Judging from the density of the sounds, there were likely at least 20 or 30 of these big guys nearby. Lin Wanwan also realized this and decisively activated her skill, Healing Barrier. This skill could not only restore the health of her teammates but also apply negative effects to all hostile creatures entering the barrier, making it a highly practical skill.
Moreover, this skill had another function, it could sense all enemies entering the barrier.
In a situation where the enemy was hidden from their view, it could barely serve as a detection skill.
A total of 23 monsters have entered the barrier's range, I've briefly marked them.
After a month of training, Lin Wanwan had unknowingly become an excellent priest, and her strategy made Lu Ling nod slightly in approval.
This was not their first collaboration, and soon, under Lin Wanwan's guidance, Lu Ling had killed several of the deathworms underground.
At this moment, the examiner Xiao Dongshan, who was checking the entire examination site, suddenly narrowed his pupils.
What's going on? How could two students spawn in the dead zone?
He stared at Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan on the screen, urgently asking. The staff beside him was also shocked. The dead zone is the most dangerous area in the entire examination dungeon. The monsters inside are of higher level and power than those in other regions. This area served as a hidden region in the examination dungeon, akin to a challenge level. Typically, only higher level teams would choose to enter to push for high scores. If those two students were not strong enough, they would be instantly killed. This was clearly unfair to them. But before the staff could pull up data, Xiao Dongshan exclaimed in surprise. This kid is surprisingly strong? He can hold his own against over 20 deathworms all by himself? His weapon, he's a mage? This discovery astonished Xiao Dongshan immensely. His voice quickly attracted many examiners around him. Before anyone could ask questions, Lu Ling performed an act that stunned them all. He unexpectedly took the initiative to step out of Lin Wanwan's realm, moving toward the deadly worms underground in the desert. If bitten head-on by more than 3 deadly worms, even a level 40 warrior would be seriously injured, let alone a fragile mage like him? What is he trying to do? Seeking death? A judge furrowed his brow and questioned.
Chapter 49, The Swarm of Deadly Worms. An extraordinary dungeon.
But soon, Lu Ling gave the answer with his actions. He directly thrust his staff into the ground, then like catching a fish, he hooked a deadly worm that was hiding under the sand. Lu Ling gripped the staff tightly, let out a furious roar, and directly launched the whole deadly worm into the air. Then, he jumped high and slammed the staff heavily onto the body of that deadly worm. The deadly worm twisted wildly, but surprisingly could not escape Lu Ling's grip. With the staff swung down, this deadly worm was smashed into pieces by the immense force. Such an unbelievable scene astonished all the judges.
This thing is a mage?
The judge who just said Lu Ling was seeking death now had his mouth wide open, like he was going to catch a fly. He himself was a second-turn mage, but even if he was in there, he absolutely couldn't solve the enemy as brutally as Lu Ling did. But it wasn't over. After dealing with this one, Lu Ling became even more ruthless. With Lin Wanwan's skill support, he began to pull out the remaining deadly worms from the sand one by one and eliminated them. The violent scene left the judges unable to tell who the real challenger was for a moment. Having dealt with these monsters, Lu Ling breathed a sigh of relief and smiled widely. Sure enough, this kind of battle is much more enjoyable. Hiding behind and just throwing monsters around doesn't showcase the grandeur of a mage at all. These more than 20 deadly worms provided Lu Ling with over 60 points, and Lin Wanwan also managed to gain nearly 30 points. Their rankings instantly skyrocketed, quickly reaching the top 3 positions. At this moment, many observing professionals in the examination area were stunned, looking at the suddenly appeared names on the leaderboard, puzzled. Strange, who are these two people? Why hasn't the camera shown them at all? One is a mage and the other is a priest. They are killing monsters so fast? They actually made it to the top 3? The mage is one thing, but what about the priest? Isn't the first place Wang Bumi a lone wolf? Could he be following that second place guy? People began to discuss animatedly. Not just them, even the broadcast director responsible for showcasing the thrilling operations of the entrance exam was confused and hurriedly inquired backstage. What happened with these two? Did they cheat? Why can't I find where they are? The radar shows no large-scale battles in the outer area? The judges were still in shock and hurriedly conveyed everything they had just seen to the director. Upon hearing that 2 students had spawned directly in a hidden area, the director was even more puzzled. But when he heard it was a mage accompanied by a priest who had taken down 30 deadly worms, he was completely stunned on the spot. How could this be possible? The monsters in the hidden area are all level 30 to 40. Even a first-turn mage could not possibly solve over 30 monsters in such a short time. However, since the entire hidden area had no broadcast rights, the director was extremely curious but could only stare blankly. On the other side, Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan explored the surroundings for a while but found no more monsters momentarily. But a new problem arose: they seemed to have gotten lost. Both of them were directionally challenged and not good at navigation. With the desert environment, he quickly lost his way. Looking at the almost identical scenery around, Lu Ling scratched his head. At this point, there was no other option. He could only walk in one direction, hoping that luck would lead him to another area. The group of examiners in the monitoring room gasped collectively upon seeing the direction Lu Ling and his companion were heading. What are they doing? They actually headed towards the dead zone boss? Where do these two come from? Could it be that the design plan for this instance has leaked? All the examiners were dumbfounded by Lu Ling's operation. This is too arrogant.
A mage bringing a priest is heading straight towards the toughest boss area in the National College entrance examination of Huaxia.
No one answered, everyone stared at the screen, momentarily stunned by Lu Ling's actions.
After a while, one examiner finally spoke up. Wait, that Dead Zone boss is a level 60 platinum level boss. It's meant for top students to team up and challenge for extra points. How could two people possibly defeat it? Maybe they don't know what they will encounter by going in that direction. The chief examiner, Xiao Dongshan, narrowed his eyes and thoughtfully looked at Lu Ling's personal information.
A level 51 first transition mage, but has a clearance record for a level 60s instance.
This guy is not simple.
On the other side, Lu Ling was unaware that the direction he pointed was precisely the boss area of this hidden region. At this moment, he was puzzled as to why the further he walked in this direction, the fewer monsters he encountered.
Could I be going the wrong way? Is it that I'm already near the edge of the instance and about to exit? Lu Ling thought gloomily. If that's the case, it would be terrible. The time spent going back and forth would be enough for others to brush to the boss room. By the time I get there, I'm afraid there won't be anything left to seize first place. Just as he was thinking, Lu Ling suddenly heard an extremely loud roar.
The sound seemed to come from ahead, carrying an inexplicable sense of pressure.
Lu Ling had a high mental attribute and instantly perceived some information from this roar. This kind of mental pressure is a monster above level 50. This discovery made Lu Ling tremble all over, and he laughed aloud.
Such a high-level monster, even if it's not a boss, is definitely a powerful elite monster.
That means I'm headed in the right direction. But listening to this sound, could it be that someone has gotten there first? No, I have to hurry. Lu Ling thought, directly taking Lin Wanwan's little hand and quickening his pace.
Lin Wanwan was a bit shy from this sudden pull, but quickly realized that Lu Ling must have discovered something. She hastily increased her speed while also casting Wind Element Blessing beneath their feet to speed them both up. The examiners saw Lu Ling heading straight toward the Dead Zone boss, even increasing his speed, and all sighed inwardly. What a pity, I was quite optimistic about this kid getting a high score, but I didn't expect him to be so unlucky.
Yeah, although he has some ability, he definitely won't be a match for the Dead Zone boss. Only the chief examiner, Xiao Dongshan, wore an inscrutable smile on his face. Definitely not?
Hee, this time it's a real treasure found.
This kid, I must recruit him to Jiangnan University.
On the other side, Lu Ling increasingly felt something was wrong. A vast expanse of yard on land gradually appeared around him, with layers of stacked rocks, remnants of bones scattered, and everything around was eerily silent, with no signs of any living creatures. This place resembled a grave in the desert, filled with an eerie atmosphere. Following the winding stone path inward, Lu Ling gradually arrived at the central area of this landform. To his surprise, in the middle of this place, there was actually an oasis. A few trees, a few pools of water, plus a few patches of grass on the ground, though sparse, still full of life. And on this patch of grass, there rested a creature as big as 2 trains.
Lu Ling instantly recognized it. This was a wyvern. A wyvern is the kind of giant lizard dragon in the west that has wings. Its powerful body is its ticket to run wild. As one of the strongest descendants of the dragon species, its strength should not be underestimated. The moment Lu Ling spotted it, the giant dragon felt the presence of an intruder and suddenly opened its eyes, its golden vertical pupils locking fiercely onto Lu Ling. After a moment of silence, it let out a terrifying roar, its wings slowly flapping, its massive body taking to the air, then rapidly diving like a cannonball towards Lu Ling. During the charge, the giant dragon opened its huge mouth, seemingly wanting to swallow Lu Ling whole. But Lu Ling reacted even faster, dodging this attack with a spatial leap just 1 second before it was about to bite. Then, Lu Ling directly activated the fiery light beam, pushed off the ground, and swung his staff down heavily onto the giant dragon's back. The dragon cried out in pain, growing even angrier, and flew back into the sky, opening its mouth to unleash a breath attack. The range of this breath attack was extremely wide, not only targeting Lu Ling but also leaving Lin Wanwan with no place to retreat. Lu Ling's pupils suddenly contracted, he could sense that this attack would be difficult for him to withstand. Not to mention Lin Wanwan behind him. In a flash, an idea struck Lu Ling's mind, and he immediately activated his new ability after changing jobs. All things return to the void, reversal technique. Just as the flames were about to touch Lu Ling, a dazzling golden wave shot out, instantly covering the giant dragon's body. An identical imprint to Lu Ling's job emblem appeared on its forehead. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. The two people completely covered by the dragon's breath not only didn't lose any health but even regained quite a bit. This scene left the examiners once again in shock. What is happening? Did the simulation instance encounter a bug? Everyone was incredibly astonished and quickly checked the data, only to find everything was normal. Only Xiao Dongshan showed a surprised expression. He noticed Lu Ling's recent actions. It seemed he had activated some kind of area skill, successfully rendering this attack immune. This kid actually has such an ability? How is it that a mage learned priest skills? Did he change jobs to a hidden class? Xiao Dongshan, being a senior professor at Jiangnan University, quickly analyzed the situation just now. Meanwhile, Lu Ling's situation was still dire. The dragon soon realized that the dragon breath had no effect on the two humans, immediately stopping its attack and circling in the sky, seemingly puzzled by what had just happened. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ling quickly observed the dragon's data. Monster Boss, Rock Flame Wyvern. Level, 60, Platinum level Monster Boss. Attack power, 980, mixed physical and magical damage, health, 90,000. Special property, Dragon Bloodline, incomplete. This unit has 42% dual immunity to physical and magical damage, and control effectiveness duration is halved. Looking at the dragon's panel attributes, Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. A level 60 boss with nearly 1,000 damage is indeed a bit terrifying. And it has a whopping 60,000 health, plus that damage immunity trait. Its true strength is probably far beyond that of an ordinary platinum level boss, nearly comparable to a diamond level boss. For bosses of the same level, the stronger their monster bloodline, the higher their rating. A level 60 platinum level boss is definitely much stronger than a level 60 silver boss. However, despite this, it is still not unchallengeable. Lu Ling quickly adjusted his mindset. Entered focused battle mode. And in the sky, the giant dragon slowly began to grow impatient, its golden slit eyes staring fiercely at Lu Ling and the other person. After letting out a deafening roar once again, the giant dragon quickly swooped down, its sharp claws reaching for Lu Ling's head. It was very clear that among the two humans before it, only Lu Ling posed a threat, so it had to eliminate him first. Seeing it charging again, Lu Ling immediately activated Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tear, shouting, "Now's the time." Lin Wanwan instantly understood and immediately threw out two differently colored orbs of light, enhancing Lu Ling's speed and defense. Once Lu Ling's speed was boosted, he dodged the claw strike with a swift move, then struck the dragon's tail hard with his staff. This attack carried the attribute of frost. Each layer could slow down the enemy by 5%, and after reaching full layers, it could freeze the target for a full 5 seconds. However, the resilience of this dragon-like creature was extremely high, so this effect would probably be greatly reduced. Seeing itself toyed with again, the dragon became even more furious, standing on the ground and whipping its tail back violently. Lu Ling used Void Leap to dodge again, then followed up with a basic attack plus a fireball spell. This time, a critical hit occurred. It directly took away over 8,000 health from the giant dragon. But that wasn't the end. Taking advantage of the attack's gap, Lu Ling suddenly pulled out a magical die from his backpack. After shaking it in his hand for a moment, the die transformed into a stream of light and drilled into Lu Ling's body. Current roll, 5. Gained boost, 20% luck increase, 100% all attributes increase. Duration, 20 minutes. For the next 30 seconds, ignore any control effects. Die comment, you're getting close. The most magical side. Attributes doubled directly. And this was only the effect of a 5-point roll. It seemed he truly found a treasure this time. Lu Ling grinned, feeling an endless surge of power within him, moving with the speed of lightning. With the high bonus from the magical die, coupled with Lin Wanwan's enhancements, Lu Ling instantly transformed into a superhero, starting to strike at the giant dragon like a bullfighter. Despite having a terrifying 60,000 health points, Lu Ling's doubled damage was simply too horrifying. Just one critical hit was enough to inflict 10,000 damage. With an 80% luck increase, 2 out of 3 of Lu Ling's attacks would be critical hits. If it weren't for the dragon's absurd resistance, Lu Ling likely would have already slain it. But even a dragon capable of immune to half of magical damage and half of physical damage could no longer hold up against Lu Ling's terrifying damage. Finally, accompanied by a mournful wail that resonated through the heavens, the giant dragon, after being frozen by Lu Ling, received a massive fireball spell shoved down its throat, exploding and killing it completely. The body of the dragon was indeed terrifying. Even after Lu Ling had stuffed his staff in its mouth to cast a skill, it didn't manage to shatter its head. Only a few wounds appeared in its mouth. Chapter 51, Savior Lu Ling. After defeating this giant dragon, Lu Ling immediately earned a reward of 100 points, instantly becoming the number 1 on the current leaderboard. Even Lin Wanwan, who was only providing support, received only 33 points, making her the second on the list. After defeating the boss of the Dead Zone, Lu Ling noticed that a teleportation portal had appeared in the oasis without anyone realizing. Meanwhile, the examiners in the monitoring room were all numb. This mage kid actually defeated the boss of the Dead Zone with just 2 people? The strongest boss of the entire dungeon was actually taken down by one person leading a priest? What kind of fierce player is this, and who let him into the exam? Shouldn't they have provided special treatment ahead of time? Are those universities blind? The staff members repeatedly checked the data, attempting to find a trace of cheating by Lu Ling. They couldn't believe that someone could be this strong. It must be cheating. Xiao Dongshan was also shocked at this moment. He didn't expect Lu Ling could really defeat the boss of the Dead Zone so easily. It seemed he had underestimated this mysterious kid covered in secrets. On the other side, Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan passed through the portal and instantly arrived at a strange ruin. The overall environment of the ruin felt like it was in a rainforest, with numerous towering trees in the distance. In the ruins, many oddly shaped and bizarre totems could be seen. This should be a hidden instance within the assessment dungeon, right? Lu Ling looked around and murmured to himself. Before he could observe for long, he suddenly heard a series of human screams not far away. The two immediately followed the source of the sound and dimly saw several beams of different colored lights flashing. Lu Ling, should we go take a look? Lin Wanwan, being too kind-hearted, wanted to rush over to see if someone was in danger. But after a moment's thought, she turned to look at Lu Ling. Lu Ling contemplated for a moment and finally decided to go and check it out. It wasn't because he was kind-hearted as well, but because he remembered that providing effective rescue in the assessment would earn extra points. After they rushed towards the sound, they found 3 students, around level 30, surrounded by a group of strange creatures. Monster, Bronze Guardian. Level, 30. Attack, 280, Physical, Health, 5000. Lu Ling focused his gaze and saw that it was actually a group of rare mechanical monsters. These things are monsters created by other monsters and are quite rare. However, why is the level of monsters in this hidden realm even lower than those in normal dungeons? Lu Ling thought, puzzled. At that moment, he had no idea he had just killed his way back from the hidden instance to a normal dungeon, and the monsters' levels being high was a joke. Seeing that the 3 students were about to be beaten to death by the monsters, Lu Ling couldn't afford to think anymore and quickly drew his weapon to charge in. The 3 desperate students were about to close their eyes and wait for death when suddenly, they felt their almost zero health rapidly increase, and an effect for accelerated health recovery appeared on them. Then they saw a handsome young boy, holding a staff, flash to their front like a ghost and block the attacks. After that, the boy swung his arms around and, with just normal attacks, sent all the surrounding Bronze Guardians flying. The eyes of the 3 students widened in shock as if they were larger than copper bells. That's not all, they then saw the boy leap high, crazily slamming the heads of the Bronze Guardians with his staff as if he were playing whack-a-mole. The incredibly hard metal shell seemed fragile as glass in his hands. Each slam could shatter a Bronze Guardian's head. Finally, the boy shoved his staff against the face of the last Bronze Guardian and blasted it to pieces with a fireball spell. Thank you, this warrior, oh no, this wizard bro. Lu Ling's unbelievable actions left the 3 stupefied, they didn't even know how to address him at the moment. But judging by the robe and the blue-purple staff he carried, he should be a wizard. However, which wizard fights monsters like this? Jumping up and slamming his staff on monsters' heads? Destroying them directly? What kind of otherworldly wizard version of Noxus is this? Getting more powerful with every slam? At this moment, Lu Ling felt a bit disappointed. If he remembered correctly, rescuing people did earn extra points, but the amount was very small. The 3 only provided him with 6 points. This is not as good as fighting off 2 monsters myself. But fortunately, this group of Bronze Guardians gave Lu Ling a score of over 10 points, which made him feel a bit better. After dealing with these minor monsters, Lu Ling was just about to step forward to ask a question when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice behind him. Hey! You bunch of useless idiots, where the hell did you go to draw aggro for me? A fully equipped warrior impatiently walked over, and upon seeing Lu Ling, he was taken aback. But Lu Ling did not recognize this man, he just thought he looked very annoying and somewhat familiar. This fully equipped warrior was none other than the young master Xia Wushuang from the Xia family in Jiling, who had wanted to team up with Lin Wanwan outside. Fateful meeting, Xia Wushuang sneered when he saw the unknown kid from outside. Hee, I didn't expect to actually run into you. Kid, I told you. Don't let me see you during the assessment. Otherwise, you'll regret offending me. Xia Wushuang spoke arrogantly. However, Lu Ling only looked at him in confusion after hearing this. I know you? Faced with his harsh words, Lu Ling scratched his head, unable to remember where he had seen this guy. This comment sent Xia Wushuang into a furious rage, thinking Lu Ling was deliberately looking down on him. Fine. I'll let you get to know me right now. Xia Wushuang snorted in anger and pointed his chin at the few people following him. Get him. Whoever kills him, I'll give them 2 million huaxia coins. Upon hearing this, Xia Wushuang's lackeys instantly became eager to move. Although attacking others during an assessment would result in punishment. But this was different from the awakening trial. The punishment was merely point deduction. After all, they were just here as support, losing some points wasn't a big deal, they could just farm more later. 2 million huaxia coins was something they might not earn in their entire lives. Moreover, if they gained Xia Wushuang's favor because of this, could their future days be poor? The lackeys exchanged glances and revealed greedy smiles. Chapter 52, Complete Domination. The Clown Xia Wushuang.
The college entrance examination was the threshold for these students to gradually step into society from school. It was essentially a reflection of society, allowing students to experience the true face of society in advance. Seeing the few people approaching, Lu Ling frowned.
I advise you to think twice before you do this.
Before the fight began, Lu Ling kindly reminded them. But how could the few people whose minds were clouded by money care? Seeing this, Lu Ling had no choice but to pull out his staff. When those people saw Lu Ling was actually a mage, their smiles became even more arrogant.
Ha ha ha. I advise you to just stand there and not move. I will be quick, I guarantee it won't hurt.
Exactly, if you stubbornly resist, don't blame us for torturing you a little longer.
Most of them were melee classes, wouldn't it be easy to kill a squishy mage at this distance?
Even if Lu Ling was a higher level than them, there was nowhere to maneuver.
They could still knock him dead.
Hearing this, Lu Ling merely revealed a faint cold smile. When the few people saw that Lu Ling had no intention of surrendering, they drew their weapons and charged forward. Lin Wanwan saw this and quickly cast a shield on Lu Ling.
Although she knew full well that these people would definitely not be Lu Ling's opponents. Useless.
With your mere strength, even if you had 3 priests, you wouldn't last long.
The few people jeered in response.
Soon, the warrior charging in front had reached Lu Ling and raised the weapon in his hand high. Swish! With a slash, the damage that popped up left the few people stunned.
How is this possible? A warrior hitting a mage, and only dealing over 100 damage with one strike? Is this a joke?
Before these people could react, Lu Ling coldly laughed and said, "You were the ones who attacked first." After saying that, he took out his staff, then dashed forward, swinging the staff fiercely at the warrior who had just attacked him.
Bang! Minus 6,847.
The huge damage nearly killed the warrior instantly. But Lu Ling clearly had no intention of letting him off, and activated the flame beam directly. At the top of the staff, a crimson light suddenly lit up, followed by an incredibly strong burst of light shooting out. The warrior was thrown into the air by Lu Ling's swing, and before he could scream, he was burned to ashes in midair by the flames.
This scene shocked everyone instantly. No way. This mage is not right, is he? This fighting style, what kind of mage is this?
Before everyone could regain their senses, Lu Ling coldly attacked again.
After activating Elemental Awakening, Lu Ling's attack damage soared to new heights. This time, he didn't even need to use skills. A normal attack could take down an enemy instantly. In the blink of an eye, the few people who had just attacked Lu Ling were instantly killed. This straight up stunned Xia Wushuang. How can this mage be so fierce? He wiped out a group of warriors and assassins in close combat? How can we fight like this?
But he quickly remembered that this was a test dungeon, even if one died, it wasn't real death. Thinking about this, Xia Wushuang immediately regained his arrogant demeanor, pointing his finger to say something tough.
However, he didn't expect that Lu Ling wouldn't even look at him and simply struck him with the staff, killing him instantly.
This scene was broadcasted to the real world, and Xia Wushuang instantly became a joke.
Is this guy really crazy? That dude said he didn't know him, and he still had to cause trouble? Right? That's so hilarious, he ended up being killed instantly. It's really funny. Everyone mocked Xia Wushuang's overconfidence. But more people were focusing on why Lu Ling, as a mage, could brutally eliminate these people like that? 2 swings of the staff up close killed them instantly. Could it be the legendary physical annihilation? Lu Ling's strength instantly amazed most of the spectators.
After taking care of this group of ridiculous people, Lu Ling returned directly to the few people he had just saved.
Hey, can you tell me why the difficulty of this hidden dungeon is lower than the normal ones outside?
Lu Ling scratched his head in confusion and asked. The 3 people were already numb, even their speech was shaky.
They were still in the outer area dealing with small monsters, and this guy went straight in and cleared the hidden dungeon? They knew that once you entered a hidden dungeon, you couldn't return to the normal dungeon unless you defeated the boss inside.
Yet here was Lu Ling, who only brought a mage, and he directly cleared the hidden dungeon. But thinking about his recent godlike performance, the 3 suddenly felt it was quite reasonable.
Brave warrior, is it possible that this is the real normal dungeon? One of them said weakly.
Lu Ling was slightly surprised after hearing this.
Is that so?
I thought that level 60 dragon inside, if it were another candidate, probably wouldn't be able to defeat it.
But why is my spawn point in the hidden dungeon?
Lu Ling murmured in confusion. His words made the 3 people shake all over.
No way, a level 60 dragon? Did this guy just bring a priest in to solo it? What kind of insane matching mechanism is this? How do we have the right to compete with this big shot in front of us?
The 3 were completely flustered. After thinking for a while, Lu Ling was too lazy to pursue the reason. The boss had already been taken down anyway. The urgent matter is to deal with the boss in the normal instance first, getting the points in hand is the only hard truth. Thinking this, Lu Ling immediately called Lin Wanwan, asked for directions, and went straight to the center area of the instance, which is the boss area. Watching Lu Ling's departing figure, the three passers-by swallowed hard, exchanged glances, and then, without agreeing, let out a bitter laugh. With such a monster around, do they still need to think about the boss? It's better to honestly farm the small monsters to pass. On the other side, after walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Ling began to feel the strength level of the surrounding monsters was gradually increasing. Although he could still crush one with 2 or 3 strikes of his staff, these were much stronger than the bronze guardians he encountered earlier. He didn't meet anyone along the way, and Lu Ling was unsure if he was heading in the right direction. Just as he was thinking whether to go forward or not, Lu Ling suddenly sensed someone was staring at him from behind. That cold and sharp gaze meant that the person was surely an assassin class. And their talent and level were definitely not low. Lu Ling's mental attribute was very high, and he instantly sensed that person. But he didn't attack immediately, instead, he decided to observe what the other party wanted. Hiding in the tree, Xiaoyuer was shocked when she saw Lu Ling suddenly stop. Chapter 53, The Third Assessment. Lu Ling becomes the hot property. Could he have already discovered me? Xiaoyuer was incredibly shocked. But after a moment, she calmed down. She was probably overthinking it. As an SS-class talented top assassin, it was absolutely impossible to be discovered in front of peers of the same level. Just as Xiaoyuer was thinking this, she suddenly noticed that Lu Ling's figure had disappeared. Before she had time to be surprised, a cold touch suddenly came from behind. Lu Ling, with a cold gaze, was raising his staff and pressing it against her back. Say. Who are you? Why are you following me? Due to Xiaoyuer's talent, Lu Ling couldn't see her appearance clearly, he only felt that she resembled a killer from a certain Grim Reaper-themed anime. Suddenly discovered, Xiaoyuer panicked, instinctively stepped back, but forgot she was in a tree, and lost her balance. Lu Ling was also taken aback and instinctively reached out to grab her. In an instant, their eyes met in a deep gaze. But since Lu Ling was too tall, there weren't many places to grip. When he reached out, he accidentally went under her armpit and grabbed something important on Xiaoyuer's clothing. Xiaoyuer was instantly dumbfounded, an unusual feeling surged in her heart, causing her face to turn as red as a burning cloud. And Lu Ling also felt something was off. What is this sensation? Before he could think deeply, the recovering Xiaoyuer quickly activated her skill, dodged a few times, and disappeared, directly teleporting away. After running for a full 10 minutes, she finally stopped. Recalling that strange feeling, Xiaoyuer's face turned even redder. She was actually touched by that guy. Fortunately, he didn't see my face. On the other hand, Lu Ling was even more confused. What was that? Why did the person suddenly disappear? Is something wrong with them? I was just being kind to help them. Lu Ling scratched his head, feeling it was a bit strange, and didn't think much of it. He directly jumped down from the tree. This little episode didn't bother Lu Ling. He quickly found the boss area with Lin Wanwan. Even the level 60 hidden instance boss, Lava Dragon, was no match for Lu Ling. Naturally, this level 50 boss was easily dealt with by him. After defeating this boss, Lu Ling's points increased by another 60, making others on the leaderboard lose the desire to chase. Who is this person? We are struggling to farm small monsters, and... Looking up, the sky had collapsed. Being thrown out directly with a score almost 100 points higher. What kind of game is this? In the end, amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, Lu Ling achieved a heavenly score of 202, securing first place in this assessment. This score broke the record for all of China, instantly catching the attention of high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Education. At this moment, Lu Ling was completely unaware that all his information had been collected by the Chinese officials within half an hour and was currently under research. After coming out, Lu Ling glanced at the leaderboard, and upon seeing his score's drastic lead over the third place, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, I should be able to get into a decent university, right? Lu Ling thought to himself. That evening, when the results were just announced, it instantly caused a huge uproar in the Jiangnan province's Department of Education. The Minister of Education stared expressionlessly at the report in his hand, which detailed Lu Ling's performance during the entire assessment. The few blaring big characters on the report made the minister feel a wave of astonishment. The venue was extremely quiet, and no one spoke. Is this what you said about him, that he would not amount to much? A level 51 mage, single-handedly taking down a level 60 magma dragon with a priest. A super genius like this, yet we did not recruit him early? To let such a top genius enter the college entrance examination directly, we've completely lost face for our Jiangnan province's Department of Education. It was still the minister who first broke the silence. His tone contained a blend of anger and dissatisfaction. The official who had previously claimed Lu Ling would not amount to anything was now drenched in sweat, afraid to meet the minister's eyes.
The others present were also silent, not daring to continue the conversation. Only a young woman at the back spoke up. Given the situation, we should think about how to keep him in Jiangnan province. Although Jiangnan University ranks third in China, this is still his hometown. Perhaps we can work from this angle to strive to recruit him into Jiangnan University. As she spoke, the woman tossed a pile of documents on the table. They contained all of Lu Ling's records from the secret realm and a list of all the forces Lu Ling had encountered in the past month. Her words made the minister's expression brighten a bit, as he picked up the documents and glanced through them briefly. Good, I need a feasible plan. Whatever resources needed, just let me know. We must do our utmost to retain this genius. I'll leave this matter to you, the minister said to the young woman. The woman nodded gently. Then the atmosphere in the venue improved a bit. The minister let out a sigh and slowly sat down. Lu Ling, still unaware of the officials who had previously looked down on him, was now regarded as a coveted gem. He was pondering whether to go to the capital to study after being accepted into the top university, Qingbei University. Even though Qingbei University was indeed the best in China, he was completely unfamiliar with the influence of the capital. As a child from a common family, after graduation, without sufficient influence to back him, it would be very difficult to make a name for himself in the capital. So, he was considering whether to stay in Jiangnan province, develop himself here first, and then think about other cities. In fact, Lin Tianxiong had also suggested this before. Development in Jiangnan province, the resources and roles Lin Tianxiong and the Phoenix Association could provide, were absolutely more than studying in the capital. Moreover, Lu Ling himself had long held this thought. He could not rely on others for a lifetime. Sooner or later he must carve out his own path and establish his own influence. The third battle segment was conducted through a method resembling simulated secret realms. Both sides connected to an area to engage in combat. Score is obtained based on the battle results. Winning a battle earns a fixed bonus of 20 points, while losing does not deduct any points. Everyone fights 3 battles, and final scores are calculated based on the total points. This subject's assessment is more about testing individual ability, particularly the combat strength of a professional. If the previous subject favored teamwork, then this subject is perfect for lone wolf professionals. Except for the priest profession, which does not participate in this subject and instead takes on other forms, all other professions must participate. It all comes down to personal strength. Whether you win or lose, there's not much to say. Lu Ling naturally is not afraid. After all, he is invincible among the same level. What assassin, warrior, or ranger? They are all the same to him. The difference lies in whether it takes one hit or two. At the same time, this assessment also attracts the most spectators, as it resembles a martial arts competition and is very exciting to watch. Chapter 54, Fierce Rival. SS Class Hidden Profession. After a brief farewell to Lin Wanwan, Lu Ling went directly to the waiting area. At this moment, the teachers who knew the inside story looked at him with completely different eyes. This is a super genius who broke the record in Huaxia. At level 51, he has the ability to take down a level 60 platinum peak boss. In another 10 years, these teachers might find themselves looking up to him. Lu Ling did not pay attention to these gazes and instead began to draw rewards in the system. Although the earlier bosses did not drop experience or materials, there were still system rewards. That subdragon provided a good amount of martial god points and 3 chances to draw. Adding to what he had saved before, he could just do a 10 consecutive draw. With nothing else to do, Lu Ling directly began to draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a common item. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a common item. The first 5 draws were all useless items, but Lu Ling didn't mind. As usually, the good stuff comes at the end of a 10 draw. Sure enough. Accompanied by the familiar uplifting sound, the last 3 draws directly yielded hidden items. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item, A-class skill Arcane Strike. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gold item, S-class skill Astral Seal. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a hidden item. Legendary Equipment Fusion Card. Equipment Fusion Card? Lu Ling's heart moved, and he hurriedly took it out to look. Item, Equipment Fusion Card. Quality, Legendary. Description, can fuse 2 pieces of equipment of the same type to generate a new piece of equipment. The new equipment can inherit all the properties of the previous 2 pieces, and the enhancements will be amplified. This card is a one-time item, and the levels of the fused equipment must not exceed the level of this card. This thing is interesting. Lu Ling became excited. Though it looks quite ordinary, when you think about it, it's actually terrifying. Being able to merge 2 pieces of equipment is like having a necklace, one providing critical hits and the other providing lifesteal, merging them together. One piece of equipment then provides both critical hits and lifesteal. This is just the basic attributes. If you factor in the traits of those equipment, it becomes even more horrifying.
Not only does it free up an equipment slot, but it also allows for selecting based on personal needs, which is quite scary for combat power. However, there's no need to use this just yet. Aside from his slightly higher grade staff, the only other legendary item he has is that unknown Usage Stone. Let's wait until there's too much equipment to choose from, then he'll directly use it and say, I want them all. Lu Ling thought as he put it into his backpack. The remaining 2 skills are one pure damage skill and one control skill with silence attached, both of which Lu Ling found acceptable, so he learned to equip them. This 10 draws were quite worth it. Lu Ling thought happily in his heart. At this moment, the assessment was about to begin. The candidates only needed to enter the simulation space to directly match opponents, finishing one battle after another until 3 matches concluded. With the examiner clearly explaining the rules, all the candidates nodded one by one, then entered the simulation space one after another. This assessment actually had a bit of luck involved. If the opponents encountered were weak, the battle scores would be relatively high. But if the opponents were all strong, then that could be disastrous. However, this was only the case for the average students. Lu Ling actually hoped his opponents would be stronger, otherwise, how could he raise his battle scores? Soon, with a flash of twisted light, Lu Ling's figure appeared in a place filled with a blue glow. In front of him was another person who had just entered this space. The person wore black clothing, with a sword at his waist and another sword on his back. After a slight hesitation, he instantly locked his sharp gaze on Lu Ling. That kind of deadly intent was not something an ordinary person could possess. Seeing this, Lu Ling merely smiled slightly. Oh. Looks like I've drawn an interesting opponent. The audience outside gasped when they saw the two in this match. Look. It's the current number 1 and number 2 on the score leaderboard. They actually got assigned to the same arena. Is that the hidden class, Dual Blade Sword Saint Lingfeng? This is going to be exciting. Yes, I heard the number 1 is a mage, and it seems like he is not very good at fighting a warrior in a one-on-one. I'm really curious to see how he, as a mage, manages to handle a swordsman. Countless viewers expressed their immense expectation for this battle. As both sides met each other's gaze, the confrontation had already begun. They were both waiting for the other to show a flaw. This was a psychological game. Once trapped in the opponent's rhythm, there were many ways to suppress the other's performance, forcing them to reveal more weaknesses. But to everyone's surprise, after a moment of eye contact, both sides suddenly burst into action at the same time. Hey! Why did that mage charge forward? Is this some kind of tricky movement? Is he trying to bait his opponent into using a skill? How could he trick anyone? A mage's agility can't possibly be higher than a warrior's. And he's facing a swordsman who specializes in speed. This is definitely a death wish. In my opinion, that mage must have played too many fishing games. He really thinks he can match a warrior. If he keeps this up, he's going to suffer big time. The crowd was shocked by Lu Ling's initiative to move forward and began discussing animatedly. Both sides were fast, colliding almost instantly. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed. Both sides turned out to be evenly matched. This surprised the audience immensely. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Ling quickly deflected Lingfeng's sword and directly unleashed his newly learned skill, Arcane Strike. Arcane Strike. Effect, quickly deals damage equal to 300% spell power, and includes basic attack effects, with a chance to cause a shockwave effect. This skill is a mutated skill. This skill was exclusive to the system, and all aspects of its attributes were very suitable for Lu Ling. It could be executed quickly, with no casting time, and was counted as a melee attack. This feature allowed Lu Ling to hit him first before Lingfeng could draw his second sword. The powerful shockwave effect sent Lingfeng flying backward in an instant. This dealt over 6,000 points of damage, leaving Lingfeng in shock. Before charging in, he had activated a buff skill. With 30% damage reduction plus his dual resistances, he still received 6,000 points of damage. Was this guy that terrifying? But his battle experience was also rich, and in the air, he instantly adjusted his position and drew the knife from his back. As an SS-level hidden class, he hadn't even unleashed his true power yet. And Lu Ling, after landing a hit, immediately chose to pursue the victory. Chapter 55, Victory. College Entrance Examination Top Scorer. With a direct arcane leap, he launched a chase, simultaneously using his second skill, Astral Seal. Instinctively, a bright purple light sparkled at the tip of Lu Ling's staff, and several chains shot out. This skill was a control-type skill, dealing average damage, but its effect was incredibly disgusting. First, the enemy hit by the chains would be silenced and apply a 20% slow effect. If the chains successfully restrained for 3 seconds, they would also suffer from bondage and increased damage taken. The increased damage means that the damage received would multiply. This skill was extraordinarily imposing, if not for quick reflexes, once hit by the chains, almost guaranteed to be locked down. But Ling Feng proved to be worthy of being an SS-level swordsman, managing to react the instant Lu Ling cast the spell. Timing perfectly to avoid the chain's limit, his body suddenly flipped in the air, instantly forming a remnant shadow aimed at Lu Ling. His dual blades exploded with two different glows, striking towards Lu Ling in the blink of an eye. This was Ling Feng's true killing move. Once the dual-wield mode was activated, his damage would double, gaining a series of substantial bonuses. Moreover, these two blades, one dealt magical damage while the other dealt physical damage. If both blades hit simultaneously, they would stack a mark, directly causing true damage. But Lu Ling only smiled calmly, raising his hand to cast a skill directly in counterattack. Ling Feng was startled, yet his movements did not halt in the slightest. In this exchange, he was surely the winner. A warrior's defense was inherently stronger than a mage's, plus his terrifying dual blades would definitely slay Lu Ling in a single strike. And he himself would at most suffer serious injuries. But unfortunately, Ling Feng had no idea Lu Ling was blessed by divine protection. With 80% magic immunity against melee attacks. This allowed Lu Ling to directly ignore that magical weapon. Both skills struck each other in an instant, accompanied by a fierce explosion, their figures swallowed by flames. When the smoke cleared, the two stood opposed, unable to tell who held the upper hand. The audience watching this scene was completely stunned. A mage, actually able to engage in close combat with an SS-level swordsman. And it seemed not to fall behind at all. What in the world was going on? Why did this mage appear so different from others? But just then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Ling Feng slowly knelt on one knee, displaying a look of pain. While Lu Ling casually twirled his staff, stepping towards Ling Feng one step at a time. In this exchange, it turned out the mage Lu Ling had won. This scene was utterly inconceivable. A mage could actually defeat a top swordsman in close combat. At this moment, Ling Feng was also astonished. As the one who just received Lu Ling's attack, he now realized the horror of Lu Ling. What kind of mage is this? This is a damn hexagonal war god. With speed, damage, and a strong build, he's a beast. Even a level 40 tank would be severely injured by that dual blade strike, yet he seemed unharmed. So terrifying. In truth, Lu Ling did not feel as good as he appeared. That last strike was indeed Lu Ling's oversight. He hadn't expected the opponent to deal true damage and nearly received serious wounds from the two strikes. But fortunately, he had a super weird side job. At the critical moment, Lu Ling directly converted a part of his magic power into life value, plus a close-range fireball spell to himself, which helped him regain a lot of health. This made it seem like he was totally fine. If he hadn't used alchemy to convert life value, he would probably be heavily injured now. The guy in front of him indeed had some skill. Lu Ling thought to himself. But still, Ling Feng was not Lu Ling's opponent. Looking at the slowly approaching Lu Ling, Ling Feng felt relieved, a bitter smile appearing on his stern face. He said, "May I ask what your name is?" Lu Ling was slightly taken aback, but still reported his name. After hearing this, Ling Feng struggled to stand up, then cupped his hands and said, "I lost. In this battle, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Brother Lu, until we meet again." Saying this, he directly surrendered. With a flash of light, Ling Feng's figure instantly vanished. This battle came to an end. The audience outside was completely stunned, not a single person spoke. Too strong. This mage. Relying on close combat, he directly defeated an SS-level swordsman. This operation is just unbelievable. The mage's weaknesses were nowhere to be seen in this person. He will surely become a powerful figure in the future. The examiner group also looked extremely serious. The previous dungeon had proven that Lu Ling's monster farming ability and boss battle skills were exceptionally excellent. Unexpectedly, this guy was so powerful even in one-on-one. You must know that a well-operated first-turn SS-level swordsman could compete with level 60 to 70 mages in duels. And Lu Ling actually defeated the opponent in just 3 rounds. This strength is too terrifying. Lu Ling also felt a rush of excitement in his heart. Since he became a professional, he had not encountered an opponent who could push him to this extent. After this battle, he suddenly felt like he understood something in his heart, gaining a new understanding of his combat style. Soon, with the fluctuation of the teleportation portal, Lu Ling was about to face his next opponent. The subsequent opponents were not as strong as Ling Feng, and Lu Ling almost effortlessly killed them in an instant. For a mage who dealt damage up close, these people seemed particularly confused, completely unaware of how to respond. In no time, Lu Ling's ratings for the 3 battles came out. The first match scored the highest, while the latter 2 were nearly one-sided performances, all comprehensive scores nearly reaching full marks. As soon as these results were tallied, all the examiners couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Full marks in culture, over 200 points in dungeon assessments, plus these practical scores. Lu Ling's final total score has broken the record for the college entrance examination of Chinese professionals. Such a genius, yet not being recruited early, is truly strange. Soon, with the end of the exam, countless candidates walked out of the exam area with various expressions.
Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan also followed the crowd out.
Just as he was about to head towards Lin Tianxiong, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A sexy mature woman suddenly stopped Lu Ling, her beautiful eyes behind black-rimmed glasses were staring at him intensely.
"Excuse me, are you Lu Ling?"
The woman cleared her throat, her tone extremely eager as she spoke.
Lu Ling was taken aback, then nodded.
The woman was overjoyed and directly grabbed Lu Ling's hand.
"Great, Lu Ling, I am a professor from Jiangnan University. Are you available to talk now?" Chapter 56, The Recruitment of Jiangnan University. Top Benefits.
Lu Ling frowned, pulled the woman's hand away, and slowly said,
"I'm not free right now, maybe next time."
After saying this, he turned and left with Lin Wanwan.
What a joke.
If she had come to him before the exam, maybe Lu Ling would have listened to what she had to say. But now, with Lu Ling's grades, even Xingbei University would welcome him, so why should he waste words on these people?
If there's blame, let it fall on their previous underestimation of him.
The woman, seeing Lu Ling so straightforward, was stunned for a while before she smiled helplessly.
"Old Xiao, it seems he still harbors some resentment against us,"
the woman said to the other end of the phone. Soon, a deep voice came from the other end of the call. "It's normal to have resentment, so prepare yourself mentally.
We must make him feel our sincerity and apology. If necessary, we can offer him some privileges, beyond what the academy offers. I will cover the extra personally. We cannot let such a promising student slip away from Jiangnan University."
The woman agreed and immediately ran after the direction Lu Ling had left. On the other side, Lin Tianxiong saw the two come out and instantly smiled as he approached, patting Lu Ling on the shoulder.
"Good kid, you really opened my eyes this time, old man."
Nearly perfect grades, not just in Jiangnan province, but perhaps not seen in all of Huaxia for a long time. Now, with hundreds of top colleges across Huaxia, you can choose whichever you want.
He finished speaking with a hearty laugh.
Lu Ling humbly replied a few words. Lu Ling noticed the help that Lin Tianxiong had given him. Although Lin Tianxiong always said strange things, Lu Ling could still feel that he genuinely regarded him as a junior. During this time, the two of them spent a lot of time together, perhaps even longer than Lu Ling spent with Lin Wanwan, and they got to know each other a little. While they were talking, the alluring woman's voice suddenly came from behind again.
"Lu Ling, please wait a moment. Give me a chance."
Her voice carried a hint of urgency this time. Upon hearing this, the three turned around. The woman first politely greeted Lin Tianxiong, then looked back at Lu Ling, her eyes filled with sincerity, earnestly speaking.
"Lu Ling, I know you have a negative impression of Jiangnan University right now. But we genuinely came to you with sincere intentions." Hearing this, Lu Ling blinked and said faintly, "Oh? Sincerity? What kind of sincerity?"
Seeing Lu Ling's attitude seeming to change slightly, the woman felt a thrill of joy and quickly took out something from her pocket. "Lu Ling, I believe you are a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush.
As long as you agree to study at our academy, we can guarantee to tailor a legendary weapon for you before graduation. And if you enroll, we will immediately present you with 3 diamond-grade equipment.
This number is the maximum limit the Board of Trustees has given me." Her words were very direct, which left Lu Ling quite astonished.
In negotiations, this is a very foolish action. Immediately throwing out the biggest chips will cause you to lose control and be led by the other party.
If you encounter someone with a big appetite, you'll have to pay at least a third more to secure the deal. And the woman's move, though indeed foolish, also made Lu Ling feel a touch of sincerity. A legendary weapon and 3 diamond-grade weapons, this is quite a terrifying offer. Moreover, it's customized, meaning there must be at least one person close to a master craftsman at Jiangnan University to make such a promise. As for the reason, Lu Ling could somewhat guess.
As a high school student from Jiang City, possessing such extraordinary strength yet not being recommended by any university in Jiangnan province. This is essentially a major dereliction of duty by the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. If not handled properly, the high-level officials in the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department. For at least a few years, he couldn't hold his head up in front of colleagues from other provinces. But if, at this critical moment, there was an academy that wanted to keep him, then the situation would be different. However, Lu Ling wasn't concerned about the power struggles among the higher-ups, he was weighing his options in his heart. Should he stay in Jiangnan province, or should he venture to another province for a chance? Seeing Lu Ling's thoughtful expression, the woman beamed, knowing there was a chance. She immediately seized the moment and threw out another olive branch. As long as you agree to enroll, not only will your tuition be completely waived for the next 4 years, but the academy will definitely tilt resources in your favor. Moreover, our Mage department at Jiangnan University is the strongest in all of Huaxia. I believe it can provide significant support for your growth. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed Lin Wanwan beside her and quickly added, "Of course, if you want to bring a few classmates, we welcome that too." Hearing this, Lu Ling didn't seem very concerned. Lin Wanwan's academic performance was also very excellent. She had followed him closely in the second round of assessments, and her score was enough to place her in the top 10, so there was no need to use connections to get into Jiangnan University. From this standpoint, Jiangnan University's sincerity was quite obvious, at least on the surface. The benefits offered were very generous. A legendary level piece of equipment and 3 diamond level pieces of equipment. If their characteristics were strong enough, they could be used even at the 4th or 5th rotations. This was still quite attractive to Lu Ling. After thinking for a moment, he didn't answer immediately but spoke to the woman. "How about this? Let me go back and think it over. I'll give you a response in a few days?" The woman was taken aback by his words and could only smile wryly. After exchanging contact numbers, she left directly. After she left, Lin Tianxiang rubbed his chin with a smile and said, "I didn't expect Jiangnan University to invest so much to recruit you. Now, little Lu, you truly have become a hot commodity." After joking around for a while, Lu Ling suddenly became serious and asked, "So, President, do you think I should go to their academy?" Lin Tianxiang pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "In terms of strength, Jiangnan University is clearly not on par with Qingbei. But there's a very important point, and that is their ace major, which is quite different. While Qingbei claims to be the cradle of all professions, it focuses more on cultivating high-end elite warriors who can quickly change the situation by themselves and have a higher margin for error. In terms of cultivating mages or archers, they actually do not fare as well as some other academies. On the other hand, Jiangnan University has the nickname Royal Academy of Mages because its training process and skill combinations for mages are very complete. They have only this one ace major, along with what I previously mentioned to you. I think you should consider this carefully." Chapter 57, Black Dragon Society, Assassin Girl Xiao Yuer. Saying this, he smiled again. "Of course, this is just a suggestion, the final decision is still up to you." To this, Lu Ling was non-committal and fell into deep thought. After a night of consideration and his mother's advice, Lu Ling ultimately chose to agree to enroll in Jiangnan University. After learning this news, the people from Jiangnan Province's education department finally sighed in relief. List Lu Ling as a key cultivation target. Any scholarships or secret realms in the future should prioritize him. If a similar situation arises again, we won't have to do anything. Do you understand what I mean? The Minister of Education for Jiangnan Province rubbed his forehead and said coldly. Everyone present fell silent. This matter passed like this, and Lu Ling was about to welcome his new life. After the college entrance examination, there were still a few days of vacation. Lu Ling took care of his house and left a large sum of money for his mother. Jiangnan University is located in the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province, which is still a bit far from Jiang City. They are all in the same province. No matter how far, it's not far enough. Listening to her mother's endless chatter, Lu Ling couldn't help but smile knowingly. A few days later, Lu Ling, along with Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao, set off for their new school. After a day of travel, the three arrived at the city where Jiangnan University is located, Kanglan City. This city was even more prosperous than Jiang City, yet it still held the charm of the south of the Yangtze River. Upon arriving in Kanglan City, they were greeted by a woman Lu Ling had met before. Seeing Lu Ling again, the woman displayed a very pleasant smile. "Nice to see you again, Lu Ling. Let me introduce myself, I'm Guan Qingzhu, a professor in the magic department of Jiangnan University." As she spoke, she gently brushed aside the loose hair by her cheek. Lu Ling was a bit surprised because Guan Qingzhu looked no more than 27 or 28 years old, yet she was a professor. This clearly showed she must have exceptional talent in some area. Seeming to sense Lu Ling's doubts, Guan Qingzhu smiled slightly and said, "I'm a professor specializing in professional studies, so my strength is definitely not as good as those teaching combat." After chatting a bit more, Guan Qingzhu led the three into Jiangnan University and kindly helped them complete their enrollment procedures. Then, she took out a set of keys and handed them to Lu Ling. "This is the dormitory the college has specially prepared for you, with the same standard as a professor's. It's been cleaned, and you can move in tonight." As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Wanwan beside her and showed a knowing smile. "Of course, if you want to live with your classmates, that's fine too, you just need to register your information tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan blushed and instinctively looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling, naturally, didn't grasp anything amiss. He thought about how it's normal for boys and girls to have their own spaces, and Lin Wanwan, a young lady, wouldn't want to share a room with him. After hearing Guan Qingzhu mention some other matters, Lu Ling bid farewell to Lin Wanwan and headed straight for his dormitory. Upon arrival, Lu Ling finally understood why Guan Qingzhu said he could bring someone to stay. Jiangnan University had actually assigned Lu Ling a several hundred square meter villa.
Looking at the luxurious and elegant villa in front of him, Lu Ling couldn't help but smile wryly and thought that his living conditions might even be better than those of ordinary teachers. Clearly, Jiangnan University truly valued him. After moving his luggage in, Lu Ling went to take a rest. The opening ceremony would be in 2 days, and formal classes would start in about a week. He could check out the local Adventurers Alliance tomorrow to see if there were any dungeons to explore nearby. After a night passed, it was now the next day at breakfast time. Just as he finished washing up, the doorbell rang. When Lu Ling opened the door, he found someone had delivered breakfast for him. This was also Lu Ling's special treatment. Meals were brought to him by the cafeteria staff. If he had anything he wanted to eat or avoid, he just needed to tell the 2 people at the door. This was not school, it was clearly a vacation. Lu Ling wanted to laugh and thank the 2 before accepting the breakfast. After eating breakfast, Lu Ling went straight to the Adventurers Alliance near the academy. The Adventurers Alliance was not the owner of the dungeons, they were just responsible for management and registration, strictly controlling all Secret Realm dungeons while also handling maintenance. The true owners of these dungeons remained with the local major guilds. Of course, it didn't mean the Adventurers Alliance itself didn't have dungeons. Most of these dungeons were still held by the official enterprises in Huaxia for other purposes. As soon as he stepped inside, Lu Ling saw a crowd surrounding a black figure. It seemed that there was some conflict. "You little brat. If you don't pay this money back today, just wait to be sold abroad by our Black Dragon Society." From far away, Lu Ling heard an extremely arrogant shout. Lu Ling didn't want to get involved in this kind of matter and was planning to walk away, but suddenly realized that the figure surrounded by the big men looked somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite remember. Just as he was wondering, the girl suddenly drew out a dagger, tears hanging from her delicate face, gritted her teeth and said, "Don't bully me too much. My father is already dead, and I've paid back the money. What else do you want from me?" Hearing this, the leading big man sneered and said, "What you paid back was just the principal. Now we are asking for the interest. If you know what's good for you, just hand over the money. Otherwise, my brothers are quite experienced with little girls like you." After saying this, the group broke into exaggerated and obscene laughter. Hearing this, the girl became even angrier, her voice trembling. "Interest? Your interest is more than the principal? If it weren't for you, my mom wouldn't have died. You scum!" The girl in black was teary-eyed, as if recalling some unbearable memories, and her emotions suddenly lost control. She directly stabbed the dagger towards the leading man. At that critical moment, a strong hand suddenly grabbed the girl's wrist. "Calm down, if you break the law, your situation will only get worse." Lu Ling's calm voice sounded, immediately filling the girl's heart with surprise. His voice seemed to have some magic, causing the girl's burning hatred to gradually fade. "It's him? The guy I met during the college entrance exam. How could he be here?" The girl remembered countless thoughts and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She was the assassin girl, Xiao Yuer, who had once crossed paths with Lu Ling during the assessment. Lu Ling didn't recognize her, he was just moved when he heard Xiao Yuer's words, which led him to stop her impulsive actions. From his intuition, Lu Ling felt this girl didn't seem like a bad person. Chapter 58, The Black Dragon Society, Who Doesn't Know Its Own Death? The big men were taken aback by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar person, but immediately showed mocking smiles. "Oh dear. Where did this foolish kid come from? Hair still not grown, yet wants to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? This is just hilarious, ha ha ha." The leading big man laughed recklessly, and the others echoed him. Lu Ling didn't say anything, just faintly coldly laughed a couple of times. What kind of skill is it to bully a weak girl? If you have the ability, go earn money yourself, don't engage in these shady practices. Lu Ling said lightly. From the previous conversation, it was easy to judge that these people were likely a group of loan sharks. However, loan sharks charging more interest than the principal were indeed lacking in morals. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, the leading big man's expression instantly turned cold. "Kid, are you tired of living? You dare to meddle in our Black Dragon Society's affairs?" Hearing this, Lu Ling sneered and said, "I'm not trying to interfere with you. If needed, you can go to the police. Using violent means to collect debts privately seems to be illegal, doesn't it? In reality, such behavior is impossible to completely eliminate." But since Lu Ling said it this way, if the big man continued to act, wouldn't that mean ignoring the laws of China? The big man clearly realized this too, glared at Lu Ling fiercely before angrily laughing. All right. I'll give you that. Just be careful when you go out, don't let me catch you." After saying this, he called to his little brothers and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he again viciously said to the girl in black, "Next time we meet, you'd better have the money ready. Otherwise," he said, giving a cold snort before leaving. After everyone had left, Lu Ling shrugged and planned to leave as well. Xiao Yuer looked at him with a complicated expression, showing a hint of gratitude on her face.
Thank you for saving me. Lu Ling only smiled faintly and said, "No need to thank me, it's just a small effort." After saying this, he intended to leave.
It wasn't that he wanted to play hard to get, he just couldn't bear to see such a gang of thugs ruin the girl. Moreover, when the girl mentioned that her family had all died because of those thugs, it made Lu Ling feel even more pity. Seeing this, Xiao Yuer felt moved in her heart as well. She never expected there were truly righteous people in this world. As she thought this, she couldn't help but look at Lu Ling's back. On the other side, after leaving the scene, Lu Ling went straight to the registration office of the secret realm. After finding a level 70 secret realm, Lu Ling began his leveling journey for the day. With his current strength, even in the level 70 grade secret realm, he was like a fish in water, quickly defeating the boss.
After clearing a few rounds, it was already noon.
Having fought monsters all morning, Lu Ling felt a bit hungry and decided to get something to eat. Just as he stepped out, Lu Ling noticed several shadows secretly watching him, and his brows furrowed slightly. But he quickly regained his composure, leaving as if he hadn't noticed anything. Not long after he left, the group who called themselves the Black Dragon Society quietly followed him.
"Boss Chen, he's just a punk, do we really need so many of us to take him on?"
On the way, a little brother asked the big man in confusion. The big man glanced at him and scolded him impatiently.
"You think you're so clever. This is called being cautious. Understand?"
He snorted coldly and then explained. "I've already checked, that kid's strength is quite strong, around 1 transfer. To be safe, we naturally need to bring a few more brothers." The little brother, scolded, immediately dared not say a word, repeatedly agreeing. Soon, under Lu Ling's deliberate maneuvering, the group followed him to a very secluded place. The big man looked around and immediately thought this was a good opportunity to act, so he ordered his men to chase after the vehicle Lu Ling was in, planning to attack. As they moved forward, they found that Lu Ling had already gotten out of the car. At this moment, the gang burst into laughter.
"He even dared to get out here? It was like lighting a lantern in the toilet, looking for death."
Thinking this, they rushed forward to surround Lu Ling. But Lu Ling didn't show the shocked expression they expected, instead, he wore an inscrutable smile.
"Are you all here?"
Looking at the group of fierce thugs around him, Lu Ling said lightly.
The big man was stunned, instinctively looking around.
The area was empty, completely devoid of any place to hide. Since there was no backup, why did this little mage, who was only at 1 transfer, dare to be so arrogant? Seeing that they didn't answer, Lu Ling didn't ask again but directly took out his staff. He deeply disliked this kind of semi-underworld loan shark group, plus, since these guys were so oblivious to their own deaths, they actually thought of blocking him. If he didn't teach them a profound lesson, it would really be unacceptable. Thinking this, Lu Ling spoke in a calm yet showy tone to the Black Dragon Society members.
"You guys can come at me together." Lu Ling's arrogant expression instantly enraged the Black Dragon Society members. "Damn it! He's just a 1 transfer mage, what's he so cocky about? I can take him down with 2 hits.
In an instant, the gang pulled out their weapons and cursed as they charged at Lu Ling. Confronted with the rushing Black Dragon Society members, Lu Ling let out a cold laugh and waved his staff to meet them head-on.
This abnormal scene immediately made the Black Dragon Society members sneer.
"This really is looking for death. Why is this guy running towards us instead of thinking about how to escape?
Is he out of his mind?"
The members of the Black Dragon Society shouted, looking at Lu Ling like he was a clown. Lu Ling couldn't be bothered with words, activating Elemental Awakening directly, then swinging his staff at the nearest person. That person didn't take it seriously at all, looking at Lu Ling with a sneer, not even trying to block.
How painful can a wizard's ordinary attack be?
But he soon paid the price for his arrogance. Lu Ling swung his staff, which felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, and with a loud bang, sent that person flying. The other members of the Black Dragon Society were shocked at this sight. What the heck?
Isn't this a wizard?
Before they could react, Lu Ling had already slipped into the crowd like a ghost. Every swing of the staff sent someone flying. Once hit by Lu Ling, they wouldn't just be hurt, they would be severely injured. That dazzling staff was now like the legendary golden rod of Sun Wukong. Just brushing against it would cause injury, and touching it would mean death. Lu Ling's incredible melee ability directly made the members of the Black Dragon Society panic and flee for their lives.
What kind of wizard is this? This is clearly a war god.
Even more terrifying was that as they tried to distance themselves, they found Lu Ling was faster than them.
They couldn't fight back and couldn't escape.
The wise ones had already started kneeling and begging for mercy. After all, they were just street thugs, it was impossible for them to have a strong fighting spirit. The leader was also taken aback.
Wait, isn't this kid a wizard? Something doesn't seem right.
As he thought that, he saw Lu Ling smiling as his figure flashed. In the next moment, a blue-purple staff appeared in his vision, growing larger and larger. Chapter 59, Class Leader Selection, Lu Ling forced to work. Bang! Then there was nothing afterwards. The big man, originally a level 60 warrior, was knocked over by a single strike from Lu Ling. 7 or 8 minutes later, the ground was filled with moaning remnants of the defeated. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lu Ling simply stepped on them and walked up to the leader, bending down slowly.
"Remember, if I see you again, just wait to be reincarnated,"
Lu Ling said lightly, then kicked the leader, who had just woken up and was half-conscious, knocking him out again. After finishing all this, he turned and left. Once he was gone, the group lying on the ground finally dared to get up.
"Boss, what should we do now? This kid seems a bit fierce,"
one of the subordinates on the ground said, trembling. The man they called boss also showed a hint of fear on his face, but it quickly turned to resentment.
"Let's go. Damn it. Sooner or later, this kid will pay for it."
Right now he felt incredibly frustrated. That beating Lu Ling just embarrassed him in front of his subordinates. What's more frustrating is that it seems he can't take revenge. Who would have thought that a wizard could be so brutal and unreasonable in a fight? On the other side, after beating these people, Lu Ling felt much better. Indeed, punishing evil and promoting good is the best way to ease one's mood. Lu Ling thought to himself. As for whether he felt good just from beating people or from doing good deeds, only heaven knows.
Taking a cab back to Jiangnan University, Lu Ling headed straight to the dormitory.
In the next 2 days, besides accompanying Lin Wanwan around the campus, Lu Ling immersed himself in leveling up in the secret realm, quickly rising 2 levels, reaching level 54. After the opening ceremony, Lu Ling was assigned to a fairly high-ranking wizard class. Interestingly, Guan Qingzhu happened to be Lu Ling's counselor. Though they called her a counselor, she was more like a steward, solving various life and academic problems for Lu Ling.
After 2 days of getting familiar, a class president selection contest was kicked off in Lu Ling's class.
Lu Ling originally had no interest, but the teacher directly put his name at the top of the list. He had no choice but to participate in the election. In the vocational academy, the selection of the class president was not about speeches and campaigning.
It was all about strength.
So this selection was actually a test to assess the strength of the students in the class.
The following students are candidates for this class president selection. Any other students want to participate? After finishing the list, the homeroom teacher Wang Li looked at the students below.
This class was full of elites, with an average level of around 40, truly the best of the best. Seeing no objections, the teacher nodded and immediately called the students to the training arena.
As a top university, the training arena here was far more advanced.
Not only was the area larger, but it could also simulate various environments for training.
Once they arrived, Wang Li first explained some details about battles between mages and what to pay attention to.
Then, she directly started today's theme, the class president selection contest.
Chen Yi. Wan Cheng. You two come up first. Wang Li glanced at the class-level registry and called out the 2 names. The 2 called responded and went up to the stage to begin their battle.
I have to say, the battle between the 2 traditional mages was quite boring, mostly throwing fireballs and ice spikes at each other from 800 meters away.
It was all about skill output frequency to suppress the opponent, with almost no movement, making Lu Ling a bit drowsy.
The teacher also noticed Lu Ling's absent-mindedness and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She didn't know Lu Ling's true strength and fighting style, only that he was a high-level student.
So just because he's a bit capable, he acts so arrogantly?
Humph. I'll see how he fights later. Wang Li thought, feeling a wave of dissatisfaction, already arranging a script in her mind. Later, she would let Lu Ling come up for a fight and pick at his weaknesses. If he listens to her, fine, if not, then it would be a great opportunity to knock down his arrogance.
After a while, the first battle finally ended. Wang Li immediately let Lu Ling come up and then called the second highest level student in the class.
The 2 quickly took their positions, and the match was about to begin. With Wang Li's command, Lu Ling's eyes sharpened, and his body suddenly surged, charging straight toward his opponent. This move made Wang Li furrow her brows immediately.
In a battle between 2 mages, excessive movement was a flaw.
Mages had low agility and could hardly rely on immediate reactions to dodge skills, more often they relied on pre-positioning to gain an advantage. If you moved around casually, your opponent could easily predict your movements and use skills to pressure you, even missing could have a suppressive effect.
Lu Ling's actions were like a gift. His opponent was also taken aback but quickly reacted, throwing several large area skills at Lu Ling. Looks like this guy is just high level, his battle experience is terrible. The opponent thought to himself, unable to help but show a trace of disdain on his face.
But contrary to expectations, Lu Ling did not appear flustered by the series of skills. Instead, Lu Ling's body suddenly vanished, then reappeared, having crossed through the firepower net formed by those skills.
Lu Ling's movement speed was extremely fast, in just a few seconds closing the gap between them by 50 meters. Everyone present was shocked. He actually has a displacement skill?
Wang Li was also a bit surprised, but soon her expression turned cold again.
Lu Ling's performance in her eyes was even worse.
Clearly having such a skill that could change the battle, yet showing it right at the start, was utterly foolish.
And why did he, a mage, run up and get so close to others? If his opponent was a warrior, wouldn't he just get blown away?
Before she could continue to criticize Lu Ling in her mind, the situation on the field suddenly changed.
Lu Ling's opponent was surprised when Lu Ling took the initiative to use his displacement skill to dodge the first wave of attacks.
But soon, he reacted and threw another set of skills to block Lu Ling's movement. This time, Lu Ling chose not to dodge, but charged directly into that pile of skills.
Is he crazy?
The students below were shocked and fought in unison. But the scene they imagined, where Lu Ling was blown away, did not happen. Lu Ling casually walked out of that pile of skills as if nothing had happened, not losing a single drop of blood. Let's not forget, his divine blessing allows him to be immune to all magical attacks below his level.
Chapter 60, Provocation from the Warrior Class.
He just used Void Shift not because he didn't want to take damage, but simply because Lu Ling wanted to avoid being slowed down, wanting to end the battle quickly. This wave of skills was pure damage skills, with no control effects, so Lu Ling simply ignored them. Soon, he was only 5 or 6 meters in front of his opponent. Then, with another Void Shift, Lu Ling didn't cast a spell, but gently elbowed his opponent with the end of his staff, then directly put away his weapon.
What is he doing? Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded, staring blankly at Lu Ling on the stage.
But before they could speak, Lu Ling's opponent suddenly flew high into the air, letting out a piercing scream.
And then, there was nothing more.
Lu Ling's opponent crashed down, creating a big pit in the ground, lying there without any movement. His health was just a single digit left, and this was after Lu Ling had deliberately deactivated his Blade of Enchantment, calculating the damage precisely. Otherwise, if Lu Ling had struck with all his strength, that guy would probably owe Lu Ling a whole tube of blood. Seeing the match ended, Lu Ling walked up calmly and activated his talent, Universal Reversal, putting a reversal mark on himself. Then he struck the person on the ground with his staff again. Wang Li, seeing this, instantly became furious and exclaimed,
"What are you doing? The match is already over."
She said this while directly releasing a skill, wanting to knock Lu Ling away.
But Lu Ling calmly dodged, pulling up the person on the ground. "Don't get me wrong, I'm saving him,"
Lu Ling said, letting go of the opponent. The student who had just been healed to full health by Lu Ling hurriedly stopped Wang Li's actions, looking at Lu Ling with fear in his eyes. He genuinely felt like he was about to die. If Lu Ling hadn't held back, that last attack would have probably instantly killed him. Understanding the situation, Wang Li was greatly shocked. So this means, the fool was actually herself? Lu Ling was actually that strong? And he even had healing abilities? She felt a bit embarrassed in her heart, but considering the teacher's reputation, she still planned to say a few words to Lu Ling. But before she could open her mouth, the students below who were participating in the class leader selection spoke up.
"Teacher, I'm withdrawing from the selection. I feel my strength is still too weak." "Teacher, I'm withdrawing too. After watching this classmates battle, I feel I need to train more."
All the students looked at Lu Ling on the stage with horror on their faces, one after another expressing their withdrawal from the class leader selection.
With such a monster like this. What the hell? This guy is not a mage at all, he's clearly a Terminator robot. I can't hit him, and I can't run away.
His damage is terrifyingly high, and it seems he has healing abilities too.
How do we fight this?
The way Lu Ling operated just now made this group of proud elites lose the courage to compete with him.
Pride? Where is pride more important than life?
Seeing this scene, Lu Ling also sighed helplessly, and could only be forced to take on the role of class leader.
After this match, Wang Li couldn't wait to find the director, complaining about Lu Ling's abnormality.
But when she learned that Lu Ling was the top student of this year's college entrance examination, the man who bravely killed dragons and scored over 700 points all by himself, she felt completely silent.
In the days that followed, Lu Ling attended class during the day and spent evenings with Lin Wanwan, making life simple and pleasant.
Of course, he didn't stay idle, he diligently ran instances a few times every day, accumulating wealth while also gaining experience and earning some martial god points.
3 months quickly passed by.
One day, just after class, Lu Ling suddenly heard a noisy commotion at the classroom door. A bunch of useless mages, overestimating themselves by challenging our boss to a duel.
Losing and still being unreasonable?
It's just laughable.
Exactly.
Just a bunch of clowns hiding in the back, throwing skills.
Acting like big shots. If it weren't for Lord Qin being too lazy to come find them.
Your top mage has long been taken down by our warriors.
Hearing this, Lu Ling frowned.
As he walked over, he noticed a decent fighter from his class lying on the ground, clearly badly injured. Around him was a circle of classmates, their faces filled with anger as they surrounded a cold-looking man. That man had several arrogant individuals beside him. From their school emblems, it was clear they were from the warrior department. Seeing that something was wrong, Lu Ling also approached. During this time, he had completely won the respect of his classmates with his strength. Everyone admired him greatly. Lu Ling was not a difficult person to get along with, and gradually, he blended in with these classmates, becoming the legendary class leader they all looked up to. Seeing his classmate beaten like this, as the class leader, Lu Ling naturally couldn't just stand by. He immediately went forward to ask what happened. This question made Lu Ling's expression turn cold. It turned out that the injured person's girlfriend had been harassed by a student from the warrior department, prompting him to seek an explanation. But he was directly taken down by a warrior named Shinsong and left badly hurt. Those warrior students had long been dissatisfied with the mage department and seized this opportunity to mock them fiercely. Such verbal clashes are quite normal. Every university has people who like to stir up division based on professional differences. Lu Ling had always looked down on debating with such people. Only extremely useless individuals gain pleasure from belittling others because, apart from that, they have nothing else they can do. But this time was different. As their class leader, Lu Ling had the obligation to seek justice for his classmate. Thinking this, Lu Ling shot a glare filled with killing intent, instantly silencing the overconfident individuals. After helping the injured person up, Lu Ling used alchemy to heal him and then looked at the warrior students who had just spoken. Who knocked him down like this? Lu Ling's tone was cold, carrying an undeniable authority. The students were intimidated by this aura and trembled as they mentioned a name. It was our warrior department's class leader, Shinsong. Shinsong. Lu Ling let out a cold snort and nodded, immediately getting up, intending to confront the so-called strongest freshman of the warrior department. Just as she was about to leave, a classmate grabbed her. Class leader. You need to be careful. That Shinsong is very strong. At least a level 60 warrior, and has switched to a hidden profession. The person who had just woken up after being treated by Lu Ling said with a serious expression, his tone extremely weak. Lu Ling was slightly taken aback, then nodded. The students from the mage class looked at the warrior class students with shared resentment, and then followed in Lu Ling's footsteps. Chapter 61, Duel. The strongest freshman battle between two major factions. After passing through several teaching buildings, Lu Ling arrived in the warrior department. After asking around, Lu Ling quickly found the strongest class in the warrior department, Class S. Pushing open the door, Lu Ling saw a young man with an indifferent expression holding a massive barbell with one hand. At the same time, he maintained a stable posture while holding a book in the other hand. There was a strange scar on his face, looking as if it was caused by some wild beast's claws, giving him an air of sinister energy. This person was known as the strongest warrior of this cohort at Jiangnan University, Shinsong. Seeing Lu Ling suddenly barge in, Shinsong showed little expression, his muscles brimming with explosive power subtly twitching as he slowly placed the barbell on the ground. Are you also here to challenge me? After a long silence, Shinsong looked at Lu Ling without expression and said indifferently. Though he made no other movements, the aura emanating from him felt like that of a lurking beast, making one mage class student feel chills down their spine. But Lu Ling showed no reaction, lightly moving her wrist, coldly stating, I'm here to cause you trouble. As soon as these words came out, the tension in the air thickened instantly. The students of Warrior Class S immediately stood up, their eyes glowering at Lu Ling and her group. Shinsong was slightly surprised, then quickly realized something, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Oh, you're here to take revenge for that useless one this afternoon? Upon hearing this, the classmates from the mage class couldn't hold back any longer, angrily retorting. Zhou Ling is here to reason. It was clearly you lot who attacked without any explanation, and now you insult us like this. Do you really think all of us from the mage department are pushovers? Exactly. Class leader, just give the word. Even if I have to accept a punishment, I will. We must fight to the death with these jerks today. Lu Ling's classmates were filled with righteous anger, eager to start a fight right away. Of course, they were currently in the warrior class classroom, clearly outnumbered, and close-range combat would be completely disadvantageous for mages. Their chances of winning were actually very slim. But even so, not a single person was afraid, each of them stared firmly at Lu Ling. Shinsong, hearing this, sneered, as if watching a funny joke. So what if I beat him? The weak will be trampled helplessly. His strength doesn't even qualify him to talk to me, why should he come over to reason? Shinsong said indifferently. After hearing this, Lu Ling's face displayed a hint of a cold smile as she slowly replied. Is that so? Then you'd better pray that your strength can support your words. Otherwise, I will let you know what it feels like to be trampled. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'll be waiting for you at the training ground. I want to see just how much strength the so-called strongest warrior freshman truly has.
After finishing her words, Lu Ling turned and left with her classmates. Those from the warrior class wanted to stop them, but suddenly felt a sharp aura erupting from Lu Ling, causing them to hesitate. They were forced to move not at all. They even felt a wave of fear rising from the depths of their hearts. When Lu Ling walked far away, the group finally returned to normal, gasping for breath. Only Qin Song, sitting in the center, appeared unaffected and mused with interest. Interesting. The news of the strongest combatants from the two major departments challenging each other quickly spread throughout Jiangnan University, instantly sparking a heated discussion. In these past few months, the new students were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with countless powerful talents emerging. Debating who among them was the strongest became a favorite pastime for the seniors at Jiangnan University. Have you heard? The low-key, mysterious top scorer of the Mage department has initiated a challenge to that crazy genius from the Warrior department. Really? Is that the hidden class warrior who made it to the top 30 of the rankings in just 2 months after enrolling? In an instant, this news spread like snowflakes throughout the entire academy. Of course, Lin Wanwan learned about this news and immediately sought out Lu Ling. However, she wasn't there to persuade Lu Ling to back down from the battle, but rather to see if there was anything she could help with. After hearing the ins and outs of the situation, Lin Wanwan displayed deep anger. That guy is too overbearing. Lin Wanwan said angrily, then looked at Lu Ling with some concern. Finally pulling out a heap of top-notch enhancement items from her backpack, including some life-saving items that were incredibly hard to come by. It's not that I'm worried you can't defeat him, but a cautious ship sails for 1,000 years. Lin Wanwan said with a smile, then pushed those items towards Lu Ling, her lovely big eyes blinking at him. Lu Ling couldn't help but smile wryly. What a rich young lady. Is this the background of a sex saintess? With this heap of things on him, he figured he would at least need to fight for over 10 minutes, right? Of course, Lu Ling had no other intentions, he just found it amusing. After calming Lin Wanwan for a while, he began to study Qin Song. This kid had risen to fame in these past few months. Not only did he defeat several seniors one after the other, but he also climbed to the 30th position on Jiangnan University's 1v1 challenge ranking, becoming one of the few geniuses to make the list in his freshman year. This person was above level 58 and had an SS level hidden profession, Blood Demon Warrior. This profession was very similar to the Berserker that Lu Ling had encountered before, but significantly stronger than the Berserker. Both had similar combat styles, using a reckless dogfight strategy that traded injuries for kills. Moreover, it was said that Qin Song had experienced some fortunate incidents, and he had a fair amount of good equipment along with 2 very powerful skills. After gaining a rough understanding of his strength, Lu Ling also formulated a basic strategy in his heart. On the other side, the school's higher-ups also learned about the matter. These two kids are actually going to fight? How could Lu Ling, usually so good-natured, have a conflict with Qin Song? Jiangnan University's principal, Mo Bai, raised his eyebrows upon hearing this news. The head teacher scratched his head and recounted the whole story. After listening, Mo Bai couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect Lu Ling to be such a sentimental guy, with quite a strong sense of justice. He said, thinking for a moment before continuing. In that case, you go to supervise their duel on site tomorrow, and make sure nothing unexpected happens, especially to Lu Ling. This child has too much potential to be explored, especially his unique combat style, which is worth our research. The head teacher nodded immediately at those words. Lu Ling was indeed a valuable talent that Jiangnan University had invested a lot in, and Qin Song was also a promising newcomer. Chapter 62, Elite? It's just about the elite. They were just playing around, but when it gets serious, that was not going to happen. Just like that, a night passed, and before long, the much-anticipated cross-department showdown was about to begin. Students had already placed their bets in private. From the odds, it seemed everyone believed Qin Song would win. This was normal, after all. Qin Song had been on a roll these past few months, while Lu Ling, aside from his stunning performance in the college entrance exam, seemed to have no remarkable achievements. Plus, in terms of their professional comparison, Qin Song clearly had the advantage in one-on-one fights. As the scheduled time approached, Lu Ling and Qin Song arrived at the venue one after the other. I will prove to you that our warrior department is the strongest department at Jiangnan University. And you? You will just become a dog defeated under my feet. Right off the bat, Qin Song coldly laughed and made a harsh remark. Lu Ling, however, just smiled faintly, contemptuously waved his finger at him, and turned to take the stage without looking back. He never cared about winning with words, real strength was the true voice. Lu Ling's performance made Qin Song feel extremely displeased. He snickered and then jumped onto the training ground. As the two of them took the stage, a surge of cheers erupted from the audience. Go, big brother Qin. Take down those mages. Show them who the true champion is. Qin Song, keep it up. The warrior department is number 1. Qin Song is the real rookie king.
There were many students from the warrior department in the audience, and they were incredibly unified at this moment. The freshman mages were not willing to fall behind either, shouting Lu Ling's name loudly. Although Lu Ling hadn't made any earth-shattering moves in the past 3 months, anyone who had taken combat classes with him knew. This guy was the real monster. Both sides were confident in their competitors, so the atmosphere was quite heated. However, Lu Ling showed no signs of being affected and continued to watch Qin Song leisurely. As the referee's whistle blew, both sides instantly erupted, starting to maneuver within the arena. Seeing Lu Ling not immediately unleash skills to block Qin Song's advance and instead charge towards him, the warrior department members started to jeer. Look at that idiot over there. He's actually running towards Big Brother Qin. Isn't that guy a mage? Is he going to die or surrender? Exactly. A mage dares to get close to Big Brother Qin? Has he lost his mind? Ha ha ha. On the mage side, many who did not know Lu Ling were eagerly watching this scene unfold. Oh no. Isn't this kid supposed to be the strongest newcomer in the mage department? How can he not even do the basics? What's he trying to achieve by running over there? This kid can't be all talk, can he? Just having a high level without knowing how to fight? If he loses, our mage department will have trouble holding our heads high in the future. Some confused students couldn't help but complain. But those who had witnessed Lu Ling fight all wore strange smiles. Laugh. Just laugh. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Who said mages can only use skills from afar? Let me show you what a real mage can do. On the stage, Qin Song was equally astonished by Lu Ling's behavior, but his combat training was top-notch, and he didn't underestimate him. Instead, he became more cautious. Based on his experience, those who dare to play by their own rules are either fools, or they're absolute powerhouses who can overturn the rules. From the previous 2 exchanges, Qin Song thought Lu Ling was annoying but definitely not a fool. Qin Song thought to himself, focusing more intently, already pondering Lu Ling's true intentions. After a few seconds passed, the distance between both sides was less than 50 meters, and they were about to engage in close combat. On Lu Ling's side, however, there was no hurry as he activated Element Awakening and began chanting Star Realm Seal in advance. In fact, Lu Ling was quite restrained against this berserker. Because berserkers hated facing off against high-burst professions the most. And Lu Ling just happened to be that kind of person. His burst damage was simply too high, combined with an extremely high attack frequency, his killing ability was incredibly strong. Additionally, his sustain and control were also more than enough, which meant that whether in a tug-of-war or an explosive skirmish, he absolutely had no fear of berserkers. Just at the moment Lu Ling finished chanting, Qin Song also launched his attack. His fighting style was very variable, employing different tactics depending on the enemy. But overall, he preferred to clash head-on with brute force. After all, due to his profession's specialty, his agility was limited. It was better to engage directly and gradually drag the opponent into his rhythm to gain an advantage. But Lu Ling's movements were faster than Qin Song could imagine. Before he could unleash his skill, Lu Ling had already used Star Realm Seal to firmly lock onto him. The silence effect instantly activated, directly interrupting Qin Song's skill. Then Lu Ling quickly darted towards Qin Song, raising his staff high. Has this guy gone crazy? He actually wants to fight Qin Big Brother up close? Doesn't he know that Qin Big Brother doesn't fear any profession at close range? In my opinion, he's just a complete fool. Still thinking about putting on a show? Just wait for Qin Big Brother to take him down. Yeah, a mage daring to close in with a warrior? If he gets sliced down in a few hits, he'll finally understand. Seeing this, the warrior crowd began to jeer and mock. But the expected scene of Qin Song unleashing his skill and directly killing Lu Ling did not happen. Instead, Lu Ling waved his staff and actually suppressed Qin Song. A fragile ranged profession actually pushing down a top-tier melee profession, Blood Demon Warrior? What kind of situation was this? The audience was instantly dumbfounded, shocked to see Lu Ling fiercely attacking Qin Song on stage. This didn't seem right. Was this how the script was written? At this moment, Qin Song was also astonished. Lu Ling's fighting style and techniques were something he had never seen before. After just a couple of exchanges in close combat, as a warrior, he was actually suffering significant losses, unable to trade damage effectively with the mage Lu Ling. Lu Ling's staff felt heavy as it struck him, delivering critical hits each time, also inflicting true damage. But Qin Song's few counterattacks barely chipped away at Lu Ling's health. Even the damage he dealt was quickly healed back by Lu Ling in less than a second. With the silence effect from Star Realm Seal in place, Qin Song couldn't release skills to enhance himself, leaving him in great distress. Meanwhile, Lu Ling seized the opportunity, unleashing his full firepower. Having already activated Element Awakening, he crazily stacked his passive abilities, occasionally interspersing some arcane strikes in his basic attacks, and finishing off with Fireball. In just a few seconds, Qin Song's health bar was nearly wiped out. It's worth mentioning that Qin Song was a level 60 warrior, wearing a full set of platinum gear, possessing high defensive attributes. In terms of toughness, he was nearly comparable to a half-hearted first-turn heavy tank. Even so, he was still reduced to near zero health within 3 seconds by Lu Ling's onslaught. This clearly showcased Lu Ling's terrifying damage. Just as Lu Ling was about to deliver the final blow, the silence effect from Star Realm Seal finally ended. Qin Song hurriedly activated his special skills and then empowered himself with 2 enhancements. The talent of the Blood Demon Warrior. The lower the health, the greater the benefit when activated. After activation, there will be a short-term immunity to control effects and a true shield that covers 50% of lost life points. At the same time, huge enhancements will be gained based on the current health level. The lower the health, the higher the enhancement. In an instant, Qin Song directly gained hundreds of attack power and dozens of strength, and as his attack power increased, he also obtained a massive amount of life drain. The 2 enhancement skills he had prepared, one providing fixed damage reduction and the other increasing attack speed for a short time, were all aimed at launching a devastating blow to eliminate his opponent in one go. At that moment, Qin Song's health was less than 1/10, so the boost he received was maximized. Theoretically speaking, this was Qin Song's strongest state. In this state, Qin Song's attack power had surpassed 1,000, just 2 casual strikes could take down an opponent of the same level. But Lu Ling showed no panic, instead, a premeditated smile appeared on his face. Activate enhancement? I was just waiting for you to activate it. Lu Ling then executed an arcane slam followed by a flame ray, instantly sending Qin Song flying. In the moment of pulling away, Lu Ling blinked in the opposite direction, then with his high mobility, began to kite Qin Song. Seeing this, Qin Song let out a cold laugh. Run? Now you think of running? I want to see how a mage can outrun me. He thought, and immediately roared, charging at Lu Ling with his large blade. Lu Ling skillfully used his agility advantage over Qin Song, deftly adjusting his movements, making it so that Qin Song couldn't even get close to his clothes. In the end, after finally landing a few hits on Lu Ling, he realized that the damage was far from ideal. Moreover, Lu Ling's health was almost instantly back to full, leaving Qin Song dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is his defense so high? And he even has active self-recovery? Could he also be some sort of hidden class? While he pondered, he was completely unaware that his control immunity time had already passed. And Lu Ling was just waiting for this moment. Previously, he had stacked multiple elemental marks on Qin Song. He had not triggered them, just so he could control him again after he activated the shield. The moment Lu Ling, who had been kiting in a small range, suddenly stopped and grinned, he struck back with a powerful blow. This attack was infused with frost elements. After stacking, it could hard control for 3 seconds. Qin Song had been chasing. At this moment, he couldn't dodge at all and was directly hit by Lu Ling's staff. The immense force made Qin Song feel like he would vomit blood. His body was thrown into the air as if he had been hit by a truck. This is bad. Qin Song only had time for this thought, and the next second, he saw Lu Ling's staff magnifying infinitely in his sight. Boom! With a muffled sound, Qin Song was directly knocked unconscious by Lu Ling's staff. The shock effect from the arcane slam made his body involuntarily convulse, collapsing to the ground in a manner reminiscent of a seizure, quite an ungraceful sight. The audience below was completely silent, all staring in disbelief at what had just happened. Lu Ling actually turned the tables on Qin Song? Just a moment ago, wasn't he the one being chased? Why did it flip like that so quickly? What on earth happened? Only those with strong strength and high mental attributes could see the clues within. What terrifying battlefield control! Everything happened within Lu Ling's calculations. From the very beginning, was he in control of the rhythm? And what about his close combat abilities? Why could a mage be so ferocious? Those who recognized the situation couldn't help but gasp in shock. In his heart, he gasped in amazement. At this moment, a prompt suddenly echoed in Lu Ling's mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden achievement, 3's a charm. Successfully defeated 3 special class warriors. You have received rewards, fragment of a mythic level accessory *1 randomly appeared secret realm information *1. These 2 messages surprised Lu Ling slightly, and he immediately smiled. Unexpected rewards? A fragment of a mythic level accessory? That sounds like a good thing. Lu Ling was very satisfied and quickly claimed his rewards without making a sound. But there was no time to check right now. Lu Ling could only put them in his backpack and then walked off the combat stage. At this moment, the referee finally announced the result of the battle. The winner is Lu Ling, a student from Class S of the Mage Department. With the referee's words, the audience erupted in an uproar. He actually lost. Big Brother Qin actually lost? And to a mage kid? There must be something wrong. That guy definitely cheated. Unlike the fierce disbelief of the warrior students, the mage students stood up vigorously.
Haha, what strongest freshman? I think he is just that. He was taken down in less than 10 minutes by our Mage Jr., it's really hilarious. These words instantly fueled the dissatisfaction among the warrior students, and both sides immediately launched a verbal war filled with insults about each other's families. With the conflict escalating, it seemed ready to turn from a war of words to a physical confrontation. Naturally, Lu Ling looked down on battling his opponents with words after defeating them. He quickly slipped away. At this moment, he was more concerned about what kind of treasure he had just received. Returning to his dorm, Lu Ling immediately took out the 2 rewards from his backpack and examined them. Damaged pocket watch. Grade, Mythic, Fragment. Bonus, none. Special property 0 time, can be actively used to enter a boosted state. Within 5 seconds all skills have no cooldown, but mana consumption increases by 20%. A fragment of a mythic level accessory, containing a part of terrifying power. This was a broken pocket watch with only a second hand, the casing engraved with a strange pattern, looking extraordinary. But when opened, it was shattered inside, barely resembling a watch. After checking the effects of this watch, Lu Ling couldn't help but gasp. This effect was quite powerful. 5 seconds of unlimited firepower. Perfectly suited for a mage whose output relied on skills. Just imagine, if he could throw fireballs endlessly or use void shift without limits, what terrifying power that would be. Both for burst damage or escape, it would be a divine skill. Although it had no attribute bonuses, that still did not hinder the power of this item. Even a fragment could rival the effects of an epic grade accessory. Chapter 64, New Secret Realm Information. Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and quickly replaced it with a silver grade accessory, equipping it on himself. Although his attributes slightly decreased after changing accessories, Lu Ling was confident that his combat power had definitely increased several times. If he had this skill during his duel with Qin Song, then Qin Song wouldn't have been able to unleash his blood demon form and would have been killed instantly. Moreover, this item could also be combined to form stronger accessories. He couldn't imagine what the complete form of this pocket watch would be like. Thinking of this, Lu Ling took out the other reward. It was a strange piece of paper filled with a bunch of unreadable writing. When Lu Ling took it out, a system upgrade sound echoed in his mind again. Would you like to immediately check this information? Lu Ling was stunned and then chose yes. The paper instantly burst with golden light, which then transformed into a stream of light and entered Lu Ling's mind. Search complete. Information has been generated for the host. Level 70 Secret Realm? Secret Realm type, Strange Space, Monster type, Spiritual Creatures. Secret Realm location, 15 kilometers east of the host, awakening time, 1 hour later. Oh. It can actually predict the time, location, and level of the Secret Realm in detail? That's quite impressive. Lu Ling was very satisfied and immediately opened the map. According to the map, 15 kilometers to the east is a park and forest area. That's good, at least there won't be any casualties. Lu Ling thought to himself and quickly began to prepare. Since he had learned in advance about the upcoming secret realm, Lu Ling certainly wouldn't let the rich first clear reward slip away. After packing some useful items, Lu Ling was just about to set off to scout when he suddenly received a phone call. On the other end was a classmate who had previously been injured by Qin Song, likely calling to thank Lu Ling for defeating Qin Song. After a brief exchange, just as Lu Ling was about to hang up, the person suddenly said something strange. By the way, class monitor, someone just came to the classroom looking for you. She's a really hot girl, seems to be from the assassin department? Upon hearing this, Lu Ling felt a hint of doubt flash through his mind. Assassin department? He didn't seem to know anyone from there, and a female? Lu Ling pondered for a moment and then decided to put it out of his mind. What mattered now was to seize the first clear rewards from the secret realm. Everything else could wait. About 20 minutes later, Lu Ling finally arrived at the park. At this time, he could vaguely sense some aura from the demon world within the park. The Professional Alliance of Huaxia had also received abnormal news and had already arrived at the scene. Lu Ling observed the surroundings and found nothing particularly noteworthy, so he just waited. The system's information did not include anything about the secret realm's level, so he had no way of knowing if it was an S-level or D-level secret realm. But from the strong fluctuations of the spatial anomaly, it was clear that this was no simple matter. About 20 minutes later, a sudden burst of intense and dazzling light erupted above the park, dyeing the entire sky a strange gray-blue color. Above the billowing clouds, a pair of lifeless massive eyes suddenly opened. Accompanied by a strong spatial distortion, an irregular spatial rift appeared in the center of the park, faintly shimmering with a gray-blue halo. The secret realm has opened. Soon, members of the Professional Alliance began to enter, while a perimeter was set up outside. Seeing this, Lu Ling immediately stepped forward to show his identity card, and then entered as well. Any Huaxia professional with no criminal record is eligible to enter an unexplored secret realm, but if anything happens inside, no one will take responsibility for it. The emergence of a new secret realm always comes with great danger and opportunity. Thanks to the system's information, Lu Ling had some understanding of this secret realm, at least knowing its upper level and monster types. After passing through the gray-blue distorted portal, Lu Ling opened his eyes and found himself in a huge ancient city shrouded in darkness. Strange types of secret realms are often located in shattered otherworlds. These secret realms drift like fragments in time and space, and only a few collide with the real world to form a secret realm. The ancient city in front of Lu Ling was of this type. From the outside, the ancient city didn't appear to have anything unusual. The only noteworthy aspect is that this ancient city seems to be built of some kind of metal resembling bronze. Its overall style is very grand and magnificent. It would undoubtedly look spectacular if viewed from above. Lu Ling observed for a moment before directly pulling out his weapon and walking towards the city gate. It seemed this was a medium-sized secret realm, smaller in scale than the previous illusionary dream city. Just as he was about to explore further, Lu Ling suddenly noticed a strange buff had appeared on him. Time of chaos, the flow of time in this area will randomly change. This nonsensical description left Lu Ling a bit confused. The flow of time will change? So what impact will this have on me? Could it be that when I go out, I find the world has already passed 500 years? While Lu Ling was pondering, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Without time to think, he immediately drew his weapon and cautiously looked around. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary nearby, only the dark bronze city walls emitted a cold light. Just as Lu Ling planned to move further to check, a pair of eerie eyes suddenly opened on the wall. It was a pair of lifeless eyes, with blue-gray pupils and strange patterns that sent chills down his spine. Instinctively, Lu Ling looked at those eyes and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his brain. Oh no! Is it an illusion attack? Lu Ling was horrified and was about to take action when the eyes on the wall suddenly vanished, as if nothing had happened. Such a bizarre scene heightened Lu Ling's vigilance to the utmost as he slowly walked towards the bronze city gate. For some time after that, the entire bronze city remained completely still, as if it were just an ordinary building buried in the river of history. But that feeling of solitude, of being forgotten by the world, always made Lu Ling feel something was off. Upon entering the city gate, he was greeted by a vast expanse of grey ruins, and the buildings on the street looked as if they had been trampled by Godzilla, all turned to dust. Lu Ling stepped forward to inspect, but found nothing worth paying attention to. Just then, a strange sound suddenly reached his ears. It was an extremely grand and ethereal bell toll, instantly alerting Lu Ling, who then looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 65, Entering the Secret Realm. The Eerie Bronze City. His line of sight was blocked, making it impossible for Lu Ling to see what was producing the sound. He hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to go check, countless strange green light spots suddenly appeared on the originally quiet and empty street ruins. In the next second, those lights emitted an extremely painful wailing sound, as if millions of humans on the street were being slaughtered. Then, the light spots gradually grew larger, transforming into countless blurry silhouettes, rapidly flying towards Lu Ling. Monsters, Wailing Souls. Level, 55. Attack, Health. The flying souls wailed mournfully, causing Lu Ling to shudder all over. But he quickly reacted, immediately swinging his staff to attack those souls. With electric arcs dancing on the staff, he instantly shattered the soul that was charging in front. However, after the attack, Lu Ling suddenly remembered that these were spirit-type beings and must be killed with true damage to finish them off entirely. Sure enough, merely relying on the passive damage from dimension tearing did not kill that soul, as it quickly turned into a green ghostly flame and revived. Seeing this, Lu Ling did not hesitate and activated the dimension tearing, then proactively launched an attack on this group of souls. With the added damage from dimension tearing, more than half of Lu Ling's damage converted to true damage, quickly eliminating all of those souls. What caught Lu Ling's attention was that these souls were surprisingly all in human form, not those bizarre creatures from other worlds. However, Lu Ling did not dwell on it for too long. He once again heard the distant sound of a bell. On the other side, at another gate of Copper City, 5 older professionals were battling a group of extremely ugly monsters. Captain! Something is wrong. We have been searching this city for half an hour but have found nothing. And what's even stranger is that the secret realm has been open for so long. Why haven't any other professionals come in? The warrior at the front, panting heavily, said to a dazzling woman behind him. The woman held a staff in her hand and calmly released an area skill, dispersing a large group of monsters. She then said, "I'm afraid this organization's evaluation is problematic. The actual level of this secret realm is much higher than S grade, and it is likely the legendary realm of finality. This space is highly unstable. I can feel special creatures appearing and disappearing rapidly almost every moment." After hearing the woman's words, several people were shocked. Does that mean we're doomed? The man who had just spoken said in disbelief. The woman shook her head, did not answer him, and merely sighed silently. The realm of finality is a bizarre realm even more terrifying than SSS grade secret realms. Each realm of finality is a terrifying place that can ignore the rules of reality,
and the dangers hidden inside are beyond human imagination. It's like the monsters inside are level 100, but only professionals below level 30 can enter. For professionals, it is almost a death trap. Currently, there are very few completely breached realms of finality. So, this exploratory team is likely to die here today.
But the woman couldn't show any pessimism, otherwise, the team's morale would plunge instantly.
Now, they could only hope for a miracle to happen. The woman looked worriedly into the distance. On the other side, Lu Ling had been walking towards the sound for 10 minutes but still hadn't seen any building that could make the sound of the bell.
He vaguely sensed something was off but couldn't find any abnormalities.
Just then, Lu Ling suddenly heard a crisp explosion sound. That was the sound of a fireball spell. After carefully distinguishing for a while, Lu Ling was astonished as he thought. Soon, more fragmented sounds broke out. It sounded like an intense battle was taking place over there. Without thinking too much, Lu Ling immediately raced forward. Meanwhile, the exploratory team facing resistance was in crisis. The number of monsters was overwhelming. Moreover, among them were many undead creatures. They had hardly any true damage skills and simply could not kill those undead completely. Just as they were in despair, the woman standing in the center of the team suddenly noticed Lu Ling's figure. She was delighted at first but then realized that Lu Ling's equipment seemed to be that of a mage. This was troublesome. If he were a warrior or an assassin it would be fine, but he was a mage. He probably didn't have any true damage skills either. Plus, given the current situation, a mage coming here would be like seeking death. The woman thought to herself, sighed, and was about to tell Lu Ling not to approach. But the next moment, she was shocked beyond belief by Lu Ling's actions. She saw Lu Ling actually running toward that group of monsters. He didn't even cast a skill first, as if he didn't see the pile of monsters at all.
The warriors and tanks at the front also noticed Lu Ling. Both were taken aback.
Then the warrior couldn't help but shout, "Hey! Are you crazy? What are you doing running over here as a mage? You'll die." But Lu Ling paid no attention at all and continued running towards the monsters. The warrior anxiously sighed and had no choice but to drink the few healing potions he had in his backpack. Then he planned to rush over to save Lu Ling. But before he could move, Lu Ling suddenly took a running start and leaped high into the air, raising his staff with both hands.
What is this kid trying to do? Is he jumping up to hit those monsters? Or is he seeking death, planning to jump into a monster's mouth? The warrior was instantly dumbfounded, completely clueless about Lu Ling's intentions. In the next second, layers of electric light flashed on Lu Ling's staff, and an immense power instantly obliterated one monster. Then, Lu Ling, like a demon from hell, wildly swung his staff, smashing all the surrounding monsters into a pulp. This scene was tremendously visually shocking, leaving the 5 members of the exploration team stunned. Is this person not a mage?
The 5 of them each wore a look of disbelief. On the other side, after defeating one monster, Lu Ling was astonished to discover something. These dead monsters actually had a shriveled human corpse inside their bodies. Although smashed into small pieces by Lu Ling's staff, it was still possible to recognize the human form.
Could it be? These monsters were once humans?
A thought flashed through Lu Ling's mind. But now was not the time to ponder this question. Facing so many high-level monsters, it was still a bit challenging for Lu Ling to cope alone. The strength of level 60 monsters here was far stronger than those he had encountered in past dungeons.
So, this was very likely an S-rank dungeon.
Lu Ling thought to himself. On the other side, the 5 members of the exploration team gradually snapped out of their shock and rushed over to help. Chapter 66, An Impossible Place of Despair to Escape. With the assistance of these 5, Lu Ling successfully killed most of the monsters and gained a huge amount of experience points. His level increased again, and at this moment, Lu Ling had reached level 55. After defeating the last monster, the captain of the exploration team finally had time to speak.
Hello? I am Lin Ming, the captain of the D-level exploration team of the Chinese Practitioners Alliance. May I ask who you are?
Lin Ming suddenly felt something was off. Lu Ling looked too young. He looked like a college student who hadn't graduated yet. Yet his displayed combat power and composure were not levels one would expect from a student.
Could this guy actually be an old man using disguise magic?
A very abstract thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Hearing this, Lu Ling was also slightly surprised, not expecting these individuals to be a formal exploration team from the Practitioners Alliance. He thought they were a group of civilian practitioners trying to carve out a peace for themselves. But it was better they were an official team, at least he didn't have to worry too much about them backstabbing him. Thinking this, Lu Ling introduced himself.
Upon hearing that Lu Ling was merely a freshman at Jiangnan University, the 5 members of the explorer team were completely petrified.
No. How can you be so strong, and yet you tell me you're just an 18-year-old student? Where do we put our faces now? Amidst their shock, Lin Ming suddenly thought of a crucial question.
By the way, how long have you been in since the secret realm opened? Lu Ling was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a moment before answering. I just happened to be nearby, the secret realm had only just opened for a short while before I entered. What's the matter? Hearing this, Lin Ming continued. Then, how long have you explored in the secret realm? Not long? It hasn't even been 20 minutes, I came here because I heard you fighting. Lu Ling answered, puzzled. But unexpectedly, everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. It's true, the flow of time in this secret realm varies in every area. And the closer you get to the boss, the faster time passes. What should we do to get out? Lin Ming murmured to herself, her tone a bit disheartened. Lu Ling, sharp-minded, analyzed the situation in an instant after hearing her words, combining them with the strange sight she had seen before. The difficulty of the secret realm lay in their lack of knowledge about how much faster the time flow was in the boss area compared to the outer area. If the ratio was drastic, then they truly might never escape this place in their lifetime. For example, if Lu Ling and her group defeated the boss in 10 minutes, and those 10 minutes had already turned into 10 years or even 100 years outside. Then, the moment they returned to reality, their bodies would have undergone several years of wear. Such a cost was terrifying, almost like a curse. Lu Ling also realized the seriousness of the issue, and her brows furrowed slightly. Just as Lu Ling was thinking, the pocket watch she had received as a system reward suddenly flickered twice. Lu Ling was taken aback and took it out. She saw the once dull dial, where the stagnant second hand suddenly began to move. This meant that its active effective time 0 had been activated. Why is this happening? I clearly haven't used it? This magical scene puzzled Lu Ling a bit. But in the next second, Lu Ling found 2 new buffs appeared on her status bar. Broken Reunion, you carry a fragment of a broken myth artifact. It sensed the presence of its kind and urgently wants to merge again. This unit will ignore any spacetime distortions. Time 0 Covenant of Retrospection, stimulated by the power of the same source, time has been distorted. The current equipped skill time 0 will be unlocked indefinitely. Staring at these 2 buffs, Lu Ling was dumbfounded. Then, she suddenly realized, her heart shaken with shock. Could it be that her pocket watch fragment was of the same origin as the boss in this area? Or, could it be that the boss of this secret realm also possessed a fragment of a myth-level artifact? This discovery made Lu Ling feel somewhat delighted. With this buff, she would ignore time distortions, meaning only she could enter the boss area to defeat that boss. Calming down, Lu Ling began to think. After some consideration, it indeed seemed that way. The few people behind her clearly couldn't follow her in. First, the different time flow could very well lead to the situation Lu Ling had previously predicted. Secondly, due to this buff, her time flow would be normal while the others would be affected, speeding up their own time flow. Thus, to Lu Ling, they would appear like snails, resulting in a serious disconnect from reality, making it impossible to fight together. Realizing this, Lu Ling directly approached the captain, Lin Ming, and shared her guesses and expectations. Of course, she did not reveal that she possessed a fragment of a myth-level artifact. A common person is innocent, but carrying a precious item is a crime. If she could hide it, Lu Ling would still prefer to do so. Lin Ming was also greatly astonished after listening. Are you sure, you going in alone won't get killed by the boss? This is a level 70 secret realm. Lin Ming thought for a moment but still spoke with some distrust. This was reasonable, after all, Lu Ling was still a child. Facing a place more terrifying than the legendary SSS secret realm was hard to believe. But Lu Ling simply replied lightly, shutting her down with one sentence. If I don't go, will we all be trapped here? Lu Ling countered. Lin Ming thought about it and seemed to agree, but letting a group of proper explorers wait outside while sending a child who was barely 18 and a low-tier mage to face the boss alone seemed hopeless. There was no other choice. Lin Ming could only place all hope on Lu Ling. After learning some information from Lin Ming, Lu Ling set off alone towards the boss area. From the location, the boss of the secret realm should be in the center of Bronze City, inside that huge building resembling a royal palace. The monsters appearing here are chaotic, and their only common feature is that they are all undead beings. So, will the final boss of this secret realm also be an undead creature? As she walked, Lu Ling couldn't help but think. After experiencing several battles, Lu Ling finally arrived at her destination, before the magnificent palace that looked vast and grand. This architectural style was definitely not from Blue Star, it was most likely left behind by an extinct civilization from another world. Chapter 67, Another Self. However, Lu Ling deduced a rough story from the traces of buildings along the way. The true masters of Bronze City should belong to those humans, who must have suffered an attack from some giant monster, leading to the destruction of several buildings in the city. And the reason there are both beasts and humans among those souls is probably because the people of Bronze City managed to kill some invaders during their resistance.
Yet, how exactly this city was ultimately destroyed, why these already dead beasts and humans were resurrected as souls, and why this place experienced such strange time distortion remains a mystery. But intuition told Lu Ling that all of this must be related to the final boss of this secret realm. As she entered the hall through the doorway, a scene of extreme luxury and extravagant murals greeted her eyes. The painting seemed to tell of the ruler's great achievements, but Lu Ling was too lazy to study archaeology. She focused solely on searching for the boss's trace. After looking for quite a while, there seemed to be no sign of any living creature here. Just as Lu Ling was puzzled, the interior of the palace suddenly echoed with that bell sound again. Then, an incredibly eerie blue-gray wave suddenly spread out, as if a stone had been thrown into a still pond. Looks like it's right inside, Lu Ling's heart jolted, and she immediately prepared for battle. As she slowly entered the inner hall, Lu Ling immediately discovered a figure seated on the throne. Finally found you, Lu Ling promptly drew her weapon, intending to attack. But after taking a careful look at the person on the throne, she suddenly felt as if the blood in her body had reversed flow. That face, that equipment, and that posture. The person turned out to be Lu Ling herself. Lu Ling gasped in astonishment and then fixed her gaze. Absolutely unmistakable. That face I see in the mirror every day, what on earth is this? Lu Ling was instantly baffled. Since the moment she walked in, the person on the seat had not changed, so it couldn't be that it transformed after seeing her. Could it be an illusion? But what would be the point of that? Before she could continue pondering, the other Lu Ling on the throne finally moved. You must be surprised, ha ha ha. Why, am I your likeness? Unexpectedly, the Lu Ling on the throne actually spoke, and the voice was identical to Lu Ling's. Before Lu Ling could respond, the reflection spoke again. I've waited for this moment for over 1,000 years. I have finally brought it to fruition. Another one who possesses a fragment of the divine. The Lu Ling on the throne laughed, a laugh that was so eerie. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will take your place and become the supreme being of this world. You should feel honored, after all, you are just a life as insignificant as dust, yet you can offer everything for the great eradicator. Lu Ling was shocked upon hearing these words. What does this mean? That madman over there intends to replace me and return to the real world? How could this be possible? The boss in the instance could never break the heavenly Tao's restrictions and appear in the real world. It seemed that the impersonator noticed Lu Ling's confusion and sneered coldly. As long as I kill you and devour you, then I am you. Naturally, I can go out. However, once that plan is successfully executed, it won't be such a hassle anymore. The fake Lu Ling chuckled coldly, then laughed louder and louder, ultimately breaking into a classic villain laugh. Lu Ling's heart tightened slightly, sensing something was off. That plan? What are they trying to do? This person seems less like someone from another world, and more like a creature from the demon world. Could it be that they have found a way to break the heavenly Tao's shackles? This is not a good thing, Lu Ling thought. But right now, he had to take this imposter down first. Only one Lu Ling could leave this place today. Clearly, the other side thought the same way. Both drew identical staves, then simultaneously erupted into action. Bang, both staves collided at the same time. Then, their movements were completely synchronized, as if Lu Ling were attacking in front of a mirror. Such an opponent is very tricky. Everything Lu Ling had, the opponent had too. Moreover, he had some skills that Lu Ling did not possess. But after several rounds of confrontations, Lu Ling discovered a problem. The other side seemed to lack the gift of melee expertise. And he was merely mechanically imitating Lu Ling's fighting style without understanding the meaning behind Lu Ling's actions. If it weren't for the fact that this imposter used some other skills and had a significant boost in stats, he would have been defeated by Lu Ling long ago. However, Lu Ling had already thought of a countermeasure. Since the other side lacked melee expertise, why not just deal damage with magic and trade blows with him? After all, he was completely immune to magic, while this imposter was not. Lu Ling contemplated, quickly changing his combat style to focus only on offense, completely disregarding defense. Sure enough, this strategy proved very effective. Under Lu Ling's reckless approach, the imposter quickly took several hits and was seriously injured. Damn, the human body is indeed hard to use. The fake Lu Ling spat out a mouthful of blood after being knocked away and half knelt on the ground, speaking ominously. If it weren't for my main body still being in slumber, I could only project my consciousness. With a weakling like you, I could destroy you with a snap of my fingers. But Lu Ling only sneered. Without saying a word, he charged forward and delivered a powerful roundhouse strike that sent the imposter flying, crashing hard into the palace wall. Thinking the battle was over as he watched the imposter twitch on the ground, Lu Ling was surprised when the motionless imposter suddenly convulsed. Then, a solid monster made entirely of energy burst forth from him. The creature darted towards Lu Ling like lightning, but Lu Ling reacted quickly and evaded it just in time. Beast of Time Clone. Level. Attack. It was an extremely bizarre beast, resembling a mythical creature from ancient Huaxia legends, and it had an info panel.
Lu Ling was taken aback, but after just one glance, he grew even more puzzled. Other than the name, nothing else was displayed? And this wasn't even the format of a monster's info. What exactly is this thing? Lu Ling wondered internally, but suddenly noticed that the strange giant beast had opened its mouth to an exaggerated angle, appearing like a phantom before him in an instant. So fast, Lu Ling was shocked, relying almost entirely on instinct to use void shift to narrowly escape the attack. And that giant beast roared again, charging towards Lu Ling. Its fierce mouth curled into a mocking smile, making Lu Ling instantly realize who this guy was. The counterfeit from just now. Chapter 68, the second fragment of the mythical artifact. Is this its true form? No. Is it a clone of its true form? Lu Ling also entered the zone, using Void Leap to dodge attacks while thinking. Now that he had buffs, all skills were in a no cooldown state. So, there was no need to worry about defense, all he needed to do was dodge the attacks and counter. Lu Ling thought, his staff never stopping, using Arcane Strike after each Void Leap. At the same time, he precisely seized the openings in the giant beast's attacks, maximizing damage with normal attacks. With such high-frequency attacks, the giant beast soon began to struggle, its energy-congealed body becoming increasingly transparent. Humph. You wait for me. Damn human. When I revive, it will be the day of your burial. The giant beast let out a final unwilling roar, gradually twisting and vanishing. Clang. A hard object fell to the ground. Lu Ling put away his staff and stepped forward to pick it up, discovering it to be a long, thin iron piece, seemingly resembling the minute hand on a clock face. Lu Ling's heart jolted, and he immediately took out the broken pocket watch. As soon as the pocket watch appeared, the minute hand emitted a humming sound, as if guided by some force. Then, like an ordinary iron piece drawn by a magnet, it flew towards the pocket watch in an instant. At the moment of collision, Lu Ling clearly heard the sound of a clock chiming. This was the very sound he had heard at the beginning. Could that sound have come from this thing? Lu Ling's mind was filled with countless questions. But before he could continue thinking, the entire secret realm suddenly shook violently. Instance, time distortion, first completion achieved. Key contributor to boss fight, level 55 Mage Lu Ling. This secret realm was once affected by special powers, and has now returned to normal, first completion rewards increased. Then, Lu Ling was once again teleported to a space filled with white light. First completion? This feels a bit too easy, the strength of this boss is even less than that of the previous Misty Forest. However, thinking of the entry difficulty of the boss area, Lu Ling felt it was a bit more reasonable. Moreover, it was because of his uniquely special ability that the boss couldn't fully replicate him. If it were someone else, facing an opponent with higher stats who possessed all their abilities, winning would be nearly hopeless. Soon, a gray-blue treasure chest appeared in front of Lu Ling. When Lu Ling opened it, there was actually only one item inside. It was an ancient, majestically marked diamond-shaped token, engraved with several five-clawed golden dragons of varying expressions. East China Sea Dragon Palace Token. Description: the holder can enter the hidden instance, East China Sea Dragon Palace. East China Sea Dragon Palace? Isn't that a place from mythology? There's actually such a hidden instance? Then where is it activated? Could there really be dragons inside? Lu Ling was utterly shocked. After playing with the token for a while, Lu Ling stored it in his backpack and then exited the reward space. The normal rewards from the instance only gave some experience points, with nothing else. This made Lu Ling feel somewhat downcast. However, obtaining a key to a hidden instance and a fragment of a mythical artifact wasn't too bad. This time was quite perilous. If it weren't for the fact that he happened to have a mythical artifact fragment that shared a source with the secret realm's power, he might have truly been trapped inside. Moreover, there were still many places in this instance that he hadn't explored. Perhaps there are other secrets buried in that bronze city? Lu Ling thought. On the other side, the exploration team stationed in the outer area also learned about the news of the secret realm's successful clearing, and the five of them were instantly shocked. He actually defeated the boss alone? The warrior said with disbelief on his face. After speaking, he even gave himself a hard slap on the face. A mage with just over level 50 single-handedly cleared a secret realm more challenging than SSS level? This is unbelievable. Lin Ming also took a deep breath. She had long felt that Lu Ling must be extraordinary, but she didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. The entire Huaxia had cracked very few End of Destruction secret realms, and most were achieved by countless talented heroes fighting for their lives. Yet now, an 18-year-old boy has single-handedly cracked one of the End of Destruction secret realms. This person will definitely become a figure of an era. Lin Ming felt a surge of emotions. However, at this moment, the most important thing for her was that they survived. Being alive feels so good. On the other side, after Lu Ling returned to the real world, he suddenly felt his body twitch. Then, the pocket watch he was equipped with suddenly detached and floated before him. Key of sequence, damaged. Grade, mythical, incomplete. Bonus, none. Special property 0 of time, active use can initiate a strengthening state. Within 5 seconds all skills are cooldown free, but mana consumption increases by 20%. Special property 2 cuff of time, after activation, it can briefly alter the flow of time around for 1 second. The multiplier is related to the user's mental value, using it consumes half of the mana. A shabby mythical level accessory, yearning to return to its complete form, it wails. After flashing a burst of light, the pocket watch quietly floated in front of Lu Ling. The attributes have changed? And there's an extra skill. Lu Ling also immediately noticed the anomaly, quickly gripping the watch in his hand, thinking in surprise. This thing is called the Key of Sequence. It seems not just a simple accessory after all. Lu Ling didn't know much about mythical level equipment because such things were incredibly rare. Legend has it that mythical equipment forged by humans cannot be upgraded. But those forged by true gods or created by the will of the world can gradually upgrade under specific conditions, ultimately reaching the level of true divine artifacts. However, records on this are scant. Lu Ling had only skimmed through a few ancient texts about it in high school. Currently, the strongest equipment level circulating among humans is still just legendary. After examining the skill for a while, Lu Ling equipped it again, planning to find an opportunity to test what this skill's specific effects are. At that moment, the members of the exploration team also successfully found the teleportation portal and returned to the real world. The debuff that could change the flow of time disappeared after Lu Ling defeated the boss. As the 5 members of the exploration team emerged, they immediately saw Lu Ling and rushed over, excitedly. "Brother! This time, it's all thanks to you." The warrior excitedly shook Lu Ling's hand, repeatedly thanking him. "If it weren't for you, we probably would have all died in there." The others also expressed their gratitude to Lu Ling. Facing their thanks, Lu Ling scratched his head, ultimately giving up on expressing his true thoughts. In truth, he just happened to pass by and saved a few people. After a round of thanks, the group pulled Lu Ling to the temporary camp of the Practitioner Alliance nearby. When the camp leader heard that this secret realm was the legendary End of Destruction's secret realm, he took a deep breath. But when he heard how a few people described how Lu Ling single-handedly defeated the boss and successfully brought them back, he was completely stunned. Level 50 Mage, soloing the N-level secret realm. How are these niche terms put together? However, as the head of the official practitioner organization, he quickly adjusted his emotions and immediately grasped Lu Ling's hands. "Comrade, we owe this all to you. Don't worry, our Chinese Practitioner Alliance will definitely treat you well. I will talk to your principal about the rewards right away." As he spoke, the leader chuckled. Upon hearing about the reward, Lu Ling became somewhat interested and politely exchanged a few words. After chatting for a while, Lu Ling took his leave first. He still planned to go back to school to test his new skills. After he left, the leader immediately rushed to the computer desk and shouted at the staff sitting there. "Hurry up! Investigate this young guy's information and see if he's joined a guild." The person was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Minister Chen, shouldn't we upload the secret realm information first?" The person called Minister Chen impatiently glared at him and said, "The secret realm information won't run away. But if we wait too long, that young guy will really be gone." His manner was as urgent as Zhu Beiji meeting Miss Gao, making the staff below feel embarrassed. Soon, Lu Ling's registration information was found. When he saw that Lu Ling had already joined a guild, Minister Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. However, he quickly regained his smile. "It's fine, having a guild is still good. If we can successfully push such a genius into the alliance, that would be a great achievement." After saying that, he patted the staff in front of the computer and signaled him to continue uploading the data, while he rushed out, planning to personally visit Jiangnan University. On the other side, when Lu Ling returned to school and just entered the teaching building, he was surrounded by a large group of students from the Mage department. "Lu Ling, the Great One. Can you give me an autograph?" Now those warrior department students will have no face to talk back. Lu Ling is the strongest among the freshmen. Yes. Those guys were so annoying a few days ago. Let's see what they have to say now." The students immediately surrounded Lu Ling, chattering excitedly with respect and admiration on their faces. It was evident that the previous conflict between these two departments was quite deep. Meanwhile, the students from Lu Ling's class diligently blocked those who wanted to rush over. Seeing this, Lu Ling couldn't help but laugh and simply used a void leap to leave. What he didn't know was that the news of his victory over Qin Song had already spread. Videos of their battle topped the trending searches on the forums. Everyone was amazed by the stunning visual effects of Lu Ling's battle, while his meticulous tactical thinking earned him praise from many professors. After escaping from the Mage department students, Lu Ling directly headed to Jiangnan University's training room. This was a dedicated place for testing skills, with absolutely safe walls and various props available for testing. Lu Ling casually found a room and immediately began experimenting. When he activated the second active skill attached to his equipment, something magical happened. He saw everything within 3 meters around him, including light, slowing down. Lu Ling tried to throw a coin. As soon as the coin left Lu Ling's hand, it started to move incredibly slowly. Like it was in a video playing at 0.1x speed. What a miraculous skill! This effect can not only be used for control, but perhaps also has some other uses. Lu Ling instantly began to think. However, it also has a very obvious flaw, which is that the blue cost is a bit too high. And the duration is not long, about being able to slow down 1 second by 10 times. In other words, as long as someone steps within 3 meters of Lu Ling, then in everyone's perception, 1 second is equivalent to 10 seconds for Lu Ling. He will gain 10 times the acceleration. If used well, this effect can definitely turn the tide of battle. After experimenting once more, Lu Ling's blue bar was directly emptied. It is useful, but its consumption is a bit too large, but it is still a very creative skill. Lu Ling thought to himself. At this moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lu Ling picked it up and saw that it was a call from Guan Qingzhu. Lu Ling, where are you right now? On the other end of the phone, Guan Qingzhu sounded a bit excited. She received a call from the principal today, and just learned that there was a new secret realm appearing near the academy, not long after she heard that Lu Ling had directly reported the news about the secret realm. Moreover, this secret realm is not an ordinary one, it is an end realm. This is a huge news. It is definitely something that can be recorded in the history of the school. Therefore, Guan Qingzhu didn't even ask the principal how he planned to reward Lu Ling, she directly called him. After learning Lu Ling's location, Guan Qingzhu immediately sent someone to pick him up and head to the principal's office. Soon, the two of them arrived in the principal's office. As soon as he entered, Lu Ling saw someone he recognized. Wasn't that the head of the player alliance he just saw outside the secret realm? Lu Ling looked at him with some confusion. If it was just about the reward, wouldn't a phone call suffice? Why come all the way here in person? Seemingly seeing the doubts in Lu Ling's heart, the principal of Jiangnan University, Mage, smiled and said, Lu Ling, this time you have really brought great honor to our academy. This is Chen Jinhe, the minister of Kanglan City Alliance. As Mage spoke, he stood up, smiling and introducing him, hands behind his back. Lu Ling was somewhat confused but still politely greeted him. The two praised Lu Ling for a while, and finally got to the point. Here's the thing, Lu Ling, I'm not sure if you have any interest in working for our Huaxia Player Alliance? Chen Jinhe rubbed his hands together, smiling and asking with an expectant look. Don't worry, we will not treat a genius like you poorly. He added. Lu Ling was taken aback upon hearing this. Thank you, Minister Chen, for your kindness, but I already have a guild. Ah, having a guild is not a problem, we won't force you to join a specific guild. Moreover, you are still in school, so it's natural you can't work full-time. Even if I agree, would your principal really let this top student of the college entrance exam come over directly? As he spoke, he looked toward Mage with a smile. Mage also smiled slightly and said, It's just a part-time position in name, Minister Chen thinks highly of your abilities and specially came to me to give a heads up. This is a good training pathway, Lu Ling should consider it carefully. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling's heart stirred. Although neither of them mentioned any issues about treatment, from the urgency with which Chen Jinhe ran to the school to find him, one could determine that he absolutely wouldn't shortchange him. However, compared to treatment, Lu Ling cared more about this identity. This represents an organization of the Huaxia government. The things he could access would be completely different from ordinary people. Furthermore, this identity would also be a great help to Lu Ling in moving around. If it's just to be a nominal member, helping out with exploration tasks or bounty tasks whenever you have time, that's still pretty good. Lu Ling thought for a moment and agreed to Chen Jinhe. Chen Jinhe was delighted to hear this, laughed heartily, and patted Lu Ling's shoulder. Good, good, good. A young hero like Lu Ling will surely achieve great things in the future. If you have time tomorrow, you can come to the Kanglan City branch to pick up your Alliance identity card. In the future, with this identity card, you can receive resource benefits and some other services at Alliance branches all over the country. Also, if you have time, you can take on some internal tasks to earn extra money. After saying this, he encouraged Lu Ling a bit more and then left satisfied. As long as he successfully pulled Lu Ling into the professional alliance, would there be any worry about him running away in the future? When he graduates, officially bringing him in would be much easier. After Chen Jinhe left, Mage chuckled and scolded, that old Chen, already fixated on a new student, he just can't resist good talent. Saying this, he looked at Lu Ling. By the way, Lu Ling, since you have time right now, let's talk about equipment. Mage stroked his chin and said with a smile. Lu Ling was slightly taken aback and then immediately realized that Mage was talking about the benefits mentioned by Guan Qingzhu regarding Lu Ling's enrollment. 3 pieces of diamond-level equipment and 1 custom-made legendary-level equipment. The legendary-level equipment could wait until he completed his second transfer, which would be better. As for the 3 pieces of diamond-level equipment, they could be taken care of now. Do you have a preferred set in mind? Or do you plan to forge a weapon or something? Immobile stroked his beard and said. But I think with your current strength, it's better to forge some armor or accessories first. Lu Ling thought the same way, but diamond sets require 6 pieces to be complete, so there was no rush. He replied, I plan to upgrade my armor first, but there's no need to hurry. I haven't encountered a suitable set yet, so let's wait a bit longer. The principal then told Lu Ling to contact the director directly when he needed something or to go directly to the Jiangnan University collection to choose. After discussing for a while, Lu Ling took his leave. After leaving the principal's office, Lu Ling was just about to head back to his dorm when he suddenly heard a voice call from behind. Wait! I finally found you. Lu Ling turned around and saw the assassin girl he had met once before. Xiao Yuer was also quite frustrated. Ever since Lu Ling helped her last time, she had been trying to find an opportunity to thank him. But after several visits, Lu Ling was always away on business. Today, she just happened to pass by after class, and she ran into him again. What do you need from me? Lu Ling looked at Xiao Yuer, who was running over and slightly out of breath, and asked curiously. Xiao Yuer bit her lip, suddenly feeling a bit shy. I wanted to thank you for helping me fend off those bad guys. As she spoke, she remembered their first meeting, her face reddening a few shades. By the way, let me treat you to a meal. Lu Ling was a bit confused, thought for a moment, and was about to decline. But then Xiao Yuer suddenly seemed to remember something and took out a strange map from her backpack. By the way, this thing might be useful to you, just take it as your reward for helping me deal with the Black Dragon Society. As soon as Lu Ling saw it, he felt it looked somewhat familiar and took it over. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ling instantly recalled where he had seen it before. It was the broken scroll he had opened from the first treasure chest in the Misty Forest. Isn't it just like what is in front of us? Lu Ling instantly became interested and took out the broken scroll from her backpack, placing them together. Sure enough, they match. However, it seems that even when combined, they do not form a complete route map. There should be a missing piece on the far right. Xiao Yuer was also surprised to see this. She did not expect Lu Ling to have a piece of the map. Where did this thing come from? After fiddling for a while, Lu Ling asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiao Yuer's expression darkened, and her tone became lower. This is something my father left behind before he left. It is precisely because of this that my mom and dad both passed away. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling felt a surge of guilt and quickly went up to comfort Xiao Yuer. By the way, this thing should have another part. It was with my dad, but now it must have been taken by the Black Dragon Society. If you are interested, I can help you investigate. Xiao Yuer quickly adjusted her emotions and returned to normal, then spoke to Lu Ling. In fact, this was the real reason she would hand over this piece to Lu Ling. On one hand, she truly wanted to thank Lu Ling properly. On the other hand, she wanted to use this piece to take revenge for her parents. And Lu Ling's strength, along with his background, had become one of her targets. But even if Lu Ling was unwilling to take action against the Black Dragon Society, it was okay. She had already made preparations for a backup plan. Chapter 71, Deal. Help Xiao Yuer take revenge on the Black Dragon Society. If Lu Ling refused to deal with the Black Dragon Society, she would immediately spread the news of the incomplete piece in their hands and go to any lengths to wipe out the Black Dragon Society. Currently, only Xiao Yuer knew about the piece in Lu Ling's hands, so she had long used this thing to attract the attention of several underground forces. Xiao Yuer's father had studied these 2 pieces for nearly a year, and he had a lot of research materials. This would also be one of her chips for revenge. If possible, Xiao Yuer would prefer this opportunity to fall into Lu Ling's hands. She just worried whether Lu Ling would be willing to take the risk to do this. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, Lu Ling fell into deep thought. In fact, Lu Ling had already guessed Xiao Yuer's motives from the moment she finished speaking. But he did not feel any aversion towards it. A girl wanting to take revenge for her parents, even if it was a bit harsh, it was understandable. Lu Ling had seen what kind of organization the Black Dragon Society was before. He was not afraid, he was just considering whether it was worth doing. After thinking for a while, Lu Ling still agreed to her request. Tomorrow, give me all the information you can gather about the Black Dragon Society. I will help you take revenge. However, as a reward, I also want the remaining piece of the map. Lu Ling was direct and straightforward as he spoke. Xiao Yuer was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She did not expect Lu Ling to figure out her little thoughts so quickly. But since he agreed, Xiao Yuer was still very happy. Compared to those underground forces that eat people without spitting out bones, Lu Ling was as kind as an angel. Being with him, Xiao Yuer could always feel much more at ease. Okay, it's settled then. I will come find you tomorrow. Xiao Yuer's mouth couldn't help but lift a little, looking up at Lu Ling.
After parting from Xiao Yuer, Lu Ling also developed a great interest in this strange map. The map did not express any information related to the destination, but from its landmarks, it seemed to be along a coastal area. Most of the routes on the map also appeared to be sailing on the sea. Unfortunately, the most crucial piece is missing, otherwise, the professors at Jiangnan University might have seen some signs. Lu Ling thought. Soon, a night passed. The next morning, after having breakfast with Lin Wanwan as usual, Xiao Yuer found her. She had large dark circles under her eyes, and some bloodstains remained on her body, as if she had gone through a fierce battle. I've already figured out where those guys hid the fragments. Additionally, this is the rough information about the Black Dragon Society. I organized it last night. Xiao Yuer's voice was very tired, and she weakly handed a few documents to Lu Ling. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan hurriedly cast a healing spell on her. Who is this? After treating Xiao Yuer, Lin Wanwan asked with some confusion. From Xiao Yuer's eyes, she could see something different. This was a woman's intuition. Lu Ling paused and realized that he actually didn't know Xiao Yuer's name, so he simply recounted how he met her and the matter of the Black Dragon Society. After listening, Lin Wanwan frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Yuer again, her gaze now carrying a hint of pity. After receiving the documents, Lu Ling nodded and said to Xiao Yuer, "You've worked hard, you should rest first. Once you're recovered, we'll discuss how to proceed. This is my number, remember it." After Lu Ling said this, he reported his phone number. After Xiao Yuer took it down, she thanked Lin Wanwan and Lu Ling with a complicated expression and then left. "Do you need me to ask my father for help?" Lin Wanwan looked at Lu Ling, who was deep in thought, and asked. Lu Ling gently shook his head. This organization's strength isn't very powerful, and since it's an underground force, it's best not to get involved with the guild. My goal is just that fragment, so I'll arrange it myself. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan nodded obediently. And on Lu Ling's side, he had already started to plot. From the documents, it was clear that the Black Dragon Society didn't rank high in Kanglin City, only considered a second-rate underground force. But the leader of this organization seemed to have quite a powerful network, and that was something to be cautious about. The industries the Black Dragon Society was involved in were not limited to lending, they even had dealings with foreigners and were engaged in various illegal activities. Just by taking a simple glance, one could conclude that the entire organization was likely filled with bad people. Eliminating them would be considered a good deed. If that is the case, Lu Ling had nothing to hold back. Later that night, Lu Ling quietly left Jiangnan University and arrived at a suburban area outside Kanglin City. Xiao Yuer, having rested for a day, was already waiting there. What's the plan? Seeing Lu Ling arrive, Xiao Yuer asked in a low voice. But unexpectedly, Lu Ling simply shook his head lightly and said, "There's no plan, we will just charge in and seize it." Charge in? Xiao Yuer was stunned. In her mind, Lu Ling should be that kind of cold-faced strategist, not someone who would take down the Black Dragon Society through a series of schemes. Shouldn't he achieve his goals without shedding blood? Seeing Xiao Yuer's confusion, Lu Ling began to explain. I've analyzed it. If your information is completely accurate, then with just the two of us, we should be able to rush in. It's the fastest and easiest way. As for your revenge, we can do it this way, he said, leaning close to Xiao Yuer's ear, the sudden proximity causing her face to turn slightly red. After hearing Lu Ling's plan, Xiao Yuer's expression became somewhat strange. Is this really okay? Lu Ling smiled slightly. This way, you can take your revenge, without causing trouble for us, and we can also take the opportunity to eliminate some pests. What's wrong with that? Xiao Yuer could only nod upon hearing this. Taking advantage of the night, the two quickly began their mission. The fragment was located at a human trafficking den of the Black Dragon Society, where they used various methods to sell orphans, the disabled, and those with physical defects abroad. This behavior was simply insane, yet they had never been discovered. The guards inside were not very strong, with the strongest being only a few level 60 individuals. Since no one ever came to such places, the guards' alertness was extremely low. Chapter 72, Infiltration? A bold robbery. The fishing operation. Ha ha. I got a pair of kings, all of them are mine. Old 6, now you owe me 300. Inside the room, several guards were leisurely playing poker, with a few bottles of beer beside them. Outside the door, two sleepy individuals were lazily standing by the courtyard gate. After observing the situation inside, Lu Ling gave Xiao Yuer a signal. He planned to deal with the two guards outside first, then sneak inside and take action, thus implementing his plan B. Xiao Yuer immediately understood, and activated his talent, transforming into a strange shadow as he crept forward. For some reason, when Lu Ling saw Xiao Yuer activate this skill, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuer had silently circled to the back of the two men, his dagger already drawn, with a sharp aura as he swiftly struck. The strike was quick and clean, and the two sleepy guards immediately collapsed, lifeless. After eliminating the two, Lu Ling led Xiao Yuer to the guards' break room. After observing the situation inside, Lu Ling began to charge up his fireball spell. Before making his move, he had already donned the thousand-faced mask, altering his appearance into a completely unfamiliar one. As he charged up the fireball spell, the people inside finally heard the sound. But before they could voice any questions, Lu Ling made his move. He performed an instant void leap, crossing the wall into the room, and then instantly released the fireball he had been charging. With a loud explosion, a guard was instantly taken out. The noise quickly attracted the others inside, but by the time they rushed out, the entire room had already been cleared of life. This left the Black Dragon Society members who came running in shock. Not good. They're heading straight for that place. The guard inside was quite sharp, immediately realizing their purpose. Inside this den, several important treasures of the Black Dragon Society were hidden. They couldn't afford to lose them. The few of them immediately ran back. But they didn't notice that one of the corpses in the room suddenly revealed an eerie smile. By the time they ran back to the room where the treasures were stored, the guards had already been killed, the vault door was wide open, and everything was gone. This was a disaster. The group instantly fell into despair, then exchanged looks, all wearing mournful expressions. What do we do? Should we tell the boss? One of them hesitated, unsure. Before he finished speaking, someone angrily cursed. Not tell him? Do you want him to find out and kill us? Saying this, he immediately made a call. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, hiding outside the window, clearly overheard everything. The fragment was already in his hands, and he had unexpectedly acquired a bunch of other valuable items. He hadn't left yet because the target of Xiao Yuer's revenge was the so-called boss of the guards, the second in command of the Black Dragon Society. Now they just need to finish their phone call, then go down to take care of these people, and finally kill the second in command of the Black Dragon Society, and they can leave directly. After this group of people finished their phone call, Lu Ling didn't hesitate and used the same old trick, a void jump, to pass through the wall. Then, he knocked out all the guards who hadn't reacted yet, each with a single strike of his staff. Of course, his face now was already prepared in advance, the face of another high-ranking member of an organization similar to the Black Dragon Society's power. This way, when these little brothers woke up and reported what they saw, the Black Dragon Society would immediately turn its attention toward them. Even if it was discovered that it was a fake, it didn't matter. After all, no one had seen Lu Ling's true face tonight. Even if they tried to investigate, it would be hard to trace it back to him. After dealing with this group of little brothers, Lu Ling waved at Xiao Yuer, who was hiding in the shadows. I'll disguise myself as the person on the ground. When I give the signal, we act together. Lu Ling whispered his instructions. Xiao Yuer nodded, signaling that she understood. Soon, Lu Ling had finished handling the situation on site. About 10 minutes later, a harsh screeching of brakes came from outside the door. Damn it! How are you managing this place? What a bunch of useless fools! Before anyone was seen, a scolding voice came from outside the door. Disguised as a little brother, Lu Ling hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Big brother, it's all my fault. I was ineffective in handling the matter. Bullshit. If it's not your fault, is it mine? The second in command of the Black Dragon Society, Dao Long, cursed as he walked in, then spat a thick phlegm on the ground. Hurry up and say, who did this? I'll make sure to kill them. He grumbled angrily. At this moment, Lu Ling revealed a strange smile, quietly walked up, and whispered. Actually, it was your father who did it. Dao Long froze for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately became enraged. But before he could erupt, Lu Ling's staff had already struck him. After a powerful arcane strike, Dao Long was immediately sealed with the Starry Realm seal, silencing him. At the same time, Lu Ling called out to the darkness. Now! Whoosh! A sound cut through the air as Xiao Yuer instantly launched all of her skills within 3 seconds. But these attacks were still somewhat insufficient against Dao Long, who was already level 69, and he was also a tank class. Xiao Yuer's attack didn't even bring Dao Long to half health. Soon, after the 3 seconds passed, the Starry Realm Seal's silence effect ended, and Dao Long was finally able to use his skills. You two want to die? Dare to mess with me? Dao Long's face was dark, his eyes bloodshot, like a wild dog starved for 3 days, terrifying. Although he was a tank class, it didn't mean he was purely a tank, he still had damage. Against assassins, he might be at a disadvantage, but against mages, close combat was an absolute advantage. Seeing Lu Ling swing his staff again, Dao Long sneered and said, Stinky kid, I was careless just now and didn't dodge. This time I've activated my skills. Let's see if you can even touch me. After speaking, he shouted loudly, and a shield and damage reduction appeared around him. After activating his skill, he directly charged at Lu Ling with an invincible charge, clearly trying to take care of one of them first.
But Lu Ling didn't dodge or retreat, instead, he stayed in place and began charging up his skill. This move immediately made Dao Long laugh. So, you're an idiot. You're just a small mage, and I've activated my skills to close the distance, aren't you just waiting to die? Not only are you not running, but you're actually charging up a skill? What an idiot. Saying this, he grinned as he rushed toward Lu Ling, planning to knock him back and then directly kill him with a single blow. A mage who was more than 10 levels lower than himself definitely couldn't withstand a crushing mountain slash. But just as he was about to land the blow, Lu Ling showed a cold smile. Chapter 73, The Origin of the Map. World-class dungeon. Idiot? I hope that after you eat a full set of my skills, you still hold that same thought. Thinking this, Lu Ling directly performed a void leap, getting behind the knife dragon, followed by a fireball spell stacked with a basic attack, and finally an arcane strike to finish. In just 1 second, the knife dragon had already accumulated 3 layers of elemental passives. Minus 5,601. Minus 3,988. Minus 5,132. The knife dragon's health bar instantly dropped, leaving less than 1/10 of his health after Lu Ling's combo. If it weren't for the knife dragon having a skill that gave him a last-ditch effort, providing 3 seconds of high damage reduction when his health was low, he would have been immediately killed by Lu Ling. This completely stunned the knife dragon. Wait, where's my health? Where's my health bar? Isn't this guy a mage? How did he almost kill me at point-blank range? Before he could react, Lu Ling delivered another basic attack, then directly detonated the elemental mark on him. Frost element, freeze. The knife dragon immediately felt a bone-chilling cold, then realized he couldn't move at all. Now he was a little scared and hurriedly opened his mouth, intending to beg for mercy. But Xiao Yuer would not give him that chance, delivering a throat slash that sent him straight to hell. Blood gushed out like a fountain, wildly splattering onto Xiao Yuer's delicate face. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Until the knife dragon's corpse was turned into a beehive, Xiao Yuer's hateful gaze slowly faded away. Daddy, Mommy, I avenged you. Xiao Yuer murmured softly, unable to hold back any longer, bursting into tears. All the grievances and dissatisfaction she had suffered these past days were finally vented after slaying the enemy. Lu Ling sighed when he saw this, walking forward to gently pat her shoulder and comfort her with a few words. Xiao Yuer, on impulse, buried her head in his chest, crying even harder. Lu Ling froze for a moment, wanting to push her away, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it, allowing her to vent her emotions. After a while, Xiao Yuer finally raised her head, her eyes red, and gave Lu Ling an apologetic smile. Sorry. I didn't mean to dirty your jacket. Lu Ling smiled helplessly but didn't say anything. Since they had already killed the enemy and taken the spoils, there was no reason to stay here any longer. After leaving, Xiao Yuer glanced at Lu Ling's profile several times, wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing. When the two were about to part ways, Lu Ling suddenly spoke. After I restore this map, let's go take a look together? Xiao Yuer was stunned, instinctively shaking her head. This thing is already yours, how could I? Before she finished speaking, Lu Ling directly interrupted. Enough, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have gotten the other 2 map fragments. This hidden secret realm, once I figure it out, let's go together. We'll split it according to the ratio. After saying that, he waved his hand without giving Xiao Yuer a chance to refuse and turned to leave. Looking at Lu Ling's retreating figure, a complicated expression once again appeared on Xiao Yuer's face. What a righteous and warm person, like the sun. On the other side, after Lu Ling returned to his dormitory, he immediately pieced the 3 fragments of the map together. Strangely, when these 3 map fragments were arranged in order by Lu Ling, they instantly merged into a complete whole. At the same time, the item's description was updated. For C's Dragon Palace Map East Sea. Description: only by following this map can one enter the world-class hidden dungeon, the East Sea Dragon Palace. Oh? East Sea Dragon Palace? World-class dungeon? Lu Ling was momentarily stunned, then took out the East Sea Dragon Palace token he had obtained earlier in the secret realm. What a coincidence! I happened to encounter it myself? Lu Ling couldn't help but laugh and immediately began searching for information about the Dragon Palace. Jiangnan University has its own website, which contains research on copies and professionals from previous years for students to refer to when needed. World-class copies are not like ordinary copies, they are abnormal spaces created by the invasion of otherworldly powers into reality. World-class copies appeared at the same time as the birth of Blue Star, existing as native secret realms. It is said that they usually contain rare treasures infused with the essence of the creator god. These copies are extremely difficult to find, and the conditions for entering them are generally very harsh, with their numbers being exceedingly rare, which is why records about them are few. After searching around, Lu Ling did not find anything useful. It seems that all of this must be asked from those professors who specialize in researching secret realms, perhaps they will have some leads. Thinking this, Lu Ling directly called Guan Qingzhu. He remembered Guan Qingzhu was a professor in academic research. After the call connected, Lu Ling briefly explained the information about the map, and then heard a gasp from the other end. What? Longong? The route map of the East Sea Longong? This is a very important project in the country. You actually have a complete map? This is just incredible. Lu Ling could only laugh it off and say it was something opened from the divine treasure chest of a copy. However, Guan Qingzhu seemed to care little about where Lu Ling got it from and instead enthusiastically began sharing research information about Longong with him. It turned out that the Longong of the Four Seas corresponds to 4 different maritime areas surrounding Huaxia, and the creatures, guards, and architectural types inside are all different. But it indeed exists. It is said that the Huaxia government has the maps of the Longong in the Southwest Seas, but due to a lack of tokens, they cannot enter. They can only make inferences from the periphery. Legend has it that each of these 4 secret realms bears an item of equipment. If someone collects them all, they will obtain a truly mythical treasure that surpasses ordinary items. After listening to Guan Qingzhu's introduction, Lu Ling stroked his chin thoughtfully. It sounds quite vague, but it roughly means that if the equipment from the Longong of the Four Seas is gathered, one would receive an upgraded mythical set? Could it be? Lu Ling suddenly recalled a myth he had heard in his past life. But after thinking for a moment, Lu Ling shook his head with a smile. Right now, he didn't even know if he could enter based on his level. If this Longong secret realm didn't have a level restriction, then he wouldn't be able to compete with those top-tier strong warriors at the 7th or 8th turn. While he was thinking, he suddenly heard Guan Qingzhu say, "By the way, there's something very interesting. The level restrictions of the Longong and the Four Seas vary. The West Sea and South Sea correspond to the 3rd and 4th turns respectively. The North Sea Longong should be restricted to around the 5th turn. Ancient texts recorded that the day when all 4 Longongs are opened is when the heavenly fairy court appears in the world." Hearing this, Lu Ling instantly became interested. In that case, wouldn't the East Sea Longong be restricted to around the 2nd turn? Given his current strength, it seems possible for him to go in and explore. Thinking this, he quickly exchanged a few casual words before hanging up the phone. Since the level limit is around the 2nd turn, he must push hard to level up this month. Thus, Lu Ling resolutely spent a significant amount of money to buy several bottles of double experience potions. The double experience potion has a daily usage limit for professionals after the 1st turn, and it requires a 2nd-tier double experience potion. After the 2nd turn, it requires a 3rd-tier experience potion. After 3 transformations comes the 4th tier. And so on, up to the 6th tier. The reason the limit is only 6 tiers is because after the 7th transformation, practitioners can no longer use double experience potions. In fact, most practitioners stop using this item after the 5th transformation. Because after the 5th transformation, using double experience potions will incur an experience exhaustion debuff. Not to mention that the potions are expensive, their effectiveness is not ideal, so naturally not many people use them. But at this moment, Lu Ling is obviously not at that stage yet. After spending hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins in one go, even Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a bit pained. He is currently at level 59, and these potions are enough for him to reach about level 70. However, for the Dragon Palace treasure, these expenses are still worthwhile. So, for the next month or so, Lu Ling was directly immersed in the secret realm. After a period of crazy leveling up, Lu Ling broke through the level 70 barrier. Coincidentally, half of this semester has passed, and summer vacation is coming soon. Lu Ling originally planned to explore this secret realm with Xiao Yuer and Lin Wanwan, but after thinking it over, he decided to find a few more people at Jiangnan University. He naturally wouldn't recruit privately, but instead went straight to the principal. When the principal heard that he had the complete map and token of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he nearly jumped out of his chair. Where did you get this?" Mo Bai looked at Lu Ling in disbelief. Given Lu Ling's character, he certainly wouldn't use such a thing to tease him. But this news is simply too astonishing. This is a legendary world-class secret realm. Countless Huaxia practitioners have spent years searching for treasures that had yet to be found, and yet they appear in Lu Ling's hands. It's quite a coincidence, Lu Ling gathered this complete set purely by luck. The first-time treasure chest plus the unexpected acquaintance with Xiao Yuer led to Lu Ling obtaining that map and discovering the function of the Dragon Palace token in his hand. After a moment of shock, Mo Bai took a deep breath, realizing this would be an excellent opportunity. Not only could they explore the Dragon Palace further, but it could also be used to train students. You must know that the rewards for first-time exploration in secret realms are extremely generous. Moreover, the monsters inside grant experience that is twice that of ordinary secret realms. He thought for a moment, then stood up, speaking in a negotiating tone. "Lu Ling, how about this? Our college will fund this journey, and at the same time, we will pay you to purchase some entry slots. What do you think?" This was exactly what Lu Ling was hoping for, so he agreed without hesitation.
If he were to rely solely on his own strength, this journey would be a bit troublesome. But if Jiangnan University is backing him, things would be much easier. After some negotiations, Mobai finally secured several entry slots from Lu Ling at a price of 100,000 Huaxia coins plus 2 materials of tier 4 or above per person. Additionally, the 3 pieces of diamond-level equipment promised to Lu Ling were also packed up and given to him at the same time. These 3 pieces of equipment were chosen by Lu Ling after careful consideration. They include a jewelry ring, light armor, and a belt. The light armor and belt are 2 pieces of the diamond-level set abyss, which just activate the first-tier set effect, providing Lu Ling with 100 points of spell power. The ring, called the Star Ring, mainly increases Lu Ling's mana recovery significantly. With the presence of alchemy, mana is equivalent to health points, and at that time, the energy consumption of the time key is quite high, so it's still necessary to obtain a mana recovery ring. After obtaining these 3 pieces of equipment, Lu Ling had truly received a comprehensive boost, raising his strength to a new level. Now, in front of Lu Ling, even ordinary second-turn professionals would probably be crushed. After making plans, Mobai felt a flash of joy in his heart. As the first official president of an academy to enter the Sea Dragon Palace in the history of China, this would definitely add a rich color to his resume. He thought about this and immediately issued orders to start a selection in the academy, then personally designated several students with excellent qualifications. After discussing with the president, Lu Ling was also the first to notify Lin Wanwan and Xiao Yur. The date of departure given by the president was 3 days later, which was the day before the summer vacation. Although she wouldn't be able to go home for the holiday, Lin Wanwan was still very happy to explore new secret realms with Lu Ling. Just when she was about to tell her best friend Su Xiao about this news, a mocking voice suddenly came to her ears. "Oh? Isn't this our Miss Lin? Are you going out to fish for some rich guy again? Planning to win a trial spot?" Lin Wanwan was taken aback, and her expression turned bad in an instant. "Chen Shooting. Don't go too far." The woman called Chen Shooting laughed coldly and looked at Lin Wanwan with a disdainful gaze, then said, "What's wrong with being excessive? If you have the ability, just hit me." He. "If it weren't for the fact that you still have some self-awareness, I would have made it so you couldn't mix in the priest major long ago." Saying this, she sneered, then slowly said, "I've told you long ago, just obediently follow Xiao Su. What's wrong with that? Why pretend to be innocent?" Hearing this, Lin Wanwan's face completely turned cold. And seeing this, Chen Shooting showed an unhappy expression. "Humph. Let me tell you, don't be ungrateful. Xiao Su just said that if you submit to him, then there will be a spot for you in the hidden dungeon exploration. If you don't agree, even if you get first place in the selection, Xiao Su has ways to make you roll out obediently." As soon as the words fell, a cold laugh came from the doorway. "Oh? Is that so? I want to see what your so-called Xiao Su can do to make Wanwan roll." Chapter 75, A Resounding Slap in the Face. The selection in the academy comes to an end. Lu Ling walked in coldly from the doorway. Chen Shooting felt that this person looked incredibly familiar, but for a moment could not remember who he was. She snorted and said, "Who are you, country bumpkin? I'm talking to Lin Wanwan, what's it to you?" Hearing this, Lu Ling found it amusing. "As Wanwan's friend, can't I stop you from bullying her? Also, that hidden dungeon exploration spot you mentioned was announced by the academy today, right? On what basis do you think you can decide the candidates?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shooting smiled smugly and said, "Just because I am Xiao Su's woman." "Xiao Su? Who is that? Can he make decisions for the academy?" Lu Ling looked at her as if she were a fool. As the holder of the token, Lu Ling was the one with the most say in this action. Even the Jiangnan University side wouldn't dare to have a different opinion from Lu Ling, and she was just a gold-digging woman, yet she dared to talk so arrogantly? Unexpectedly, Chen Shooting actually nodded gravely and said, "Of course. In Kanglan City, Xiao Su is definitely a person who speaks with authority." As she said this, she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ling and scoffed. "He's not someone a country bumpkin like you can compare with." Chen Shooting said this because Lu Ling's clothing clearly indicated that he was not from a wealthy family, which gave her the courage to speak boldly. After hearing this, Lu Ling felt even more amused. Is being authoritative in Kanglan City really true? Even the city lord of Kanglan City probably wouldn't dare to say such words, right? This is truly interesting. Lu Ling wants to see who this Su Xiao is, what kind of person he is. As for this foolish woman in front of him, there's not much to say. Although the spot was indeed sold to Jiangnan University, Lu Ling wanted to refuse to travel with certain people, and the academy naturally had no objections. This can also be seen from the predetermined list. For example, Qin Song, who had previously clashed with Lu Ling, did not appear on the predetermined list this time. Thinking of this, Lu Ling was too lazy to waste any more breath on the woman and simply gave her a look, one of pity for the foolish, before taking Lin Wanwan's hand and leaving the place.
After the two left, Chen Shooting showed a smile. She could hardly wait for Lin Wanwan not to agree to Su Xiao's request. After all, Lin Wanwan was indeed better looking than her, and if she became Su Xiao's woman, then she would definitely lose favor in the future. So, when the two had just left, she didn't bother to do any persuasion. After they departed, a flash of jealousy and hatred quickly passed through Chen Shooting's eyes, then she pulled out her phone and dialed Su Xiao's number. Next, she embellished the story of what had just happened and emphasized the words of Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan, dripping with disdain for Su Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shooting once again wore a resentful expression. Just wait. You little. I will make you and your country bumpkin boyfriend regret opposing me. On the other side, after Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan left, he began to inquire about Chen Shooting and that Su Xiao. Hearing that this Su Xiao had always wanted Lin Wanwan to be his woman, a twinge of displeasure arose in Lu Ling's heart. Of course, he didn't realize that this feeling was called jealousy. I want to see what kind of all-powerful person Su Xiao is, that even Jiangnan University has to listen to his orders? Lu Ling said with a faint cold smile. Soon, 3 days passed. Lu Ling didn't pay too much attention to this selection. After all, the only people he wanted to bring were Lin Wanwan and Xiao Yuer. As long as others didn't hold him back, they didn't matter. What he valued more was the hard power of Jiangnan University, which could directly arrange everything for him. This was the main reason Lu Ling decided to cooperate with Jiangnan University. With the end of the selection, the candidates for this exploration were also decided, totaling 35 people. Most of these people were freshmen or sophomores, and their lowest level was above level 55. If it were an ordinary secret realm, this configuration could walk through it without question. But the place they were about to explore was comparable to an SSS-level secret realm, or could even surpass an SSS-level secret realm, a world-class secret realm. So, whether it is a great opportunity or a journey of despair, everything is still unknown. Of course, Lu Ling had not forgotten about Chen Shooting, who had previously made strong statements, and that Su Xiao, who was said to be omnipotent. After roughly checking the list, Lu Ling did not find Chen Shooting's name, but Su Xiao successfully made it onto the list. However, whether it was gained by strength or acquired through power didn't matter anymore. With just a light sentence, Lu Ling removed the name Su Qing from the list. When Su Qing learned of this news, he instantly exploded with rage. To obtain this spot, he had used a lot of family connections and resources, and only then did he get a spot. This level of secret realm is definitely an opportunity that is hard to come by. So Su Qing was determined to have it. But the sudden news. Yet it instantly silenced Su Qing, who originally planned to showcase his talents in this secret realm. Why? Wasn't it agreed upon? My name was personally added by the vice principal. In the academic office, Su Qing suppressed his anger and unwillingly shouted at the academic director in front of him. You must know that Su Qing had poured a lot of money and resources into the academic director to secure this spot, and that's how he successfully got in touch with the vice principal. Just yesterday, he had patted his chest to assure Su Qing that there would definitely be no problem, and now this happened. Wasn't it just making a fool out of Su Qing? The academic director looked a bit awkward and wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, I'm not sure either, but this is an order from the principal, we can't defy it. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something, leaning closer to Su Qing and whispering. I heard that this matter is related to a freshman named Lu Ling, but I don't know the specifics. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was stunned, his brows furrowing tightly. This name seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where he had heard it. However, since someone dared to ruin Su Qing's plans, of course, he wouldn't let that person off easily. Anyway, he hadn't heard of any noble families with the surname Lu, so it was likely that this was some genius from a poor background, who knows what methods he used to report Su Qing's illegal operations. The current principal, Mo Bai, was known to despise such backdoor actions, which was why Su Qing was eliminated from consideration. It must be this way. Su Qing thought this and couldn't help but grit his teeth, finally finding an outlet for the anger in his heart. Just wait. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Su Qing thought bitterly. Chapter 76, The Lost Palace in the Deep Sea. East Sea Dragon Palace. On the other side, Lu Ling looked at the private airship that had already been arranged, secretly clicking his tongue. It must be said that Jiangnan University's efficiency was commendable. They promptly arranged the group at the starting point on the map, the East China Sea of Huaxia. This journey was personally led by the principal, with all accompanying teachers being elite level, along with many academic professors, all for the purpose of studying this ancient and mysterious place. After a day's journey, everyone arrived at the starting point of the trip, the furthest eastern port city of Huaxia, Donggang City. The landscape and local customs here are greatly different from Jiangnan province. If it weren't for the mission, this would surely be a wonderful summer vacation destination. Once they arrived, the professor responsible for the ocean expedition began to arrange the route. Lu Ling didn't know much about this, so he didn't pay too much attention. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Lu Ling and the others had not yet done their third transformation, there wouldn't have been any need for transportation, they could have just relied on the flying abilities of their suits. By the time the route was arranged, it was already evening. Lu Ling held an ancient book regarding the Dragon Palace, focusing intently on his study. This was currently the most detailed and clear record of the Dragon Palace secret realm in Huaxia. The ancient book mentioned that upon reaching the Dragon Palace city, using the corresponding token would allow entry into the Dragon Palace, thereby stepping into a new world. After that, there were some other unrelated records. Notably, the ancient book also mentioned that the Dragon Palace was underwater, but there seemed to be special areas with air, somewhat similar to a folded spacetime crack. This was completely different from ordinary secret realms. After studying for a while longer, Lu Ling directly set aside the materials in his hands and went to rest. The next morning, the group set out on the boat. As soon as they went out to sea, the shaking boat and the raging waves gave everyone a taste of battling against the ocean. According to the route map, if nothing unexpected happens along the way, then we can directly arrive at the marked location on the map early tomorrow morning. Fortunately, on the next day, apart from encountering a small storm at the start, the remaining time had very good weather. After a night of sailing, the group from Jiangnan University finally arrived at the location marked on the map. This area already belonged to the deep sea, with no islands in sight around them. Looking around, they could see the vast horizon where water and sky merged, a magnificent scene that could not be seen on land, leaving the group feeling refreshed and uplifted. Soon, preparations to enter the water were ready. The logistics professor handed out to each person a device that allowed for breathing underwater. Everyone used it one by one and then dove into the water. As soon as she entered the water, Lu Ling was amazed to discover a huge reef with a very strange shape, resembling a twisting giant snake or perhaps a dragon. Following that direction down, Lu Ling quickly reached the bottom. On this massive reef, there were countless strange patterns that gathered up to the top of the dragon-shaped rock. Climbing along the patterns, Lu Ling made a new discovery. At the top of that dragon-shaped rock, right between two dragon horns, there was a strange indentation. This should be the place to activate the secret realm with the token, right? Lu Ling immediately thought of this and took out the token from her backpack, placing it into the indentation. Sure enough, at the moment the token touched the groove, the entire seabed suddenly shook violently. Booming! Then, an incredibly loud dragon roar echoed. Before Lu Ling, a distorted space suddenly appeared. Then, this space distortion gradually transformed into a dark blue vortex. World-class Instance East Sea Dragon Palace has been activated. Those holding the Dragon Palace token can receive the protection of the East Sea Dragon King. With the sound of the dragon roar, a prompt echoed in everyone's mind. It has really opened. Great! This will be an important milestone in the study of mysterious realms in Chinese history, Mobai said with relief. Then, he immediately organized everyone who could enter the secret realm to head down to the bottom of the water together. Those with too high a level or insufficient combat ability stayed outside as support. Everyone, be very careful once you go in. Remember, life is the top priority. Never sacrifice your life for greed or arrogance. Before they set off, Mobai earnestly told the students. Everyone nodded in agreement, then excitedly rushed towards the cracked vortex that had revealed an opening. An instance of this level is something others might never see in their lifetime. Yet they could be explorers, the first group to enter. How could this not be exciting? On the other side, at this moment, Lu Ling had already been pulled into the secret realm by that strange vortex. As she opened her eyes, Lu Ling couldn't help but be amazed by the sight before her. All around were blue gem decorations, the walls carved with countless beautiful reliefs, and various strange yet magical marine plants and creatures everywhere. This was an extremely magnificent palace. Everything appeared exceptionally dreamlike and profound, just like the legendary underwater fairyland, bizarre and astonishing. Just as Lu Ling was lost in this beauty, she suddenly heard a hurried sound behind her. Clatter, clatter. Lu Ling turned around to see several giant crabs and lobsters. They were armed with weapons and wore a layer of strange armor. Yuan %%. Asterisk %, who are you? Why have you invaded the Dragon Palace? These strange aquatic creatures questioned in a language Lu Ling could not understand at all. It definitely had the meaning of directly meeting in battle at the slightest disagreement. Although unable to understand, Lu Ling could sense from their tone that they were not saying friendly words, and she was ready for a fight. #Yuan at Yuan%. If you don't speak, we will start fighting. Seeing that Lu Ling didn't respond, this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals became impatient and roared in unison, then raised their weapons and charged at Lu Ling. Shrimp soldier/crab general, normal. Level, 77. Attack power, 1233, health, 52,000. Special species, neither monsters nor animals. After quickly scanning these guys' stats, Lu Ling instantly reacted and jumped out with a void leap. Then, with a powerful arcane strike, she smashed down on these shrimp soldiers and crab generals.
Chapter 77, The Strange Hobby of Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Although these were two completely different-looking monsters, their properties were identical. They had extremely high resistance, and the arcane strike, which could normally kill monsters of the same level instantly, only took away half of their health, failing to kill in one hit. Lu Ling was slightly stunned, then immediately followed up with a fireball spell. In an instant, intense heat swept over these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and the high damage wiped out their remaining health. Boom! After an explosion, several bright red shrimp soldiers and crab generals lay on the ground, and a scent of steamed seafood hung in the air. Such a fierce attack also caused the few remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals to feel a bit scared, constantly shouting in a language that Lu Ling couldn't understand. But having started the fight, Lu Ling felt no mercy and cleanly eliminated the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Strangely, it was the first time she had seen small monsters in a dungeon that could talk. However, logically speaking, this was still a secret realm in Huaxia, so why couldn't these guys speak Huaxia language? Lu Ling's expression turned strange, as she pondered this for a moment before moving closer to check if these guys had dropped any treasures. After searching for a short while, apart from a few hot crab legs and shrimp claws, no materials had dropped at all. Could it be that her luck was just too bad? Lu Ling thought somewhat dejectedly. At that moment, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by several light points falling to the ground. One of the light points happened to land right next to Lu Ling. This is, the people from outside, right? Lu Ling hurriedly walked towards the light point that had just landed near her. Upon closer inspection, she found that the person who had been teleported next to her was actually Lin Wanwan. As soon as Lin Wanwan opened her eyes and saw Lu Ling, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Then, she quickly asked Lu Ling where she had just been. Lu Ling briefly recounted what she had seen and heard, then took her hand to continue walking deeper into the palace. This place was simply too large, and the architectural style was quite traditional, to the extent that Lu Ling had no idea where she was at all. The two walked together in this somewhat quiet palace, and faintly, Lu Ling sensed a strange feeling of being watched. Her spirit value was very high, so she was more sensitive than other professions. But after looking around, it seemed that there was nothing suspicious. Strange, was it just an illusion? Lu Ling furrowed her brow in confusion. What she didn't know was that at a well they had just passed, a pair of timid eyes was staring at her intently. Is this what father mentioned, humans? No horns, no tails, how strange. After walking a bit further with Lin Wanwan, Lu Ling suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from around the corner ahead. It is that group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Lu Ling instantly became alert, then pulled Lin Wanwan to look around, hiding in a nearby room. A strange fragrance filled the air inside, but it was empty. Through the window, Lu Ling could see outside. Sure enough, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, looking even stronger than before, were pushing a few humans towards the main hall. Shrimp soldier/crab general, elite. Level, 78. Attack, 1350, health, 60,000. A powerful elite unit stronger than ordinary shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Although Lu Ling wasn't very familiar with those few people, they were all students of Jiangnan University, and their skills were quite impressive. Among them, there were even some second-year students over level 80. After observing for a while, Lu Ling's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Why does this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals have such a peculiar way of capturing people? However, after holding back a laugh inside, Lu Ling quickly became serious. Although he wasn't exactly friends with those people, they were alumni of the same school, and he certainly couldn't turn a blind eye. Lin Wanwan instantly understood Lu Ling's thoughts, and her delicate little hand quickly tugged at Lu Ling's clothing, then quietly cast a buff holy light. After the transformation, Lin Wanwan's abilities became even stronger. Although she wasn't a hidden profession, her buffs were substantial and comprehensive, making her a very versatile healer. Feeling his spell power and physical attack suddenly increase by nearly 100 points, Lu Ling was slightly surprised. It seems this little girl is progressing quickly as well. He couldn't help thinking to himself. This wasn't the end. After Lin Wanwan quietly chanted for a while, several more buffs appeared on Lu Ling, raising his combat power by a quarter. On the other side, the group of captured students was filled with despair. How unlucky. They had just landed for 2 minutes when they were caught by a bunch of giant king crabs and supersized Boston lobsters. These guys had shells harder than iron. And their stats were high. These elite students from Jiang University couldn't even endure 10 minutes under these aquatic creatures. What a disgrace. Moreover, it was bad enough to be defeated, but they were also being looked at with such a mocking gaze. And they were tied up in an extremely humiliating manner. At this moment, the students were filled with anger and despair, all thinking one thought. If they could still get out alive, they would definitely feast on lobsters and crabs for 10 days and a half month. Just then, the last shrimp soldier suddenly sensed something was wrong. Just as it turned around, a blue-purple staff came crashing down with a whoosh, hitting its head hard. Bang! The immense force sent it flying. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the scene, all turning to look behind. There stood Lu Ling, wielding the staff, with a faint smile on his face, provocatively looking at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The students felt an overwhelming joy. Great! Help has arrived. No need to be boiled in a crab pot. But when they saw Lu Ling's gear and level clearly, their joy vanished in an instant. A mage. And a mage whose level was lower than theirs. It's over. This kid came alone, purely to give himself up. The expressions of the few dimmed instantly, their hearts already imagining their grim fate. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals seemed to feel that Lu Ling was showing off, raising their weapons and grinning as they surrounded him. These guys were tough, the bound comrades had deep experience. Let alone a mage being surrounded up close, even a warrior would have to kneel. Moreover, Lu Ling's level was even lower than theirs. How could he possibly have a chance? But the next scene instantly made them widen their eyes. They saw Lu Ling, like a god, suddenly burst forth with a powerful aura, the staff in his hand shining with multiple colors, delivering a strong, rapid strike that created a sonic boom in the air. Chapter 78, Huge Shell. Danger? Opportunity? Bang! Bang bang bang! With a series of basic attacks, Lu Ling's speed was ghost-like. The few people who were tied up barely saw what happened, as the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals were sent flying. This violent scene left the students dumbfounded. Is this a magician? It wasn't over yet. After knocking away the nearby shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Lu Ling performed a powerful kick and leaped high into the air, directly charging towards those shrimp soldiers and crab generals responsible for escorting. In this strike, Lu Ling activated all his amplification skills and used arcane heavy strike. His body crashed down like a meteor, the staff in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals felt as if they were seeing the shadow of an old friend. Boom! The immense force struck the crab general's shell, creating a huge crack. This scene was visually striking, leaving the tied-up students completely stunned. This is a magician? Whose magician jumps up and strikes people with a staff? No. This damage is too exaggerated, right? We just worked ourselves to exhaustion to barely leave a mark on the crab shell, and he just smashed it open with one strike? Is he really still human? Before the students could react, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Seeing Lu Ling's ferocity, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals actually joined forces to unleash a wave of skills. They shot out powerful jets of water from their mouths, like high-pressure water guns. If hit, one might be shredded like body by a laser-like water column. But Lu Ling's reaction was even faster, as he kicked the nearest shrimp soldier. Using the recoil, Lu Ling stepped back a few paces and then activated ×0, putting all skills in no cooldown mode. Just as those jets of water were about to hit Lu Ling, he gracefully dodged and used Void Shift to slip through the torrent of, should I say, water? Then, he executed a beautiful twirl in the air and smashed his staff hard onto one of the shrimp soldiers. Bang! Bang! Minus 16,002. Minus 19,567. With a basic attack followed by arcane heavy strike, he instantly took away half the health of that shrimp soldier. Then, without pausing, Lu Ling activated Lightning Element Awakening, setting off an explosion right on that shrimp soldier. The enhanced Blade of Spell energy effect evolved again. Each element exploding would result in area damage. Moreover, this damage could also apply an additional layer of elemental effects to affected enemies. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with electric light, blue and white lightning struck like divine punishment, directly annihilating several shrimp soldiers and crab generals marked by Lu Ling. The few Jiangnan University students who were tied up were completely numb. Is this still a magician? No. Is he still human? So fierce, if these few of them faced off against him, they would probably only be annihilated. Suddenly, a wave of impulse to become a magician arose in their hearts. They suddenly heard a song in their hearts. If I could start over, I would choose to be a magician. Soon, the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals couldn't withstand Lu Ling's ferocity, and he directly smashed them into seafood pieces with his staff. After defeating all the enemies, Lu Ling let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this elite monster still posed some pressure. However, these seemed to be the lowest level minions in the Dragon Palace, yet they were still so difficult. Those with higher levels and stronger abilities. How powerful can one get? He thought, stepping forward to untie the ropes binding the students. The rescued students were so excited that they hugged Lu Ling's leg with tears in their eyes, crying out that they wanted to dedicate themselves to him. Recalling how they had been bound just moments before and then seeing the rough exterior of those men, Lu Ling felt a wave of nausea in his heart. Is this gratitude or vengeance coming? You want to dedicate yourselves? At least be a pretty girl while saying that. After a while, when the students regained some composure, Lu Ling asked them about their experiences. Actually, there was nothing special about their experience. These unlucky souls had just entered the Dragon Palace, and before they could even take a look around, they ran into a group of elite shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and then they were chased away. Right. I did notice something strange. In the place we were teleported to, I saw a particularly large mollusk. It seemed to have a glowing pearl in its center. It should be something good. One of them suddenly clapped his hands and said. After hearing this, Lu Ling became a bit interested and asked. In which direction? After thinking for a moment, the person pointed to another side of the Dragon Palace. Looking in the direction he was pointing, it should be on the outer side of the Dragon Palace. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ling decided to go check it out. Although it was hard to determine from this person what that thing actually was, any anomaly must have its oddities. Whether it was a fortunate encounter or a pit of despair would depend on luck. With that decision made, Lu Ling shared his thoughts, but the students all showed expressions of fear, shaking their heads like a drum. No way. You don't know, Junior. The environment over there is completely different from here. It's obvious it's not a good place. Yes. Just looking at it felt extremely dangerous. We shouldn't take this risk. Clearly, these few people were scared after their recent encounter and expressed their unwillingness to go back. Seeing this, Lu Ling felt it wasn't good to force them, so he took Lin Wanwan along and walked towards that direction. The few people saw that their juniors were so brave and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But thinking about the terrifying atmosphere just moments ago, they immediately decided it was more important to keep living. After parting ways with those unfortunate seniors, Lu Ling continued exploring the Dragon Palace with Lin Wanwan. Along the way, they could see many ancient buildings and decorations, and throughout the entire secret realm, there was no trace of any demonic creatures. Lu Ling felt incredibly curious about this. Indeed, those shrimp soldiers and crab generals were not considered demonic creatures. Lu Ling had no idea what those beings really were. Could it be that the reason there are no demonic creatures in this world-class secret realm is because the beings here, like us humans, are a native race that appeared at the time of the world's birth? A thought suddenly emerged in Lu Ling's mind. Thinking carefully, Lu Ling realized that this possibility wasn't impossible. However, why do humans live outside while they can only dwell in such secret realms? That's another mystery. While pondering this, suddenly a strange shadow flickered at the end of the path. Lu Ling instantly became alert and drew out his staff. But that shadow seemed to be merely passing by. It appeared for less than a second before disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Lu Ling felt that strange sensation of being watched once again. Chapter 79, Trials. The secret cache of the Dragon Palace. But unlike last time, this sense of being watched was more direct and naked, without any disguise. This feeling suddenly gave Lu Ling a strange illusion. He felt like a pure and innocent young girl walking alone on a night road, now being stared at by a perverted old man. Lin Wanwan also sensed the strangeness and instinctively grabbed Lu Ling's hand. Feeling the warm touch in her hand, Lin Wanwan's anxiety faded a bit. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long before it disappeared. Lu Ling looked around in confusion, yet still found nothing. Seeing this, he had no other choice but to continue walking ahead. Just after their figures disappeared on this road, suddenly, a green dragon shadow appeared on the roof of a nearby house, which gradually transformed into a girl in green clothes with horns. It really is a human. Bai Mei didn't lie to me after all. That young man just now looked really handsome. I want to touch his head. A faint blush suddenly appeared on the green-clad girl's face, revealing a starstruck expression. But after a moment, she returned to normal, covering her mouth and chuckling softly before transforming back into a dragon shadow and disappearing. On the other side, Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan gradually noticed that the surrounding environment and decorations had indeed undergone a significant change. The overall atmosphere became somewhat dark and eerie. If the earlier place felt like a clear shallow beach, then this side was like an unfathomable deep sea. The reliefs on the murals looked sinister, and the shapes of the light sprites became incredibly evil. Lu Ling noticed this detail and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Why is this? If it is a civilization, then the overall architectural style shouldn't differ so greatly? While he was pondering, he suddenly spotted a huge shadow appearing in the distance. That should be the giant shell creature that the earlier person mentioned, right? It looked even bigger than he imagined. A surge of astonishment arose in Lu Ling's heart. Pulling Lin Wanwan, they ran towards that direction for a good 10 minutes before finally arriving beneath the giant shell. As they approached, the overwhelming feeling of size made even Lu Ling feel a slight pang of fear. This thing is too massive. If it turned over, it could probably crush me into a meat pie. Lu Ling thought to himself. But it seemed it was not a living creature, just lying there quietly, like a giant white reef that would never float. After observing for a while, Lu Ling found that he didn't see any huge pearls. The shell remained completely still, just lying there motionless. Just when Lu Ling intended to knock on it a couple of times, a light laugh suddenly rang out from behind him. What are you doing around my palace? A somewhat alluring and charming voice sounded, instantly startling Lu Ling. He quickly turned around and immediately drew his staff, unhesitatingly attacking the source of the voice. To be able to silently appear behind him. This is definitely a top-class assassin. However, at this distance, even if she is an assassin, her explosive damage shouldn't be higher than Lu Ling's. But to Lu Ling's surprise, his powerful strike was actually blocked by a petite and graceful figure with just one hand. Hee, you are really anxious. Little brother, you were sneaking around outside my palace, and now you want to attack me, isn't that a bit rude? As she spoke, she lightly pushed Lu Ling's staff, making him feel as if he had been brutally hit by a train. Who are you? Lu Ling was greatly alarmed and immediately stepped back a few paces, warily staring at the woman in front of him. The woman wore a dark green robe, with a pair of jade-like horns on her forehead, and at the hem of her long skirt, one could faintly see a tail. That question should be asked by me. If it weren't for the fact that you two are so handsome, without a trace of evil, I would have probably torn you apart and fed you to the fish by now. The woman said with a fading smile, but there was a hint of coldness in her tone. At this moment, Lu Ling also noticed something unusual about the woman and couldn't help but click his tongue. Seeing Lu Ling's somewhat surprised expression, the woman suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, then paused before saying, Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. I mean no harm. I am the eldest daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea, named Aoli, and I am the master of this side hall. You must be humans from outside, right? Aoli smiled, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity. Seeing her introduce herself, Lu Ling was slightly surprised and thought for a moment before also simply introducing himself. For some reason, although Aoli claimed to be the Dragon King's daughter, Lu Ling always felt she lacked the dignity and majesty of a dragon. Instead, she had a somewhat snake-like charm. It seemed she could see Lu Ling's thoughts, as Aoli glanced at him with a half-smile before turning around and signaling for them to follow. Come with me. Lu Ling was taken aback and looked at her doubtfully, unsure of what this so-called dragon girl wanted to take them to do. Beside him, Lin Wanwan directly asked, Where are you taking us? Upon hearing this, Aoli paused for a moment, then turned back, smiling brightly, of course, to complete the test left by my father. After some explanation, Lu Ling finally learned that to enter the Center Dragon Palace, one must first complete the 4 great trials located in the 4 side halls of the Dragon Palace. Only those who completed the 4 great trials would qualify to enter the Dragon Palace and meet the Dragon King. And after entering the Dragon Palace, if one passed the Dragon King's trial, one could choose any single rare treasure from the Dragon Palace's treasury to take away. It is well known that in ancient myths, the treasures of the Dragon Clan's treasury are all extraordinary rare items that are hard to come by. Such a reward instantly made Lu Ling excited. This trip was worth it. If he could successfully pass all the trials, wouldn't that mean he would at least obtain a treasure that was likely mythological in nature? Just this alone would make the world-class dungeon truly deserving of its title. Thinking this, he immediately nodded at Aoli, saying, Alright, if that's the case, I am willing to accept the trial. Upon hearing this, Aoli smiled and nodded lightly, then led Lu Ling around a huge shell and came to a place that looked extremely cold. The color of this land was somewhat unusual, as if mixed with a lot of dried blood, giving a strangely human-like feel. After Aoli brought the two there, she signaled for them to wait, then slowly walked to the middle of the cold land. Chapter 8, The Inferno of the Dragon Palace. The Forbidden Abyss. As she took her steps, a strange circle of patterns gradually appeared on the ground, like a kind of magic array, but even more intricate. These patterns spread out in a regular manner, their ink-like color constantly moving across the ground, giving it an unusual beauty. Once all the patterns were revealed, Aoli gently tapped her toes on the starting points of all the patterns, the center of this strange array. Boom! A dull loud sound echoed, and the entire ground trembled several times. Then, at the front of the array, a huge black crack abruptly opened. Here is the place I guard for the trials, the Forbidden Abyss. Inside are imprisoned the demons captured by my father before and some evildoers who offended the East Sea. This trial is actually very simple. You only need to go down to the deepest part of the Forbidden Abyss and take out the luminous pearl left there by my father to pass. Aoli introduced with a cheerful smile. With the opening of the Forbidden Abyss, Lu Ling could already hear a series of furious roars, mixed with many shrill howls. Although he didn't know what it was like down below, Lu Ling could already feel the intense demonic energy. The things down there were definitely a group of powerful demons that could rival ordinary secret realm bosses. However, at this moment, Lu Ling felt no fear at all. After exchanging a glance with Lin Wanwan, Lu Ling nodded toward Aoli and said, We're ready. How should we proceed? Aoli chuckled, her delicate finger pointing at the deep bottomless crack, and said, Jump down. Jump down? Lu Ling almost thought he misheard. Aoli nodded and said, The Forbidden Abyss is divided into many layers, each layer has seals left by the Emperor Father. Without breaking the seals, there's absolutely no way to go down or up. So, just jump.
Hearing this, Lu Ling looked below with some doubt, but he finally nodded. Then, he directly took Lin Wanwan's hand and jumped down. The feeling of free fall was quite wonderful, a mix of fear and a sense of liberation, making adrenaline surge. Actually, even without any seals, Lu Ling wouldn't die from falling. He had the divine skill of void shift. All he needed to do was shift sideways 1 second before landing to completely negate all falling impact. So, to be safe, he adjusted his angle slightly in the air, wrapping Lin Wanwan tightly in his arms to ensure he could transport her together. Caught off guard by this sudden embrace, Lin Wanwan's face turned completely red, the biting cold wind making her shiver, as she buried her head in Lu Ling's chest. Lu Ling smelled wonderful, and the feeling of only having each other in this vast world made Lin Wanwan a little lost. Lu Ling was completely unaware that Lin Wanwan was lost in her thoughts in his arms, instead staring intently down below. They fell freely for nearly 10 seconds, yet still couldn't see any ground, showing just how deep this crack was. Fortunately, Ao Li did not lie to them. After a few more seconds of free fall, Lu Ling suddenly felt an invisible force that brought him to a halt, then bounced him off. Moreover, there were many protruding stone strips at the edge of the crack, forming a series of steep paths. Using this force to leap vigorously, Lu Ling successfully stood on a step beside him, holding Lin Wanwan. Just as they landed, they heard a roar from the darkness above the cliff. Then, a massive black shadow lunged at Lu Ling with gusts of foul wind. Ancient Blood Red Demon Tiger, Elite. Level, 80. Attack power, 2000, health, 75,000. An ancient evil beast, said to carry a trace of Cheonchi bloodline. This was a type of demon never seen in textbooks, its terrifying aura absolutely rivaling that of a platinum-level boss. And this was just an elite monster. It was likely that a fierce battle awaited Lu Ling below. Lu Ling reacted quickly, grasping his staff the moment he heard the sound. Just as the blood-red demon tiger's huge mouth was about to bite him, Lu Ling effortlessly unleashed a powerful horizontal strike, sending it flying. Ao Li, who was watching from above, was momentarily shocked. Strange, shouldn't this young man be a sorcerer? How can he have such strong physical power? She murmured to herself, curiously enlarging the crystal ball in front of her. Meanwhile, on Lu Ling's side, after being hit by his staff, the blood-red demon tiger seemed to have taken little damage. Stabilizing itself mid-air, it thrust itself toward Lu Ling again in a flash. Seizing this moment, Lu Ling gently set Lin Wanwan down. The dimension-tearing and element awakening began. Then with a sudden force from the waist, the staff was swung around in a circle and smashed fiercely onto the face of the crimson blood demon tiger again. This action was full of power, almost seamless, and the effect was excellent, hitting the weak point of the crimson blood demon tiger and causing nearly 20,000 points of high damage. What a pity! If only it had been a critical hit, it might have reached over 30,000. Lu Ling also entered the state, looking fiercely at the crimson blood demon tiger, thinking to himself. The crimson blood demon tiger was directly subdued by these two hits and no longer dared to attack recklessly. It started pacing back and forth, trying to confuse Lu Ling, waiting for him to show a flaw before launching a rapid attack. But Lu Ling remained completely unmoved, which gradually made the crimson blood demon tiger anxious. At that moment, a louder roar suddenly came from the endless darkness of the cave behind it. This sound was very strange, definitely not from an ordinary creature. Upon hearing the roar, the crimson blood demon tiger unexpectedly revealed a hint of dread. But it was unwilling to give up its current prey and let out a roar in response. After a brief silence, the creature inside roared again, followed by earth-shaking tremors. The sound grew closer, and suddenly a gigantic head emerged from the edge of the darkness. With just one glance, Lu Ling recognized the creature before him. This was actually a Jiuzhu. Ancient Ice Magic Jiuzhu, Elite. Level, 80. Attack power, 2600, health, 67,000. Originally a normal snake, completely corrupted into a monster due to the influence of the demon realm. The Jiuzhu is neither a dragon nor a snake, but rather a creature that is between the two. It is said that the Jiuzhu, transformed from a snake, possesses terrifying powers comparable to that of a dragon. However, the creature before him looked entirely like a monster, far from the mythical descriptions of the Jiuzhu. Perhaps the battle between the crimson blood demon tiger and Lu Ling disturbed its sweet dream, leaving the ice magic Jiuzhu extremely furious. Chapter 81, Submitting Dragons and Conquering Tigers. Reaching the bottom of the forbidden abyss. Indeed, this prison in the Dragon Palace is a place of hidden talents. Lu Ling couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, secretly mocking in his heart. The appearance of the ice magic Jiuzhu changed the situation once again, with all three parties alert to each other, none daring to strike first. Finally, the injured crimson blood demon tiger could not hold back any longer. With a roar, it suddenly pounced toward Lu Ling. And Lu Ling was already prepared. At the moment the crimson blood demon tiger moved, he directly activated a series of enhancement skills and charged up his fireball spell. After upgrading, the fireball spell had successfully evolved, offering more branching methods for use. Lin Wanwan also reacted quickly, hurriedly applying a buff to Lu Ling while activating her holy healing domain.
The effect of this domain is continuous recovery, while also providing one attack immunity for friendly forces within the area. Once triggered, it will continuously reduce damage for that ally. With the buff in place, Lu Ling, having completed his charge, took the initiative. A void leap brought him to the back of the Crimson Blood Demon Tiger, and then he smashed the staff down on its back in midair. In an instant, the fireball spell exploded right in its face. This fireball spell had a bouncing effect. After the explosion, it would automatically seek out enemies nearby and bounce back. Though the damage after bouncing would be reduced, the accompanying burning effect would remain unchanged. This fireball spell dealt extremely high damage, almost instantly draining the health bar of the Crimson Blood Demon Tiger. At the same time, the ice magic Joju also moved. Its massive body was remarkably agile, darting out like a blue lightning bolt, and in the blink of an eye, it bit down on Lu Ling's head. But this attack was directly nullified by Lin Wanwan's domain effect. Lu Ling took the opportunity to activate the active effect of the Key of Time. In an instant, all of Lu Ling's skills entered in no-cooldown mode. With the infinite power unlocked, Lu Ling instantly became the fastest professional in the world, seamlessly using Void Leap to stack arcane strikes. Every time he appeared, it was like a staff striking heavily on the body of the frozen ice serpent. At first, the frozen ice serpent tried to fight back, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Ling's clothes. "Flash, you can't catch it." Lu Ling sneered coldly, his staff once again bursting with dazzling light, and with the final arcane strike, the frozen ice serpent had 7 layers of elemental power stacked on its body. Boom! With the fire element on the frozen ice serpent detonated by Lu Ling, the massive damage instantly emptied its health bar. The frozen ice serpent let out a painful screech, then crazily twisted its body, continuously crashing into the stone walls, making muffled sounds. Seeing that it wasn't dead yet, Lu Ling didn't hesitate. He went up and pressed the huge serpent head with one hand, then raised his staff and struck it twice. Bang, bang. This time, the frozen ice serpent was completely knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground without moving. Lu Ling then dragged the red blood demon tiger's corpse back and began to search its body. Creatures of this level usually drop some materials, unless the luck is extremely bad. After carefully searching, Lu Ling indeed found 2 kinds of materials he had never seen before in their bodies. Second grade ice serpent blood *1. Second grade demon tiger red fang *1. Though these materials were unfamiliar, Lu Ling's intuition told him they were definitely not ordinary items. After collecting the materials, Lu Ling continued exploring downward. After walking for a while, Lu Ling realized a problem. The cliff of the abyss actually had many interconnected caves, which seemed to have been corroded by something. Although the caves were more spacious, there were many monsters inside, and they were winding and looked the same, making it easy to get lost. The stone paths outside the cliff were also broken and intermittent, and one careless step could lead to a fall. Walking for 10 minutes might make your legs go soft. Along the way, Lu Ling encountered many monsters he had never seen before, as well as some strange creatures that didn't even count as monsters. It felt like an ancient exhibition hall, with various creatures from the last era kept here for display. Soon, Lu Ling fought his way to the ceiling point of the first layer. It was an extremely thick stone tablet, with many symbols similar to runes carved on it, and a thick chain wrapped around the tablet. Just as Lu Ling wondered how to uncover the seal, he suddenly heard Ao Li's voice in his ear. "Just use your blood to touch it, and you can continue downward." Lu Ling was stunned, then immediately walked forward to follow the instructions. Can that guy really see me? We're already so far from the ground. While cutting his finger, Lu Ling thought to himself. Soon, as the blood seeped into the stone tablet, the chains on the tablet began to make creaking sounds. After a moment, the invisible force blocking Lu Ling disappeared. Continuing downward, the path on the cliff became even more treacherous, and Lu Ling could sense that the number of monsters hiding in the caves had increased. The constant battles were beginning to wear Lu Ling down, but fortunately, he had a healer by his side, who could restore his various statuses. Thus, after uncovering several more seals, Lu Ling finally reached the bottom. After hours of intense battles, Lu Ling was almost numb. However, these monsters gave a lot of experience points, which directly caused Lu Ling to level up by more than 3 levels. Seeing the ground he hadn't touched in a long time, Lu Ling let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, it's over. Just as I was about to take a break and find that night pearl, a strange sound suddenly came from ahead. Lu Ling's expression instantly tensed, he stood up and took out his weapon, then looked in the direction of the sound. Flap flap. A very small creature happily ran over. This little thing looked just like a small cat, about the same size as an ordinary domestic cat, with big, adorable eyes blinking, appearing utterly harmless. Seeing this creature, Lu Ling relaxed a bit, just about to step forward for a closer look when he suddenly heard a whooshing sound behind him. Lu Ling reacted almost instantly, making a swift jump to the side. In the blink of an eye, the creature that attacked Lu Ling let out a low growl and actually propelled itself in midair, chasing after him. In this moment of crisis, Lin Wanwan cast a skill on Lu Ling. Originally planning to dodge again, Lu Ling saw this and smirked, directly giving up the idea of evasion. He raised his staff high, jumped up, and delivered a mighty blow towards the shadow. Bang! This strike accurately intercepted the attacker in midair, the staff hitting hard on its head. The accompanying shockwave caused the surrounding space to slightly twist. The attacker seemed quite hurt by this strike, letting out a painful howl. Chapter 82, Obtaining the Night Pearl. Heading to the North Palace. Lu Ling took a closer look and found that the one who ambushed him was actually a larger cat, though its fur was white. Wow! Don't hit, don't hit! Wrong, wrong! Seeing Lu Ling raise his staff again, the big white cat surprisingly spoke human words, simultaneously backing away on the ground in fear, looking just like a girl about to be hurt. The atmosphere immediately turned a bit strange. Lu Ling did not lower his guard but instead went up and roughly pinned it to the ground, then a surge of energy appeared on his staff. With the staff resting on the big white cat's head, Lu Ling began to ask questions. After a calm and collected beat, Lu Ling finally learned. This big white cat before him was not a prisoner, but a long-extinct native beast from Blue Star. The little cat earlier was the big white cat's sister. The two sisters were here to guard the Night Pearl, preventing those monsters from stealing it. If it weren't for my sister recognizing you as humans and not activating the stone tablet here, you'd have been dead long ago. The big white cat complained, occasionally patting its head, which had a big bump from Lu Ling's strike. Hearing this, Lu Ling didn't hold back and gave its head a fierce rub. With the two cats leading the way, Lu Ling finally saw the legendary Night Pearl. It was a pearl constantly emitting a soft glow, round and beautiful, just the right size to hold in one hand. Night Pearl rare item. After use, it grants immunity to any negative effects for half an hour, along with a 100% health and mana recovery. This item is reusable but requires recharging beforehand. Looking at this description, Lu Ling couldn't help but click his tongue. He thought this thing was just a decoration. He didn't expect it to have such amazing effects. After obtaining the Night Pearl, just as Lu Ling was about to ask these two cats how to leave, he heard A.O. Lee's voice near his ear again. Not bad, young lad, you really did get it. Don't move, I'll take you up. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange gray-blue circular spell appeared beneath Lu Ling's feet. This is space magic? A space magic skill that can teleport people? Lu Ling was slightly surprised within his heart. This skill is generally an advanced ability that only mages of level 5 or above can learn. Could that dragon girl also be a mage? Lu Ling thought to himself. Then, he suddenly felt his body sink, and his vision blurred in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Ling and his companion had already appeared on the ground. Well, I suppose that means you've passed here. Ao Shui laughed lightly, covering her mouth, and then gave Lu Ling a glance that seemed to flow like autumn waves as she swept her eyes up and down him, patting his shoulder and saying, All right, you can go accept trials in other places now. But let me remind you, the other siblings are not as easy to deal with as I am, so be careful. After she finished speaking, she smiled again and unexpectedly reached out to touch Lu Ling's cheek. For some reason, A.O. Lee's smile always made Lu Ling feel a chill down his spine, as if something terrifying was watching him. After bidding farewell to A.O. Lee, Lu Ling continued walking in the direction she pointed. According to A.O. Lee, the East Sea Dragon King had 6 offspring. Excluding 2 dragon girls who were still too young to leave his side, the other 4 were guarding the 4 corners of the Dragon Palace. Each of these 4 corners had a trial place. To obtain the treasures of the Dragon Palace, one must complete these 4 tests. However, it is said that the guardians in those places are not easy characters to deal with. After some time of trekking, the 2 left the West Hall guarded by A.O. Shui and were heading towards the North Hall. The scale of the Dragon Palace was indeed much larger than he had imagined. After walking for about half an hour, Lu Ling finally saw the landmark of the North Hall mentioned by A.O. Shui. A peculiar giant beast's corpse. This corpse looked a bit like a rhinoceros, but it had wings and its mouth resembled that of a bird. After looking at it a few times, Lu Ling continued to stride forward. Such things were better left for scholars to study. He didn't know how they were doing, he hadn't encountered anyone else until now. As Lu Ling was thinking, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. An enemy. Lu Ling instantly became alert and pulled out his staff, gripping it tightly. At the same time, a large group of strange fish-headed soldiers suddenly appeared in the previously empty palace corridor. These soldiers had sharp beaks and jagged teeth, with bulging eyes covered in bloodshot veins, and their appearances were truly terrifying. While the shrimp and crab soldiers were somewhat bearable and even a bit cute, these fish-headed soldiers had the standard look of villains. Seeing the group of fish-headed soldiers surrounding him, Lu Ling no longer hesitated and instantly struck down with a powerful blow. Bang! This strike left the fish-headed soldiers dumbfounded. They initially thought Lu Ling, dressed in a robe and holding a staff, would be the kind of easy target to bully. To their surprise, Lu Ling was so fierce that he smashed one of their brothers into fish head paste.
After dealing with one fish-headed soldier, Lu Ling immediately attacked the second one. At this moment, the soldiers finally reacted, raising their weapons and angrily charging toward Lu Ling. But their combat strength was even weaker than the shrimp and crab soldiers, so naturally, they were no match for Lu Ling. Lu Ling moved like he was in a world of five suns, swinging his staff powerfully, sending a fish-headed soldier flying with each strike. Meanwhile, the attacks from the fish-headed soldiers had no effect on Lu Ling at all. Just as Lu Ling was about to knock out all these fish soldiers, a fierce shout suddenly rang out from above. "Enough! Stop!" Following the voice, Lu Ling looked up and saw a young man in a black and red robe floating in the air. With black hair and red eyes, and horns on his head, this must be the great Prince Aochi, the guardian of the North Hall. Since you are the Prince of the East Sea guarding this place, it is better not to conflict with him for the time being. Lu Ling thought in her heart and then stopped her hands. Aochi saw this and coldly snorted, then made a gesture to signal the fish-headed men to all retreat, and slowly descended in front of Lu Ling. "Who are you? How did you get into this dragon palace? Speak quickly, or I will end your life with one poem." Aochi's personality was indeed as fiery as flames, showing no sign of the prince's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling frowned, her tone becoming colder. "I'm here to undergo a trial. May I ask where the trial site of the North Hall is?" Lu Ling chose to blatantly ignore Aochi's question and asked directly without politeness. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Aochi suddenly began to laugh strangely. Chapter 83, 9 in scale? The second token in hand. "Oh? A trial? Hee, you want the stuff that old guy left here, right?" As he said this, he actually spat out a dark black scale from his mouth. Lu Ling was taken aback and then looked at him in confusion. According to Ao Shui, this token should be placed in the trial site. Why is it in Aochi's hands? It seemed Aochi noticed what was on Lu Ling's mind, and he smiled proudly and said, "I really couldn't care less about guarding that old man's broken trial. If it weren't for the seal barrier here being too strong, I would have long since run outside to enjoy myself. Let me ask you, what year is it outside now?" This question directly left Lu Ling dumbfounded. How should she answer this? The 21st century? Speaking of which, this guy talks so aggressively yet sounds like an ancient person. Does he think the outside world is still ancient? Seeing Lu Ling not answering for a while, Aochi grew somewhat impatient, and in a flash, he flew to Lu Ling's side. "I didn't notice before, why are you dressed so strangely? Has there been a change of dynasty now?" Aochi stared at the clothes on Lu Ling's body, his expression changing. "Little mudfish. No way. I have to ask that old guy. Why did he suddenly make me guard this secret realm in this small palace? Could it be that something big happened outside?" As he spoke, he directly slapped the dark scale onto Lu Ling's body and then hurriedly flew toward the main hall of the Dragon Palace, leaving Lu Ling in a state of confusion. Looking at the black scale in her hand that emitted a dark purple light, Lu Ling was momentarily stunned. Material 9 in scale. Divine material, said to be a scale from the ancient mythical beast Zhu Jiuyin, possessing the powerful ability to change heaven and earth. What the heck is this? What is going on? Did I draw a free pass card? I don't even need to enter the trial site, just given this for free? However, this is a good thing, at least I don't have to go through trouble. Lu Ling helplessly received the scale into her backpack and then directly headed toward the direction of the South Hall. From what was just said, Lu Ling roughly deduced the whole situation of the Dragon Palace. It seems that the age of the Dragon Palace is probably even older than Lu Ling previously guessed, likely dating back before this current era. And the reason why the Dragon Palace became a world-class instance is probably related to the great calamity between eras. However, to know the specifics, it seems she will have to wait until she meets the master of this Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, in another part of the East Hall, Xiao Yuer looked at the petite and cute girl in front of her, asking again in disbelief. "So, you are really a dragon?" Upon hearing this, the girl pouted, pointed to the dragon horns on her head with her little hand, and huffed. "Of course it's true. I am the daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea. I am the princess of the entire East Sea." As she spoke, the girl suddenly jumped onto Xiao Yuer's back, her cute big eyes blinking, and she expectantly said, Okay. Please continue telling me the story. If you tell it well, I will give you this." The girl said, laughing as she pulled out a blue hairpin from her sleeve. Xiao Yuer swallowed hard, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. After entering the secret realm, she encountered a group of giant piranhas over level 80. And just when she was about to be eaten alive, this little girl suddenly saved her. Before she could ask what was going on, the girl started pestering her to tell a story. Xiao Yuer was completely dumbfounded, and finally, under the girl's urging, had no choice but to recite the Andersen fairy tales she read as a child. To her surprise, the little girl seemed to have never heard them before and listened intently. Looking at the fantastic and deep sea above her, Xiao Yuer sighed quietly and began to worry about Lu Ling. I hope he is okay. No, he must be okay. On the other side, Lu Ling also successfully entered the southern hall. This southern hall was probably the most normal place among the 4 Dragon Palace side halls. Not only were there no strange ocean soldiers, but the architectural style was also quite exquisite, with an ancient charm. Guarding the southern hall was the Dragon King's second prince, Aoji's brother, Ao Lai. Ao Lai's personality was much better than his brother's, he looked elegant and cultured. Upon hearing that Lu Ling was human and had come for a test, Ao Lai immediately took Lu Ling to the southern hall to drink tea. It seemed that Ao Shuechuan was just trying to scare me. This person in front of me looked much stronger than her and at least appeared friendly. After listening to Lu Ling's journey, Ao Lai couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. My older brother has always been reckless, but he is not a rude person. He must have been cooped up for too long, harboring some grievances. Ao Lai smiled as he took a sip of his tea. Lu Ling took this opportunity to ask about matters related to the Dragon Palace. After hearing this, Ao Lai paused for a moment and showed a helpless smile. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. Though I wish to tell you, matters regarding the Dragon Palace absolutely cannot be disclosed. We were supposed to turn to dust. To survive here is already going against nature. The reasons behind this are very complicated and not something I can explain in a few words. As he spoke, he took another sip of tea, then slowly stood up and made a gesture to invite him. Alright, Brother Lu, please follow me. I will take you to the trial ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling couldn't press further and simply nodded to follow his lead. After passing through the southern hall, the 3 arrived at a somewhat strange body of water. This is the trial ground I guard. Ao Lai said as he pointed towards the hollow in the water. Living inside is a strange fish from the west. The trial item you are looking for is in her dwelling. However, since you cannot travel underwater, I will lend you a hand. As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hand, and from his palm emerged a small plume of eerie blue flame. This is my true fire, the sea blue true flame. It can help you fight underwater. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 pure blue flames floated into the foreheads of the 2. In an instant, Lu Ling felt his spell strength and maximum mana significantly increase. Oh? There's something so magical? Is this considered a special occupational ability? Or is it an artifact? Lu Ling was greatly astonished and couldn't help but think. After thanking Ao Lai, Lu Ling dove headfirst into the water with Lin Wanwan. As soon as they entered the water, a bone-chilling cold swept over them, but it was quickly dispelled by the sea blue true flame. Chapter 84, Trial of the Southern Palace. Battle against the Sea Demon. Even more magically, after the 2 entered the water, their clothes surprisingly remained completely dry. And their movements faced hardly any resistance. It felt as if they had arrived in a realm where gravity was disrupted. Before long, after swimming downstream for a little while, Lu Ling sensed the presence of a creature. It was an extremely evil aura, filled with hostility. This aura was mixed with a considerable amount of demonic energy, like a fusion of a demon and another unknown creature. Accompanied by a strange sound, a bizarre shadow suddenly leaped out from the rocky area at the bottom of the water. Sea Demon, Elite. Level, 80. Attack? / health? It was a creature resembling a mermaid, but much uglier. The lower half had a rough scaly fish tail, while the upper half bore a monstrous resemblance to a human. Its huge mouth was filled with countless tiny teeth, and a pair of eyes barely the size of green beans were malevolently staring at Lu Ling. This was far too different from the image of mermaids in stories. Lu Ling couldn't help but scoff in his heart while pulling out his weapon. After the sea demon observed Lu Ling and his companion for a moment, it unhesitatingly launched an attack. Its mouth suddenly opened to an exaggerated degree, then it lunged to bite Lu Ling. The speed was so incredible that without using skills, it would be nearly impossible to dodge. If it were an ordinary mage, that single bite could very well turn them into fish food. But Lu Ling had no intention of dodging. Instead, he curled his lips and drove his staff forcefully into the sea demon's mouth, taking advantage of its biting force. Has this human lost his mind? Is he trying to make himself its dinner? A flash of confusion shot through the sea demon's mind, and just as it intended to swallow Lu Ling whole, it suddenly felt an astonishing burst of energy from the staff in its mouth. Then, an intensely scorching sensation surged through it. Boom! Lu Ling shoved the staff into the sea demon's mouth and unleashed a massive exploding fireball spell. The exploding fireball is an advanced version of the fireball spell, capable of causing damage twice, with a wider radius on the second hit, also igniting a burning effect. This attack dealt immense damage to the sea demon, instantly blasting several huge wounds in its mouth. Using the recoil, Lu Ling flipped over and struck the sea demon again with his staff. But soon, Lu Ling realized a huge problem. In the water, the burning effect couldn't last? He had originally intended to use fire elements to swiftly slay the injured sea demon.
But he forgot that this time they were underwater, the burning effect simply couldn't stack up. Lost in thought, he was caught off guard and the sea demon seized the opportunity, viciously biting into Lu Ling's shoulder. Just as it planned to bite Lu Ling in half, it suddenly found that a layer of light membrane was blocking its attack. It was Lin Wanwan's holy healing domain. Her timing was perfect, just in time to intercept the sea demon's impending attack on Lu Ling. This bite not only failed to harm Lu Ling, but it also jolted the sea demon back, causing a brief moment of paralysis. Lu Ling regained his senses and immediately cast a stellar seal on the sea demon. This made the sea demon, who had intended to use its signature skill charm, suddenly unable to cast any spells, directly resulting in Lu Ling striking the side of its mouth fiercely with his staff. Agonizing pain mixed with a salty, fishy sensation flooded the sea demon's mind, causing it to become instantly furious. But even in its rage, it was helpless against Lu Ling, who, after being silenced, could hardly gather any magical power to fight back, allowing Lu Ling to pummel it relentlessly like a punching bag. Finally, the silence effect of the astral seal came to an end. And the sea witch erupted in an instant, eager to slay this damned human before her, to release her pent-up rage. The sea witch emitted a piercing sound wave that visibly spread out, covering a 50-meter radius. This move was called the Sea Witch's Shriek, a cunning area of effect instant control skill that forced enemies hit to be stunned for 2 seconds. Lu Ling didn't expect that this guy could use sound wave skills in the water, and the speed of the attack was simply too fast for her to dodge it. Seeing her hit land, the Sea Witch smiled darkly in triumph. Then, she unleashed her strongest offensive skill, the Erosion Spear. This skill consumed a part of the Sea Witch's life force to release. Once it hit an enemy, it directly deducted their life force. Moreover, it placed a tidal curse effect on them. The tidal curse continuously inflicted mental damage, affecting the enemy's consciousness while indirectly siphoning their mana and life force back to the Sea Witch. This effect was incredibly domineering. Once hit, the victim would surely be forced into the Sea Witch's combat rhythm. Seeing Lu Ling about to be struck by this attack, Lin Wanwan gasped and rushed forward to embrace Lu Ling, using her petite body to block the blow for her. Her defensive capability was worlds apart from Lu Ling's. This could very well endanger her life. Sure enough, the Erosion Spear stripped away nearly half of Lin Wanwan's life force. At the same time, all her attributes significantly dropped, and she instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ling was alarmed and, recovering quickly, delivered a powerful arcane strike to drive the Sea Witch back, then caught Lin Wanwan, who was about to fall into a coma. At this moment, her situation was dire. Her life force was still rapidly depleting. If the tidal curse triggered 2 or 3 more times, she would die completely. Seeing Lu Ling's anxious face, Lin Wanwan forced a smile and then covered Lu Ling's mouth with her hand. "Don't say anything. If you get hit too, we'll die together. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a priestess." After she spoke, her hand fell limply to her side, completely slipping into unconsciousness. Lu Ling, filled with self-reproach, hugged her tightly, then put on a cold, fierce gaze and charged again at the Sea Witch. Anger didn't cloud Lu Ling's mind. Instead, she became even calmer than usual. She had to slay the Sea Witch before the tidal curse could trigger twice more, otherwise, Lin Wanwan would be in grave danger. Thinking this, Lu Ling instantly vanished from her spot, reappearing directly behind the Sea Witch, delivering a lightning-infused arcane strike. This blow not only carried a paralysis effect but also created a powerful shockwave, causing the Sea Witch's entire body to tremble uncontrollably. But that wasn't all. Lu Ling simultaneously activated all her enhancement skills, then triggered the 2 active effects of the Key of Time. Accompanied by a violent sound of spinning gears, time within a 3-meter radius around Lu Ling was slowed down tenfold. This meant that for the next 10 seconds, the Sea Witch would helplessly endure Lu Ling's unlimited barrage of attacks. Chapter 85, Furious Kill of the Sea Witch. An unexpected gain. Although Lu Ling's blue mana bar was almost empty at this moment, thanks to the Star Ring's automatic activation of a 300% mana regeneration speed when the blue bar fell below 30%. Plus alchemy converting life force into mana, her mana instantly replenished fully. This explosive counterattack perfectly caught the Sea Witch at her weakest moment. She had never expected that Lu Ling possessed such terrifying abilities, fear now clouding her gaze. Lu Ling swung his staff like he was forging metal, striking heavily at the sea monster. With each attack, the sea monster's health diminished while it also suffered multiple layers of shock effect. For Lu Ling, he unleashed over 20 arcane strikes in 10 seconds. But for the sea monster, it received over 20 arcane strikes in just 1 second. The shock effects piled up to nearly instantly shatter its internal organs. If it weren't for the strong body of the sea monster race, it would have turned into a puddle of minced meat. But no matter how strong it was, it couldn't endure such a beating. With Lu Ling's furious shout, the sea monster's head was crushed like a watermelon, and after a weak struggle, its body began to sink slowly. Blood stained the surrounding water, blurring Lu Ling's vision. Fortunately, he had pushed Lin Wanwan away earlier, or finding her now would be quite troublesome. When he located Lin Wanwan again, her health was below 10%, but the curse effect disappeared with the death of the sea monster.
Actually, Lu Ling could have used the reversal effect of all things returned to dust to heal Lin Wanwan. But he had already exhausted the charges for that skill in the Forbidden Abyss. Luckily, Lin Wanwan was okay in the end, otherwise, Lu Ling would have blamed himself for a lifetime. After checking her condition, Lu Ling sighed in relief, picked her up, and began to rise to the surface. Since the sea monster was dead, he could retrieve the token later. Once he broke through the water's surface, Aolai was nowhere to be seen, but Lu Ling didn't mind and gently laid Lin Wanwan on a flat area. Looking at her wet clothes caused by the erosion spear, Lu Ling hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his guilty little hand. Of course, he wasn't trying to take advantage of the situation, he was worried she might catch a cold. After changing her clothes, Lu Ling wiped the sweat off his forehead, his face flushed as he put the wet garments into his backpack, then leaped back into the water. After a search, Lu Ling finally found the token in the cave. Material Tide Core. A rare material infused with strong water elements, adding it when crafting equipment can bestow water elements and a random characteristic. It was a strange water orb that kept swirling, emitting a faint blue glow. After placing it in his backpack, Lu Ling returned to the shore. Lin Wanwan had not yet woken up, so Lu Ling could only carry her back in the direction they just came from. After just a few steps, he saw Aolai standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at Lu Ling. "Congratulations, Brother Lu, you have successfully retrieved the token." Aolai grinned and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. After speaking, he waved his hand, conjuring a beautifully crafted small vial. "It seems your companion has been hurt by that strange fish? This is a bottle of exorcism powder, capable of completely eliminating the cold poison from that monster." Lu Ling was taken aback, then immediately accepted it. Opening the item description, he saw that it was a highly effective healing potion worth at least 100,000 Huaxia coins at this time. The Dragon Palace really is full of treasures. Lu Ling sighed, intending to give the potion to Lin Wanwan, but noticed she was currently unconscious, making it difficult to get her to drink it. What to do now? As if anticipating this, Aolai smilingly offered a bowl of clear water. Brother Lu, I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." After handing over the water, Aolai wisely left promptly. Lu Ling stood for a moment, before finally realizing. The old face turned red again. Unexpectedly, he would encounter a dramatic scene from a dog-blood ancient romance drama. There was no way around it. Under Lu Ling's operation, the medicine was finally fed down successfully. Afterward, Lu Ling took Lin Wanwan to rest for a while in the pavilion where they had tea before. When Lin Wanwan woke up, he said goodbye to Aolai, planning to head to the final side hall. After waking up, Lin Wanwan's face was always exceptionally rosy, probably because she saw herself wearing Lu Ling's clothes. And Lu Ling also tactfully didn't mention this. After all, with a clear conscience, there was no need to fear shadows. The two had just walked toward the East Hall for a little while when they heard a familiar voice coming from ahead. Then, Xiao Yuer came over, holding a little girl who looked about 8 or 9 years old. The four of them were all stunned, and then Xiao Yuer immediately showed a joyful expression. But when she saw the shirt of Lu Ling on Lin Wanwan, she was instantly shocked, a hint of disappointment crossing her eyes. Lu Ling was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet Xiao Yuer here. Just like that, after a round of exchanges, they learned about each other's experiences. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuer had only used half a volume of Andersen's fairy tales to obtain the East Hall's token, Lu Ling couldn't help but show a bitter smile. What kind of nonsense is this? He had worked so hard, battling monsters in the water. As a result, she just had tea and told a few stories to directly get her hands on a token? However, despite the complaints, he was indeed very happy that Xiao Yuer was fine. After chatting for a while, Lu Ling learned that the third prince of the East Sea, who originally guarded the East Hall, had passed this duty to his younger sister due to laziness. That little girl next to Xiao Yuer, Ao Xiaobai. After obtaining the token for the East Hall, Lu Ling planned to go directly to the Dragon Palace's main hall to see what kind of figure the Dragon King, who ruled the East Sea, really was. Upon hearing that Lu Ling had already gathered all the tokens and planned to go to the Dragon Palace, Ao Xiaobai showed a surprised expression. "I didn't expect you to get the token from Sister Shui and Brother Qi." Lu Ling scratched his head, smiled bitterly again, and didn't quite know what to say. Is this considered good luck or bad luck for him? However, since he had already gathered them, it didn't seem necessary to dwell on this question. The urgent matter was to hurry to the Dragon Palace's main hall, pass the Dragon King's trial, and get the treasure. Thinking this, he looked at the magnificent building soaring into the clouds in the center of the Dragon Palace, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Alright, let's set off now. Surely the main hall of the Dragon Palace can answer many of our questions. Lu Ling turned back and said to the two. Chapter 86, Entering the Hall. The Turtle Prime Minister and the Strange Dragon King. However, unexpectedly, Ao Xiaobai shook her head and said. No. Only you can enter the hall with these 4 secret treasures. If you don't pass Father's trial, you won't be able to leave here. Lu Ling was slightly surprised upon hearing this. What? Only one person can go in? Why? Ao Xiaobai stuck out her tongue and said. I don't know either, this is father's order. Only someone who possesses all 4 tokens can successfully pass through the main hall's door, others cannot step through. As she spoke, she happily tugged at Xiao Yuer's clothes and added. I don't know if you might lose your life, but Brother Qi once tried to break the door and was stunned by the attached spell, resulting in a skin tear on his tail. So, Sister Yuer, just play with Xiaobai outside. Let this big brother handle the trial. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling also felt helpless in his heart. When he turned around, he met Lin Wanwan's worried and concerned gaze, and could only comfort her with a few words. Forget it, one person is one person. If the East Sea Dragon King is just here to test challengers, it doesn't matter how many people come, there must be some hidden facts. Lu Ling thought to himself, easing the worried 2 women, letting them accompany Ao Xiaobai outside. After saying goodbye to the 2 women, Lu Ling stepped alone on the path to the main hall of the Dragon Palace. After passing through the side of the East Hall, Lu Ling's eyes suddenly appeared a very majestic and magnificent azure stone road. Every stone brick on this road was engraved with exquisite patterns, looking exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Following this road straight ahead, he could vaguely see the shadow of a grand hall and a huge door. That should be the main hall door of the Dragon Palace Ao Xiaobai mentioned. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Ling arrived in front of this door. Up close, it was indeed even more shocking, but Lu Ling did not linger here much, instead, he pushed through directly. Once he entered, the decorative style inside changed again, transforming from elegant and refined to grand and magnificent. The reliefs no longer depicted scenic pictures but rather grand scenes similar to governing waters and calm seas. Just a few steps in, Lu Ling suddenly heard an old and powerful voice coming from ahead. Are you the one here to accept the test? Lu Ling was taken aback but then honestly answered. Hearing Lu Ling's reply, that voice spoke again. Since that's the case, come into the hall. Then, there was silence. Lu Ling couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking this Dragon King really knew how to put on airs, shook his head, and walked further into the hall. But little did he know, within the grand hall at this moment, there was no trace of the Dragon King's shadow. Only an old man with a turtle body and a human face sighed softly in his heart, stroking the beard on his chin. The Dragon Palace door had indeed opened, he didn't know what kind of person this mortal would turn out to be. On the other side, as Lu Ling climbed the long staircase, he secretly complained about this group of dragons. Relying on their ability to fly, they didn't consider our group of ordinary folks? What's the point of making such a long staircase? While he was thinking, the staircase in front of him finally disappeared, and 2 enormous pillars appeared before Lu Ling. Then, there was the towering and magnificent main hall door. Although it looked somewhat desolate due to lack of careful maintenance, Lu Ling could still imagine how glorious it once was. Looking at the empty hall, Lu Ling was about to speak, but once again, he heard that powerful voice. Not bad, as the first human to arrive here in millions of years, you indeed have some extraordinary qualifications. Lu Ling instinctively looked around but still did not find the figure of the voice's owner. How strange, I've come into the palace, how can they still hide? Lu Ling pondered in confusion. But unexpectedly, the next moment, a slight sting came from the top of his foot. Lu Ling instinctively looked down and was instantly stunned. He saw a very tiny old grandpa staring at him with an unhappy expression. Behind him was a turtle shell, and he held a wooden cane in his hand. His white hair and exquisite beard made this little old man look not only immortal but also somewhat adorable. Humph. Human descendant. You truly have no sense of etiquette. The little old man looked somewhat displeased as he tapped his cane on the ground, then cleared his throat. Let me introduce myself, I am the Chancellor in charge of the internal and external affairs of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Chancellor Turtle. Lu Ling suddenly flashed a strange thought, as if he remembered something significant. If he remembered correctly, this character seemed to indeed have only appeared in stories like Journey to the West and other strange novels, right? But the problem is, these stories existed in the world before Lu Ling traveled here. On this blue planet now, there are no similar stories. But perhaps it is just a coincidence. Let's first listen to what he has to say. Lu Ling thought, immediately bowed, then said. May I ask this gentleman, Minister Turtle, where is your Lord Dragon King? How should I proceed with this trial of mine? Minister Turtle, upon hearing this, showed a strange expression on his face, unsure whether it was sorrow or helplessness. Alas, alas, alas. Originally, anyone who enters the Dragon Palace must pass a test before receiving the reward from Lord Dragon King. But now, Lord Dragon King, Minister Turtle suddenly fell silent here, his expression becoming rather unpleasant. Seeing this, Lu Ling was greatly surprised. Could it be that his timing is so unfortunate? The Dragon King just passed away? This truly is a misfortune, a great misfortune. As if seeing what was in Lu Ling's heart, Minister Turtle glared at him fiercely, then struck the ground hard with his cane a few times, continuing.
He has been acting very strangely lately, as if influenced by some evil spirit, often doing things that I cannot understand. Moreover, it has been a long time since he attended court and managed politics, although there have been no affairs to govern anyway." After hearing this, Lu Ling's expression became even stranger. He got a mental illness, didn't he? Although it sounds a bit impolite, from Minister Turtle's description, it indeed seems like it. Thinking this, Lu Ling's face turned increasingly peculiar. And Minister Turtle, seeing this, grew even more displeased, just about to say something when suddenly they heard a strange noise. Bang! Both were momentarily stunned. This sound was somewhat like someone breaking something? Lu Ling wondered. And it seemed Minister Turtle understood something, letting out a quiet sigh, waved at Lu Ling and said, "Wait here for a moment, I will go see what happened." After taking a couple of steps, Minister Turtle stopped again and turned back to Lu Ling, seemingly in thought. After a moment, he suddenly spoke again. "Forget it, you come along too. The things the Lord Dragon King is messing with are seemingly things from the real world, maybe you can help." His tone left no room for refusal. Lu Ling thought for a moment and followed him. Chapter 87, The Truth of the Dragon Palace? The remaining clan? After passing through the front hall, it seemed inside was where the Dragon King usually drank tea, and further inside was the sleeping quarters. After passing through several doors, a person and a turtle stopped in front of a very luxurious room. However, what surprised Lu Ling was that on this door was a very discordant, even somewhat strange thing. A cartoon poster. Upon careful inspection, it was actually a poster of a young girl anime. Lu Ling's brain momentarily malfunctioned for 2 seconds, then he looked at Minister Turtle with a strange expression. Seeing this, Minister Turtle asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lu Ling shook his head but had already begun to feel intense curiosity about the situation at the door. Creak. The door suddenly opened. A disheveled head poked out, the dragon horns on it especially sturdy, with a face full of stubble, and hair that seemed neglected for a long time, looking somewhat sloppy. "Is it Little Turtle? Do you have something to find this king?" The man's voice was very magnetic, even in very casual conversation, it was hard to miss the hidden authority of a superior. But paired with this appearance, it felt very strange. The man also noticed Lu Ling and, after glancing over him with some surprise, immediately displayed a somewhat eager expression. You are someone who came from outside, right?" After the door opened, the man approached warmly, then shook Lu Ling's hand, his eyes glimmering with hopeful light. "Yes. Who are you?" Lu Ling was also completely bewildered, he could hardly associate this middle-aged man, who looked like a chubby handsome uncle, with the ruler of the East Sea. The supremely majestic Dragon King of the East Sea made the connection. "I am the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang." That's great. Young friend, come in and sit." The man's self-introduction nearly made Lu Ling spit out blood. What on earth is going on? Is he so bored that he's lost himself? The Turtle Prime Minister was also stunned, just about to speak when Ao Guang patted his shoulder, revealing a radiant smile. "It's okay. Little Turtle. Just going to chat with him, sorry to trouble you. I'll get up for dinner later." After that, he cheerfully pulled Lu Ling into the room and then closed the door. After entering, the chaotic scene Lu Ling had imagined did not occur, and there were no suspicious crumpled papers on the floor. The inside was very spacious and relatively tidy. However, in such a classical bedroom, there were quite a few modern electronic devices. A PS5 game console, a computer that looked like it had good specs, and half a shelf of girls' comics on the bookshelf. Seeing these things in the room of a mythological figure indeed gave Lu Ling a strong sense of disconnection. Noticing Lu Ling's gaze, Ao Guang laughed heartily. "Don't be like that, young man, we are not primitive people. It's normal to have some hobbies after being cooped up here for so long." Speaking of which, Lu Ling felt somewhat puzzled. From what Ao Shui and the others implied before, the Dragon Palace should be completely closed off to the outside world. Where did these things come from? Aren't they the first batch of humans to enter the Dragon Palace? Thinking this, Lu Ling couldn't help but voice his confusion. Ao Guang smiled appreciatively upon hearing this and said, "Indeed, you are a wise person. However, for the next words, you need to brace yourself." As Ao Guang spoke, his expression became much more serious. Seeing this, Lu Ling also began to feel slightly nervous. Actually, these things are not products of your era, but remnants left behind by humanity from the previous epoch. Ao Guang's first sentence directly shocked Lu Ling. Remnants from the last epoch? These girls' comics and the PS5 game console are artifacts older than dinosaurs? Of course, the last epoch is not as far back in time as your human history records. It has been about 3,000 years since the day of destruction. To avoid the purging of the heavenly Tao, we have lived in this alternate space for so long. As Ao Guang spoke, his expression held some melancholy. But he quickly returned to normal, waving a big hand, and a holographic image appeared before Lu Ling's eyes. In the image, there was a city from a bird's eye view, apparently without any abnormalities, completely identical to the present. But upon closer examination, Lu Ling noticed a problem. There were no buildings related to professionals. No guild emblems, not a single profession flying in the sky, and even the professional temples that every city would have were nowhere to be found. This is the humanity of the last epoch, Ao Guang said, revealing a look of nostalgia. After watching for a while, he spoke again. You are very clever, you should be able to notice the anomalies, right? Lu Ling nodded in confusion, then voiced his discovery. Indeed, unlike the last epoch, your human race's transcendents have changed from cultivators to professionals. The power systems of the two are completely different, and the powers they can display are vastly different as well. I'm not sure of the exact reason, but I can feel that the forces of your era are related to the creator god. So, perhaps this is an opportunity. Maybe we can use your powers to break the cycle of civilization, allowing our dragon race to return to the real world. Ao Guang's words struck like a heavy hammer, instantly awakening many insights within Lu Ling. So, the world-class dungeons on Blue Star are actually relics of the last era? The Dragon Palace hides in another dimension like this to avoid something? The will of heaven? But what about the demon realm, which frequently invades the real world? What kind of existence is that? Did magical beasts also invade in the last era? Seeing Lu Ling lost in thought, Ao Guang smiled gently. In fact, Lu Ling obtaining that Dragon Palace token was not a coincidence, it was because he had a strange aura of destiny about him. That power is very mysterious, even Ao Guang couldn't determine where it came from. But one thing is certain, Lu Ling harbors deeper secrets unknown to others, allowing him to attract Ao Guang's attention to the Dragon Palace token left in the vast foreign realm. According to the timeline of the last era, you will soon face the cleansing of the will of heaven, marking the end of your era. So, young man, do you want to cooperate with our East Sea Dragon clan? Ao Guang's voice pulled Lu Ling back from his thoughts. Chapter 88, The Dragon Palace Treasure Vault. A Hall of Mythical Weapons. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and said, Please tell me more about the last era. After leaving Ao Guang's chamber, Lu Ling's expression was somewhat complex. He never expected that by entering a new dungeon, he would learn such incredible truths. According to Ao Guang, within 100 years, the entire world would gradually face destruction, and countless foreign creatures would swarm in, slaughtering all humans and other blue star species. After this, the will of heaven would descend with divine punishment, wiping out all surviving beings along with those foreign invaders, and then resetting Blue Star to start the next era. No one could fully understand the reasons behind this. Sorting through the chaos in his mind, Lu Ling glanced at Ao Guang, who had just finished shaving and was adjusting his hairstyle. He never expected the East Sea Dragon King to look exceptionally handsome. Although he appeared older in his transformed form, he resembled a very stylish uncle. Of course, Lu Ling still found it hard to link his face with the images of the Dragon King he had seen in his childhood. They were now heading to the secret treasure vault of the Dragon Palace. As Ao Guang put it, if they wanted to cooperate, they must show some sincerity. Having successfully passed 4 trials, Lu Ling's strength was undoubtedly impressive, and his terrifying potential made Ao Guang instantly recognize him as a worthy partner for the Dragon Clan. However, with Lu Ling's current strength, it was still far from enough to turn the tide during the calamity, so Ao Guang didn't rush to reveal his plans. Instead, he planned to first gift Lu Ling a few useful treasures, waiting for him to grow stronger before discussing further. There wasn't a specific date for the invasion of the other world, it could happen any time in the next 100 years. So, Lu Ling had to gain sufficient strength before the invasion began, to carry out Ao Guang's plan and bring the other Dragon Kings back to the real world. After passing through the main hall of the Dragon Palace, a tranquil garden appeared before them. Countless rare and beautiful flowers, which Lu Ling could not name, flourished in the garden, clearly not ordinary. Notably, several tombstones stood prominently in the center of the garden, catching Lu Ling's attention. Once inside the garden, a hint of sadness appeared on Ao Guang's face, but he said nothing more as he led Lu Ling to a secluded pond nearby. Here, this is the secret treasure of my East Sea Dragon Palace. Every time it's opened, I need to use my blood to trigger the magical array. Inside, there are many divine treasures, but whether you can take them out depends on your ability. Ao Guang chuckled, then waved his hand, causing a few drops of blood to fly into the pond, drawing a strange red pattern. Then, in the center of the pond, a whirlpool suddenly appeared. Alright, go in. Once you find a divine weapon that resonates with your heart, I will naturally bring you out. Ao Guang smiled lightly. Lu Ling nodded, then jumped directly into the whirlpool. After a moment of distortion, Lu Ling successfully entered this magical treasure vault. When he opened his eyes, he saw exceptional weapons and herbs all over the ground. All kinds of extraordinary shining items were neatly placed in this huge treasure vault. Lu Ling used his spiritual power to probe around, instantly gasping in surprise. Around him, he sensed no less than 5 pieces of mythical level equipment or weapons.
The items here were at least top-tier legendary equipment. Moreover, Lu Ling could also sense that deeper in the vault, several weapons that transcended mythical levels were lurking. At this moment, Lu Ling was also filled with excitement. This trip was definitely worth it. Any item taken out would be an unrivaled treasure without a price. The boost in combat power was definitely not trivial. If the luck was right, this harvest could directly lead to a graduation weapon. After walking a few steps, Lu Ling suddenly noticed a strange hole at the top of the vault. This hole appeared very abrupt, making Lu Ling unable to help but take a few extra looks. After walking over, Lu Ling discovered that beneath the hole was a stone platform, which seemed to have held something before. On the stone platform, there was a familiar pattern, and beneath it were 4 characters that Lu Ling could not understand, but from their form, they appeared to be ancient Chinese characters. After studying for a while, Lu Ling still had no clue and thus got up to leave. In fact, if he had stepped onto the stone platform to observe closely, he might have discovered a few fine monkey hairs and several inscriptions in small seal script. The Sea Calming Needle, forged by Dayu, currently existing in the East Sea Dragon Palace, weighing 13,500 tons. After wandering around for a while, Lu Ling still did not find any mythical level equipment that resonated with him, feeling somewhat deflated. The treasures stored here were all intelligent equipment, forged by ancient powers, having transcended the ordinary over thousands of years. Therefore, to use them, one must gain their recognition, otherwise, these divine weapons could not be used normally. The stronger the divine weapon, the harder it was to grasp its temperament in choosing a master. These were the words Aoguang said before coming down. His general meaning was that the truly good treasures down here depend on fate, it's about whether those things acknowledge you, otherwise, taking them would be for nothing. Although the legendary level equipment does not have this restriction, Lu Ling felt that since he was here, he naturally wanted to pursue the best. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the effort and trials he had endured these days? As Lu Ling was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something behind him making a faint buzzing sound. Lu Ling immediately took an interest and turned to check. Maybe it was some good treasure coming to find him. Just as Lu Ling was searching, among the neatly arranged equipment, suddenly a dilapidated stick flew up and hit him hard on the head. Lu Ling was momentarily stunned, then instinctively grabbed the wooden stick. A strange wooden stick. Grade? Bonus, +1 spirit +1 spell power. A wooden stick that looks a bit worn out, perhaps it holds some magical power? Looking at this strange item, Lu Ling was instantly baffled. What the heck is this? What does it mean that this came flying in and hit me? This wooden stick acknowledges me? And why can't its grade be displayed? Just when Lu Ling was puzzled, he heard Aoguang shout, and then he was forcefully teleported back to the ground. Baffled, Lu Ling felt even more confused, staring blankly at Aoguang, then looking at the wooden stick in his hand. Chapter 89, Exploration ends. Collaborating with the Dragon King. Could it be that this old Dragon King is feeling sorry for his treasure and specially set this up to toy with me? Lu Ling suddenly thought with a mix of sadness and anger. Seeing Lu Ling's expression, Aoguang scratched his head curiously. What's wrong? Didn't you already resonate with the divine weapon in the treasury? Why do you look so down? Lu Ling was instantly speechless, feeling an impulse to smash the wooden stick in Aoguang's face. But unexpectedly, when Aoguang saw this wooden stick, he gasped sharply. My goodness! How did you bring this out? Lu Ling was stunned, forgetting to mock Aoguang's poor Jiangnan accent, his eyes suddenly filled with hope. Could this thing actually be some incredibly powerful treasure? Aoguang shook his head. Just as Lu Ling was about to swear, he heard Aoguang say. Although I don't know exactly what this thing is capable of, it was a weapon used by a mighty being from the primordial era. The reason it ended up in the Dragon Palace is that I was rewarded it by the ruler of the Celestial Court after I quelled the water domain in the immortal world when I was young. Upon hearing this, although Lu Ling didn't quite understand what the Celestial Court and primordial era meant, it seemed that this item in his hand was extraordinary, which sparked a bit of interest in him. Could this thing require some special way to activate? While Lu Ling was pondering, he suddenly heard a noise from the system in his mind. Congratulations, host. Hidden achievement activated. Master of the Supreme Imperial Weapon. Own and obtain a weapon recognized by the Imperial Weapon. System rewards, 3,000 Divine Warrior points, 10 lottery chances. Immediately after, this wooden stick suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying aura, then actually shot into Lu Ling's left arm, transforming into a black tattoo. What the hell is this? Lu Ling was greatly shocked, then looked in wonder at the tattoo that suddenly appeared on his hand. It seemed to be an image of a celestial being, with a blurry face, surrounded by countless weapons of different kinds, looking mighty and extraordinary. Aoguang was also taken aback. But being a Sea Dragon King, he thought for a moment and analyzed the situation. This thing is probably close to becoming sentient. Aside from not being able to speak, it should have quite a high level of intelligence.
Right now, you are too weak, so you probably cannot use it, that's why it fused into you in this way. Once a treasure of this level acknowledges its master, it's a great opportunity. Not only can no one else take it, but it might also bring you something. Ao Guang said with a smile, patting Lu Ling on the shoulder, giving him a look of a youth with a bright future that he believed in. Lu Ling looked at the tattoo on his hand, feeling an instant mix of laughter and tears. Why does it sound so unreliable? Is this old Dragon King really tricking me with something? But then again, the system even spoke, this thing should indeed be a treasure. If even the Dragon King can see that I have a system inside me, why would he need to cooperate with Lu Ling at all? After some discussion, Lu Ling somewhat accepted this result, sighed in his heart, and then asked the Dragon King how to contact him in the future. Ao Guang chuckled, saying, as long as you are in the East Sea, I can sense your aura, but to make communication easier, I'll give you another good treasure. As he spoke, he threw out a piece of indigo dragon scale. Lu Ling caught it and looked at it with curiosity. This is a precious scale from my body. Ao Guang's words almost scared Lu Ling into jumping up. From his body? Doesn't that mean it's a piece of his skin? Thinking of this, Lu Ling suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Seeing this, Ao Guang became displeased and said, "You brat, are you still picky? Don't you know the value of this? This thing can not only speed up your cultivation, but it can also save your life at a critical moment. If you want to find me in the future, just speak to it. If it glows, it means I heard you." After saying this, Ao Guang snorted coldly, showing no trace of the majesty of a Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling looked at its description with doubt. Accessory Dragon King Scale. Bonus, gain 150% experience plus 1000 mana plus 320 spell strength. Special property Dragon Might, damage to special races plus 20%, wearing this accessory grants immunity to death once, after activation this effect disappears. This is indeed a good treasure. I guess I'll have to reluctantly accept it. Lu Ling coughed lightly, thinking to himself. After accepting this piece of dragon scale, Ao Guang waved his hand, signaling Lu Ling he could go do his own things. If you want to leave, just go find Turtle Prime Minister again. After saying this, Ao Guang disappeared directly from the spot. On Lu Ling's side, after going out to meet with Lin Wanwan and the others, they found the scattered students and professors from Jiangnan University in the Dragon Palace one by one. After researching for several days, they passed through the teleportation gate opened by Turtle Prime Minister and returned to the real world. After a series of corrections, Lu Ling and the others arrived back in Jiangnan province. Regarding the information obtained in the Dragon Palace, Ao Guang told Lu Ling that it wasn't necessary to inform the Huaxia government right now. Because at this point, the invasion from another world hadn't started yet, so verifying that information would be especially troublesome, and each invasion process and content is different. Thus, there was no way to prepare anything in advance. As the early stage of the invasion approached, there would be very significant signs around the world, and they could wait until then to inform the government about everything. At this time, more than half of the summer vacation had passed. Lu Ling was just planning to return to Jiang City to visit his mother when he suddenly received a call from the principal. After arriving at the principal's office, he saw Mo Bai cheerfully stand up and pat Lu Ling's shoulder, saying, "This trip to the Dragon Palace has added an important chapter to our country's cultural research. We should really thank student Lu Ling for this." After praising him a few times, he cleared his throat and then picked up a document from the table. "By the way, I brought you here for another matter. At the beginning of next semester, there will be a youth professional exchange competition held in our Kanglan city with other countries. This time, there will be 3 teams representing Huaxia, and our academy is one of them. I want to ask if you are interested in participating?" As he spoke, he smilingly handed the document in his hand to Lu Ling. Lu Ling thought for a moment and took the document. It was an official letter of notification, briefly introducing the teams participating in the competition. However, what caught Lu Ling's attention the most was that it mentioned if representing Huaxia won the championship, a huge reward could be obtained. Not only a direct subsidy of 2 million Huaxia coins, but also 3 pieces of Tier 4 materials, plus an opportunity for dungeon exploration. Chapter 90, Reaching Level 100. Starting the second transition quest. This dungeon exploration opportunity covers dungeons that have been explored by the Huaxia government throughout Huaxia. Even those world-class dungeons that are not open to the public can be entered. Lu Ling suddenly became interested and immediately inquired about the details of the competition. After learning the details, Lu Ling immediately agreed to the principal, becoming a representative member of Jiangnan University to participate in the competition. The principal, upon hearing this, was very pleased. He was very clear about Lu Ling's combat power. Among his peers, it was likely that few people in the entire Huaxia could match him. After experiencing this world-class dungeon exploration, Lu Ling's strength was further enhanced. Perhaps among all first-year students in Jiangnan province, no one could rival him. With this competition in hand, Lu Ling began to plan his schedule. First, he would go home to see his mom for a couple of days, then directly find Lin Tianxiong. Using connections, he hoped to find 2 high-level dungeons with rich experience to farm, striving to reach second transfer before school started. By then, Lu Ling's profession would further upgrade, and his combat power would definitely be enough to handle the competition. Determined, Lu Ling quickly took action. After bringing Lin Wanwan back to Jiang City, Lu Ling first stayed at home for a few days, spending quality time with his mom, then directly sought out Lin Tianxiong. As the president of an A-level guild, Lin Tianxiong's connections were solid. With just 2 phone calls, he helped Lu Ling get this matter settled and even sent him a few bottles of double experience potions. With the support of Dragon King scales and double experience potions, Lu Ling's leveling speed skyrocketed like a rocket. In the following days, Lu Ling immersed himself in the dungeons, rapidly increasing in level. Soon, a week had passed. Lu Ling successfully leveled up to level 98, just 1 step short of breaking into second transfer. But on this day, while Lu Ling was grinding monsters, the strange wooden stick that had merged with his body suddenly reacted. Just as Lu Ling was about to smash the dungeon's boss with his staff, he suddenly felt an intense heat from his left arm. Then, he heard a faint and hazy sigh. Kid. Lu Ling was stunned, and then suddenly realized, was that strange wooden stick calling him? Lu Ling quickly looked at the tattoo on his arm, which indeed was emanating a strange glow. Kid. I am too weak right now, quickly find me some food. Food? Is this thing really talking? Has it really come to life? Lu Ling was shocked and looked in amazement at the tattoo on his hand. He saw the immortal figure in the tattoo radiating light, while the weapons beside it remained dull and lifeless. Find some weapons, the better the weapon, the better. That voice rang in Lu Ling's ear again, but this time the tone seemed even weaker, the sound growing more distant. Eventually, the voice completely disappeared, and the anomaly on his arm gradually faded. Weapons? Could what this guy called food actually mean weapons? Lu Ling analyzed in surprise. However, this strange entity fell silent again. If he wanted to ask, there was no place to do so. Unable to help it, Lu Ling could only temporarily set this matter aside and continued leveling up. 2 days later, Lu Ling successfully reached level 100, officially starting his second transfer quest. Transfer quest has been activated, current progress, 0%. Task 1, clear an S-level dungeon at level 120 once. Task 2, participate in a first clear of a dungeon no lower than level 100. Task 3, successfully repel a monster invasion and obtain the core of the demon realm. Special task, complete a kill of a level 130 demon boss. This transfer quest didn't seem particularly special, but it had an additional special task. This special task was actually similar to a reward task. Upon completion, the attribute increase after the transfer would be higher, and there was a chance to gain hidden effects. However, if not completed, it would not affect the normal transfer. After accepting the task, Lu Ling began to feel a bit worried. This first task is not difficult, but the second and third tasks are a bit hard to complete. Because to successfully clear the dungeon, one must explore the newly appeared secret realms. These events do not occur frequently, and there are level requirements, making Lu Ling feel troubled. The third task is even more demanding. The probability of monster invasion events occurring is even lower than that of secret realms. Moreover, when monster invasions first appear, they are usually dealt with by the Huaxiao Adventurers Alliance, so successfully repelling one and obtaining the invasion drop of the Demon Realm core is very difficult. Wait, the Huaxiao Adventurers Alliance? Lu Ling suddenly remembered something. He is also a member of the Huaxiao Adventurers Alliance now. Why not check their internal tasks? Maybe there's a suitable secret realm appearing. That would definitely be a much higher probability than waiting on the street. Thinking of this, Lu Ling immediately set off to the Adventurers Alliance branch in Jiang City. Previously, Wang Yan had helped Lu Ling obtain an identity card, which now came in handy. Arriving at the local branch, Lu Ling presented his identity card, immediately shocking the staff responsible for access. The young boy in front of them, looking incredibly youthful, was actually a red-level reserve member? Red is the highest rank in the reserve level. Only the top geniuses can obtain this level of identity card. This level of identity card has the authority to access or retrieve all information in the Huaxia tasks. After pausing for a few seconds, the staff hurriedly helped Lu Ling process a temporary pass, provided him with an alliance badge, and then guided him in the right direction. Soon, Lu Ling arrived at the task hall, where many adventurers had gathered, all looking serious as if something big had happened. His appearance caused quite a stir among the crowd. Everyone seemed surprised when they saw his red badge. But Lu Ling paid them no mind and went straight to the task-taking interface, then began browsing. The below were some very simple tasks, such as apprehending a level 50 wanted criminal, 30-level secret realm exploration. Lu Ling directly skipped over these tasks and then looked at the S-level difficulty tasks available for 100-level adventurers. Before long, Lu Ling found a task marked in red. Monster Invasion. Go to Jiangbei City for monster cleanup, resist the monster invasion. Note, this task is a super high-risk task, not for adventurers below level 100. This is it. Lu Ling immediately became interested and clicked on it. After quickly glancing at the task introduction, Lu Ling grinned broadly. This is an extremely rare invasion, as it happens within a newly emerged secret realm. It turns out that a group of highly intelligent monsters hid themselves in a level 30 secret realm, then bypassed the heavenly Dao will and arrived in the real world. Although their true strength has been suppressed, they can still crush second-turn adventurers. Through the efforts of many experts, the level restriction of the secret realm has also been forcibly raised to around level 100. Although it's still quite hard to clear for the first time, it's definitely much better than the previous level 30 restriction. The difficulty of this task is very high, but it perfectly meets Lu Ling's 3 job change tasks, so he immediately chose to accept it. However, just as Lu Ling was about to accept this task, a large prompt suddenly popped up on the task interface. Lu Ling was taken aback and then smiled bitterly. No way. How unlucky can this be? What is going on? Just 1 second ago, I finished accepting this task? And it turned out that I filled all the spots just right? I just found a hidden realm where I could directly complete 3 transfer tasks, and someone snatched it away? Frustrated, Lu Ling was about to give up when he suddenly remembered that Wang Yan had said his permission seemed pretty high. Maybe I can find out where that team is located and negotiate with them, to add myself in? Determined, Lu Ling immediately used his identity card to start the search. And indeed, he found it. This task was accepted by a team called Heaven's Punishment, and they just happened to be in Jiang City. There's a chance. Lu Ling hurriedly sent a private message to the captain of that Heaven's Punishment team. To his surprise, the other party replied immediately. But unfortunately, the reply was a refusal. Sorry, our team is already full, and we have no plans to swap out wizards. Seeing this message, Lu Ling sighed helplessly. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give it another shot. So, Lu Ling gritted his teeth and offered a high price of 100,000 huaxia coins. This price was just to buy a spot in the team. If it got out, he would definitely be criticized for being a fool. Clearly, the captain of the Heaven's Punishment team was also quite puzzled. Do you really want to take this task that badly? Lu Ling told him about his transfer task and added. Don't be fooled by my first transfer, my combat power definitely exceeds that of some peers, you can trust this. The other party seemed to be thinking, and after about 10 minutes, he replied. Then come over and give it a try. After that, he sent a location. Lu Ling looked and saw it was right nearby, so he headed straight there. When he arrived, Lu Ling contacted the other party again and saw a very capable-looking woman waving at him. Upon seeing Lu Ling, the woman appeared very surprised and subtly frowned. Lu Ling was too young. This was not an advantage among professionals. Because youth meant a lack of experience, and during many crises, one might not know how to respond. However, seeing the 100,000 huaxia coins, the woman still took him into a training room. As soon as he walked in, Lu Ling sensed 2 unfriendly gazes sweeping across his face. Looking closely, he found an older individual wearing a wizard robe. It seemed he was unhappy that Lu Ling had taken his job. But this was unavoidable, so Lu Ling did not show any hostility, just smiled and nodded at the man. Yet the man merely let out a cold snort, seemingly dismissive of Lu Ling. Indeed, Lu Ling's appearance was too youthful. This student-like look could not compare with those old professionals who lived on the edge. The woman who brought Lu Ling in cleared her throat and then said to him. As you can see, our team actually does not need more members, and everyone here is at a higher level than you. So, it is indeed difficult. However, since you insist on giving it a try, let's have a simple one-on-one match. As she spoke, the woman walked over to the man in the wizard robe and introduced. This is our team's wizard, a level 105 second transfer arcane wizard, Wang Zhou. We won't bully you. If you can last evenly matched with him for over 10 minutes in the duel, I will let you substitute for him in this task. How about it? This condition was indeed fair, but for Lu Ling, defeating this guy is just a piece of cake. However, Lu Ling would naturally not say this directly to his face and simply nodded. Seeing Lu Ling agree, the woman suddenly smiled a little sheepishly. Well. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Ling slapped a bank card on the table. This contains 100,000 huaxia coins. Regardless of whether I can participate in this task or not, it's all yours. Lu Ling felt quite confident in his heart, which is why he dared to say this directly. But in Wang Zhou's eyes, this was just a display of a fool with too much money. What a reckless kid. Let me teach him a good lesson. Wang Zhou sneered as he stepped onto the arena, his gaze now carrying something more. Perhaps, this is an opportunity to squeeze a bit more money out of this kid? He thought greedily, completely oblivious to the sneer that flashed across Lu Ling's face. Seeing Lu Ling so straightforward, the woman was also quite surprised.
Looking at Lu Ling's ridiculously young face, the woman hesitated to speak, ultimately remaining silent, only letting out a quiet sigh. Forget it, there's no need to worry about such a young master, she thought to herself. Soon, Lu Ling also entered the arena. In the eyes of the Heavenly Punishment Team, this was definitely a fight with no suspense. As companions who had completed several missions together, they were very clear about Wang Zhou's strength. In this battle between mages, he was practically invincible. And Lu Ling was merely a young practitioner who hadn't even completed the second-class transition. He was simply too far behind in both paper strength and battle experience. Just as everyone was thinking this, the battle began on the field. As soon as the referee announced the start, Lu Ling turned into a blur and charged forward. Such a foolish act immediately drew scorn from the Heavenly Punishment Team's members. Does this kid not know that in a mage duel, trying to get close to the opponent is just exposing his flaws? The priest in the team scoffed. Chapter 92, Internal Clash of the Profession, Phantom God. Gaining entry qualification. Wang Zhou thought the same, a sneer appearing on his face. Kid, it seems you really are a complete rookie. Let me teach you how mages are supposed to fight. He laughed arrogantly and then raised his hand to unleash several secret technique rays, perfectly sealing off all of Lu Ling's escape routes. It must be said, this guy did have some skill. The positioning of this spell release was excellent. No matter which direction Lu Ling dodged, he would still be hit. Just when everyone thought the outcome was already decided, the situation suddenly exceeded their expectations. Lu Ling actually executed a blink, effortlessly passing through the barrage of spells unscathed. Everyone was taken aback. Then, the tank in the team spoke up in surprise. He actually has a displacement ability? Could this kid also be an arcane mage? No, wait. I can't sense any arcane energy from him at all. This kid should just be an ordinary mage. All of this was actually related to the S-class talent that Lu Ling had awakened when he first chose his profession. That talent, called All Magic Mastery, not only provided Lu Ling with an extra skill slot, but also allowed him to disregard level restrictions and some profession limitations to learn skills from all branches of mages. This talent has now been merged and upgraded into an even more powerful talent, but its effect will remain unchanged. Wang Zhou was slightly shocked by this move, but soon reacted, raising his hand to cast a runic prison. This was a single target control skill. The effect is very strong, not only blocking all acceleration effects, but also prohibiting the use of displacement skills. Lu Ling had just used his displacement skill, so this skill was definitely going to hit. As long as he could control Lu Ling, he could unleash a devastating blow to take him down. Just as he thought this, Lu Ling revealed a strange smile. ×0 activated. All of Lu Ling's skills cooled down to 0. In an instant, he reacted and performed an extreme moment void leap, dodging the rune prison. How can this kid still use displacement? Does he not have cooldowns on his skills? The priest stared blankly at Lu Ling, who was elusive like a ghost, and said with confusion. Compared to this, I'm more curious why he is so obsessed with closing the distance? This range should have already reached the attack distance of all types of mages, right? The girl who had been silent in the corner suddenly spoke up. This remark left everyone stunned, and then they all looked at the arena in unison. Right. The most significant feature of the mage profession is the extremely long attack range. Why is Lu Ling so intent on getting closer? At this moment, Wang Zhou in the arena was also horrified. Lu Ling actually used 2 displacement skills in just 3 seconds? Does he have no cooldowns? In that brief moment of distraction, Lu Ling unexpectedly executed 3 more void leaps, directly closing the distance to within a few meters. Finally, he summoned his staff, performed a beautiful twirl, and then swung it toward Wang Zhou with a powerful strike. Is this kid insane? Is he really going to hit someone with a staff? Seeing this scene, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. But the next second, they witnessed an extremely shocking moment. Lu Ling's staff smashed into Wang Zhou without any obstruction. Then, Wang Zhou flew backward as if hit by a train. He turned into a human missile, crashing hard against the wall. -10,621. Silence, an eerie and dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ling, who wore a calm smile, as if they had seen a ghost, their brains completely crashed. What did they just see? A mage, close up with a basic attack, dealt 10,000 damage? Is this still a person? What bizarre way of fighting is this? Even an assassin would need to activate a strengthening skill to deal such high damage with a single strike, right? Moreover, Wang Zhou was equipped with a special defensive accessory designed to reduce damage from melee attacks, granting him high damage immunity. This means that the damage was still inflicted by Lu Ling despite the damage reduction. In fact, if it weren't for the fear of accidentally killing Wang Zhou, with 2 skill activations, Lu Ling's staff strike on such a fragile character might directly deal 20,000 damage. Even with defensive gear, a second transformation mage only has about 18 or 19,000 health at most. If Lu Ling went all out this time, Wang Zhou would still owe him a few thousand health. It took the crowd a full 7 or 8 minutes to recover their senses. What kind of mage is this? This is a Terminator T-800. Forget Wang Zhou, just putting a tank up against Lu Ling wouldn't hold up for long. Moreover, this guy's defense also seems quite high. He just absorbed several of Wang Zhou's energy balls and barely lost a sliver of health. And he instantly healed back to full. So terrifying. When everyone looked at Lu Ling again, they no longer held feelings of disdain or contempt, but rather a hint of admiration. In the world of professionals, strength is the only voice. Teaming up with stronger people to enter dungeons will significantly increase survival chances. Moreover, Lu Ling doesn't seem like the kind of person who is hard to get along with. When Lu Ling walked outside, the woman who had brought him in, the captain of the punishment team, after calming her shocked heart, took a deep breath and walked in front of Lu Ling, extending her not-so-smooth little hand with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Na, a level 209 second transformation Ironblood warrior, and I am the captain of the punishment team. During this time, please take good care of me. Thus, the matter of Lu Ling temporarily joining the punishment team was settled. No one stepped up to oppose anymore. The strength Lu Ling had shown was truly frightening, definitely stronger than Wang Zhou's output capacity. Considering all factors, having Lu Ling join was not a bad thing at all. After discussing the timing with Lu Ling, Lin Na took the team's priest to treat the unfortunate Wang Zhou. Thinking of the harsh words Wang Zhou had thrown at the beginning and seeing his current bedraggled state, Lin Na's expression couldn't help but turn strange. It was necessary to teach the mage how to fight, yet he was killed in one hit? This would probably give him a joke for half a year. Lin Na thought to herself. In fact, Wang Zhou was indeed careless. If he had responded with full strength from the beginning or noticed Lu Ling's terrifying close-range abilities sooner, he shouldn't have been beaten so badly. Of course, he couldn't win against Lu Ling, but at least his excuse could seem sufficient and reasonable. Chapter 93, Entering the Secret Realm. Rare Profession Summoner? After taking Wang Zhou for treatment, Lin Na began to plan the task itinerary. Soon, a few hours later, she had completely organized the itinerary for this task. As an A-level team of the China Professionals Alliance, they had completed several high-difficulty tasks, even ultra-high difficulty tasks. Therefore, they had ample experience in terms of combat readiness. On Lu Ling's side, after explaining briefly to his mother and others, he set off with Lin Na and the others. They arrived in Jiangbei City that night. As soon as they got off the car, the group hurried non-stop to the task location. The scene had been completely sealed off, and many members of the China Professionals Alliance were conducting research and estimation on site, organizing useful intelligence. After Lin Na approached to collect the detailed mission information, she distributed it to each member. Lu Ling also received a copy and began to study it. This incident, rather than an invasion, was more appropriately described as a riot. That group of monsters had hidden in this secret realm with premeditated intent, waiting for the real world to successfully connect to the secret realm before launching their invasion. But what they actually wanted to achieve remained unconfirmed. Lu Ling and the others' goal this time was to successfully open the secret realm, bring out the core of the demon world inside, and restore normalcy to this secret realm. At the same time, there were many low-level professionals from various forces within the secret realm, and if they encountered any, Lu Ling and the others had the duty to assist. Understanding the general situation inside, Lin Na looked up at everyone with bright eyes and asked, "So, does anyone have any questions?" Everyone shook their heads. "Then, let's set off." Seeing this, Lin Na waved her hand and directly led everyone to the entrance of the secret realm. As a distorted halo flashed, they successfully entered the secret realm. Upon entering, what came into view was the blood-red sky and a huge irregular vortex in the distance. The vortex was mixed with red and purple colors, its dark appearance resembling a gigantic pupil, making people feel breathless. Just after entering, the youngest girl in the team immediately summoned her weapon. Then, she began to chant. In her hand, the staff was somewhat strange, with an odd beast-like totem faintly visible carved on its body. As the chanting ended, several emerald green birds appeared out of thin air beside her, then began to circle around her continuously, emitting slightly sharp cries. "Scout the surroundings, find the enemy." The girl whispered to the birds, then suddenly waved her hand. The birds cried out again, then spiraled up into the sky, instantly scattering in all directions. After doing all this, Lina signaled everyone to keep moving forward. Lu Ling also recognized the girl's profession. It was a very special branch of mage, called a summoner. However, although summoners' basic job requirement was mage, strictly speaking, they were more like an independent profession, and their combat style was very different from other mages. This profession was extremely rare and hard to form, so very few people would choose to become a summoner. Thinking of this, Lu Ling couldn't help but glance at the girl a few more times. Before departing, Lina had made everyone introduce themselves briefly, so Lu Ling remembered her name was Mu Shaoqing.
At that time, she only mentioned her level, and unexpectedly, she turned out to be a summoner. Seemingly noticing Lu Ling's gaze, Mu Shaoqing turned her head to look at him a few times. Soon, after walking a few steps, Mu Shaoqing suddenly revealed a look of surprise. 2 emerald hawks have been killed, there are enemies nearby. After finishing her words, she immediately began to summon again. This time, she summoned several phantom wolves, a speed-type summon creature that could barely act as scouts. With her command, the phantom wolves instantly let out a low growl and then ran in a certain direction. Their speed was extremely fast, like white lightning. Upon hearing this, Lina immediately made a gesture, summoning her weapon. This small team had a total of 5 people, including Lu Ling. Notably, the battlefield commander was not the mage or priest, but the team captain, Lina. Generally, the command position is mostly held by backline characters because warrior tanks need to stand in front and take pressure. The mages, priests, and archers in the backline can observe the battlefield situation well, thus judging the team's next move. However, since Lina could be the captain, she must have some remarkable strength. As soon as Lina made her gesture, the others reacted immediately. The tank uncle, Wei Zhong, raised his tower shield, and the disciplined priest, Meng Zijing, also lifted his staff and activated his exclusive domain. Quickly, Mu Shaoqing, with a serious expression, pointed towards the direction where the phantom wolves had just disappeared and said, "There are about 20 or so monsters, all around level 100, but their actual combat power should exceed their own level. They use dark attribute attacks. Should we lure them away or go forward to exterminate them?" She said this while looking at Lina. After pondering for a moment, Lina decisively said, "Have the phantom wolves bring them over. This number and level of monsters is just right for us to assess the strength of the secret realms creatures." After speaking, she quickly scanned the group and finally fixed her gaze on Lu Ling. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Lu Ling brother, you will be the main damage dealer, I will assist from the side." After giving the order, she swiftly made way. If anyone else saw this scene, they would surely be confused. A warrior actually giving the main attacking position to the mage in the team? And letting him take the lead?
这不妥妥找死行为吗？陆林闻言，心中明白了，林娜是想通过观察自己的战斗来估算出自己的大致战斗力，这对后续的配合十分重要。反正这群魔物也算不上非常恐怖，正是个测试的好时机。想着，陆林便点了点头，随后直接站在了林娜的旁边，看着她毫无畏惧的表情，队伍里的其他3人都露出了有些古怪的神色。真不知道他是怎么想的，一个好好的炮台输出手，非要去贴脸硬刚怪物。难道陆林是有什么奇怪的癖好？正当几人心中暗自揣摩着陆林英俊的外表下隐藏着的扭曲爱好时，几只受伤的幽灵狼带着一群体型庞大的魔物跑了回来。第94章食人巨魔，3法杖教你做人。穆小青见状，忙散去脑中奇怪的心思，立刻丢出了一道治愈法术，为幽灵狼们回起了血。召唤师其实技能组还是挺全面的，不但有输出技能，还有增幅技能。不过大多部分增幅技能都只能给召唤物用，不然这个职业的强度就太过于变态了。见魔物们已经到来，陆林也是露出了认真的表情。既然林娜要看自己的实力，那便让她好好开开眼吧。想着，陆林立刻便有了动作。恐慌食人巨魔，普通，等级100，攻击力4000，血量8万。不得不说，这些巨魔的面板十分之高，这血量与攻击力恐怕都能比你120级的怪物了。但想到他们是被压制了等级的，这一切又显得合理了起来。所以他们到底想要干什么呢？难道只是单纯的想要进行一波入侵吗？很快，伴随着一声恐怖的咆哮，这群食人巨魔也是发现了陆林等人的存在，瞬间将他们视作了猎物，开始兴奋的狩猎。这些日子能吃到新鲜的职业者，可是让他们好好的爽了一把。那鲜美的味道可比魔界那些魔物好吃多了。就在他们集体暴动的一瞬间，陆林也开始了行动。只见他身形一闪，超高敏捷的加持下，如一道闪电般朝着巨魔窜了出去。牧师孟子敬也是一愣，随后立刻给他叠上了几层 buff。 戒律牧师与林婉婉那种圣域牧师不同，戒律牧师更加注重的是战斗上的增幅，恢复能力相对较差，且戒律牧师的技能多数都是单体或指定几个目标，几乎没什么大范围 AOE 恢复，但他们的增幅能力却是所有牧师分支中最强的，几乎能瞬间便让一位职业者的属性提升 50%。 感受着体内暴增的力量，陆林也露出了些许的兴奋，这是一种非常纯粹的对战斗的渴望。他已经渐渐地开始享受起了那种用法杖狠狠抡怪、贴脸丢法术的感觉了。很快，陆林便冲到了那群巨魔的身旁，抬手便是一发蓄势已久的弹射火球术。在突进的途中，他早已经开启了元素觉醒与维度撕裂，虽然没有虚空签约的伤害加持，但这一发火球仍是不容小觑。伴随着轰的一声巨响，火球瞬间炸开， 强大的爆炸瞬间便让为首的巨魔受到了重伤，而且火球炸开之后，还分裂出了数个小型火球，弹射到了边上的其他巨魔身上。虽然弹射出去的火球伤害不高，但却是附带着灼烧效果的。这还没完，在那只巨魔还没反应过来时，
Lu Ling directly executed a move called Scooping the Moon from the bottom of the sea, the staff infused with powerful fire elemental waves, smashing heavily onto the creature's chin. The immense force made the giant troll feel as if its entire skull was emitting a crisp cracking sound. Immediately after, Lu Ling jumped straight up from the ground, followed by a beautiful mid-air turn, finishing with an arcane heavy strike downward. In an instant, a violent shockwave swept through the entire body of the troll, and it felt nothing, for its skull had indeed been shattered by Lu Ling's staff. The unconscious troll fell straight to the ground, blood flowing from its 7 orifices, making it appear even more menacing. 3 staffs. Instantly killing a monster with 80,000 health. Though bolstered by the priest's support and the bonus damage from attacking the head, this was still incredibly terrifying damage. This scene left all members of the Heaven's punishment team stunned once again. What kind of heaven-defying damage is this? Instantly killed? 3 staffs just wiped it out? Surely you need to be around level 130 to achieve this kind of damage, right? How could a newly turned level 100 player do that? Is this even real? Stunned for several seconds, they finally reacted and hurried to protect Lu Ling. Wei Zhong immediately used a group taunt to draw the monster's attention, then activated shield counter mode to help Lu Ling hold off the trolls. Mu Shaoqing quickly summoned 2 different types of summons, rushing forward to help Wei Zhong share the damage output. This is the strength of a summoner. In times of need, this class can take on roles. Lin Na also proactively activated an inspiring battle shout, then charged forward with a big sword to help Lu Ling block some of the trolls. In fact, their help was somewhat unnecessary. With Lu Ling's extremely high agility and his solid durability, along with explosive melee damage, the trolls could hardly touch him at all. Whenever they managed to hit him, Lu Ling would instantly replenish his health with alchemy, allowing him to dance like a harvester amongst the trolls, wildly swinging his staff. Watching his graceful figure, the members of the Heaven's punishment team were utterly amazed. Is this mage a bit too fierce? How is he chasing monsters around with a staff? This doesn't seem right, does it? Lin Na was also completely dumbfounded, recalling the ruthless words she had said earlier to appease Chen Zhou, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who is leading whom here? With such a ferocious mage, he might as well be paired with 4 healers. Soon, under Lu Ling's operations, this group of trolls was mercilessly wiped out. Clap. After Lu Ling smashed the last troll to death, he wiped the unexplained liquid splattered on his face, then pulled out a second-level mana potion from his bag. Twisted off the cap, and drank it in one gulp. So, how about it? My output is certainly that of a qualified mage, right? He chuckled and spoke to Lin Na. Lin Na let out a bitter smile upon hearing this, thinking to herself that this is too modest, she wouldn't mind making him team captain. She contemplated this without replying to Lu Ling, simply quietly telling the others behind her. From now on, Lu Ling is the main damage output of our team. Is everyone okay with that? The others were silent, just nodding silently. Of course, after witnessing his fierce performance, who would dare to say no? After tidying up the battlefield a bit, they continued to move forward. As everyone got closer to the depths of the secret realm, the surrounding environment began to grow increasingly bizarre. They often heard strange sounds, sometimes like someone screaming. The levels were gradually increasing, and their distribution was becoming denser. This caused the Tianfa team's pace to inevitably slow down. Chapter 95, Rescue, Farmer and Snake? Fortunately, with Lu Ling's addition, even though the battles were somewhat difficult, no one was seriously injured. After resolving another group of monsters, Lu Ling and the others finally had a bit of time to breathe. All the monsters around had just been cleared out by them. Just as they planned to rest for a while, Mu Shaoqing suddenly changed her expression and said to Lin Na, "My summoned creature seems to have found some humans. They seem to be injured." After saying that, she pointed in a direction. Upon hearing this, Lin Na sighed slightly and immediately clapped her hands to wake everyone up, briefly explaining the situation. Rescuing low-level professionals trapped in the secret realm was indeed their duty, so everyone had no objections. And Lu Ling was used to high-intensity continuous battles while soloing dungeons, so he felt no fatigue at all. Then Mu Shaoqing started leading the way in front. Soon, they discovered a group of poorly disguised people. It was clear that they had tried hard to hide, but from the outside, their efforts seemed average. The people inside noticed Lu Ling and the others immediately and showed surprised expressions. "You are members of the Huaxiao Professional Alliance, right? That's great. We are saved." A girl who looked about 20 years old said with excitement on her face. Then, more people rushed out from their hiding places, watching Lu Ling's group with fervor. Although they were just here for a part-time job, along with completing a class change task, receiving heartfelt thanks from so many people still gave Lu Ling a slight sense of achievement. Lin Na was clearly not new to such situations. She quickly began organizing things, showing the ease of an A-class team leader. However, at that moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the crowd.
No. What are you doing? Why did you come so late? Do you know how much I am worth? Your efficiency is way too slow.
A man who looked to be in his 30s stepped forward, expressing his dissatisfaction. From his attire, it was not hard to tell that he fancied himself an elite. In his complaining tone, there was no joy from being rescued, only discontent. Even more bizarre was that a few others stood up to support such outrageous remarks. Seeing that someone supported him, the man became even bolder in his speech. I'm not saying you, Professional Alliance, this rescue speed is way too slow. We pay you so much tax, and when it's crucial, you're useless. He spoke with a successful man's demeanor, sharply and authoritatively criticizing Lin Na and the others for their inadequacies. Lin Na frowned, feeling a bit unhappy, but she was not new to this kind of thing. She naturally had her ways to handle it. But before she could speak, Lu Ling, who heard it from the side, instantly sneered, then stood in front of that man.
Oh? So, how do you want us to compensate you? Or?
Lu Ling was direct and straightforward, putting on a somewhat sarcastic smile as he asked the man leading the disparagement. The man was stunned upon hearing this, and then his true intentions were revealed.
Humph. Of course, we want compensation. After all, as an official team of Huaxia, what you did is a serious dereliction of duty.